The Pentagon stands as the largest office complex on the planet, a sprawling expanse of over 6 million square feet housing 30,000 souls within a labyrinth of corridors stretching more than 17 miles. Yet, for all its immense scale, it was originally designed with only 3 public entrances, each opening into a secure, monitored lobby. I approached from the southeast through the main concourse door nearest the metro and bus terminals. This was the busiest portal, favored by civilian staff, and I deliberately merged into their steady flow. A crowd of ordinary workers was my best insurance policy, a buffer against the sudden, violent conclusion an arrest can sometimes take, whether by tragic accident or cold design. I wanted witnesses. I needed independent eyes on me, at least at the beginning. The date is etched in memory, Tuesday, March 11, 1997. It would be the final time I entered that building as a lawful employee of the government it symbolized. An era ago, by pure coincidence, that Tuesday fell exactly 4.5 years before a different future Tuesday would shatter the world's sense of order. In that more innocent time, security at the concourse was thorough but not yet frantic. Not that I presented a cause for alarm at a glance. My Class A uniform was immaculate, pressed, polished, every ribbon, badge, and citation earned over 13 years of service meticulously displayed. At 36, I carried myself with ramrod posture, the very image of a squared-away U.S. Army military police major. The only discordant notes were my overlong hair and a 5-day stubble. Back then, building security fell to the Defense Protective Service from 40 yards out. I counted 10 of their officers in the lobby. The number seemed excessive, sparking a cold suspicion. Were they all DPS, or were some of them ours, warrant officers working undercover? Our skilled operators are masters of disguise, impersonating everyone from generals to grunts as the job requires. It would be routine for them to don a DPS uniform and wait from 30 yards. None of the faces were familiar, but the Army is vast, and they would have selected men unknown to me. I moved forward with the broad tide of people converging on the doors, a mix of uniforms, both classes like mine and the old woodland pattern BDUs, alongside military personnel in civilian suits or work clothes, and clear civilians. Many carried bags or briefcases. As we neared the entrance, the crowd funneled into a narrow stream, then into single file or pairs. I took my place in line alone, behind a woman with the soft, pale hands of a lifelong desk worker and the head of a man in a suit worn shiny at the elbows. Perfect, exactly the kind of impartial observers I sought. It was nearly noon. A hint of spring warmth touched the Virginia air, and sunlight glinted off the building's facade. Across the Potomac, the cherry trees were stirring from their winter sleep, poised to erupt in their famous fleeting bloom. All across a still unsuspecting nation, airline tickets and camera cases sat on hallway tables, plans being made for springtime visits to the Capitol. I inched forward in the queue. Ahead, the DPS officers performed their rituals. 2 manned an information counter, 2 checked official badges and waved holders through an open turnstile. 2 more stood sentry just inside the glass doors, their gaze sweeping over the approaching crowd. 4 of them were clustered together in the shadows behind the turnstiles, just passing the time. Every single one of the 10 was armed, but it was that idle group of 4 that set off alarms for me. Sure, back in '97, the Department of Defense was bloated with more personnel than the actual threats warranted. But even then, it was rare to see 4 on-duty guys with absolutely no visible task. Most commands at least put on a show of keeping their extra bodies busy. These guys, they had no role at all. I straightened up, trying to get a glimpse of their footwear. You can tell a lot from shoes. In a uniform setting, undercover details often slip up there. DPS was essentially a beat cop job, so those guys would naturally wear the big, comfortable shoes made for walking and standing all day. An undercover MP warrant officer might wear his own, which would be subtly different, but it was too dark and too far away. I couldn't see a thing. The line moved along at that easy pre-9/11 pace, no simmering impatience, no anxiety, just the old familiar routine. The woman ahead of me wore perfume. I caught the scent from her neck, and I'll admit I liked it. About 10 yards out, the two men behind the glass noticed me. Their gaze shifted from her and settled on me, lingering a beat too long before moving to the guy behind. Then it swung back. Both gave me an open once-over, head to toe for a solid 4 or 5 seconds. I shuffled forward, and their attention moved on again. They didn't exchange a word, no alerts, no warnings, two ways to read it. Best case, I was just a new face. Maybe I stood out because I was a head taller than anyone nearby, or because the visual clash of a major's gold oak leaves and ribbons, including a silver star, paired with my caveman hair and beard, was enough to warrant a long look out of sheer boredom. Sentry duty is dull, anything unusual is a welcome distraction. Worst case, they were simply confirming an expected event was right on schedule. Like they'd studied photos and were thinking, there he is right on time. 2 more minutes until he's inside, then we take him down. Because I was expected and I was on time. I had a noon appointment with a specific colonel in a third-floor office in the C ring, and I was certain I'd never make it. Walking straight into a hard arrest is a blunt approach, but sometimes if you want to know if the stove is hot, you have to touch it. The man ahead of the woman showed his badge on a lanyard and was waved through. She moved forward, then stopped short as the two DPS watchers chose that moment to step out from behind the glass. She paused, letting them squeeze past against the flow, then continued inside. The two men stopped and planted themselves exactly where she had been, 3 feet in front of me. But now they were facing me, blocking the door. They looked right at me. I was pretty sure they were genuine DPS. Their uniforms had settled into the contours of their bodies over time, and they were wearing classic cop shoes. These weren't disguises pulled from a locker that morning. My gaze drifted past the two men in front of me, settling on their 4 colleagues standing idle inside. I attempted to assess the cut of their suits as a point of comparison, but it was difficult to be sure. The man on my right spoke up. "Sir, can we assist you with something today?" "Assist me with what exactly?" I replied. "Just curious about your destination. Is that a requirement for entry here?" "Not at all, sir," he said, his tone practiced and smooth. "We're simply here to expedite your visit if you'd like." Expedite me right into a quiet, windowless room, I thought. They were undoubtedly thinking about civilian witnesses just as I was. "I'm fine waiting my turn," I said. "I'm nearly at the front anyway." They offered no response to that. A stalemate. Frankly, their approach felt amateurish. Trying to initiate an arrest out here was a foolish move. With a little shove and a quick pivot, I could vanish into the foot traffic on the concourse in an instant, and they wouldn't fire. Not out here, not with all these people. This was 1997, March 11th, a world still operating under the old rules, years before everything changed. Their smarter play was to wait until I was sealed inside the lobby. These two could swing the doors shut and form a wall while I received the bad news at the desk. Sure, I could theoretically turn and fight my way back out, but it would cost me a precious second or two. In that time, the 4 idle guys could fill my back with lead. Charging forward would yield the same result, just from the front. And then where would I go? Escaping into the Pentagon was a laughable plan. The world's largest office building, a maze of 5 floors, 2 basements, and 17 miles of corridors. They claim you can get between any 2 points in under 7 minutes at a quick march, but if I was sprinting, I could be anywhere in about 3. To do what? Hole up in a supply closet, surviving on stolen sack lunches for a day or two? Take hostages and try to plead my case to a skeptical world? I'd never seen that story end well, so I waited. The officer on my right finally broke the silence. "You have yourself a good day now, sir," then with a casual air. Both men strolled past me, one on each side, as if they were just 2 guys enjoying a change of scenery on their patrol. Maybe they weren't so dumb after all. They had a plan and were sticking to it. Their attempt to lure me into a side room had failed. No harm, no foul. So now it was straight on to plan B. They'd wait until I was inside and the doors were secured, then shift into crowd control, herding incoming people to safety in case the lobby turned into a shooting gallery. I assumed the glass was supposed to be bulletproof, but betting on the Department of Defense getting exactly what it paid for was a sucker's bet. The door stood open before me. I drew a breath and stepped across the threshold. Sometimes the only real way to know if the stove is hot is to touch it. The woman with the faint perfume and pale hands was already well down the corridor beyond the open turnstile, having been waved through. Directly ahead was the two-person inquiry desk. To my left, two officials were checking badges, the turnstile gaping between them. The four spare men remained in their cluster, quiet and observant, a self-contained unit. I still couldn't see their shoes. I took another steadying breath and approached the counter, like a lamb to the slaughter. The desk agent on the left looked at me, a weariness in his eyes. "Yes, sir," he said, his voice flat with resignation. A statement, not a question, as if I'd already spoken. He looked young and reasonably intelligent. The man behind the desk was likely a real DPS officer. Military police warrant officers are sharp, but they wouldn't be the ones running a Pentagon visitor check-in, no matter how deep their cover was supposed to be. He glanced at me again, waiting, so I told him, "I have a 12 o'clock appointment with whom?" "Colonel Fraser," I replied. He pretended the name meant nothing to him. In the world's largest office building with 30,000 souls, that was the game. He flipped through a binder as thick as a phone book. "Would that be Colonel John James Fraser, Senate Liaison?" "That's the one," I said, or in other words, guilty as charged. Out of the corner of my eye, the four extra men were watching. They hadn't moved. Not yet. The desk guy didn't ask for my name, partly, I assumed, because he'd been briefed and shown pictures, and partly because my Class A uniform had my name right there on the Namatape, regulation perfect on my right breast pocket. 7 letters, Reacher, or maybe 11, arrest me now. The inquiry desk guy said, "Colonel John James Fraser is in 3C315. Do you know how to get there?" "I do," I said. "3rd floor, C ring, near radial corridor 3, Bay 15. The Pentagon's own version of map coordinates absolutely necessary for a building sprawled across 29 acres. The guy wished me a great day, his innocent gaze already sliding past me to the next person in line. I paused. They were wrapping this up with a neat little bow, making it all perfect. The basic legal principle for criminal guilt is summed up by the old Latin phrase, actus non facit reum nisi mens sit rea. An act alone doesn't make you guilty unless your mind is guilty too. Action plus intention. They were waiting for me to prove my intention. They were waiting for me to step through that turnstile and into the maze. That's why the 4 spares were on their side of the gate, not mine. Crossing that line would make it real. Maybe there were jurisdiction headaches. Maybe the lawyers had gotten involved. Fraser wanted me gone, for sure. But he wanted his own backside covered just as badly. I took a breath, crossed the line, and made it real. I walked between the 2 badge checkers and slid through the cold metal arms of the turnstile. The bar was retracted. Nothing hit my legs. I stepped out on the other side and stopped. The 4 men were now on my right. I looked at their shoes. Army regs are oddly loose about footwear. Plain black lace-up Oxfords or something close conservative, no designs, at least 3 pairs of eyelets. Closed toe, heel no higher than 2 inches. That's it. These 4 were in compliance, but they weren't wearing standard-issue cop shoes, not like the pair outside. They had 4 slight variations on a classic theme: high shines, tight laces, a little wear and creasing. Could be genuine DPS, could be something else. No way to know. Not right then. We looked at each other. No one spoke. I looped around them and headed deeper into the building. I took the E-ring counterclockwise and turned left at the first radial corridor. The 4 fell in behind, keeping about 60 feet back, close enough to keep me in sight, far enough not to crowd me. The Pentagon's famous rule, a maximum 7 minutes between any 2 points. I was the filling in a sandwich. I figured another crew would be waiting outside 3C315, or as close to it as they'd let me get. I was walking straight toward them. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I found a stairwell on the D-ring and went up 2 flights to the 3rd floor. Just for the fun of it, I switched to a clockwise direction, passing radial corridors 5 and then 4. The D-ring was a hive of activity. People hustled by with armfuls of khaki folders. Men and women in uniform moved with blank-eyed purpose, stepping smartly toward their next task. The space was packed. I weaved through the crowd, feeling eyes on me with every step. The hair and the beard were a dead giveaway. Pausing at a water fountain, I bent for a drink as people streamed past. The 4 extra DPS guys who'd been trailing me were nowhere in sight, but then they didn't really need to be. They already knew my destination and my schedule. Straightening up, I turned into radial corridor 3, making my way to the C-ring. The air carried the scent of wool uniforms, linoleum polish, and a faint, stale hint of cigars. The walls were coated in that thick institutional paint. Glancing both ways, I saw no crowd gathered outside Bay 15. Maybe they were waiting inside. I was running 5 minutes behind, but I didn't turn. Instead, I followed Radial 3 all the way across the B ring until I reached the A ring, the heart of the building, where the radial corridors either began or ended, depending on your perspective. Beyond it lay nothing but a vast 5-acre pentagonal courtyard, like the hollow center of a geometric donut. Back in the day, folks called it Ground Zero, convinced the Soviets had their prime missile permanently locked on it as the ultimate bullseye. Honestly, I think they underestimated. My money says the Soviets had 5 of their best aimed right at it, just in case the first 4 failed to connect. After all, the smart money knows you don't always get what you pay for. I lingered in the A-ring until I was a full 10 minutes late, better to keep them guessing. By now, they might be searching, and those 4 spare guys could be getting chewed out for losing me. Taking a deep breath, I pushed off the wall and retraced my steps along Radial 3, crossing back through the B ring to the C. Without breaking stride, I turned and headed straight for Bay 15. There was no one waiting outside Bay 15, no special team, no one at all. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, silent except for the distant hum of the building. I figured everyone else was already where they needed to be, with noon meetings in full swing. The door to Bay 15 stood open. I knocked once, a courtesy, an announcement, a warning, and stepped inside. Most of the Pentagon's offices started as open plans, divided into bays by furniture and file cabinets, hence the name, but over time walls had gone up, creating private spaces. Fraser's office in 3C315 was a typical example. A small, square room with a window that offered no view, a rug on the floor, photographs on the walls, a standard DoD metal desk, an armchair and 2 side chairs plus a credenza and a double-wide storage unit, and it was entirely empty except for Fraser himself, seated behind the desk. He looked up and smiled. "Hello, Reacher?" I checked left and right, no one else. No private bathroom, no large closet, no other door. The corridor behind me remained empty. The massive building was hushed. Fraser said, "Close the door." I closed it. He added, "Sit down if you like." I took a seat. Fraser said, "You're late." "My apologies," I replied. Got held up. Fraser nodded. "This place is a madhouse at noon. Lunch breaks, shift changes, you name it. It's a zoo. I make it a rule never to go anywhere at 12. I just bunkered down in here." He stood about 5'10", maybe 200 pounds, broad-shouldered and solid through the chest, with a ruddy complexion and black hair somewhere in his mid-40s. There was plenty of old Scottish blood in his veins, filtered through the rich soil of Tennessee where he was from. He'd served in Vietnam as a teenager and again in the Gulf as an older man, the combat pips on his uniform spreading like a rash. He was a classic soldier, a throwback to an earlier time, but he also possessed a sharp wit and a disarming smile, which meant he'd been shuffled into Senate liaison, because these days the people holding the purse strings were the true adversaries. He leaned forward and asked, "What have you brought me?" I stayed quiet. I had nothing to offer. Honestly, I hadn't expected to make it this far. He pressed, "I'm hoping for good news." "No news," I replied. "Nothing at all." I gave a slow nod. "Nothing. Your message claimed you had the name. That's exactly what it said. I don't have it. Then why say you did? Why request this meeting?" I let a moment pass. It was a shortcut, I admitted. Explain. I let it slip that I had the name. I wanted to see who might come crawling out of the woodwork to silence me, and no one has. Not yet. But 10 minutes ago, I thought it was a different story. There were 4 extra guys in the lobby wearing DPS uniforms. They tailed me. I was convinced they were an arrest team. Where did they follow you? Around the E ring to the D, I lost them on the staircase. Fraser's smile returned. You're being paranoid, he said. You didn't lose them, I told you. The shift changes at noon. They come in on the metro like everyone else, shoot the breeze for a couple minutes, then head to their squad room on the B ring. They weren't following you. I didn't respond, he continued. There are always clusters of people hanging around here. We're seriously overstaffed. Something's going to have to give, it's inevitable. That's all I hear about on the Hill day in and day out. There's nothing we can do to stop it. People like you should keep that in mind. People like me? I asked. There are plenty of majors in this man's army, probably too many plenty of colonels, too, I pointed out. Fewer colonels than majors, he countered. I stayed silent. He leaned in slightly. Was I on your list of things that might crawl out from under a rock? You were the whole list, I thought he repeated. Was I? No, I lied. He smiled again. Good answer. If I had a problem with you, I'd have you taken care of down in Mississippi. Maybe I'd even come down and handle it myself. I said nothing. He studied me for a second, then a grin spread across his face, turning into a laugh he tried to stifle but couldn't. It burst out like a sharp cough, and he had to lean back and stare at the ceiling. I asked, "What?" His eyes met mine again, amusement still dancing in them. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was just thinking about that phrase people use. You know, when they say, 'That guy, he couldn't even get arrested.'" I remained quiet, he added. "You look awful. There are barbershops in this building, you know. You should use one." "I can't," I said. "I'm supposed to look like this." 5 days earlier, my hair had been trimmed, but apparently it was still long enough to draw attention. Leon Garber, who was once again my commanding officer at the time, called me into his office. His message included the line without attending to any matters of personal grooming. So I figured he wanted to seize the moment and reprimand me right then while the evidence was still on my head. And that's exactly how the meeting began. He asked me, which Army regulation covers a soldier's personal appearance? I thought that was a pretty rich question coming from him. Garber was without a doubt the most disheveled officer I'd ever seen. He could take a brand new Class A coat straight from the quartermaster and within an hour make it look like he'd fought 2 wars in it, slept in it, and then survived 3 bar fights. I replied, I can't recall which regulation covers a soldier's personal appearance. He said, neither can I, but I seem to remember that whichever one it is, the standards for hair, fingernails, and grooming are in Chapter 1, Section 8. I can picture it all quite clearly right there on the page. I couldn't recall the exact wording. No, I admitted. It states that hair grooming standards are essential for maintaining uniformity among military personnel, he explained. Understood. It's a mandate, not a guideline. Are you familiar with the specifics? I've been occupied, I replied. I just returned from Korea. I heard it was Japan. That was a brief stopover on the route. How brief? 12 hours. Do barbers exist in Japan? I'm certain they do. Would a Japanese barber require more than 12 hours for a haircut? I'm sure they wouldn't. Chapter 1, Section 8, Paragraph 2, he recited, specifies that the hair on the crown must be neatly groomed. Its length and bulk cannot be excessive or convey a ragged, unkempt, or extreme look. Instead, it must exhibit a tapered appearance. I'm not entirely clear on what that entails, I said. It means the hair's outline should follow the shape of the head, curving inward to end naturally at the base of the neck. I'll have it addressed, I assured him. These are regulations, you understand. Absolute requirements, not polite suggestions. All right, I said, he continued. Section 2 adds that when combed, the hair must not cover the ears or eyebrows, nor touch the collar. All right, I repeated. Would you characterize your current hairstyle as ragged, unkempt, or extreme? That depends on the comparison, I countered. And how would you assess its compliance regarding the ears, eyebrows, and collar? I'll have it taken care of, I said once more. Then Garber's expression shifted into a smile, and the entire atmosphere of the conversation transformed. How quickly does your hair grow anyway? He asked, his tone now conversational. I don't know, I said. A normal rate, I suppose. Similar to most people. Why do you ask? We have a situation, he said. Down in Mississippi. Garber explained that the situation in Mississippi involved a 27-year-old civilian woman named Janice Mae Chapman. She was a problem because she was deceased, having been unlawfully killed just a block off the main street in a town called Carter Crossing. Was she one of ours? I asked. No, Garber said. She was a civilian. Then how does this become our problem? I'm getting to that, Garber replied. But first you need the context. It's the back of beyond down there, the northeastern corner of the state near the Alabama and Tennessee lines. There's a north-south railroad and a little backwoods dirt road that crosses it east-west near a natural spring. Locomotives used to stop there for water, and passengers would disembark to eat, so the town sprouted up. But since the end of World War II, there are maybe 2 freight trains a day, no passengers, so the town was fading back into the woods. Until what? Federal money. You know how it went? Washington couldn't have parts of the South looking like the Third World, so we funneled cash down there. A lot of cash, frankly. Ever notice how the politicians who shout the loudest for small government always seem to come from the states soaking up the biggest subsidies? A truly small government would flatline their economies. I asked, what did Carter Crossing get? Carter Crossing got an army base, Garber said. Fort Kellam. Okay, I said. I've heard of Kellam, never pinned down its location. It was intended to be massive, Garber continued. Groundbreaking was around 1950, I believe. It could have rivaled Fort Hood, but it ended up too far east of I-55 and too far west of I-65 to be logistically ideal. You have to drive forever on county roads just to reach it, or maybe Texas senators just have bigger mouths than Mississippi's. Either way, Hood got the glory and Kellam shriveled. It hung on until after Vietnam, then they converted it to a ranger school, which it remains today. I thought ranger training was at Benning. The 75th sends their top candidates to Kellam for a specialized stint. It's not far from here, actually, a different kind of proving ground. It's the landscape, he explained. The 75th is a special operations unit, so I've heard. You think there are enough rangers in training to sustain an entire town? Close enough, Garber replied. It's not exactly a metropolis. What's the theory, then? An Army Ranger killed Janice Mae Chapman. I doubt it, Garber said. More likely some local backwoods dispute. You know how it is. Do they even have backwoods in Mississippi, or hills for that matter? Plenty of trees, though. Call them what you want. The point is, why are we discussing this? Garber stood then, moving from behind his desk to cross the room and shut the door. He was older than me and shorter, but built just as solid. The worry on his face was unusual. He rarely closed that door, and even rarer was a stretch of silence from him without some pithy saying or slogan meant to drive a point home. He returned to his chair with a soft sigh from the cushion and asked, "You ever hear of a place called Kosovo?" "Balkans," I said. "Near Serbia and Croatia. There's a war brewing there. We're supposed to try to stop it. Odds are we'll fail and just end up bombing one side into the ground instead." "Always good to have a backup plan," I said. "The mess in Serbia and Croatia was a disgrace. Like Rwanda, an embarrassment. This is the 20th century, for crying out loud. Seemed pretty on brand for the 20th century to me. It's supposed to be different now. Maybe wait for the 21st. That's my advice." "We're not waiting. We're going to handle Kosovo the right way. Good luck with that. Don't come to me, I'm just a cop. We already have people over there in and out, quietly." "Who?" I asked. "Peacekeepers? Untroops?" "Not exactly. Just our guys." "I hadn't heard that. You weren't supposed to. It's been going on 12 months. We've had ground troops secretly in the Balkans for a year." "It's not a major operation," Garber said. "Partly reconnaissance in case things escalate. Mostly it's about keeping tensions down. Lots of factions over there, if anyone asks. We say the other side invited us. Makes everyone think they've got our support. It's a deterrent. Who'd we send? Army Rangers? Garber explained that Fort Kellam still functioned as a legitimate Ranger training base, but it also housed two full companies of seasoned Rangers Alpha and Bravo, handpicked from the 75th Regiment. They rotated into Kosovo covertly a month at a time. Kellam's remote location made it ideal for keeping things quiet. Not that we should feel ashamed, he added. It was a humanitarian mission driven by good intentions. But Washington being Washington, some things were better left unspoken. I asked, does Carter Crossing have its own police? Yes. Let me guess. Their homicide investigation is going nowhere, so they want to cast a wider net. They want to include Kellam personnel in their suspect list, correct? Including members of Alpha and Bravo. Yes. They want to question them. Yes. But we can't allow that because it would expose the rotations, right? Do they have probable cause? I hoped he'd say no. Instead, he said, it's circumstantial, but there's something there. Something. The timing is unfortunate. Janice May Chapman died 3 days after Bravo Company returned from Kosovo. They flew directly into Kellam's private airstrip under the cover of night, standard procedure for operational security. A returning unit spends its first 2 days in lockdown for debriefings before being released. Then what happens? I asked. On the third day, they get a full week's leave, so they head into town, almost always to Main Street and the surrounding blocks. That's where the bars are located, and the bars are where they meet women from the area. Some things never change, and Janice May Chapman was a local woman with a reputation for being friendly. Terrific, I said. Garber's voice tightened. She was raped and mutilated. How was she mutilated? I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know. She was 27. Jody is 27, too. His only daughter, his only child, deeply loved. How is she doing? I asked. She's fine. Where is she now? She's a lawyer, he said, as if stating a location rather than a profession. Then he turned the question, how's your brother? He's okay, as far as I know. Still with the Treasury Department. As far as I know, he was a good man, Garber said, with the solemn tone of someone speaking of the deceased. I stayed quiet. Garber pressed on. So, what would you do down there in Mississippi? This was 1997. We can't shut out the local police, not with a case like this, I said. But we can't assume they have the expertise or resources either. We should offer assistance and send someone down. We can handle the investigation on the base. If a Kellam soldier is responsible, we'll deliver him. That way, justice is served, and we control what needs to be controlled. Not that simple, Garber countered. It gets worse. How? Bravo Company is commanded by a man named Reed Riley. Sound familiar? The name rings a bell. It should. His father is Carlton Riley. I muttered, damn. Garber nodded. The senator, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, he could become our best ally or our worst nightmare, depending on how this unfolds. You know how it is with politicians like him. Having an infantry captain for a son is worth 1,000,000 votes. Having a decorated hero is worth twice that. I don't even want to imagine the fallout if one of young Reed's men turns out to be a murderer. We need someone at Kellam immediately, I said. That's the reason for this meeting, Garber replied. When do you want me there? I don't want you there, Garber stated flatly. He explained that his first choice for the Kellam assignment wasn't me. It was a newly promoted MP major named Duncan Munro. Military family, Silver Star, Purple Heart, the whole impressive resume. He had recently wrapped up solid work in Korea and was currently excelling in Germany. He was 5 years my junior and, from what I gathered, was exactly what I had been half a decade ago. I'd never met him. He's already in the air, Garber said, heading straight there. He'll arrive late tomorrow morning. Your call, I said, though it came out a bit flat. It's a delicate situation, he emphasized. Evidently, I replied. Too delicate for me, apparently. Don't get your feathers ruffled. I need you for something else, something I hope you'll consider just as critical. Like what? Undercover work, he said. That's why I'm pleased with your current look, ragged and unkempt. There are two things we usually botch on undercover assignments: hair and shoes. You can buy shoes from a thrift store, but you can't buy convincingly messy hair on short notice. Undercover wear, Carter Crossing, of course, down in Mississippi, off post. You'll drift into town like some aimless former military drifter. You know the type. You'll be the kind of guy who feels right at home there because it's the environment he knows, so you'll settle in for a while. You're going to build a rapport with the local police, and you'll leverage that connection quietly to ensure both they and Monroe are executing this operation flawlessly. You want me to pose as a regular citizen? It's not rocket science. We're all human, give or take. You'll get the hang of it. Am I conducting an active investigation? Negative. Your role is strictly observation and reporting. Think of it as a field evaluation. You've handled those before. Be my eyes and ears on the ground. This has to be perfect. Understood, I replied. Anything else? When do I ship out? Tomorrow at dawn? And what's your definition of perfect execution? Garber shifted in his seat, letting the question hang in the air without a reply. I returned to my quarters and stepped into the shower, deliberately skipping the razor. Going undercover is a lot like method acting, and Garber had a point. I knew the profile every soldier does. The towns circling military bases are dotted with men who didn't make the cut for one reason or another and never ventured far. Some put down roots, others get pushed along, winding up in another town near another base. The scenery changes, but the story stays familiar. It's their comfort zone. They cling to a certain ingrained military bearing, like stubborn old habits or leftover strands of DNA, but they let the small disciplines slide. The meticulous grooming standards from the manual no longer dictate their days, so I left the stubble and let my hair air dry into something untamed. Then I started assembling my kit on the bed. A trip to the thrift store for shoes wasn't necessary. I already owned a pair that would work. About a dozen years back, during a stint in England, I'd picked up some brown brogues from a classic men's shop in a village in the middle of nowhere. They were substantial, heavy things, well kept, but showing their age with creases and worn-down heels. I set them on the blanket, and they looked oddly solitary. I didn't own any other civilian clothes, not a single item, not even socks. Rummaging through a drawer, I found an old army t-shirt, olive drab cotton that was once thick but now washed to a pale, silky thinness. It seemed like the sort of thing a guy might hold on to. I placed it beside the shoes. Next, I headed to the PX and browsed aisles I normally avoid. I settled on a pair of dirt-colored canvas trousers and a long-sleeved shirt, a faded maroon number with seams bleached to a soft pink from pre-washing. It wasn't my first choice, but it was the only thing in my size. The clearance price tag made sense, and it looked civilian enough. I'd seen people wearing far worse. Plus, it was practical. I wasn't sure what March weather would bring in northeastern Mississippi. If it turned warm, I could roll the sleeves up. If it got cold, I could roll them down. I grabbed some white briefs and khaki socks, then swung by the toiletries for a compact travel toothbrush. I was impressed by the design, the head tucked into a clear plastic case, and you could pull it out, reverse it, and snap it into place to form a full-length brush. Obviously made for a pocket, it would be easy to carry and kept the bristles clean. A clever little invention. I sent the new clothes straight to the base laundry to take the fresh off the rack edge off. Nothing breaks in gear quite like those industrial machines. Afterward, I walked off post to a burger joint for a late lunch. Inside, I spotted an old buddy, a fellow MP named Stan Laurie. We'd partnered on plenty of assignments. He was at a table with a tray holding the remains of a half-pound burger and some fries. I got my food and slid into the seat across from him. He said, "Word is you're Mississippi bound?" I asked, "Where'd you hear that?" "My sergeant got it from a sergeant in Garber's shop. When? Couple hours ago." "Fantastic," I said. "I didn't even know myself 2 hours ago. Some days it feels like the whole post knows your orders before you do. So much for keeping things quiet." "My sergeant tells me you're playing second fiddle on this one." "Your sergeant is correct. He also says the lead investigator is some green kid." I gave a nod. "I'm on babysitting duty." That's rough, Reacher. That really stinks. Only if the kid messes it up, and he might. I took another bite of my burger and washed it down with coffee. Truth is, I'm not sure anyone could handle this perfectly. There are delicate issues at play. There might not be a right way to do it at all. It's possible Garber is shielding me and throwing the kid to the wolves. Lowry chuckled. Keep dreaming, pal. You're the aging workhorse, and Garber's putting in a pinch hitter with the bases loaded in the bottom of the ninth. A new star is getting his moment. You're yesterday's news. Then you're finished too, I replied. If I'm the old horse, you're already lined up at the glue factory door. Precisely, Lowry said. That's what has me worried. I might start scanning the classifieds tonight. The afternoon dragged on without much event. My laundry returned, looking a bit faded and beaten up by the industrial machines. It was neatly pressed, though I knew a day on the road would undo that. I left the stack on the floor, folded on top of my boots. Then the phone rang, and after a moment of static, a Pentagon switchboard connected me to a colonel named John James Fraser. He mentioned he was currently with Senate Liaison, but he made sure to list his entire combat record first, so I wouldn't dismiss him as just another desk jockey. His voice was tense. I need to know the instant there's even a whisper about anyone in Bravo Company. Immediately, understood day or night? I said, and I need to understand how the local police even know Bravo Company is stationed at Kellam. I thought that was classified. They use C-5 transports for rotations. Those planes aren't quiet. They fly in the middle of the night. Could just be routine supply drops for all anyone guesses. There was a weather issue last month. Storms over the ocean delayed them. They landed after sunrise. People saw. Besides, it's a military town. You know how it works. Locals notice patterns. Familiar faces appear, then vanish a month later. Folks aren't stupid. Rumors are already circulating, I told him. The timing makes people talk. Like you said, folks aren't stupid. The timing could be pure coincidence. Could be, I agreed. Let's hope so. Fraser's tone grew more urgent. I need to know immediately if there's anything at all, that Captain Riley could have known, or should have known, or might have known. No delays, understood. Is that a direct order? It's a strong request from a senior officer. Is there a difference to you? Are you in my chain of command? Consider that I am. Fine, I said. Anything at all, he repeated, his voice dropping to me personally and immediately. For my ears only. Night or day, understood, I said again. There's a tremendous amount riding on this. Do you grasp the stakes? They couldn't be higher. I get it, I said for the third time. Then, almost as an afterthought, Fraser added, but I don't want you to take any action that sits wrong with your conscience. I turned in early, my hair a mess and my unshaven face rough against the pillowcase. The internal clock in my head jarred me awake at 5 in the morning. 2 hours before sunrise, on Friday, March 7th, 1997. It felt like the first day of whatever came next. I showered and dressed in the dark, pulling on socks, boxers, pants, my worn-out t-shirt, and a new button-down. I tied my shoes and tucked a toothbrush, a pack of gum, and a wad of cash into my pocket. I left everything else behind, no identification, no wallet, no watch, nothing, full immersion. I figured that's how I'd do it if I were really living that life. Then I stepped out. I walked up the post's main road toward the guardhouse. Garber was already there, waiting for me in the open. 6 o'clock in the morning, still dark. He was in his BDUs, probably put on less than an hour before, but he looked like he'd spent that hour wrestling in a dirt field. We stood under the sickly glow of a yellow vapor light, the air biting cold. Garber looked at me and asked, "You didn't bring a bag?" "Why would I?" I replied. "Most people carry one," he said, "for extra clothes. I don't have extra clothes. I bought these specifically for this. You picked that shirt yourself?" "What's the issue with it?" "It's pink, only in certain sections," I countered. "You're heading to Mississippi. They'll assume you're not straight. They might just kill you for it." "I seriously doubt that," I said. "What's your plan when those clothes get dirty?" "I'm not sure buy new ones, I guess." "And how are you getting to Kellam?" "I thought I'd walk into town, catch a Greyhound to Memphis, then hitchhike from there." Seems like the standard procedure. Did you eat breakfast? I'll find a diner. Garber was quiet for a second, then asked, Did John James Fraser from Senate Liaison call you yesterday? He did. How did he seem? Like we're in deep trouble unless Janice May Chapman was killed by someone who isn't in the Army. Then let's hope she was. Is Fraser in my chain of command? You should probably act like he is. What's he like? He's a man under immense pressure right now. 5 years of work could be wasted right when it matters most. He told me not to do anything that makes me uncomfortable. That's nonsense, Garber said. You didn't join the Army to be comfortable, I said. What some soldier does on leave after getting drunk isn't his commander's fault. Only in a logical world, Garber replied. But we're dealing with politics here. He fell silent again briefly, as if weighing which of many points to raise next, but in the end he simply said, Well, have a safe trip, Reacher. Keep me updated, all right. The walk to the Greyhound station was lengthy but straightforward, just a matter of steady steps. A few cars passed me. None stopped to offer a ride they might have if I'd been in uniform. Folks around here usually support their military neighbors, right in America's heartland. Their ignoring me convinced me my civilian act was working. I was pleased. I'd never pretended to be a civilian before. It was unfamiliar ground, a new experience. Truthfully, I'd never even been a civilian. Technically, I suppose I was for the 18 years between birth and West Point, but those years were a haze of moving between Marine Corps bases because of my father's career. Living on post as a military kid had nothing to do with civilian life, nothing at all. So that morning's walk felt novel and like an experiment. The sun rose behind me, warming the air and drawing a dewy mist that hovered around my knees as I walked. I thought about my old friend Stan Lowry back on base. I wondered if he'd checked the classifieds. I wondered if he needed to. I wondered if I needed to. There was a classic diner about a half-mile before downtown, and I stopped there for breakfast. I had coffee naturally and scrambled eggs. I felt I blended in reasonably well in both appearance and manner. There were 6 other customers, all civilians, all men, all looking somewhat rough and disheveled compared to the neat uniformity of military life. All 6 were wearing hats, mesh caps printed with names I assumed were from farm equipment companies or seed suppliers. I wondered if I should have gotten a hat like that. It hadn't occurred to me, and I hadn't seen any at the post exchange. I finished my meal, paid the waitress, and continued bareheaded to where the Greyhound buses operated. I bought a ticket, waited on a bench, and 30 minutes later I was in the back of a bus heading south and west. The bus ride was, in its own way, absolutely spectacular. The distance wasn't vast, just a sliver of the sprawling continent, a mere smudge on a single-page map, yet the journey consumed 6 hours. The scenery outside the window shifted at a glacial pace, so gradual it felt static, yet the landscape awaiting me at my destination bore no resemblance to the one I'd left. Memphis was a glossy city, its wet streets gleaming, hemmed in by squat buildings washed in faded pastels, all vibrating with a restless, secretive energy. I stepped from the depot into the sharp afternoon light, pausing to absorb the city's steady pulse of labor and leisure. Orienting myself with the sun on my right, I began walking south and east. My immediate goal was to find a major artery leading out of the city. My stomach insisted that finding food was a close second. I soon found myself in a seedy, congested district lined with pawn shops, adult bookstores, and bail bondsmen storefronts. It was the kind of place where getting a ride seemed a fantasy. The sort of driver who might pull over on an open highway would never risk a stop here. So, I swapped my priorities, stopping at a grimy diner to fuel up, already resigned to a long walk ahead. What I needed was a specific corner, one marked by a large green sign pointing toward Oxford, Tupelo, or Columbus. In my experience, a man standing beneath such a sign, thumb extended, sent an unmistakable message. It eliminated the awkward conversation, the need for a driver to slow down and ask questions. People find it terribly hard to say no to a face. Often they'd rather just drive on by to avoid the whole interaction. Clarity is always your friend. After a solid half hour of walking, I found my spot at the edge of what looked like a well-kept suburb. This, of course, presented its own problem. 90% of the traffic would likely be respectable homemakers heading home who would pointedly ignore a scruffy stranger. Not a single one would stop, and no driver with just a mile to go would bother offering a lift. But walking past this point would have been a fool's errand, a false economy of effort. Better to waste time standing still than to waste it walking and burning precious calories. Even with 9 out of 10 cars wafting past, I calculated I'd be moving again within an hour. I was overly pessimistic. In less than 20 minutes, an aging pickup truck rumbled to a stop beside me. The driver said he was headed to a lumber yard past Germantown. Sensing my geographical confusion, he explained that a ride with him would deposit me just outside the urban sprawl, leaving me with a clear, straight shot into northeastern Mississippi. I climbed in, and 20 minutes later I was alone again, standing on the shoulder of a dusty two-lane road that pointed decisively in my chosen direction. A man in a sagging Buick sedan picked me up next, and we crossed the state line together, covering 40 miles east before he dropped me off. Then a driver in a dignified old Chevy truck carried me 20 miles south on a back road, leaving me at what he assured me was my necessary turn. By then the afternoon was aging, the sun beginning a rapid descent toward the horizon. The road ahead was ruler straight, flanked by low, dense forest, fading into a pool of darkness in the distance. I estimated Carter Crossing lay somewhere along that road, perhaps 30 or 40 miles to the east. The first phase of my mission, simply getting there, was nearly complete. The second phase, making contact with the local police, promised to be trickier. There's no natural reason for a drifting transient to cozy up to people in uniform. No obvious method either, short of getting arrested, which would set a spectacularly wrong tone for any future cooperation. Ironically, both objectives were accomplished in a single, unexpected moment. The first eastbound vehicle I saw was a police cruiser, presumably heading home at the end of a shift. I stuck my thumb out. He stopped. He was a talker. I was a listener. And within minutes of that ride beginning, I learned that some of what Garber had told me was completely, utterly wrong. The revelation hit with the force of a physical blow, turning my quiet journey into something far more complicated. The deputy's name was Pellegrino, which brought to mind the brand of mineral water, though he made no such comparison himself. In that corner of Mississippi, I imagine most folks drank straight from the well. Looking back, it wasn't surprising he'd pulled over. Lawmen in tight-knit communities tend to notice unfamiliar faces moving toward their turf, and the simplest method to get answers is to ask directly, which he did, without delay. I gave him my name and launched into my prepared story, a recently discharged serviceman bound for Carter Crossing to track down an old buddy who might have settled there after his time at Fort Kellam. Pellegrino offered no reply to that. He just glanced away from the desolate highway for a moment, his eyes sweeping over me, measuring, before he gave a slow nod and turned his attention back to the road. He was a compact man, carrying considerable weight, with ancestry that might have traced back to Italy or France. His hair was cropped short and dark, his skin had an olive tone, and faint broken capillaries webbed the sides of his nose. Somewhere in his 30s, I figured, and if he didn't curb his appetite for rich food and drink, he'd be lucky to see 60. After I finished speaking, he took over the conversation, and the first thing I learned was that he wasn't a town cop at all. Garber had been mistaken, technically speaking. Carter Crossing didn't have its own police force. It fell under Carter County, which was patrolled by a county sheriff's department covering nearly 500 square miles. But since almost everything in those 500 miles was either the Army base or the town itself, and the department was headquartered right in town, Garber was sort of right after all. Still, Pellegrino was unmistakably a deputy sheriff, not a police officer, and he took clear pride in that distinction. "How many people work in your department?" I asked. "Not many," he said. "We've got the sheriff, we call him the chief, a detective, me and another deputy in uniform, a civilian desk clerk, and a lady who handles the phones. But the detective's out long-term with kidney trouble, so really it's just 3 of us holding things together." "What's the population of Carter County?" "Around 1,200, he replied. That struck me as a hefty number for just 3 active officers. Proportionally, it would be like trying to police New York City with half the NYPD. "Does that count Fort Kellam?" I asked. "No, they're separate," he said, "and they've got their own military police. Even so, you all must stay busy. 1,200 people spread over 500 square miles." "We're plenty busy right now," he said, but he didn't bring up Janice May Chapman. Instead, he focused on a more recent incident. Late the previous night, under the cloak of darkness, someone had left a car parked directly on the railroad tracks. Garber was wrong again. He'd claimed there were 2 trains daily, but Pellegrino told me there was only one, a massive midnight freight, a mile long, hauling goods north from Biloxi on the Gulf Coast. That train had plowed into the abandoned vehicle, utterly demolishing it and hurling the wreckage far up the line into the woods. The train never stopped. As far as anyone could tell, it hadn't even slowed down, which meant the engineer probably never noticed. Railroad rules required a stop after striking anything on the tracks, but Pellegrino believed it was entirely possible the guy felt nothing. I agreed. Thousands of tons of steel moving at speed against a single automobile, it was no contest at all. The deputy seemed mesmerized by the sheer pointlessness of the act. I mean, who does something like that? He wondered aloud. Who parks a car on a train track, and why? Could be kids, I suggested. A stupid prank never happened before around here, and we've always had kids. Was anyone inside? No, thank the Lord, far as we can tell. It was just sitting there empty. Stolen car, can't say yet. There's not much left of it to identify. We think it might have been blue. It caught fire after the impact. We used it to torch some trees. Has anyone reported a missing vehicle? Not so far, I asked. What else has been keeping you busy? Pellegrino fell silent then, and I worried I'd overstepped. I replayed the exchange in my mind, convinced it was a fair question, just casual talk. If a man claims he's swamped but only brings up a burned-out car, it's natural to wonder what else is on his plate, especially when you're sharing a quiet ride at dusk. As it turned out, his pause was just good manners. That old Southern politeness. He finally said, "Well, I hate to paint a grim picture, you being new here and all. But we had a woman killed, is that right? 2 days back," he confirmed. "How was she killed?" Here, Garber's information proved wrong again. Janice May Chapman hadn't been mutilated. Her throat was cut plain and simple. A killing blow is one thing, mutilation is another entirely. Not even in the same universe, Pellegrino described it ear to ear, deep cut. One clean slice, it wasn't a pretty sight. I take it you saw her up close. I could see the bones in her neck. She'd bled out completely like a dark lake. It was bad. A good-looking woman, all dressed up for a night out, neat as a pin, just lying on her back in all that blood. It didn't seem right. I stayed quiet, respecting the weight in his voice. He added, "She was raped, too. The doctor found that once he got her clothes off and had her on the table, unless you want to believe she was enthusiastic enough to throw herself down and scratch up her back on the gravel, which I doubt. You knew her. We'd seen her around. Any idea who did it? We don't know. Probably some guy from off the base. That's our guess. Why's that?" "Because that's who she usually spent time with," I asked. "If your detective is out sick, who's handling the case?" "The chief is." "Does she have much experience with homicides?" "She," Pellegrino corrected. "The chief is a woman, really. It's an elected position. She got the votes." There was a hint of resignation in his tone, like a fan whose team just lost the big game. "It is what it is. Did you run for the job?" I asked. "We all did," he said, "except the detective. His kidneys were already giving him trouble." I didn't reply. The car rocked gently on the road. Pellegrino's tires humming a low, worn sound on the asphalt ahead. The last of the dusk had faded into full dark. His headlights carved a tunnel through the night, the beams catching the gnarled trees that lined the straight road, twisted things fighting for light and air as if they'd sprung up on forgotten farmland a century ago. They flashed past like frozen sentinels. I spotted a battered tin sign leaning on the shoulder, its paint faded and pocked with rust, advertising a place called Toussaint's Hotel. It boasted a prime Main Street location and top-quality rooms. Pellegrino said she got elected because of her name. The sheriff, that's who we're talking about. Why? What's her name? Elizabeth Devereux. Nice name, I said. But no better than Pellegrino, if you ask me. Her father was sheriff before her. He was well-liked in certain parts. Some folks probably voted out of loyalty. Or maybe they thought they were voting for the old man himself? Might not have known he was dead. News travels slow in some corners. I asked, "Is Carter Crossing big enough to have corners?" Pellegrino said, "Halves, more like two of them. West of the railroad tracks or east right side, wrong side, same as anywhere. Which side is Kellam on? East. You'll need to drive about 3 miles, right through the worst part of town." "Where's the Tucson Hotel? Aren't you staying with your friend?" "Once I locate him, if I locate him, until then, I need a room." "Toussaint's is decent," Pellegrino replied. "I'll drop you there." And he did. We emerged from the tunnel of trees, the road widening as the forest thinned into a scrubby patch of young trees and overgrown weeds littered with garbage. The asphalt stretched like a dark ribbon across a flat, barren expanse, the size of a football field. It curved right and became a straight street lined with low, plain buildings. This had to be Main Street. There was no real architecture to speak of, just old construction, mostly wood with stone foundations. We passed the Carter County Sheriff's Department, then a vacant lot, then a diner, before pulling up at the Toussaint Hotel. It had clearly been elegant once, with its peeling green paint, ornate trim, and second-floor balconies edged with wrought iron railings, a design that seemed borrowed from the French Quarter. A faded sign bore its name, and a row of dim lights washed over the facade, 3 of them dark. Pellegrino brought the cruiser to a gentle stop. I thanked him for the lift and stepped out. He executed a wide U-turn and headed back the way we came, probably to park at the sheriff's department. I climbed a set of weathered wooden steps, crossed a creaking veranda, and pushed through the hotel's front door. Inside, I found a small square lobby with an empty reception desk. The floor was worn boards, partly covered by a threadbare rug with a faded Middle Eastern pattern. The desk itself was a hardwood counter, polished to a dull sheen by years of use. Behind it, a wall of pigeonholes stood 4 high and 7 across, 28 rooms in total. 27 keys hung in their slots. None of the cubbies held letters, notes, or any sign of recent activity. A small brass bell sat on the counter, its edges tinged with green. I tapped it twice. The polite ding-ding echoed briefly in the quiet, but nothing stirred. No one appeared. A closed door stood beside the pigeonholes, presumably leading to a back office. It remained shut. It made no sense for a hotel owner to ignore a potential guest. I waited a moment, then tried a door to the left of the lobby. It opened into an unlit lounge that smelled of damp, dust, and mildew. In the darkness, I could make out the humped shapes of what were probably armchairs. No movement, no people. I returned to the desk and hit the bell once more. Silence. "Hello," I called out. Nothing giving up for now, I went back outside, across the unsteady veranda and down the worn steps, pausing in the shadow of a broken lamp on the sidewalk. There wasn't much to see. Across Main Street stretched a row of low, dark storefronts. Beyond them lay an impenetrable blackness. The March night air in Mississippi was clear, dry, and faintly warm. It could have been almost anywhere. I could hear the whisper of a breeze in distant leaves and a faint, granular sound like shifting dust or termites at work. From the diner next door came the hum of an extractor fan. But that was all. No human sounds, no voices, no laughter, no traffic, no music. A Tuesday night near an army base, and it felt unnervingly still. I hadn't eaten since lunch in Memphis, so I headed for the diner. It was a narrow but deep building set perpendicular to Main Street, likely with a kitchen entrance around back. Just inside the front door was a payphone on the wall, a cash register, and a hostess stand. Beyond that, a long aisle ran between tables for 4 on the left and tables for 2 on the right. Freestanding chairs, not booths, giving it more of a cafe feel. The only customers were a couple roughly twice my age. They were seated across from each other at a 4 top, the man with a newspaper, The woman with a book settled in as if they had all the time in the world. The only employee in sight was a waitress who had been lingering near the kitchen's swinging door. She spotted me the moment I entered and hurried the length of the aisle to greet me, leading me to a two-person table near the middle of the room. I took the chair facing the entrance, my back to the kitchen, a compromise since I couldn't watch both doors at once. "Can I get you something to drink?" she asked. "Black coffee, please," I replied. She returned shortly with a mug of coffee and a menu. "Slow night," I observed. She gave a resigned nod, likely thinking about her tips. "They shut the base down," she said. "Kill 'em. It's closed. Locked tight this afternoon. Everyone's stuck inside eating army food tonight." "Does that happen often?" "Never has before." "That's rough," I said. "What's good here? For dinner? Everything's decent. I'll take a cheeseburger. 5 minutes," she promised and left. I carried my coffee with me back past the host stand to the payphone. Fishing in my pocket, I came up with 3/4 from lunch, enough for a brief call, which suited me fine. I dialed Garber's office. A duty lieutenant patched him through. "You there?" he asked. "Yeah. How was the drive?" "Uneventful." "Found a place to stay." "I'll manage. Listen, I've got about 4 minutes before my food shows up. Need to ask you something."
Go ahead. Who filled you in on this situation?
Garber hesitated. "Can't say. Well, whoever it was, the details are pretty fuzzy. That happens, and Kellum's under lockdown. Munro's doing, he ordered it as soon as he arrived. Why? You know how these things go. Tensions between town and base. It was a precaution. Feels more like an admission. Maybe Munro's got information you don't. Your job is to listen in on the local police. Nothing more. Already on it. Rode into town with one. Did he buy your cover? Seemed to. Good. They'll shut down if they know you're connected. I need you to check if anyone in Bravo Company drives a blue car. Why? The cop mentioned a blue car left on the railroad tracks. The midnight train demolished it. Could have been an attempt to hide evidence. Wouldn't you just torch it? Not if the evidence was something fire couldn't erase, like a massive dent in the fender. What's that got to do with a woman killed in an alley? She wasn't carved up. Her throat was slit. One clean, deep cut. The cop said he saw a bone. Garber was quiet for a second. "That's Ranger technique. I let that hang." He pressed. "But a car? Might be nothing, but let's check. All 200 guys in Bravo statistically, maybe 50 own blue cars. Every one of those should be on base right now. Let's see if one isn't. Probably a civilian vehicle. Hope so? I'll check that angle too, but either way, I need to know." "Remember, this is Munro's investigation," Garber said. "And we should find out if anyone's showing gravel rash, hands, knees, elbows." The cop said Chapman had abrasions. "This is Munro's case," Garber repeated, his tone firm. I didn't argue. Through the window of the kitchen door, I saw the waitress approaching, balancing a plate heaped with a towering cheeseburger and a chaotic mound of fries that looked like something a squirrel might build. "Gotta go, boss. I'll check in tomorrow," I said, hanging up and returning to my table. She set the plate down with a small flourish. "The food looked excellent and smelled even better appreciated," I replied. "Anything else I can do for you?" "I was hoping you could tell me about the hotel," I said. "I'm looking for a room, but there wasn't anyone at the front desk." The waitress glanced over her shoulder, and I followed her look toward the elderly couple seated at their table for 4. They were still absorbed in their reading. "They tend to linger here a while before heading back," she told me. "That would be your best chance to catch them." Then she left me to my meal. I took my time savoring each mouthful. The old couple remained motionless, engrossed in their papers. The woman turned a page every so often. Far less frequently, the man made a theatrical show of cracking the spine of his newspaper and refolding it for the next section. He was scrutinizing it so closely he might as well have been trying to absorb the ink. Eventually, the waitress returned to clear my plate and offered dessert, boasting about her excellent pies. "I think I'll take a walk," I told her. "I'll check back on my return. If those two are still here, I'll stop in for a slice. Doesn't seem like they're in any rush." "Usually not," she agreed. I settled the bill for the burger and coffee, leaving a tip that couldn't match what a room full of hungry rangers might leave, but it was enough to bring a slight smile to her face. Then I stepped back out onto the street. The evening was growing chilly, with a faint mist hanging in the air. I turned right, ambling past the empty lot and the sheriff's department building. Pellegrino's car was parked outside, and a soft glow from one window hinted that someone was inside. I continued on until I reached the T intersection where we had turned earlier. To the left was the route Pellegrino had brought me in on, through the woods. To the right, the road stretched eastward into the darkness. Presumably, it crossed the railroad tracks and then wound through the less prosperous part of town toward Kellam. Garber had called it a dirt path, which it might have been in the past. Now it was a typical rural road, its stony surface sealed with tar. It ran perfectly straight, unlit, with deep drainage ditches flanking each side. A slender moon offered just enough light to see by. I turned right and walked on into the deepening gloom. 2 minutes and about 200 yards later, I reached the railroad crossing. First came the warning sign on the roadside, two diagonal arms bolted together at a right angle, one reading railroad and the other crossing. Red lights were mounted on the post, and somewhere nearby there would be an electric bell and a box. 20 yards farther, the ditches on either side of the road ended abruptly, and the tracks rose on a slight embankment, the twin rails gleaming dully under the moonlight. They ran north and south, not entirely level or straight, appearing aged, worn, and poorly maintained. The gravel bed was uneven, packed down and tangled with weeds. I stood on a tie between the rails and looked in both directions. 20 yards to the north, on the left, loomed the shadowy shape of a dilapidated water tower, its wide, limp hose still dangling like an elephant's trunk. It must have once been connected to Carter Crossing's freshwater spring, standing ready to quench the thirst of the steam locomotives that stopped here. I turned a full circle in the darkness. Everywhere was utter stillness and silence. On the night air, I caught the scent of charcoal, perhaps drifting from where the blue car had scorched the trees to the north. Faintly from the east came the smell of barbecue, likely from the rest of the township on the other side of the tracks. But I could see only darkness in that direction, just a vague gap in the trees where the road passed through, and nothing beyond. I turned back the way I had come, the firm road under my feet, my thoughts drifting to Pi when I spotted headlights in the distance. A large car or a small truck was approaching slowly, heading straight for me. At one moment it seemed about to turn onto Main Street, then it appeared to reconsider. Maybe its driver had spotted me in the beams. It straightened out and kept coming. I continued down the road. A blunt-nosed pickup truck approached, its headlights bobbing in the mist as it navigated the uneven pavement. The low, wet rumble of an old V8 engine grew louder. It drifted into the oncoming lane and idled to a stop about 20 feet ahead. The glare from its lights made it impossible to see inside. I didn't alter my path. The shoulder was narrow, edged by a deep ditch, so I kept walking straight, which would bring me right past the driver's door. As I got within 10 feet, the window rolled down and a thick forearm, covered in coarse hair and faded tattoos, rested on the door frame, blocking my way. In the spill of light, I could make him out. He was a heavy-set white guy in a stained T-shirt, his sleeves rolled up. His hair was long and greasy. Beside him sat another man of similar build, maybe a cousin, equally unkempt with the same look of grimy, entitled arrogance you sometimes see in roadside bars. They stared at me with a lazy, challenging insolence. I met their gaze without a word. I'm comfortable with silence. I could live the rest of my life without speaking another sentence if it came to it. The driver broke the quiet. "Who are you, and where are you headed?" I remained still, saying nothing. I had no desire to get into a physical altercation, especially not with my hands. The thought of touching either of them was unpleasant enough that I'd need a thorough scrub afterward, preferably with strong soap. In my mind, I pictured a simpler solution. If he stepped out, a well-placed kick would solve the problem efficiently. "I asked you a question," the driver pressed. The passenger chimed in. "Maybe he's Mexican." "Are you a Mexican?" the driver demanded. I offered no reply. The driver scoffed. "He doesn't look Mexican. He's too big." It was an ignorant comment considering the legendary size and strength of some athletes from Mexico, men who could outmatch both of them combined without breaking a sweat. The driver tried another angle. You coming from Kellam? There was always tension between the town and the base, a tribal friction that simmered beneath the surface. Maybe these two had known Janice May Chapman. Maybe they resented her choice of company, never once considering their own reflection in a mirror. I didn't answer, but I didn't move on either. Letting them get behind me on a dark, isolated road wasn't an option. So I just stood there, looking from one face to the other with a calm, faintly amused skepticism. It's a look that tends to get under the skin of a certain kind of person. It worked. The passenger wound his window down and hauled himself halfway out, bracing against the door pillar. He made a sharp, aggressive gesture as if he were throwing something my way. "We're talking to you, asshole," he snarled. I said nothing. He leaned out the window, his face tight with anger. "You want me to step out of this truck and teach you a lesson?" I kept my voice steady. "I can think of 206 reasons why that's a bad idea." "What's that supposed to mean?" "That's how many bones are in the human body. I could snap every last one before you even raised a fist." That got his friend riled up. He shoved his head out the passenger window, ready to back his buddy. "You really believe that?" "I believe in thinking things through," I said. "It's a healthy practice, saves a lot of trouble." That left him silent, chewing over my words. His lips moved slightly as he replayed the exchange in his head. "Let's all just mind our own business," I suggested. "Where are you two headed anyway?" Now I had the upper hand, and they didn't like it. No reply. "Looked like you were about to turn onto Main Street, that where you live?" Still nothing. I pushed a little. "What? You don't have a place to stay?" The driver finally spoke up. "We got a place?" "Where?" "About a mile past Main." "Then go there, kick back, have a beer. Don't waste your time worrying about me." "You from Kellam?" "No," I said. "I'm not from Kellam." That took the wind right out of them. They sank back into the cab like deflating balloons, pulling themselves through the windows and into their seats. I heard the grind of the transmission, and then the truck jerked backward, spun a hard 180 in a cloud of dust and squealing tires, and sped off. It braked sharply before swerving onto Main Street and disappearing behind the dark shape of the sheriff's department. I let out a slow breath and kept walking. No harm done. A wise man once told me the best fights are the ones you avoid. It wasn't advice I always heeded, but today I was glad to walk away with my hands clean in every sense. Just then I spotted another vehicle approaching. It did the same hesitant dance as the truck, started to turn, then straightened and aimed right for me. A police cruiser by the shape and the faint outline of a light bar on the roof. At first, I figured it was Pellegrino on his rounds, but as it drew closer, the headlights cut off and I saw a woman behind the wheel. Mississippi just got a whole lot more interesting. The car eased across the center line and stopped beside me. It was an aging Chevy Caprice painted in Carter County Sheriff's Department colors. The woman driving had a wild tumble of dark hair, caught back in a loose ponytail. Her skin was pale and smooth. She sat low in the seat. Either she was petite or the cushion was worn down from years of use. Given the length of her arms and the set of her shoulders, I guessed it was the seat. She looked to be in her mid-30s, with the kind of experience that shows but hasn't yet hardened into cynicism. A slight smile touched her lips and reached her eyes, which were large, dark, and held a lively gleam, though that might have just been a reflection from the dashboard. She rolled down her window and gave me a long, appraising look, starting at my face and moving down to my shoes and back up, utterly frank. I stepped closer, both to give her a better view and to get one of my own. Flawless wasn't the word. She was striking. A revolver sat in a holster on her right hip, and beside it a shotgun was muzzled down in a scabbard between the seats. A bulky radio was mounted under the dash on the passenger side, with a coiled microphone clipped near the steering wheel. The car had seen better days, probably a hand-me-down from some wealthier town. She said, "You're the one Pellegrino brought in." Her voice was quiet but clear, warm without being soft, carrying the distinct cadence of the local accent. I answered, "Yes, ma'am, that's me." She confirmed, "You're Jack Reacher?" "That's right," I said. "I'm Sheriff Elizabeth Devereaux," she introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you," I replied. She paused briefly before asking, "Have you had dinner yet?" I nodded. "I skipped dessert, though, actually. I was just heading back to the diner for some pie. Do you often take a walk between meals?" I was giving the hotel staff some time. They didn't seem to be in any rush. "Is that where you're planning to stay tonight, the hotel?" "That's the hope." "You're not staying with the friend you came to visit? Haven't located him yet?" She gave a slow nod in return. "I need to speak with you," she stated. "Meet me at the diner. Give me 5 minutes, all right?" Her tone carried authority without any threat. No hidden motive, just the natural command of someone born into law enforcement and now leading it herself. "All right," I agreed. 5 minutes. She rolled up her window, backed the cruiser up, and executed a slower, more deliberate version of the turn I'd seen the truck make earlier. Her headlights came back on as she drove away. I watched her brake lights glow red before she turned onto Main Street. I followed on foot, keeping to the weeds between the pavement and the drainage ditch. I reached the diner with time to spare and found Devereaux's patrol car parked at the curb. She was seated at the same table I had used earlier. The elderly couple from the hotel had finally left. The place was empty except for the sheriff and the waitress. I stepped inside, and Devereaux didn't say a word. She just used her foot to nudge the chair opposite her out from under the table. An invitation edged with expectation. The waitress took the hint and didn't attempt to seat me elsewhere. Clearly, Devereaux had already ordered. I asked the waitress for a slice of her best pie and another coffee. Once she disappeared into the kitchen, a quiet settled over the room. Up close, I had to admit Elizabeth Devereaux was strikingly attractive. She was taller than I'd realized outside the car, and her hair was incredible. There had to be pounds of it gathered in that ponytail. Everything about her was proportioned just right, and she wore the uniform well. Then again, I've always had an appreciation for women in uniform, probably because I hadn't known many who weren't. But what really stood out was her mouth and her eyes. Together they gave her face a wry, amused vitality, as if no matter what came her way, she'd remain cool and composed, always finding something to smile about later. There was a genuine light in her eyes, not just a reflection from the dashboard. She said, "Pellegrino mentioned you were in the Army." I hesitated for a moment. Undercover work depends on lies, and lying to Pellegrino hadn't bothered me. But for some reason I couldn't explain, I didn't want to lie to Devereaux, so I told her 6 weeks ago I was still in the Army, which was technically accurate. "What branch?" she asked. "Mostly with a unit called the 110th, I said. "Also true, infantry?" It was a special operations group, combined arms essentially, again, technically correct. "Who's this local friend of yours?" "A man named Hayter," I said, "a complete fabrication." Devereaux considered that. "He must have been infantry. Fort Kellam is all infantry." I nodded. "The 75th Ranger Regiment." "Was he an instructor?" she asked. "Yes," I said. She nodded slowly. "They're the only ones stationed here long enough to want to stick around afterward." I stayed quiet. She added, "I've never heard of him. Maybe he moved on again." "When would that have been?" "I'm not certain." "How long have you been sheriff?" 2 years, she said. "Long enough to know the regulars, at any rate." "Pellegrino said you've been here your whole life, as far as knowing the locals goes." "Not true," she replied, a touch of melancholy in her voice. "I haven't been here all my life. I was here as a child, and I'm here now. But there were quite a few years in between. There were years that passed between those events." I asked her, "What did you do with all that time?" "I had a wealthy uncle," she told me. "He funded my travels, so I saw the world. Right then, I knew I was in a difficult spot. Right then, I felt my assignment beginning to unravel." I'd heard that exact story before. The waitress arrived with Elizabeth Devereaux's entree and my dessert at the same moment. Devereaux had chosen the same meal I'd eaten earlier, the hefty cheeseburger with a tangle of fries. My pie was peach, and the slice was enormous, nearly covering the plate. My coffee came in a heavy mug. Devereaux had water in a glass with a small chip on the rim. Since pie can wait better than a burger, I thought I might get a word in while she had to eat and could only offer short replies. I said, "Pellegrino mentioned you've got a lot going on." Devereaux took a bite and nodded. I added a car crash and a woman who died. She nodded again, catching a stray drop of mayonnaise with her fingertip. It was a graceful move for such a simple act. Her nails were short and neat, her hands slender and lightly tanned. Her skin was clear. She wore no jewelry of any kind. Nothing on her left hand. I asked, "Are you getting anywhere with either case?" She swallowed, smiled, and raised her hand like she was directing traffic. "Stop, wait, give me a minute, all right," she said. "No more questions." So I ate my pie. It was excellent. The crust was sugary, the peaches tender. Probably grown nearby, or maybe shipped up from Georgia. My knowledge of fruit farming was pretty limited. She ate steadily, burger in her right hand, left hand plucking fries one by one, her gaze resting on me most of the time. The grease from the meat made her lips shine. She had a lean build. She must have burned calories like a furnace. She took slow drinks of water. I finished my coffee. It was decent, but not as good as the pie. She asked, "Doesn't coffee keep you up at night?" I nodded until I decide to sleep. That's the whole point. She took a final sip of water, leaving a bit of bun and a few fries behind. She wiped her mouth and her hands on her napkin, folded it neatly, and set it beside her plate. "The meal was done?" I asked again. "So, any progress?" A private smile touched her lips before she leaned back slightly from the table, bracing her hands to get a better look. Her eyes traveled over me once more, taking a slow, meandering path from my feet in the shadows up to my face. She said, "You're not bad at this." "Really? You shouldn't feel embarrassed. It isn't your fault." I asked, "What isn't?" She settled back in her chair, her eyes holding mine. "My father was sheriff here before me. Long before I was born, actually. He won election after election for 20 years straight. He was tough, but fair and honest, never played favorites. He was a good public servant." I said, "I believe it, but I never really liked it here as a girl. Can you imagine? It felt like the edge of nowhere. We had books mailed to us. I knew there was a whole wide world out there. I had to leave." I said, "I understand." "Still, some ideas get into your bones. Public service, upholding the law, it starts to feel like the family trade, no different than running a store or a farm." I nodded. She had a point. Kids follow their parents into police work way more often than into other jobs, except maybe baseball. A pro player's son has a crazy better shot at the big leagues than some random kid off the street, she said. So look at it from where I was standing. "What do you think I did when I turned 18? I said, "I'm not sure, though. By then I had a pretty good idea, and I wasn't thrilled about it." She said I went to South Carolina and joined the Marine Corps. I nodded. That was worse than I'd guessed. For some reason, I'd been leaning toward the Air Force. I asked her how long she had served. 16 years, she replied. That would make her 36, same as me, 18 years growing up, 16 in the Marines and 2 as Carter County Sheriff. I inquired about her specific role in the Corps. "Provost Marshal's office," she said. I glanced away, then back. "So you were a military police officer?" She gave a small, knowing smile. "Public service and law enforcement all in one, 2 birds, 1 stone." I felt a quiet defeat settle in. "What was your final rank?" "CWO5, she answered. "Chief Warrant Officer 5, a specialist, right where the real work gets done." "Why did you leave?" I asked. "The writing was on the wall," she said. "With the Soviets gone, cuts were coming. I preferred stepping away on my own terms rather than being pushed out, and my father passed. I couldn't stand the thought of someone like Pellegrino taking over this town. Where were you stationed?" "All over." Uncle Sam played the rich relative, showing me the world. Some of it was beautiful, some of it wasn't. I stayed silent. The waitress cleared our empty plates. "Anyway," Devereaux continued, "I was expecting someone like you. Honestly, it's exactly what we would have done. A homicide behind a bar near a base, something sensitive brewing on post, We'd plant an investigator inside and send another into town undercover. I didn't respond. The idea, she went on, was for the undercover man to listen and step in before the locals embarrassed the Corps. I supported that policy back then, but now I am the locals, so my perspective has shifted. She watched me, almost amused. Don't take it too hard. You did better than some. The shoes are a nice touch and the hair works. You just had bad luck running into me. The timing was a little obvious, but it always is. And you're not the most natural liar. You shouldn't have mentioned the 110th. I know all about them. You were nearly as sharp as we were. But Hater, too unusual a name, and those khaki socks were a mistake. Clear PX issue. You probably bought them yesterday. I used to wear the same ones. I didn't enjoy lying, I said. It didn't feel right. My father was a Marine. Maybe I sensed something in you? A Marine father, and you chose the Army? She asked, a hint of mockery in her tone. What was that? A family rebellion? I'm not sure what it was, I admitted, but it felt right at the time. How does it feel now? Right this minute? Not fantastic? Don't beat yourself up, she repeated. You gave it a solid shot. I stayed quiet. She leaned forward. What's your rank? Major. Should I salute? Only if you feel like it. Still with the 110, temporarily? My home unit is the 396th MP Criminal Investigation Division. How many years in? 13 plus West Point before that. I'm impressed. Maybe I should salute. Who did they send to kill him? A major named Munro. That's a little confusing, she noted. I shifted the subject. Are you making any progress on the case? She laughed softly. You really don't quit, do you? Quitting wasn't in the job description. You know how it is? All right, I'll trade, she said. One answer for one answer, and then you leave. First thing in the morning, Pellegrino will drive you back to where he found you. Do we have a deal? What option did I have? We have a deal. No, she said, her tone turning flat. We're not making progress. None at all. Okay, I replied. Thanks, your turn. Obviously, it would help to know if you're their top player, or if this Munro at Kellum is, she said. It tells me what the Army really thinks, whether they believe the problem is inside the fence or out here with us. So are you the big dog, or is it the other guy? Want the truth? That's what I'd hope for from a Marine's son. The truth is, I'm not sure, I told her. Elizabeth Devereaux covered my pie and coffee along with her burger, a gesture I appreciated, so I left a tip that brought another smile to the waitress. We stepped outside together, pausing beside the old Caprice under a now clear sky. The moon shone brighter, the high clouds having drifted off, leaving a scatter of stars. Mind if I ask you something else? I said. Devereaux grew cautious. About what? Hair, I said. Regulations say ours has to follow the contour of the skull, tapered, they call it, curving in to end neatly at the neck. What was the rule for yours? I kept a buzz cut for 15 years, she said, only started letting it grow once I decided to leave the Corps. I studied her in the mixed light from the moon and the diner window, imagining her with that severe cut. She would have looked striking. Good to know, I said. Thanks. She gave a small shrug. I never stood a chance, really. The women's regulation called for a non-eccentric style. It could touch your collar but not go past it. You could pin it up, but then my cover wouldn't fit. Sacrifices, I remarked. Worth it? She said firmly. I loved being a Marine. You still are one, I said. Once a Marine, always a Marine. Is that what your father said? He didn't get the chance. He died while still serving. She asked, Is your mother alive? She passed a few years after him. Mine died during my boot camp. Cancer. Really? Mine too. Cancer, I mean not boot camp. I'm sorry, not your doing, I said out of habit. She was in Paris. So was I. Paris Island, anyway? Did she emigrate? She was French. Do you speak French? I said, Un peu mais doucement, which means a little and slowly. She nodded and rested her hand on the Caprice's door handle. Taking the hint, I said, All right, then. Good night, Chief Devereaux. It was a real pleasure. She answered with just a smile. I turned and started toward the hotel. Behind me, the Chevy's engine rumbled to life, tires crunching on the gravel before the car eased past me. moving slowly. It then completed a wide, lazy U-turn across the empty street and coasted to a stop at the curb right beside the Toussaint Hotel, facing me. I kept walking, arriving just as Devereaux pushed her door open and stepped out again. Naturally, I assumed she had something more to say, so I stopped and waited. "I live here," she stated simply. "Good night." She was already upstairs by the time I reached the lobby. The same older man from the diner was behind the reception desk, open for business. My lack of luggage clearly puzzled him, but cash is cash, and he accepted $18 of mine in exchange for the key to room 21. He informed me it was on the second floor at the front, overlooking the street, which he claimed was quieter than the rear, a statement that made no sense until I recalled the railroad tracks out back. Upstairs, the staircase opened onto a long, uncarpeted north-south hallway, dimly lit by 4 feeble bulbs. 8 doors lined the back wall, 9 on the street side. From under the door of room 17, on the street side, a slim bar of yellow light spilled into the corridor. Devereaux, presumably, settling in for the night. My room was 4 doors farther down. I unlocked it, flicked on the light, and was met by a wave of still, dusty air carrying a persistent chill, the kind that speaks of long vacancy. It was a rectangular space with a high ceiling and proportions that might have been pleasant, if not for the clumsily attached bathroom that had been crammed into one corner at some point in the last 10 years. The window was actually a set of glass-paneled doors that opened onto the iron balcony I'd noticed from the sidewalk. The room held a bed, a chair, a dressing table, and a faded Persian rug on the floor, its pattern nearly erased by years of wear and cleaning. After drawing the curtains, I unpacked a quick task that amounted to putting together my new toothbrush and standing it in a cloudy glass on the bathroom ledge. I hadn't brought any toothpaste. Not that I ever believed it did much beyond making your mouth feel minty. An army dentist I'd served with once insisted that the real cleaning came from the brush's bristles alone. For fresh breath, I had gum, and my teeth were all present and accounted for, except for one upper molar lost years ago to a well-placed punch in a back alley scuffle in Cleveland. My internal clock read just past 11:20. I sat on the edge of the bed for a while. It had been an early morning, and I felt worn but not drained. With a list of tasks and a tight schedule, I gave it enough time for a typical person to drift off, then slip back into the hallway. Devereaux's room was dark, no light under the door. I moved quietly down the stairs to the empty lobby and stepped out onto the street, turning left into unfamiliar ground. The pale moonlight let me survey the full stretch of Main Street. It continued south in a ruler straight line for about 200 yards before narrowing and beginning to curve, transitioning into a residential area with small houses set back in uneven lots. The western side of the commercial block was lined with shops and businesses, broken up by slim alleys that led further back into scrubland, where more modest homes were tucked away. Directly opposite, the east side mirrored this with its own row of storefronts, aligned neatly with the diner and the hotel, while broader paved lanes cut through to a parallel street running behind Main. That single-sided street, I figured, was the town's original reason for being, and the very reason I was here tonight. It ran north-south, its buildings facing the railroad tracks across a wide, bare patch of packed dirt. I pictured the old passenger trains shuddering to a halt, locomotives hissing near the water tower up the line, their long rows of windows stretching into the distance. I saw waitstaff and cafe owners dashing out with wooden steps, passengers disembarking, stiff and thirsty from their journey, flooding across the dirt to eat and drink. I could almost hear the clink of coins, the ring of cash registers, the blast of train whistles, then the quiet as the trains pulled away and the steps were collected, only for the cycle to repeat with the next arrival. That one-sided street had driven the local economy once, and in a way, it still did. The passenger trains were history and the cafes were gone, replaced now by auto parts stores, pawn shops, gun dealers, second-hand electronics places, and bar after bar after bar. And instead of trains, there were cars coming from Kellam. I imagined them parking on the hard-packed earth, groups of rangers in training piling out to spend their government pay up and down the row. A captive market, miles from the nearest town, just as Garber had said, no different from the railroad passengers of a bygone era, only now the thirst was for a different kind of relief. The same scene played out at 100 different posts across the globe. The muscle cars might be aging Mustangs or Gran Torinos instead of GTOs. The imports could be second-hand BMWs in Germany or oddball Toyota Crowns in Japan. The beer brands and loan currencies changed with the map, but the core transaction never did. Locating where Janice May Chapman died wasn't difficult. Pellegrino's description of a lake of blood meant they'd have used sand to soak it up, and I found a fresh, teardrop-shaped pile of it in a paved alley behind a bar called Brannan's. The alley ran along the bar's left side, made two sharp turns, and eventually spilled out onto Main Street between an old pharmacy and a hardware store, the latter being the likely sand source. 3 or 4 heavy bags would have created that neat, 3-inch deep mound. The spot was secluded. Brannan's back door was a good 15 feet away, and the building had no side windows. The pharmacy presented a blank wall. The neighboring loan office with its Western Union desk had a rear window, but it would have been closed and dark after hours. No witnesses. Not that they'd have seen much anyway. A throat cut with a decent blade and enough force is over in the time it takes your hand to sweep 8 inches. That's the brutal, simple math of it. I left the alley and walked halfway to the railroad tracks, pausing on the packed dirt to gauge the light. The moon was still bright, the sky clear, so I kept going. I stepped over the first rail and turned north, walking the ties the way men did a century ago, leaving everything behind for Chicago or New York. I passed the road crossing, past the old skeletal water tower. Then the ground began to tremble. It started as a faint, constant vibration, the edge of a distant quake. I stopped the tie beneath my boots shivered. The rails on either side began to sing a low, rising note. Turning, I saw a single pinpoint of light far to the south. The midnight train, a couple miles out and coming fast. I stood my ground. The rails hummed and keened. The ties hammered in microscopic fury. The gravel chattered and hopped. The tremors deepened into bass shudders that traveled up through my bones. That distant headlight twinkled like a frantic star. With a shrug at the universe's noisy indifference, I finally stepped off the track and looped back to the water tower, leaning against a tarred wooden post. It shuddered against my shoulder. The world was now pure vibration and sound. The rails howled. A long, lonely whistle cut the night. The warning bells at the nearby crossing clanged to life, red lights stabbing the darkness. For a long moment, the train remained a resolute, approaching star. Then, with shocking suddenness, it was upon me, huge, insanely massive, and louder than anything has a right to be. The ground convulsed so violently the old water tower danced a jittery, silent jig beside me, bouncing me on my heels. A hurricane of displaced air whipped and battered my clothes. The locomotive flashed past in a blast of noise and wind, followed by an endless, juddering parade of cars. 10, 20, 50, 100 strobing in the moonlight as they hurtled north without a pause, carrying their weight and their secrets away into the dark. For a solid minute I held onto that tarred pole, 60 endless seconds, where the world was nothing but screaming metal, a shuddering earth, and a wind that felt like it was trying to strip the skin from my bones. Then, as suddenly as it arrived, the train was gone. The final silo car dwindled into the distance, and the deafening roar dropped to a whisper, the violent tremors fading to a faint shiver in the rails before silence reclaimed the night. The frantic crossing bells cut off. In that new quiet, my first thought was a complete revision of how far I'd need to walk to find what was left of the blue car. I'd assumed it would be nearby. After witnessing that raw, terrifying force, I half expected to find it had been hurled clear into the next state. I eventually located the bulk of the wreck about 200 yards up the line, preceded by a long, scattered trail of debris. Moonlight caught on 1,000 pebbles of windshield glass scattered in wild, glittering arcs as if tossed by some careless giant. A chrome bumper twisted into a sharp V like a cheap straw, was driven into the dirt like a lawn dart. A lone wheel, hubcap missing, lay nearby. The violence of the impact was staggering. The car must have been parked right on the tracks, maybe 20 yards north of the water tower, and the locomotive hit it like a batter connecting with a ball on a tee, 0 to 60 in a heartbeat. It likely launched 50 yards through the air before it even touched the ground, then cartwheeled end over end in a catastrophic disassembly. The initial hit would have blown it apart, and the tumbling finished the job, scattering pieces and fuel everywhere. The last 50 yards were scarred with narrow, blackened lines where spilled gasoline had ignited, burning the scrub in precise, angry tongues. The main wreckage itself was a crushed ash-gray tangle nestled against a stand of trees, the center of a starburst of charred trunks. Honestly, an arson investigator could have probably calculated its exact rotations just from the fuel splatter patterns. Pellegrino had called it blue in daylight, but under the moon, it was just a colorless, burned-out husk. I couldn't find a single intact painted panel or a piece bigger than my palm. It was so utterly destroyed it was barely recognizable as a car, and I only accepted that it was because I couldn't fathom what else it might be. If someone's goal was to erase evidence, they'd succeeded beyond all doubt. I got back to the hotel at 1 on the dot and fell straight into bed, setting my mental alarm for 7, figuring that's when Devereaux would be up to start her day at 8. She struck me as someone who valued efficiency, a Marine through and through, so an hour to shower and get ready seemed about right. My grand plan was to sync up my morning routine with hers and then casually run into her at the diner for breakfast. Beyond that, my strategy was pretty thin. I hadn't a clue what I was actually going to say, but I didn't get to sleep until 7. At 6, a loud, insistent knocking jerked me awake. Less than thrilled, I rolled out of bed, pulled on my pants, and opened the door. It was the old hotel keeper. "Mr. Reacher?" he asked. "Yes? Good. I'm glad I got the right person. At this hour, you can't be too careful. What do you need?" "Well, first, just confirming who you are, like I said. I really hope there's more to it than that. You've only got 2 guests, and the other one isn't a mister. You have a phone call." "Who from? Your uncle?" "My uncle?" "Your Uncle Leon Garber. He said it's urgent." I pulled on my t-shirt and trailed the guy downstairs barefoot. He took me through a side entrance into the office behind the front desk. Inside, a weathered mahogany desk held a telephone, its receiver off the hook and lying on the surface. The old man offered a polite, "Make yourself comfortable," before stepping out and shutting the door. I settled into his chair and lifted the phone. "Yeah?" Garber's voice came through. "You all right?" "I'm fine. How'd you track me down?" "Phone book, Carter Crossing has exactly 1 hotel, everything going smoothly. Just peachy, you're certain?" "Absolutely. Because you were supposed to check in at 6 this morning, was I?" "That's what we arranged. When?" "We talked yesterday at 6, as you were heading out." "I remember," I said. "But we never set a standing 6 a.m. appointment. You called me yesterday around dinner. You said you'd call again today." "I didn't name a specific time." "I believe you did." "Well, you're mistaken, you old buzzard. What do you need?" "You're in a mood this morning. I was up late." "Doing what?" "Poking around and—" "There are a couple of points," I said, "such as—" "Just 2 particular items?" "Points of curiosity. Do they move us forward?" "Right now. They're just questions. The answers might eventually mean something, if I ever get them," Garber said. "Monroe is hitting walls at Kellam so far anyway. This whole situation might be more tangled than we assumed." I stayed quiet. Garber waited a moment. "Hold on," he said. "What do you mean, if you get the answers?" I didn't reply. Garber pressed. "And why were you out snooping in the dark? Wouldn't daylight have been smarter?" I said. "I met the local police chief, and not what you'd picture." "How so?" Garber asked. "Is she straight?" "She's a woman. Her father was sheriff before her." Garber went quiet again. "Don't say it," he muttered. "She made you—" I didn't answer. "Good grief," he sighed. "That's got to be a new record. How long did it take her?" 10 minutes? 5. "She was a Marine MP," I said. "Practically one of us. She knew from the start. She was expecting me. To her, it was the obvious play." "What's your move?" "I'm not sure." "Is she going to freeze you out?" "Worse. She wants to kick me out of town." "Well, you can't let that happen." "No chance. You have to stay put. That's non-negotiable. In fact, I'm ordering you not to come back. You hear me? Your orders are to stay. She can't force you out anyway. It's a civil rights issue, the First Amendment or something like that. Freedom of association. Mississippi is part of the United States, same as anywhere. It's a free country, so stay there, understood. I ended the call with Garber and sat for a minute in the cramped office. Fishing $1 from my pocket, I left it on the desk for the call and dialed the Pentagon. The Pentagon has countless numbers and operators. I picked one that always answered. I asked the guy to try John James Fraser's line, just on a hunch. The Senate liaison officer. I didn't expect him to be in so early, but he was, which told me something. I introduced myself and said I had no updates. You must have something, he insisted, or you wouldn't be calling. I have a warning, I said. What kind? I've seen a few things and they're enough to tell me this is going to end badly. It's going to turn ugly and strange, and it'll be splashed across every newspaper for a month. Even if Kellum has nothing to do with it, we could get stained just by being nearby. Fraser paused. How ugly? Potentially very? Gut feeling? Is Kellum involved? Too soon to tell. Give me something here, Reacher. Best guess? Right now, I'd say no. No military involvement? That's a relief. It's only a guess, I said. Don't start celebrating yet. I didn't go back to bed, no point. It was too late. I finished my morning routine, brushing my teeth, taking a shower, chewing some gum, and getting dressed. Afterward, I stood by the window and watched the sunrise. The growing light slowly revealed the world outside. I could see Main Street in all its detail, along with the scrubland fields and forests stretching into the distance. Then I settled into my chair to wait, expecting to hear Devereaux head out to her car since I was almost directly above where she'd parked at the curb. Right at 7:20, I heard her leave the hotel. The street door groaned open and shut, followed by the sound of her car door. I got up and glanced out the window. She was behind the wheel, sitting low in the seat, wearing what looked like a fresh version of the same uniform from yesterday. Her thick hair was still damp from the shower, and she was talking on the radio, probably telling Pellegrino that his top priority for the day was to escort me partway back to Memphis. I headed downstairs and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The morning air was crisp and cool. Looking up the street, I spotted Devereaux's car parked again, this time right outside the diner. So far, so good. I walked toward the diner, pushed through the door past the payphone and the hostess stand, and stepped inside. There were 6 customers, including Devereaux. The other 5 were men, 4 dressed in work clothes and the 5th in a light-colored suit, maybe a local lawyer, a doctor, or the manager from the loan office next to Brannan's bar. The same waitress from the night before was bustling around with plates of food, so I didn't wait for her. I just walked up to Devereaux's table and asked Mind if I'd join you. She was sipping her coffee, her food not yet arrived. She smiled, her tone warm, almost cheerful. "Good morning, morning," I replied. "Have you come to say goodbye?" She asked. "That's very polite and formal." I didn't answer. Under the table, she nudged the chair opposite her with her foot, sliding it out. I took a seat. "Sleep well?" she inquired. "Well enough. The midnight train didn't wake you? It takes some getting used to." I was still up, I told her. "Doing what? This and that? Inside or outside?" "Outside." "You found the scene?" she stated. I nodded. She nodded back. "And you noticed 2 things worth mentioning," she said. "So you thought you'd swing by and make sure I understood their importance before you left. How public-spirited of you." The waitress arrived just then, setting a heaping plate of French toast in front of Devereaux. She turned to me, and I ordered the same, plus coffee. Once the waitress had moved away, Devereaux leaned in. "Or is this more about looking out for yourself? One last try to shield the army before you go?" "I'm not going," I said. She smiled again, a hint of sarcasm in her expression. "Planning to give me the civil rights lecture now, free country and all that. Something like that." She paused, then said, "I'm all for civil rights, and sure there's room at the inn, as they say. Stay. Enjoy yourself. Hike the trails. Go hunting. See the sights. Knock yourself out. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in the way of my investigation. How do you explain the two details? I asked. Do I need to? To you? Two heads are better than one? I can't trust you, she replied. You're here to mislead me if it comes to that. No, I'm here to alert the army if things start looking bad, which I will if necessary. But we're miles from any conclusion here. We've barely even started. It's too early to steer anyone anywhere, even if I intended to. Which I don't. We, she echoed. We're miles from a conclusion. Since when is this a democracy? All right, you, I corrected. Yes, she said firmly. Me. At that moment, the waitress returned with my meal and coffee. I breathed in the steam and took a long, slow sip, a small, familiar ritual. The first sip of coffee in the morning is hard to beat. Devereaux sat across from me, finishing her meal with the efficiency of a high-performance engine. She pushed her plate aside and leaned forward. All right, time for some straight talk. Lay it all out. Start with the first point and make it sound like the Army's fault, which, let's be honest, it probably is anyway. I met her gaze. Have you spent much time on the base? Enough to know my way around. Then you already have the advantage. I'm working from the outside in, exactly, she said. So don't waste my time with guesses. Stick to what you know. I took a breath. Janice May Chapman wasn't assaulted in that alley. Go on. Pellegrino's report mentioned gravel abrasions on the body. That alley is dirt and worn pavement, not a speck of gravel anywhere nearby. What about the railroad tracks? She asked, a clear challenge in her tone. Railroad ballast is crushed granite, not fine gravel. The injuries would be deeper, more jagged. The back roads are gravel. Those are tar-bound and compacted, I countered. It's a completely different surface than where? Time to connect the dots. Kellam isn't just any base. It's a training ground for elite units. They replicate every kind of terrain you can imagine. Desert sand, urban concrete, you name it. I'd bet my last dollar they have gravel pits or tracks for conditioning drills. It's standard for that level of preparation. Devereaux gave a slow nod. They have a quarter-mile gravel running track, used for endurance. They also make troublemakers rake it at dawn as punishment. Kills two birds with one stone. I stayed silent. So she was attacked on the base, Devereaux stated. It's a strong possibility. You're straightforward, Reacher. I'll give you that, a Marine's son through and through. My services to the Army, I replied. We have our own code. I finally turned to my breakfast as she finished hers. She wiped her mouth. The second issue is trickier. I can't piece it together. Really? I said. It seems connected to the first. She looked puzzled. How do you figure? I set my fork down. Walk me through your reasoning. It's simple logistics, she began. How did she get to that alley? Her car was at home. She wasn't walking, not in 4-inch heels, and nobody walks around here anyway. No one picked her up. Her neighbors are professional snoops and swear they saw nothing. The bartenders watch the street like hawks. Their livelihoods depend on it, and no one recalls seeing her arrive with a soldier or alone. So how did she appear there, out of thin air? I paused, turning it over. That wasn't my second point? It wasn't. Your two puzzles and mine aren't the same, which means we're actually dealing with three. Then what's yours? I kept my voice level. She wasn't killed in that alley either. I finished my meal, French toast drenched in maple syrup, strong coffee before speaking again. You could call it a balanced breakfast if you ignored the lack of nicotine, a habit I'd already kicked. Putting my silverware down, I said, there's really only one practical way to cut a woman's throat. You stand behind her, use one hand to pull her head back by the hair. Or maybe hook your fingers for leverage. Or if you're confident, cup your palm under her chin. No matter which method you choose, you expose the throat and apply tension to the ligaments and vessels. Then you go to work with the blade. They train you to anticipate serious resistance because there's some very tough material in there. You're also taught to begin an inch earlier and end an inch later than seems strictly necessary. Just to be completely certain, Devereaux replied, I'm assuming that's precisely what occurred in the alley, but quickly, I hope. So it was over before she even knew it was starting. I shook my head. It didn't happen in the alley. It couldn't have. Why not? A side advantage of the approach from behind is you avoid getting drenched in blood, and there's a tremendous amount of blood. We're talking carotids and jugulars, a young, healthy person suddenly terrified and thrashing, possibly fighting for her life. Her blood pressure would have been through the roof. I know there was a lot of blood. I saw it. There was a massive pool. She was completely drained, pale as paper. I assume you saw the sand. That's how large the pool was. It looked like a gallon or more. Ever cut a throat yourself? No. Ever seen it done? She shook her head. No, the blood doesn't just trickle out like a wrist slit in a bathtub. It erupts like a fire hose. It sprays everywhere, 10 feet or more in great surges, splattering all over the place. I've even seen it on ceilings, wild patterns like someone took a paint can and flung it around. Like that artist, Jackson Pollock. Devereaux was silent. I continued, there would have been blood all over that alley. Definitely on the loan office wall and on the bar's wall, probably on the pharmacy's wall, too. On the floor, yards away. Those crazy, thin spatter patterns, not a tidy pool right beneath her. That's simply not possible. She wasn't killed there. Devereaux laced her fingers on the table and lowered her head over them. She was doing something I'd never literally seen before. She was hanging her head. She took a slow breath in, let it out, and after a few seconds looked up again. I'm a fool. I suppose part of me must have known that, but I didn't recall it. I just didn't see it. Don't be hard on yourself, I said. You've never witnessed it, so you have no memory to draw from. No, it's fundamental, she insisted, her voice tight. I'm an idiot. I've wasted days. A bitter, almost sarcastic laugh escaped her. Some detective I am missing the giant red paint splatter that wasn't there. It gets worse, I said. There's more. She didn't want to hear how it got worse. She didn't want more, not right then. She was still berating herself for missing the blood evidence. I'd seen that reaction countless times. I'd had it myself. Smart, diligent people despise errors. Not merely for pride's sake, but because certain mistakes carry consequences that people with a conscience can't easily bear. She frowned, clenched her jaw, and silently seethed for a moment before shaking her head and stopping herself. She managed a brave, tight smile, a stark contrast to her usual bright demeanor. All right, tell me more. Tell me how it gets worse, but not in here. I eat here 3 times a day. I don't want the memories. So we settled our breakfast checks and stepped out onto the sidewalk. We stood there for a long moment near her car, not speaking. Her posture made it clear she wasn't going to invite me to her office. She didn't want me near the sheriff's department. This wasn't a committee meeting, finally. She said, let's head back to the hotel. We can use the lounge. We're guaranteed privacy there, after all, since we're the only 2 guests. We walked back down the street, climbed the creaky steps, and crossed the old veranda. We entered and used the door to the left of the lobby. The smell of damp, dust, and mildew from the night before was still present. In the daylight, the lumpy shapes I'd seen in the dark were indeed armchairs, as I'd guessed. There were a dozen of them arranged in various groupings of 2s and 4s. We took a matched pair on either side of a cold, ash-filled fireplace. I asked her, "What keeps you in this place?" "Interesting question," she replied. "I figured it would be temporary, just a month or 2, but time got away from me. What happened to your father's house?" "It was a rental," she said. "The lease ended when he did. You could find another place to rent, or buy one. Isn't that the normal next step?" She gave a slow nod. I looked at a few. "Couldn't quite make the commitment. Have you taken a good look at the houses in this town?" I told her, "Some of them seem all right." "Not to me," she said. I wasn't ready to decide anyway. I hadn't settled on how long I'd be staying. Honestly, I still haven't. It'll probably end up being for the rest of my life, but I suppose I'm not ready to face that fact just yet. I'd rather let the reality dawn on me slowly, one day at a time. It made me think of my friend Stan Lowry and his endless perusal of the classifieds. Leaving the service was about more than just finding work. It meant choosing a house, a car, the right clothes. It was 100 unfamiliar, tiny details, like trying to understand the rituals of some distant culture you'd only glimpsed from a passing train. Devereaux cut into my thoughts. So let's hear your theory. I said, her throat was cut, correct? We're certain about that. Absolutely, there's no doubt. And that was the only injury, according to the medical examiner, yes. Which means there's a location somewhere, soaked in blood, wherever it actually happened, in a room, or maybe out in the woods. You can't ever really clean that up. It's simply not possible. So the evidence is out there, just waiting to be found. I can't search the military base? They won't allow it. It's a jurisdictional issue. You don't know for certain it happened on the base. She was assaulted on the base. It's not impossible she was assaulted there, but that's a slightly different statement. I also can't search 500 square miles of Mississippi countryside, then focus on the person who did it. Narrow your scope. How? A person can't bleed to death twice, I said. Her throat was cut in some hidden spot. Blood went everywhere. She died, end of story. Then her body was placed in that alley, but whose blood was she lying in? It couldn't have been her own because she'd left all of that behind at the original scene. Oh no, Devereaux said, her voice dropping. Don't tell me the killer collected it and brought it with him. It's a possibility, I admitted, but it seems a little far-fetched. It would be quite a trick to slit someone's throat while also juggling a container to catch the spray. There could have been two people, also possible, I said again, but still unlikely. It's like trying to catch the spray from a fire hose going wild. The second guy would be lucky to gather a cupful. So what's your point? Whose blood was it? Maybe an animal's, I suggested. A deer, perhaps freshly killed, but not immediately fresh. There was a delay, that blood was already starting to thicken. A full gallon of liquid blood would have spread much farther than that darkened sand. A little blood goes a long, long way. A hunter, she asked, skepticism creeping into her tone. That's my current thinking, based on precious little evidence. You didn't see the blood yourself? You didn't test it. It could have been staged blood from a costume shop, or it could have been hers. Maybe someone devised a method to collect it. Just because you can't imagine a way doesn't mean a way doesn't exist. Or they could have drained her blood first and then cut her throat afterward. Still points to a hunter, I insisted. Why? Because there's more, I said, and it keeps getting worse. Right then, the elderly woman I'd seen earlier in the diner poked her head through the doorway. She was the hotel's co-owner. She asked if we needed anything. Elizabeth Devereaux shook her head. I asked for coffee. The old woman apologized and said she didn't have any. She said I could get some to go from the diner if I was desperate. I found myself wondering what, exactly, her offer of assistance was supposed to cover, if anything. But I didn't press it. The woman left, and Devereaux turned back to me. Why are you so stuck on the idea of a hunter? Pellegrino told me she was dressed for a night out, looking perfectly put together, just lying on her back in that pool of blood. Those were his exact words. Is that an accurate description? Devereaux nodded. It's precisely what I saw. Pellegrino might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but you can count on him to be consistent. That detail further confirms she wasn't killed at the scene. A forward fall would have landed her face down, not on her back. I caught that as well. Thanks. No need to dwell on it. What was she wearing when she was found? A fitted dark blue dress with a simple white collar. She had on undergarments, pantyhose, and dark blue high heels. Were her clothes disturbed? Not at all. Everything was perfectly in place, just as Pellegrino described. That means she was dressed before she died. You can always tell with post-mortem dressing. It never looks quite right, especially with pantyhose. So she was killed in those clothes. I agree. Was there any blood on the front of the white collar? Devereaux paused, closing her eyes to visualize the scene. No, she finally said. It was completely clean. Any blood on the front of her dress at all? None. All right, I said, so her throat was cut somewhere else while she was wearing that outfit. Yet she didn't get a drop of blood on herself until she was placed on her back in a pool that was brought to the location. Explain how that doesn't point to a hunter. You explain how it does, you can assist the army all you like, but don't start buying your own stories. I'm not assisting the army. Soldiers can be hunters too. Plenty of them are. Why assume it's a hunter at all? Tell me how you slit a woman's throat without getting a single drop of blood on the front of her clothing. I don't know. You hang her from a deer trestle. That's how. By her ankles, upside down, you bind her hands behind her back and pull her arms up until her spine arches and her throat becomes the lowest point. We sat in the dim quiet for a long moment, neither of us speaking. I imagine Devereaux was visualizing it just as I was. Some secluded clearing deep in the woods or a forgotten room miles from anywhere, rigged with makeshift gear. A rough shack with exposed beams, Janice May Chapman suspended upside down, her wrists wrenched toward her feet behind her, shoulders straining, back painfully curved. She was likely gagged, too, the cloth secured by a third rope over the top rail, pulling her head back and out of the way, leaving her throat utterly exposed. How did she wear her hair? I asked. Short, Devereaux replied. It wouldn't have been in the way. I stayed quiet. Do you really believe that's what happened? Devereaux asked. I nodded. Any other method? She wouldn't have bled out completely, not pale as paper. She would have died, her heart would have stopped, and there would have been blood left inside her. 2 or 3 pints, maybe, being upside down finished the job. Simple gravity, wouldn't the ropes have left marks? What did the doctor's report say? Have you seen it? We don't have a medical examiner, just the town physician, a slight step up from when we relied on the undertaker, but not a big one. Not exactly a model of modern procedure. You should go take a look for yourself. Will you come with me? She asked. We walked back to the diner, got into Devereaux's car parked at the curb, and made a U-turn. We drove back down Main Street, past the hotel again, the pharmacy and the hardware store continuing until the pavement gave way to a meandering country road. The doctor's place was half a mile south of town, a white clapboard house set in a large, unkempt yard. A professional shingle was posted next to the mailbox at the end of the drive. The name, Mary Ann, was crisply lettered in black on a rectangle of paint, noticeably newer and brighter than the rest of the sign, a recent arrival then not long in the community. The ground floor was dedicated to his practice, the front parlor served as a waiting room, and the back room was for examinations. We found Merriam there at his desk, immersed in paperwork. He was a ruddy-faced man nearing 60. New to town, perhaps, but clearly not new to medicine. His welcome was weary, his movements unhurried. He gave off the air of someone treating his role in Carter Crossing as a kind of early retirement, perhaps after a demanding stint in some bustling urban hospital. I wasn't impressed. A quick assessment, sure, but often those first impressions hold water. Devereaux explained why we were there, and with a sigh he pushed himself up and guided us through the quiet house to a room that might have once been a kitchen. Now it was all sterile white tile, with clinical sinks and cabinets lining the walls. In the middle of the floor stood a steel autopsy table, and on it lay a body under a harsh, unforgiving light. It was Janice May Chapman. A tag on her toe bore her name in a shaky script. She was unclothed. Pellegrino had described her as pale as paper, but by now her skin had taken on a bluish-purple cast, mottled and marbled in the way that speaks of all the blood being gone. She stood around 5'7", and might have weighed 120 in life, a healthy average build. Her dark hair was cut in a short, thick bob still holding its shape. Calling her pretty, as Pellegrino had, wasn't a stretch. Even with her features slack and hollow, you could see the good bones beneath, and her teeth were white, and even her throat was a ruin, laid open ear to ear, the wound dried now into a stiff, gaping chasm. Muscle and tissue had pulled back, tendons curled like parchment, vessels retracted. The white of her spine was visible, and I could make out a single clean horizontal nick in the bone. The knife had been heavy, the blade sharp, the killing stroke delivered with brutal, practiced efficiency. Devereaux said, "We need to check her wrists and ankles." The doctor gave a dismissive wave. Devereaux took Chapman's left arm, I took her right. Her wrists were fine-boned, delicate, the skin showed no scrapes, no rope burns. But there was a faint trace left behind, a band about 2 inches wide that was just a shade bluer than the surrounding skin, almost imperceptible, but there and slightly swollen, too, raised rather than pressed in, the opposite of a compression mark. I turned to Miriam. "What's your read on this?" "The cause of death was exsanguination due to severed carotid arteries," he stated flatly. "That's what I was contracted to determine." "How much did that run the county?" "My predecessor arranged the fee schedule." "Was it more than 50 cents? Why? Because that's about all that conclusion is worth. The cause of death is plain as day, so how about earning your keep and giving us some actual insight?" Devereaux shot me a look, and I shrugged. Better it came from me. She'd have to deal with him long after I was gone. Miriam stiffened. "I don't appreciate your tone." "And I don't appreciate a 27-year-old woman dead on a slab," I replied. "Are you going to help or not?" he said. "I'm not a forensic pathologist." "Neither am I said. For a long moment he just stood there. Then he sighed and stepped closer. He took Janice May Chapman's limp arm from me, examining the wrist closely before running his fingers lightly from her hand to her forearm, feeling the subtle swelling. "Do you have a theory?" he finally asked. "I think she was bound tightly. Wrists and ankles, whatever was used, started to bruise her, but she didn't survive long enough for the marks to fully form. Still, some blood seeped into the tissue and stayed there after the rest drained out. That's why we're seeing these raised areas. Bound with what?" "Not rope," I said. "Something wide and flat, belts maybe, or straps. Could have been silk scarves, something padded to hide what was being done." Merriam said nothing, his silence hanging in the cold, bright room. He walked around me to the far side of the table and studied Janice May Chapman's ankles. After a moment, he remarked, "She was still wearing pantyhose when the body arrived. The nylon wasn't damaged, no tears, no runs." "That suggests some kind of padding," I said. "Maybe foam rubber or something similar." "But she was restrained." Miriam fell silent again, then conceded. "It's not out of the question. How likely is it?" "You have to understand, a post-mortem can only tell us so much," he replied. "To be absolutely sure, you'd need someone who saw it happen." "Then how do you account for all the blood being gone? She might have been a hemophiliac. Assume she wasn't. Then gravity is the only explanation left. She would have been suspended upside down, using belts, straps, or ropes with padding to protect the skin." "It's possible," Merriam repeated. "I told him, turn her over." "Why?" "I need to see the abrasions. You'll have to give me a hand," he said. So I did. The human body is remarkably efficient at repairing itself, and it doesn't wait around to get started. When skin is broken or bruised, blood floods the area right away. Red cells form a scab, weaving a fibrous net to pull the edges back together, while white cells hunt down germs and pathogens underneath. This process kicks off within minutes and continues for as long as it takes to restore the skin to its original, unbroken state. Inflammation follows a predictable arc, peaking when blood flow is greatest, when the scab is thickest, and when the battle against infection is most intense. The small of Janice May Chapman's back was dotted with tiny cuts, as were her buttocks and the areas just above her elbows. Each was a small, thinly scabbed incision surrounded by faint, bloodless bruising. The cuts ran in every direction as if made by small, hard objects that were neither sharp nor completely blunt objects that had rolled or shifted under pressure. Classic road rash. I glanced at Miriam. "How old would you say these injuries are?" I really couldn't say. "Come on, doctor," I pressed. "You've treated cuts and scrapes before, or haven't you?" "What was your specialty before this psychiatry?" "Pediatrics," he admitted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "And to be honest, I have no business being in this part of the morgue. None at all. Kids get scraped up all the time. You must have seen hundreds of cases. This is a formal autopsy. I can't afford to guess. Call it an educated estimate." 4 hours, he said finally. I nodded. 4 hours seemed about right. The scabs were well formed but not yet fully hardened. They'd been developing steadily until everything stopped. When her throat was cut, her heart quit, her brain died, and all metabolism ceased. Did you establish a time of death? I asked. That's very difficult. Honestly, it's almost impossible. The massive blood loss disrupts the usual biological markers. Give me your best guess. Several hours before she was brought to me. How many hours? More than 4. That's clear from the abrasions. How many more than 4? I don't know. Less than 24. That's the most I can say. I noted no other injuries, no bruising, no indication she tried to fight back. I agree, Miriam said. Devereaux added, maybe she didn't struggle. Maybe there was a gun to her head or a knife at her throat already. Maybe, I said. Turning back to Miriam, I asked, did you perform a vaginal exam, standard procedure, and evidence of recent sexual intercourse? Any bruising or tearing there? None that was visible. Then why assume it was rape? You think it was consensual? He countered, his tone turning dry. Who chooses a gravel patch for a romantic encounter? I might, I said, playing along. Depends on the company. She had an apartment, Miriam pointed out, with a bed in it and a car with a back seat. Any supposed boyfriend would have a place or a car of his own. There's a motel right here in town, and other towns with other motels not far away. People don't usually opt for the rocks unless they have no other choice. No one needs to arrange a secret meeting outside, Devereaux remarked, especially not in March. The room fell silent until Miriam finally broke it. Are we finished here? He asked. We're finished, Devereaux confirmed. Well, good luck, Chief. Miriam said, I hope this one ends better than the last 2 did. Devereaux and I left the doctor's office, walking down the driveway past the mailbox and the professional sign until we reached the sidewalk beside her car. I already knew she wasn't offering me a ride. This wasn't a partnership. Not yet. I broke the quiet. Have you ever seen a rape victim whose pantyhose were still perfectly intact? Do you think that matters? It has to. She was attacked on gravel. Those stockings should have been torn to pieces. Maybe he made her take them off first, slowly and carefully. The marks on her skin had clear edges. She was wearing something when it happened, hiked up, pulled down, whatever, but she wasn't completely undressed. And then she changed later. Which is possible. She had 4 hours before she was found. Don't go down that road, Devereaux warned. What road? You're trying to reduce this to just a rape by a soldier. You want to argue she was killed by someone else later in a separate incident? I stayed quiet. And that story won't hold up, she said. You run into one person and get assaulted, then within 4 hours you run into another completely different person who slits your throat. That's beyond a bad day. That's the worst luck imaginable. It's too much coincidence. No, it was the same man, but he took his time. He planned it. He brought what he needed. He had access to her clothes and made her change. This was calculated from start to finish. It's possible, I admitted. The Army does teach thorough tactical planning, or so they say. True, I said, but they don't hand out whole days off very often during training. Not usually. Devereaux leaned against her car. But Kellam isn't just a training post, is it? From what I've gathered, there are rifle companies rotating through, and when they come back, they get leave, days off, plenty of them strung together. I didn't respond. You should call your commanding officer, she said. Tell him it's looking bad for your side. He already knows, I replied. That's why I'm here. She was quiet for a long moment, then said, I need you to do something for me. What? Go take another look at that car wreck. See if you can find a license plate or identify the vehicle. Pellegrino came up empty. Why trust me with it? Because your father was a Marine, and because you know if you hide or destroy evidence, I'll lock you up. I shifted my weight, the morning sun warming the back of my neck. What did Miriam mean about the last 2? Wishing you better luck this time. She didn't answer right away. I pressed, the other 2 what? Her expression softened, a shadow crossing her features. 2 girls were killed last year. Same method, throats cut. I got nowhere on either case. They're cold now. Janice May Chapman is the 3rd in 9 months. Elizabeth Devereaux said nothing else. She just got into her Caprice and drove off, making a wide U-turn before heading north toward town. I watched until the first curve took her out of sight. For a long minute I stood there, then started walking. 10 minutes later, the winding rural road gave way to a wider, straighter path. Main Street in both name and fact, a little daytime activity was stirring. Stores opening, 2 cars passing, a couple of people on the sidewalks. But Carter Crossing was no bustling city. That much was obvious. I walked along the right-hand sidewalk, passing the hardware store, the pharmacy, the hotel, and the diner, then the empty lot beside it. Devereaux's car wasn't in the sheriff's department lot. No patrol vehicles were there either, just 2 old beat-up pickup trucks, probably belonging to the desk clerk and the dispatcher, local hires, no union, no benefits. It made me think of my friend Stan Lowry and his classifieds all over again. I figured he would set his sights higher. He had no choice. There were girlfriends in the picture, more than one, people depending on him. I reached the T-junction and took a right. In the morning light, the road stretched out before me like a ruler's straight line, narrow shoulders dropping into deep drainage ditches on either side. It climbed a slight rise over the railroad tracks, then descended back into the same pattern of trees and ditches. Parked on my side of the crossing, facing me, was a truck. A big boxy vehicle with a blunt front end, painted a murky, dark color. 2 men sat inside, staring right at me. I recognized the grimy, unkempt look. The same 2 from the previous night. I kept walking, maintaining an even, casual pace. I closed the distance to about 20 yards, close enough to make out the coarse details of their faces, close enough for them to get a good look at mine. This time they got out, both doors swung open in unison, and they stepped down, moving around the hood to stand together in front of the grill. They were of identical height and build, like brothers or close cousins, each around 6'2" and maybe 210 pounds. Their arms were long and corded, hands large, feet clad in heavy work boots. I walked until I was 10 feet away and stopped. I could smell them from there, a stale cocktail of beer, cigarette smoke, sour sweat, and unwashed fabric. The man on my right spoke first. Well, look who it is. Soldier Boy. He was clearly the one in charge. He'd been driving both times, and he was always the first to talk. I doubted his partner was some silent genius. He just followed the lead. I stayed quiet. The guy asked, "Where are you headed?" I didn't reply. He said, "You're going to Kellam. Let's be real. Where else does this road even go?" He made a broad, theatrical sweep with his arm, emphasizing the road's unwavering path and its singular destination. Turning back, his tone hardened. "Last night you told us you weren't from Kellam? That was a lie." "Maybe I live on the other side of town," I said. "No," he replied flatly. "If you tried living over there, we'd have paid you a visit long before now." "What for?" "To explain how things work, certain places are for certain people." He took a small step forward, his buddy mirroring him. "The odor intensified," I said. "You two should consider a shower. Separately is probably best." The lead guy asked, "What have you been up to this morning?" "You don't want to know." "Oh, we really do." "No, you genuinely don't. You're not welcome around here anymore. None of you are." "It's a free country," I said, "not for your kind." Then he paused and his eyes flickered past me, focusing on something far down the road behind my back. "Oldest trick there is, except this time." He wasn't bluffing. I didn't turn, but I heard the distant hum of a car, a big sedan with wide, quiet tires. Not a police cruiser, I could tell by the lack of recognition in his face. It was a vehicle he didn't know, one that didn't belong. It approached fast, a sleek black town car with tinted windows, probably from the city. It surged up the rise, rattled over the tracks, and sped away down the other side, shrinking into the haze until it was just a speck. An official visitor heading for Kellam. Someone with rank or maybe bringing urgent news. The guy refocused on me. "You need to get back on that base, and then you stay there." I said nothing. "But first you're going to tell us what you've been doing and who you saw. Maybe we should go check if she's still breathing." "I told you I'm not from Kellam." He took an aggressive step. Liar. I drew a breath as if to answer, then instead drove my forehead straight into his face. No wind-up, no warning, just a solid brace of my feet and a sharp snap forward from the waist. The impact was clean and brutal. A perfect collision of bone and cartilage timing, force, surprise. It was all there. Nobody expects a headbutt. It's against some deep human instinct. We don't use our heads as weapons. Doing so shifts the whole encounter into something raw and unnervingly savage. An unprovoked headbutt is the equivalent of pulling a sawed-off shotgun in a knife fight. It's an overwhelming escalation. The first man crumpled instantly, his body folding backward as if his brain had abruptly shut down all systems. He was out cold before he even struck the pavement, the back of his skull meeting the asphalt with a sickening, unresisting thud. Maybe he'd earned a few matching fractures in the rear to go with the ones I'd delivered up front. His nose bled freely, already puffing up the human body. Ever the efficient self-repair machine doesn't dawdle. The second guy just stood frozen. The silent strategist, or maybe just the subordinate pack member, eyes locked on me. I shifted left and drove my forehead into his face with the same brutal efficiency. Bang! A kind of twisted double bluff. He'd braced for a fist. Not this. He dropped into a similar heap. I left him sprawled on his back, a few yards from his friend. Their truck would have saved me a walk, but the cab reeked of stale smoke and spilled beer, so I chose to go on foot instead. I made my way to the railroad tracks, turned left on the ties, and headed north. This time I stepped off the rails a bit sooner than the previous night and began tracing the wreck's debris field from its origin. The lighter, smaller pieces hadn't traveled far, less momentum maybe, or more air resistance. Tiny glass beads and flakes of metal lay scattered close by, as if they'd fluttered down early while the heavier components barreled onward. It had been an older car, probably not a Mississippi native. The impact had blown it apart like an instructional diagram, though some parts seemed to have given up without much struggle. I spotted layered, scaly squares of rust from the undercarriage caked in dirt, a vehicle that had seen winters on salted roads up north, hauled from place to place, never settling, a soldier's car, most likely walking farther. I turned to gauge the overall spray pattern. Debris had fanned out, narrow near the point of impact, widening as it flew. I imagined the license plate, a slim rectangle of featherweight metal, snapping free of its bolts, tumbling through the dark air before stalling and falling. But I couldn't spot it anywhere within the fan or along its edges. Then I recalled the howling wind that had churned behind last night's train, and I expanded my search. In my mind, the plate was caught in a miniature whirlwind, whipping and spiraling, maybe even sailing backward. Irony of ironies. I finally found it still dangling by a single black bolt from the chrome bumper I'd seen earlier. The bumper had folded just left of the plate, its end driven into the scrub like a spear. I worked it loose, flipped it over, and saw the Oregon plate with a salmon graphic beside the number, some wildlife conservation motif. Protect the environment, sure, the tags were current. I committed the number to memory and reburied the bent bumper. From there I continued to where the main wreckage had burned against the trees. In the clear daylight I had to agree with Pellegrino. The car had been blue, a pale, powdery shade like a cold winter sky. Maybe it was factory original, maybe faded with age. But enough untouched paint survived to be sure, a clean patch inside the former glove compartment, an overspray stripe beneath melted trim and a door. Not much else remained. No personal items, no paperwork, no discarded belongings, no hairs or fibers, no ropes or knives. I wiped my hands on my pants and started back the way I'd come. The two men and their pickup truck were gone. I figured the quiet one, the sidekick, had come to first. I hadn't hit him as solidly. He must have dragged his unconscious friend into the cab and driven off, unsteady and cautious. No real damage was done. Nothing lasting, at least for him. His partner was going to have a world-class headache for the better part of a year. I stood where they had fallen and watched another dark sedan approach from the west. It was moving with a determined speed, its suspension dipping and swaying on the rough pavement. The car had a deep, polished shine and tinted windows. It roared past me, bounced over the railroad tracks, and sped on toward the Kellum base. I watched it disappear, then turned and continued walking. I didn't have a destination, but I was getting hungry, so I aimed for Main Street and the diner. The place was deserted. I was the only patron. The same waitress was working. She intercepted me near the entrance and asked, "Are you Jack Reacher?" "Yes, ma'am, I am. A woman was in here about an hour ago asking for you." The waitress was a classic unreliable witness. She couldn't provide a useful description at all. Tall or short, heavy or thin, older or younger, she had no clear memory. She didn't catch a name. She had no sense of the woman's job, her background, or how she might know me. She hadn't noticed a car or any other way she might have arrived. All that stuck was a polite smile, and the question itself: had a new man come to town, very large, very tall, who went by the name Jack Reacher? I thanked her for telling me, and she showed me to my regular booth. I ordered coffee and a slice of pie and asked for change for the payphone. She opened the cash register and traded me a paper-wrapped roll of quarters for a $10 bill. She brought the coffee and said my pie would be out in a minute. I walked across the quiet room to the phone by the door, split the roll with my thumbnail, and dialed Garber's office. He answered immediately. "Did you send another agent down here?" I asked. "No," he said. "Why? There's a woman asking for me by name." "Who?" "I don't know. She hasn't caught up to me yet." "Not one of mine," Garber said. "But I did see two official-looking cars heading for Kellam, limousines, probably Defense Department or political types. Is there a difference?" I asked. "Have you heard anything new from Kellam?" "Nothing about politicians or the DOD," he said. "I heard Monroe is chasing down a medical angle." "Medical? What does that mean?" "I don't have the details." "Is there a medical aspect to this?" "With a suspect?" "Not that I've seen, aside from the gravel rash issue I mentioned before. The victim is covered in abrasions. The perpetrator should show some signs, too. Apparently, they've all got gravel rash. There's some brutal running track on that base they run until they collapse. Even Bravo Company, right after returning from deployment. Especially Bravo Company right after they get back. There's some intense pride in play. These men consider themselves exceptionally tough, or they desperately want to believe they are. The irony was thick enough to spread on toast. Here were these supposedly invincible soldiers, so focused on proving their hardness they were literally grinding their own skin off on a track, while the real investigation swirled around a brutal crime. It was a pathetic, macho charade. "I got the plate from the wrecked car," I said. "Light blue sedan, Oregon registration." I recited the number from memory and heard him jot it down. "Call me back in 10 minutes, he said. "Don't talk to anyone until then." "No one understand." "Not a word." I technically broke his rule by speaking to the waitress when she brought my pie. I thanked her. She lingered, seeming troubled. It turned out she was worried she'd caused me a problem by confirming my presence to a stranger. She felt guilty about it. I got the sense Carter Crossing was that kind of town, where people's business was their own and a certain segment of the population preferred to stay off the grid. I told her not to worry. By then, I had a pretty good idea who the mystery woman was. It was a simple process of elimination. Who else had both the information and the resourcefulness to track me down here? The blueberry pie was exactly what I needed. Flaky crust, sweet fruit, and a generous scoop of cream. Nothing green or healthy in sight. It was perfect. I took my time with it, savoring each small bite, and finished my coffee. Then I crossed the diner and called Garber back. He answered and said, "We identified the vehicle." "And?" I asked. "And what? Who does it belong to?" "I can't tell you that," he replied. "Seriously. It's classified now as of about 5 minutes ago. It's Bravo Company, isn't it?" "I can't confirm or deny that." "Did you write the number down?" "No, where's the plate now?" "Right where I found it." "Who else knows?" "No one." "You're certain?" "Absolutely." "All right," Garber said. "Here are your instructions. First, do not, I repeat, do not give that number to any local authorities under any circumstances. Second, go back to the crash site and destroy that plate right away." I followed the first part of Garber's order by not racing straight to the sheriff's office. I ignored the second part by not rushing back to the wreckage. Instead, I stayed in the booth, ordered more coffee, and just thought things over. Honestly, how do you even destroy a license plate? Burning. It might hide the state, but the raised numbers would still be visible. I figured I could bend it, stomp it flat, and bury it somewhere. But I didn't move. I just sat there, half expecting that if I lingered long enough with a coffee cup in my hand, the person I was waiting for would eventually walk through the door, and she did about 5 minutes later. I spotted her before she noticed me. Outside, the sun was glaring on the pavement. Inside, the diner was shadowy and cool. She was on foot, dressed in black pants, black leather shoes, a plain black tee, and a weathered leather jacket the color of an old mitt. She carried a matching briefcase. She moved with that slow, economical grace that really fit people have, as if the world around her was stuck on fast forward. Her hair was still dark and cropped short, her face sharp and alert. Francis Neagley, First Sergeant, United States Army. We'd worked plenty of cases together, hard and easy, long and short. Back in '97, she was about the closest thing I had to a friend, and I hadn't laid eyes on her in over a year. She stepped inside, her eyes sweeping the room for the waitress, ready to ask a question. Then she saw me and changed direction without a flicker of surprise. Just that quick recalculation she was so good at, and a hint of satisfaction that her logic had paid off. She knew the state, she knew the town, and she knew I drank coffee by the gallon. A diner was the obvious place to look. I hooked my toe under the chair opposite me and slid it out, the way Devereaux had done for me earlier. Neagley sat down smoothly, placing her briefcase on the floor. No hello, no salute, no handshake, no cheek kiss. Two things everyone learned about Neagley. Despite being genuinely kind, she couldn't stand to be touched, and despite being sharper than most officers, she'd never accept a commission. She never explained either quirk. Some thought she was brilliant, others thought she was nuts. Everyone agreed you'd never really know which. "Quiet place," she observed. "The base is shut down," I said. "I know. I'm caught up." Closing it was their first big mistake, practically an admission. Word is, they were worried about friction with the locals. Neagley nodded. Wouldn't take much to spark it either direction. I saw the street behind this one, all those shops lined up facing the base like a row of hungry teeth. Predatory. Our guys must be tired of getting mocked and overcharged. Notice anything else? Everything. I've been here 2 hours. How have you been anyway? No time for small talk. What do you need from me? Nothing, she said. It's you who needs something. What's that? You need to wake up and see what's right in front of you, she said, her tone shifting from matter-of-fact to something harder, almost sardonic. This whole thing is a suicide mission, Reacher. Open your eyes. Stan Lowry reached out to me, his voice tight with concern. After checking around, I had to admit he had a point. You really should have walked away from this whole mess, I was told. I'm a soldier, I replied. I follow orders. So am I. But I make it a policy not to volunteer for a hanging. The noose is around Kellum. Monroe's the one on the line here. I'm just observing from the perimeter. I don't know Monroe, she said flatly. Never laid eyes on him. Didn't even know his name until recently. But I'd bet my last dollar he'll toe the party line. He'll bury the truth and call night day if ordered. You won't. A woman is dead. We can't just look the other way. Try 3 women. You know about that already? I told you I've been in town for 2 hours. I'm fully briefed. How did you find out? I ran into the sheriff, Chief Devereaux herself. When? She stopped by her office. I was there asking about you. And she just volunteered that? I gave her the look. What look? Neagley paused, reset her expression, and then dipped her chin slightly, locking her wide, earnest eyes on mine. Her gaze was profoundly serious, layered with sympathy and a conspiratorial understanding, her lips slightly parted as if ready to whisper complete solidarity. Her whole face seemed to marvel quietly at the sheer weight I was carrying. That's the look, she said. Works wonders with women. It says we're in this together, right? I had to nod. It was a masterful performance. A flicker of disappointment went through me that Devereaux had bought it. Some tough Marine she was supposed to be. What else did she tell you? Something about a car. She's convinced it's key to the case and that it belongs to someone from Kellam. She's right. I just tracked down the plate. Garber ran it and told me to bury it. And are you going to? I haven't decided. It might not be a legal command. See? This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're marching straight toward a cliff. I knew it. That's why I'm here, to keep you from doing something stupid. Aren't you supposed to be on assignment? I'm at a desk in D.C. They won't notice I'm gone for a day or two. I shook my head. No, I don't need a babysitter. I know the rules of this game. I won't give myself away cheaply, but I'm not dragging you down with me if this goes south. Nothing has to go south, Reacher. It's a choice. You don't really believe that. She made a dismissive face. At least be smart about which fights you pick. I always am, and this one is worth the price of admission. Just then, the waitress emerged from the kitchen. She spotted me, saw Neagley, recognized her from earlier, and noted we weren't trying to kill each other. Her earlier awkwardness vanished. She topped off my coffee. Neagley ordered tea, Lipton's breakfast blend, with the water at a proper rolling boil. We sat in a heavy silence until the tea arrived. Once the waitress left, Neagley said, "Chief Devereaux is a strikingly beautiful woman. I won't argue with that. Have you slept with her yet?" "Absolutely not. Are you planning to?" "A man can dream, I suppose. Hope springs eternal, doesn't it?" "Don't. There's something off about her." "Like what?" "She doesn't seem to care. She's got 3 open murder cases and her demeanor is as chilled as a January pond. She was a Marine MP. She's been shoveling the same dirt we have her whole career. How worked up do you get after a while?" "I maintain a professional intensity." "She thinks a Kellam soldier is responsible. That puts it outside her jurisdiction. No role means no professional stake, so why get worked up? Whatever the reason, the vibe is wrong. That's all I'm saying. Trust me on this. Don't lose sleep over it." "I mentioned your name, and she looked at me like you'd skipped out on a loan." "I haven't then." "She's got it bad for you." I could feel it. Her icy exterior had a definite crack in it. Consumed with a secret schoolgirl crush, I'd say. Just be careful, okay? "Thanks for the concern," I said, "but I don't need a chaperone this time." "Which reminds me," she said, her tone shifting, "Garber is asking questions about your brother. My brother word is going around among the sergeants. Garber has someone watching your office looking for any notes or calls from him. He wants to know if you two are in regular touch." "Why would he care?" "Money," Neagley said. "That's the only angle I see. Your brother is still with Treasury, correct? There could be a financial situation tied to Kosovo. You've got to figure there are warlords and criminals operating there. Maybe Bravo Company is moving money back for them, cleaning it, or just taking it. How does that connect to a woman named Janice Mae Chapman from some forgotten town in Mississippi? Maybe she found out. Maybe she wanted a cut. Could be she was involved with someone from Bravo Company." I stayed quiet. "Last call," Neagley said. "Do I stick around or head out?" "Go," I told her. "This is my mess to handle, not yours. Take care of yourself." "A little something for the road," she said. She bent down, opened her briefcase, and pulled out a thin green folder. Printed on the front were the words Carter County Sheriff's Department. She placed it on the table, her hand resting on top, ready to push it toward me. "You're going to want to see this. What is it? Pictures of the 3 victims? They all share something? Devereaux gave you this." "Not exactly. She left it lying around." "You took it? Borrowed it? You can give it back when you're finished. I'm sure you'll manage." She slid the folder over to me, stood up, and walked away. No goodbye hug, no handshake, nothing. I watched her push through the door, turn right onto Main Street, and vanish. The waitress must have heard the bell when Neagley left. Maybe there was a chime in the kitchen. She came out to see if a new customer had arrived, saw the booth was empty except for me, and seemed satisfied just to refill my coffee mug for the second time before disappearing again. I centered the green folder in front of me and opened it. 3 women, 3 lives ended, 3 photographs, each taken not long before they died. There's nothing more heartbreaking. Police ask for a recent picture, and grieving families scramble to pick one from what they have. They almost always choose a moment of happiness, a prom photo, a studio portrait, a vacation snapshot, because that's what they want to remember. They want the official grim record to begin with vitality. Janice May Chapman had that vitality in spades. Her photo was a color shot from the waist up, taken at what looked like a party. She was turned halfway toward the camera, looking straight into the lens, her smile caught in a genuine, unguarded instant, a perfectly timed shot. The photographer hadn't surprised her, but hadn't made her hold a stiff pose either. Pellegrino had been way off. He'd called her real pretty, which was like calling the Grand Canyon a nice ditch. Real pretty didn't even come close in life. Chapman had been utterly breathtaking. It was difficult to picture a more stunning woman. Her hair, her eyes, her face, her smile, her shoulders, her figure, everything was perfect. Janice May Chapman had the whole package, no question about it. I moved her photo to the bottom and looked at the second woman. She had died in November 1996, 4 months back. A note stuck to the corner of the photo told me that. The picture was one of those quick, semi-formal color portraits, the kind you get from a campus photo service at the start of the semester, or from an overworked photographer on a cruise ship. A blurry canvas backdrop, a stool, a couple of umbrella flashes, a countdown, a flash, and that's it. The woman in the picture was black, probably in her mid-20s, and was every bit as stunning as Janice May Chapman, maybe even more so. She had flawless skin and a smile that could chill a room. She had the kind of dark, luminous eyes that legends are made of. She wasn't just looking at the camera, she was looking right through it, right at me, as if she were sitting right across the table. The third woman had died in June 1996, 9 months ago. She was also black, also young. The similarity was unsettling, a silent echo that made the coffee in my mug taste suddenly bitter. The image was breathtaking, absolutely stunning. She had been captured outdoors in a backyard, sheltered by the shade, where the soft, late-day light reflected off a white wooden wall and wrapped her in a gentle radiance. Her hair was cut short and natural, and she wore a simple white blouse with the top 3 buttons left open. Her eyes were deep and expressive, her smile tentative. Her cheekbones were extraordinary. I couldn't look away. If you had programmed the world's most advanced computer with every known ideal of beauty, from ancient queens to modern icons, after an hour of processing it would have produced this exact photograph. I shifted my coffee mug and arranged all 3 photos in a row. Neagley had pointed out they shared a trait. They were all about the same age, likely within 2 or 3 years of each other. But Chapman was white. While the other 2 women were black, Chapman appeared financially comfortable based on her attire and jewelry. The first black woman seemed less so, and the second appeared almost struggling, in a rural sense, judging by her plain clothing, the lack of any jewelry, and the simple yard where she sat. 3 lives unfolding near each other geographically, yet divided by immense social chasms. They might never have crossed paths or exchanged a single word. They may have been complete strangers to one another. On the surface, they had nothing in common except for one undeniable fact. Each of them was astonishingly beautiful. I slid the file back into its envelope and secured it under my shirt, tucked into the waistband of my pants. After settling my check and leaving a tip, I stepped out onto the sidewalk. I decided to walk to the sheriff's department. It felt like the right moment for a little scouting mission. Time for a preliminary probe, an initial incursion, just testing the waters. It wasn't a social call, but it was a public building, and I had a valid reason to visit. I had lost property to return. My plan was simple. If Sheriff Devereaux was out, I'd leave the file with the desk clerk. If she was in, I'd improvise. She was in. Her aging Caprice was parked in the lot, neatly slotted into the space closest to the entrance. A perk of the position, no doubt. Office hierarchies work the same everywhere. I walked past the car, pulled open a heavy glass door, and entered a worn, tired-looking lobby. The floor was cheap plastic tile, the walls were scuffed and needed paint, and a battered inquiry desk faced the entrance. Behind it sat an old man with no hair and a sunken, toothless face, dressed in a suit vest with no jacket, like a character from an old movie. The moment he saw me, He picked up a desk phone, pressed a button, and said, "He's here." After a brief pause, listening to a reply, he pointed down the hallway with the phone handset stretching its cord and said, "End of the corridor on the right. She's expecting you." I walked down the hall, catching a glimpse through a partially open door of a sturdy woman working at an old-fashioned telephone switchboard, and then I arrived at Devereaux's office. Her door was open. I gave a single courtesy knock on the frame and stepped inside. It was a plain, square room in no better shape than the lobby. Same dingy tile, same battered paint, same layer of grime. It was furnished with items that looked like they were purchased cheaply at the end of the last ice age. The desk, chairs, and file cabinets were all plain, municipal, and hopelessly outdated. On the wall hung framed grip and grin photos of an older man in uniform who I assumed was Devereaux's father, the previous sheriff. A standing coat rack held an old cardigan sweater on one peg. It had hung there so long it looked stiff and crusted with age. At first glance, not an impressive room, but it contained Devereaux. I had photographs of 3 incredibly beautiful women pressing against my back, yet she more than held her own against any of them. She was right there at their level. Frankly, she might have outshone them all. A very beautiful woman, Neagley had said, and I was pleased my personal impression had been objectively confirmed. She looked small in her desk chair, slender in the shoulders, poised and relaxed as usual. She was smiling. She asked, "Did you identify the car for me?" I didn't answer. Instead, her phone rang. She lifted the receiver and listened briefly before responding, "Understood, but it remains a felony assault. Keep it prioritized, all right?" After hanging up, she glanced my way and offered Pellegrino, as if that explained everything. I asked, "Rough day. 2 men were assaulted this morning by someone they insist was a soldier from Kellam. Yet the Army maintains the base is still sealed. I can't make sense of it. Our doctor is putting in extra hours. Diagnosing concussions, he says. But it's my department's budget that's going to feel dazed." I stayed quiet. Devereaux offered another faint smile and said, "Anyway, first, tell me about your friend." "My friend?" "Frances Neagley. I met her. I'm assuming she served as your sergeant. She had that unmistakable military bearing. She was years ago, on and off for a long time. I'm curious why she showed up. Maybe I invited her. No, if that were the case, she'd have known exactly where and when to find you. It would have been coordinated. She wouldn't have needed to ask around town." I gave a slow nod. "She came to warn me. Apparently I'm stuck in a no-win scenario. She called it a suicide mission." "She's correct," Devereaux said. "She's sharp. I liked her. She's skilled. There's this specific expression she uses, a kind of collegial, confidential look. I'd bet she's exceptional at interrogation." "Did she give you the photographs? You intended for her to take them?" "I hoped she would." I left them within reach and stepped out briefly. "Why?" "It's complicated," Devereaux replied. "I wanted you to see them privately on your own terms, like a controlled study. No pressure from me and absolutely no influence, no framing. I wanted a completely unfiltered first reaction from me. Yes. Are we running a democracy now? Not quite, but as they say, any port in a storm." "All right," I said. "So what was it your initial impression?" "All 3 were strikingly beautiful." "Is that the only common thread?" "I suppose so, aside from all being women." Devereaux nodded. "Good," she said. "I agree. They were all strikingly beautiful. I'm genuinely relieved to have that confirmed from an outside perspective. It was a difficult notion for me to pin down, even internally, and I'd certainly never voice it aloud. It would sound strange, almost like some kind of fixation. Is that a concern for you?" "I live in Mississippi," she said. "I served in the Marine Corps, and I'm not married." "Fair enough," I said. "And I'm not seeing anyone at the moment." "Right," I said. "I'm not gay," she clarified. "Understood. But even so, for a woman in law enforcement to be perceived as fixating on a female victim's appearance never plays well." "Understood," I repeated. I shifted forward, freeing the file from where it was tucked at my back, and placed it on the desk. "Mission accomplished," I said. "Smooth maneuvering, by the way." Not many people outplay Neagly in a psychological chess match. Takes one to know one, she replied. She drew the file closer, sliding her palm over it once, then letting her hand settle at one end, perhaps where it still held the warmth from my back. She asked, "Did you identify the car?" She kept her hand resting on the folder, her gaze steady on me. Her question lingered in the quiet room. "Did you identify the car?" In my mind, I replayed Garber's urgent, staticky voice in my ear from the diner phone call. "Do not, repeat, do not provide that number to local law enforcement, my commanding officer." "Orders are orders," Devereaux pressed. "Did you?" I said. "Yes." And "I can't tell you." Can't or won't, both. It became classified information roughly 5 minutes after I reported it. She didn't answer immediately. I asked, "Well, what would you do in this situation? Now?" "Not now. Back then, when you were in the Corps. As a Marine, I would have done precisely what you're doing. I'm glad you understand." She nodded, her hand still on the file. She said, "I wasn't entirely truthful earlier. About my father's house. It wasn't always rented. He owned it from his marriage. But when my mother fell ill, they discovered they had no insurance. It was supposed to be included with his job, but it wasn't. They had to sell the house to cover her medical bills. It was a brutal lesson in how everything you think is secure can vanish overnight. The county official in charge had gotten into a mess embezzling the insurance payments. It was only a 2-year gap, but that window was exactly when my mother fell ill. From then on, it was considered a pre-existing condition. My father took out a new loan, things spiraled, and he couldn't keep up. The bank reclaimed the deed, though they allowed him to stay on as a tenant. I respected both sides. The bank acted decently, within its limits, and my father never stopped serving his community, even after it had let him down so badly. I've always valued honor and duty. "Semper Fi," I replied. "Absolutely. And you've answered my question anyway, just like I figured you would. If that ID is classified, then it's connected to Kellum. That's the heart of it. Only if there's a genuine link," I said, "between the vehicle and the killing, too much of a stretch to be random." I told her, "I'm sorry about your father. Me too. He was a good man. He deserved more." Then I said, "It was me who dealt with those civilians." Devereaux raised an eyebrow. "Really? How in the world did you manage that?" I walked. "You couldn't have. There wasn't enough time. It's over 12 miles. Practically at Kellum's northern boundary, almost into Tennessee. What went down out there?" "2 men were out, maybe just hiking. They could see the woods near Kellum's fence line, but they weren't right up on it. Someone came out of the trees, confronted them, things escalated, and they got roughed up. They're saying the guy who hit them was a soldier. Was he in uniform? No, but he had the bearing, and he was carrying an M16. That doesn't make sense. I know, it's like they're trying to create a no-go zone. Why would they? They already have 1 million acres to themselves. I don't know the reason, but what else explains it? They're running off anyone who gets close to that fence." I stayed quiet. Devereaux asked, "Wait, who exactly did you hit?" "2 guys in a pickup. They gave me trouble last night. And again this morning. Once was enough. Description: covered in grime, greasy hair, tattoos everywhere, in an old black truck that looks like it was painted with a broom. That's the one the McKinney cousins. In a perfect world, someone would knock sense into them every single week. So I appreciate your honest confession, but I'm not taking any action right now. But don't make it a habit and keep your eyes open. I guarantee they're already rounding up the whole clan to come find you. There are more of them. There are dozens of McKinneys, but don't panic yet. It'll take them a while to gather. None of them owns a phone. Half of them probably don't even know what a phone is." Right then, phones began ringing all over the station. Urgent radio chatter burst from the dispatcher's booth where the sturdy woman sat. Moments later, she appeared in the doorway, breathless, gripping the frame for support. "Pellegrino's on the line from near the Clancy property," she said, "by the split oak. He says we've got another homicide." Devereaux and I both looked automatically at the folder on her desk. 3 photographs inside. Soon there would be 4, another grim visit to a grieving family. Another request for a recent smiling photo, the hardest part of the job. Then Devereaux glanced at me and paused. This wasn't a committee decision. I said, "You owe me this? I need to see it. I need to know exactly what I'm risking my neck for." She hesitated a second longer, then said, "All right," and we sprinted for her car. The Clancy place was more than 10 miles north and east of town. We crossed the quiet railroad tracks and drove a mile toward Kellam, deep into the hidden side of Carter Crossing, the wrong side of the tracks. Over there, the road had no shoulders and no ditches. The ditches had long since filled with silt, and the shoulders had been plowed under. Flat, dusty fields stretched right up to the edge of the blacktop. The landscape unfolded as a series of weathered structures. Frame houses set back in yards, low barns, sheds with sagging roofs, and shacks that seemed to be surrendering to the earth. Elderly women watched from porches while children in worn clothes rode bicycles along the roadside. A slow-moving pickup truck passed, followed by a lone figure in a straw hat carrying a woven basket. Every person I saw was African American. It was a reminder of a simple truth my cousins from McKinney once shared. Different places belong to different people. This was rural Mississippi in the late 90s. Sheriff Devereaux turned the car north onto a rutted two-lane road, leaving the scattered homes behind. She pressed the accelerator and the Chevy Caprice answered with a surge. There was a reason this sedan was a favorite among officers. It was a brilliant exercise in possibility. Imagine taking a spacious family car and dropping a powerful Corvette engine under the hood. Then reinforce the suspension, add four-wheel disc brakes, and unlock a top speed pushing 130. Her unit was worn from hard use, but it still carried us swiftly over the rough ground, the tires chattering on the washboard surface while the body swayed and shuddered. We arrived at a sprawling, hard-packed property with a dilapidated house at its center. Turning onto a pair of dirt ruts that faded into a farm track, Devereaux gave a brief, polite tap of the siren. An elderly black man waved back from a window. We drove on across flat, barren land until a solitary tree appeared in the distance, split clean down the middle by some past lightning strike. The two halves leaned apart in a stark, enduring Y, both dusted with the pale green of new spring leaves. The split oak, I figured. Still alive, still holding on. Parked near it was a police cruiser, which I took to be Pellegrino's. Devereaux pulled up beside it, and we stepped out. Deputy Pellegrino stood about 50 yards off, relaxed hands clasped behind his back like a sentry at ease. Another 10 yards beyond him lay a shape on the ground. We started across the dry earth, high above. 3 turkey vultures circled in lazy loops, patiently waiting for us to leave. To my right, a line of trees varied from thick to thin. Through the gaps, I could make out a wire fence. Likely the northwestern boundary of Kellam's vast military reservation, land the Department of Defense had claimed decades earlier, with some well-connected contractor undoubtedly overpaid to run that fence. Halfway to Pellegrino, details of the shape behind him came into focus. A back turned toward us, a short brown jacket, the hint of dark hair and pale skin. The empty slump of a body, the absolute stillness that follows recent death, that unmistakable, profound relaxation. Devereaux didn't stop for a briefing. She walked straight past Pellegrino and continued, arcing wide to approach from the far side. I held back, stopping 5 yards short. This was her scene, not a committee. She moved closer with careful steps, watching where she placed her feet, then crouched down, elbows on knees, hands clasped. Her gaze traveled from right to left, head, torso, arms, legs, then reversed, left to right. She looked up and said, "What the hell is this?" I followed the same wide path she had taken, approaching from the north. Crouching beside her, I mirrored her posture, elbows on knees, hands together, and scanned the body. The deceased was a white male, around 45, maybe 5'10" and 180. His dark hair was fading to a mousy shade, and he had 2 or 3 days of stubble going gray. He wore a green work shirt, a brown canvas windbreaker, blue jeans, and scuffed engineer boots, cracked and caked with dried mud. I turned to Devereaux. Ever seen him before? She shook her head. Not a face I recognize. He'd bled out. A high-velocity rifle round had torn through his right thigh, saturating his pants with blood. The femoral artery is a major pipeline. Once it's breached, You have minutes without immediate proper care. The bizarre part was that someone had tried to provide exactly that. His pant leg was slit open with a knife, and a military issue field dressing was pressed against the wound. Devereaux took a few careful steps backward, her gaze fixed on the body until she was a good 10 feet away. I followed, and she lowered her voice as if we were in a library. "What's your read?" "An argument got out of hand," I said. "A shot was fired, maybe intended as a warning that went low, or someone got jumpy and pulled the trigger. Why not a deliberate kill shot that just missed? Because if it was deliberate, the shooter would have finished the job, put one in the head. Instead, they tried to save him. And then they realized it wasn't working. They panicked, ran, and left him here. Wouldn't have taken long after that. The shooter was military? Not necessarily. Who else carries GI field dressings? Anyone who shops at an army surplus store." Devereaux turned her back on the scene. She raised her arm and swept it toward the horizon on our right. "What do you see over there?" "Kelham's perimeter fence." "Exactly," she said. "I told you they're enforcing a quarantine zone." While Devereaux went back to her car, I studied the ground. The soil was soft, etched with footprints. The dead man's steps looped and staggered, some backtracking in a strange final dance that ended where he fell. Around his legs were the clear impressions of knees and toes where someone had knelt to work on him. Those marks led to a line of deep, widely spaced prints, mostly toe, little heel showing where the shooter had sprinted in, a reasonably tall person, not overly heavy. The tread wasn't from any standard-issue army boot I knew. Devereaux returned with a silver SLR camera to document the scene. I followed the fleeing footprints away, keeping them to my right. They traced a straight line for about 100 yards before fading out on a patch of hard, sun-baked earth, maybe a geological seam or where old man Clancy stopped plowing. Seeing no reason for a change in direction, I continued straight ahead, hoping to pick up the trail again. Within 50 yards, the ground gave way to a tough, low-growing weed that thickened into brush near Kelham's fence. No broken stalks were obvious. This vegetation wouldn't show much. As I turned back, a metallic glint caught my eye 12 feet off to the side. I walked over and bent down. A spent cartridge case, bright and new, lay in the dirt. Rifle length at best, a .223 Remington from a civilian hunting rifle. At worst, a 5.56 millimeters NATO round from a military weapon. To the naked eye, they're nearly identical. The Remington cartridge uses lighter brass, while the NATO version feels more substantial in the hand. I lifted the casing, testing its weight against my palm. No question. This was military issue. Up ahead, Devereaux and Pellegrino stood with the distant body, maybe 140 yards out. For a trained rifleman, that's practically next door. The 5.56 NATO round was engineered to punch through a steel helmet at 600 meters, roughly 650 yards. Our victim was less than a quarter of that distance away. An easy shot, almost impossible to miss, which offered my only sliver of comfort. The soldiers sent from Fort Benning to Kelham for advanced training aren't the type to botch a round at close range. Still, everything pointed to an accident. That haphazard bandage said it all, a warning shot that went wrong, or maybe a shot meant to hurry someone along. But a soldier who's made it to that level has his impulses under control. His warning shots go high and wide, same with any rounds fired to move people along. All you need is the muzzle flash and the crack of the rifle that gets the message across, and no soldier does more than the job requires. They never have, not since armies were first formed. Taking extra initiative usually leads to trouble, especially with live ammunition and civilians in the mix. I pocketed the brass and walked back, seeing nothing else that mattered. Devereaux had shot an entire roll of film. She rewound it, handed the cartridge to Pellegrino, and sent him back to the pharmacy for a rush development. She told him to bring the doctor back with the mortuary vehicle. Once Pellegrino drove off, Devereaux and I were left alone on that vast empty land, with nothing but a corpse and a shattered tree for company. "Did anyone report hearing a shot?" I asked. She shook her head. "Mr. Clancy is the only one close enough. Pellegrino already spoke with him. He says he didn't hear a thing. Any shouting beforehand?" A warning shot usually follows some yelling. If he didn't hear the shot, he wouldn't have heard yelling. A single NATO round fired outdoors at a distance isn't always loud. The yelling could have been louder, especially if it was a two-way argument. There might have been a real dispute. So, you're convinced it's a NATO round now? I reached into my pocket and produced the shell casing, laying it on my open palm. Found it 140 yards out, 12 feet off the straight line, right where an M16's ejection port would drop it. Devereaux gave me a skeptical but generous out. Could be a Remington 22-3. Then she took the casing from me. Her fingernails brushed my skin the first time we'd touched. We hadn't even shaken hands when we met. She did what I had done, weighing the brass in her hand. It wasn't scientific, but long experience can be as good as any lab scale. Definitely NATO, she said. I've fired plenty of these and picked them up afterward. Same here, I said. I'm going to raise hell over this, she declared, her voice tight. Soldiers targeting civilians on American soil? I'll take it all the way to the Pentagon, the White House if I have to. Don't, I told her. Why the hell not? You're a small-town sheriff. They'll crush you like a bug. She fell silent, her jaw set. Believe me, I added, if they've gotten to the point of using soldiers against civilians. They've already figured out how to handle local law enforcement. The doctor finally arrived with Pellegrino at 1 in the afternoon, a full 30 minutes later, to officially pronounce the man dead. Pellegrino pulled up in his cruiser. The doctor came in a worn-out meat wagon that looked like it belonged in a museum. It seemed modeled on a 1960s hearse, but built on a Chevrolet frame instead of a Cadillac, stripped of any viewing windows or funeral ornamentation. The vehicle was a compact panel van, its paint a grimy off-white. Miriam examined the body, checking for vital signs before focusing on the wound. After a moment, he stated, femoral artery. He bled out from a gunshot. Then he offered something more. Lifting the torn edge of the denim, he observed, cutting wet jeans isn't simple. Whoever did this had an exceptionally sharp blade. We lifted the man onto a canvas stretcher and slid him into the van. After Miriam drove off, Devereaux spent several minutes on her car radio. Pellegrino and I waited in silence until she dismissed him. Alone again, we stood by the shattered tree and the dark stain in the earth. Devereaux broke the quiet. Butler reports no one exited Kellam's main gate this morning. Who's Butler? My other deputy. He's been watching the base entrance since dawn. I wanted advance notice if they lift the lockdown. Tensions are running high after what happened to Chapman, but not after the first 2 victims. That depends on who you talk to and where. But the soldiers never cross the tracks. All the bars are on the other side. She paused, her gaze drifting toward the distant perimeter. There have to be other ways out. Weak spots in a 50-year-old fence that spans 30 miles. Someone definitely came out and went back in, I added. If your theory holds, someone returned to base covered in blood, carrying a dirty knife, and at least 1 round lighter. My theory is correct, she said, her voice firm. I shook my head. A quarantine zone inside the U.S.? I've never heard of such a thing. It doesn't add up. It adds up to me, she replied. And something shifted in her expression, a flicker of old memory. I caught it. What have the Marines done this before? It wasn't a major incident. Tell me. Classified, she said flatly. Where did it happen? I can't say when. That's classified too. A beat passed. Have you spoken to Monroe yet, the investigator they sent to the base? She nodded. He called as a courtesy when he arrived. Left me a number. Good, I said, because I need to talk to him now. We drove back together, retracing our route across Clancy's property and onto the rough 2-lane road. We moved through the neglected part of town away from Kellam. The same weathered faces watched from porches, the same listless figures moved through the afternoon heat. The landscape was a tableau of stalled ambition, crumbling houses, abandoned construction lots with lonely concrete slabs and rusted rebar, piles of bricks reclaimed by weeds. A heavy, timeless inertia hung in the air. My people, Devereaux said softly. They all voted for me, nearly every one because of my father. He was fair to them. In a way, they were voting for his memory, and the white voters? Nearly unanimous there, too. But all that goodwill is fading on both sides unless I can deliver some real answers. I decided to push. Tell me about the first two women. Instead of answering, she hit the brakes, reversed 20 yards, and turned onto a dirt track she had just passed. The path was well packed, with a raised center and shallow drainage ditches on either side. It ran straight north, lined on both sides by rows of dilapidated cabins that spoke of a much older, harder history. Devereaux drove past the first cluster of houses, past a vacant spot where a home had once stood, and then she pulled into a yard I knew from the third photograph. The missing girl's home, the simple, unadorned look. The startling beauty. I recognized the broad tree she had been photographed beneath, and the same white wall that had caught the evening light and cast it gently across her features. We parked on a strip of grass and stepped out. Somewhere a dog barked, the sound followed by the metallic clatter of a chain. We moved under the tree's canopy and knocked at the back door. The house was compact, not much larger than a hunting cabin, but it was meticulously cared for. The white siding was weathered but showed signs of frequent paint. The lower boards were stained a deep reddish brown from years of muddy rainwater splashing up against them. The door was opened by a woman who couldn't have been much older than Devereaux or myself. She was slender and moved with a slow, weary grace, a kind of sun-drenched patience that seemed common to everyone in this part of the county. She offered Devereaux a tired smile, shook her hand, and asked, "Have you learned anything new about my girl?" Devereaux replied, "We're still putting the pieces together. We'll find the answers." The grieving mother was too courteous to challenge that vague promise. She simply gave another faint smile and turned her attention to me. "I don't believe we've met," she said. "Jack Reacher, ma'am," I said, and shook her offered hand. "I'm Emmeline McCletchy, pleased to meet you. Are you with the sheriff's office?" "The Army sent me to assist." "Now they did," she said, a quiet edge in her voice. "Not when it might have mattered, 9 months back." I let that comment hang in the air. The woman gestured toward the interior of the house. "I've got some venison stewing and sweet tea in the icebox. Would you two care to join me for a bite?" Devereaux said gently, "Emmeline, I'm certain that's meant for your own supper. We'll be fine. We'll grab something in town. But thank you, truly." It was the response the woman had anticipated. She nodded, her smile lingering, and retreated into the dim interior of her home. We returned to the car. Devereaux reversed onto the street, and we continued on. A little farther down the lane stood a shack similar to the others, but with neon beer signs glowing in its windows, some kind of local bar, probably with a jukebox inside. We navigated a grid of unpaved roads. I spotted another abandoned building project, a knee-high foundation of cinder blocks with 4 wooden posts marking the corners and nothing else. Construction materials were strewn across the lot in haphazard mounds, extra blocks, bricks, a heap of sand, and sacks of cement hardened by weather into solid lumps. There was also a pile of gravel. I turned to watch it as we passed. Maybe a couple of cubic yards of the sharp gray kind they use for mixing concrete. It had slumped into a wide, low mound about the size of a large mattress, weeds creeping in from the edges. The top was pitted with small depressions as if children had been playing on it. I kept my observation to myself. Devereaux's conclusions were already settled. She drove on, turning left onto a wider street with larger homes and bigger yards. These had picket fences instead of wire and proper cement walkways leading to the doors. She slowed and came to a stop outside a house twice the size of the shack we'd just seen, a solid 1-story place. It would have been pricey in California, but here it just looked worn. The paint was flaking, the gutters sagged, and several asphalt shingles had slipped out of alignment on the roof. A boy, maybe 16, stood motionless in the yard, just watching us. Devereaux said, "This is the other one. Shauna Lindsay was her name. That's her little brother staring at us." The little brother was no prize winner. He'd drawn the short straw in the family genetics, that was for sure. He bore no resemblance to his sister, none whatsoever. He looked like he'd taken a tumble from the ugly tree and smacked into every single branch on the way down. Honestly, the kid made a warthog look refined. The boy's head was round and smooth as a bowling ball, his eyes dark and set as close as the finger holes. I glanced at him, then back at Devereaux. "Are we going in?" She shook her head. "Shauna's mother said not to come back until I could tell her who cut her daughter's throat, her exact words. And I understand, losing a child is a nightmare. For families like this, it's everything. They never expected their girls to become superstars or buy them a mansion, but to have something precious after a lifetime of having nothing, that meant the world." The boy's stare was steady, silent, and full of a patient kind of resentment. "Let's go then," I said. "I need a phone back at her office. Devereaux let me use hers. We weren't exactly partners yet, but the ice was thinning." She dug up the number Monroe had left, dialed it herself, and announced to whoever answered that Sheriff Elizabeth Devereaux was calling for Major Duncan Monroe. Then she passed me the receiver and left, closing the door behind her. I settled into her chair, the phone silent in my ear, the warmth from where she'd been sitting still lingering against my back. I waited. No hold music. The Army wasn't into that kind of thing back in '97, just empty static. After a minute, there was a sharp clatter as a handset was grabbed and a voice came on, crisp and efficient. "Sheriff Devereaux, Major Monroe here. What can I do for you?" The tone was all business, but there was a thread of cheerful energy underneath. Then again, I figured most men would sound happy getting a call from Elizabeth Devereaux. I said, "Monroe." He paused. "I was expecting the sheriff." "You got me instead? Name's Reacher. I'm with the 396th, temporarily attached to the 110th. We're the same rank. Jack Reacher? I've heard the name. What do you need?" "Did Garber mention he was sending someone undercover into town?" "He didn't, but I assumed he would. That's you, I take it? Sent to keep an eye on the locals? Must be going well if you're calling from the sheriff's desk. Heard she's easy on the eyes, by the way. Also heard she prefers women. Any insight there?" "That's not your concern, Monroe. Call me Duncan. I'll stick with Monroe. Suit yourself. What's the problem?" "We've got trouble here. A man was shot dead this morning near your northwest fence. Unknown shooter. But the round was likely military, and someone tried to patch him up with a GI field dressing after. So someone shoots a guy and then plays medic. Sounds like a civilian mess to me," I sighed. "I was hoping you wouldn't go straight to the obvious. How do you explain the ammunition in the dressing? Remington, 223 and an Army surplus store. And two other men were beaten up earlier by someone they swear was a soldier, not one of mine from Kellam." "Really? Can you account for every single person on your base this morning?" "Every last one," Monroe said without hesitation. "Alpha Company shipped out 5 days ago. Everyone else is either confined to quarters or sitting in the mess or the officers' club. My MPs are watching them, and each other. No one left this base today, or since I arrived for that matter. Is that standard procedure? It's my secret weapon. Make them sit with nothing to do, no books, no TV, nothing. Eventually, boredom makes them talk, works every time. I don't need to break arms anymore. Time does the work for me." He sounded almost smug about it, as if he'd invented a new kind of interrogation by doing nothing at all. "I need to be absolutely clear," I said. "No one left. Not last night, not this morning, not on secret orders from local command, from Benning, or even from the Pentagon. This is serious, and don't try to fool someone who knows the game." "I'm certain," Monroe insisted. "I swear on my mother's grave, I understand how these things work, you know. Give me that much credit." "All right," I replied. Monroe then asked, "Who was the victim?" "No identification yet. Almost certainly a civilian, close to the perimeter, same area as the assaulted men, like a restricted zone. That's absurd, that isn't happening. I'm positive about that." We both fell silent for a moment before I pressed, "What else are you so sure about?" "I can't say. Orders are to keep this sealed up tighter than a drum." "Let's play a quick round of questions." "Let's not. The abbreviated version, 3 questions. Yes or no answers. Don't corner me, all right?" "We're both already cornered, don't you see that? We have a genuine disaster on our hands, and whether the source is inside with you or out here with me, one of us will eventually need to assist the other. We might as well begin now. Silence. Then, fine, for crying out loud, 3 questions. Were you informed about the vehicle? Yes. Was money from Kosovo mentioned as a potential motive? Yes. Were you told about 2 other female victims? No. What other victims? Last year, local residents. Same method. Throats cut. Linked, most likely. Good grief. No, no one breathed a word about that. Do you have any written logs of Bravo Company's activities for June and November of last year? That's your 4th question. We're just talking now. 2 officers, same rank, having a casual conversation. The game is finished. There are no local records of Bravo Company's movements. They're operating under Special Operations protocols. Consequently, everything is archived at Fort Bragg. It would require the most massive subpoena you've ever imagined just to glimpse the filing cabinet. I asked, "Are you making any overall headway there?" No response. I asked, "How long does it typically take for your secret approach to yield results?" He said, "It's usually much quicker than this." I didn't reply, and there was more empty air, some faint breathing. Then Monroe said, "Listen, Reacher, I suppose this is barely worth mentioning, because you'll just think, well, what else would I claim since we both know I was dispatched here to protect someone? But that's not my style, never has been. And, from what I've gathered so far, none of our personnel killed any women. Not this month, nor in November, nor June. That's how it appears right now." I ended the call with Monroe, and Devereaux re-entered the office immediately. Perhaps she had been monitoring a light on the switchboard, she asked. Well, no quarantine patrols. No one has departed Kellam since Monroe's arrival. He would claim that, though, wouldn't he? And he isn't detecting anything. He believes the perpetrator is not on the base. Naturally, I nodded, misdirection and illusions, political maneuvering and harsh reality, complete bewilderment. I said, "Would you like to get lunch?" She said, After what? You have a situation to handle. The McKinney cousins are out on the street. They're waiting for you. And they've brought backup." Devereaux guided me across the hallway to a shadowy corner room with windows on 2 sides. The view across Main Street was deserted, no activity. But the view north toward the intersection revealed 4 figures, my 2 familiar acquaintances plus 2 additional similar men, grime, unkempt hair, scruffy jackets, and tattoos. They were loitering in the broad space where the 2 roads converged, hands in pockets, scuffing the dirt, doing absolutely nothing. My initial reaction was a sort of stunned respect. A headbutt is a significant impact, particularly one of mine. To be walking and talking just a few hours later was remarkable. My second reaction was irritation with myself. I had been too lenient, too new in town, too hesitant, too by the book, too willing to find excuses in pure, unadulterated ignorance. I looked at Devereaux and asked, "What do you want me to do?" She said, "You could apologize and make them leave. What's my other option? You could let them strike first, then I could arrest them for unprovoked assault. I'd really appreciate the opportunity to do that. You being there means they won't lay a finger on me. I'll keep myself out of view. I'm not convinced I want to do either option. It's one or the other, Reacher. Your call." I stepped onto Main Street like a character from a classic film. There should have been a soundtrack swelling in the background. I turned right, facing north, and stood motionless. The 4 men spotted me first, came a flash of surprise, then a wave of eager expectation. They arranged themselves in a loose line, shoulder to shoulder, spread about 4 feet apart from west to east. They took one collective step forward, then halted, waiting. Parked on the Kellam Road behind them and to the right were 2 trucks, the brush-painted pickup I'd seen earlier, and another one just as battered in front of it. I walked ahead, feeling like a fish swimming toward a net. The March sun hung almost at its peak. The air was mild, and I could feel its warmth on my skin, the solid pavement beneath my shoes. I slid my hands into my pockets. They were empty except for most of the roll of quarters I'd gotten from the diner. My fingers closed around the paper tube. A $10 weapon, minus what I'd spent on the phone call. I continued until I was 10 feet from their ragged line. The two I'd met before were on the left. The quiet planner stood on the far end with the loudmouth leader beside him. Both had noses like overripe eggplants, both sported twin black eyes, and dried blood crusted their lips. Neither looked particularly steady or focused. To the right of the leader was a slightly smaller man, and next to him stood a larger guy in a biker vest. I locked eyes with the head guy and said, "So this is your grand strategy?" He stayed silent. I added, "Only 4 of you? That's it?" Again, no reply. I heard there were supposed to be dozens, but I guess coordinating everyone was a hassle. So you went with a smaller, quicker team. Very modern, actually. You'd fit right in at some Pentagon briefing. They love that kind of thinking. The new guy, second from the right, was clearly drunk, buzzing from a breakfast of beer, maybe with something stronger on the side. Given his worn look, it was probably a years-long habit. He'd be sluggish to start, then clumsy and unfocused, not much of a concern. The big guy in the biker vest was nursing a lower back issue, standing with his hips tilted to relieve pressure. Some old injury, maybe from lifting something too heavy or a bad fall. He'd be his own worst enemy one hard swing, and he'd likely hurt himself, stumbling off like he'd been crippled. By then, his drunk buddy would already be down, and the two I knew were already in rough shape. The leader was positioned slightly to my left, perfect for a right-handed fighter like me. He was practically inviting it. All in all, the odds felt pretty good, I remarked. It's too bad none of you are bigger, or ideally all of you. Silence. I went on, but hey, a plan's a plan. Did it take long to come up with this? Nothing. You know what they taught us about plans up at West Point? What? Everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. No response, no movement. I let go of the roll of quarters. I wouldn't be needing it. I took my hands out of my pockets. The trouble with a light force is that when things go wrong, they go wrong fast. Remember Somalia? So think hard about this choice. You're at a crossroads here. You could come at me now, all 4 of you. But I promise you, the next stop will be the hospital. That's a promise you can take to the bank. You're going to get hit so hard you won't know what hit you. I'm talking shattered ribs, maybe a broken jaw. I can't guarantee a concussion, though. Seems like someone might have already taken care of that part for me. Silence, I continued. Or you could make a strategic exit right now. Take all the time you need to rally the troops. Come back in a few days with an army, dozens of you. Maybe dig your grandpa's old hunting rifle out of the attic. You could even pop a painkiller ahead of time just to be ready. Still no words from them, but their body language spoke volumes. Shoulders drooped, feet scuffed the dirt. Smart move, I said. Overwhelming numbers are always the smarter play. You ought to give the Pentagon a call. Walk them through your tactical genius. They'd probably listen to you. Hell, they're listening to just about everyone these days except for people like us. The leader finally found his voice. "We'll be back. I'll be right here," I replied. "Don't keep me waiting." They turned and walked off, trying to play it cool, trying to salvage a shred of pride. They piled into their pickups, revved the engines loud enough to wake the dead, and laid down rubber with dramatic squealing U-turns. They headed west, disappearing into the trees toward Memphis and the world beyond. I watched their dust cloud settle, then headed back to the sheriff's office. Devereaux had seen the whole standoff from the dim corner office window. A silent film, no soundtrack, she said. "You actually made them leave?" "You apologized." "I'm stunned." "Not quite," I corrected her. "I just postponed the party. They're planning to come back later with reinforcements, a whole crowd. Why on earth would you do that? More arrests for your record. It'll look great for your re-election campaign flyers. You're insane." "Feel like getting lunch now?" "I already have plans," she said. "Since when?" "About 5 minutes ago. Major Duncan Munro called back and formally invited me to dine with him at the Kellam Officers Club, Chapter 30. Devereaux drove off toward Kellam, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. I walked past the empty lot to the diner, a table for 1. I ordered the cheeseburger again, then ambled over to the payphone by the door and dialed the Pentagon. Colonel John James Fraser, Senate liaison. He picked up on the first ring. I got straight to it. "Whose brilliant idea was it to classify that license plate?" "I can't disclose that," he said. "Whoever it was a major blunder. All it did was scream that the car belongs to someone from Kellam. You might as well have put out a press release. We had no other option. We couldn't let it become public information. Journalists would have had it 5 minutes after the local cops. We couldn't allow that. Now you're making it sound like it definitely belonged to a Bravo company soldier. I'm not confirming anything, but trust me, there was no choice. The fallout would have been catastrophic." There was a strange tension in his voice. "Tell me you're joking," I said, "because right now it sounds an awful lot like you're describing Reed Riley's personal vehicle." Silence on the line. "Was it?" I pressed. No answer. "Was it his car?" "I can neither confirm nor deny," Fraser stated, his voice tight. "And don't ask again, and don't use that name again either, not on an open line." "Does the officer in question have an alibi?" "No comment," I said. "This is spiraling, Fraser. You need to reconsider. The cover-up is always worse than the original mess. You need to shut it down now, negative reacher. There's a plan in motion, and it stays in motion." "Does this plan involve creating a no-go zone around Kellam? For journalists, maybe?" "What in God's name are you talking about? I've got circumstantial evidence here of military activity outside Kellam's fence. Part of that evidence happens to be a dead body. I'm telling you this situation is already off the rails. Who's the dead man? A tough-looking guy, middle-aged? A reporter? I don't know how to spot a journalist just by looking. Maybe that's an infantry skill, but they don't teach it to MPs. No identification on him. We haven't checked yet. The medical examiner is still with him." Fraser's reply was firm. "There is no exclusion zone around Fort Kellam. That would represent a significant change in policy, and an unlawful one." "Agreed. Also foolish and entirely counterproductive. It's not occurring. It never has. I believe the Marine Corps executed something similar once. When within the past 2 decades? Well, Marines, they're known for unconventional approaches. You should verify it." "How? Do you imagine they'd document it in an official chronicle?" "Investigate indirectly. Look for an officer, perhaps a colonel, who was dismissed abruptly without a clear reason." After ending the call with Fraser, I finished my burger and coffee. Then, following Garber's directive from earlier, I set out to return to the crash site and dispose of the problematic license plate. I headed east on the Kellam Road, then turned north onto the path alongside the railroad ties. I passed the old water tower. Its downspout, fashioned from some blackened rubberized canvas, was now cracked and brittle with age, swaying gently in a warm breeze from the south. Continuing another 50 yards, I left the track and made for the spot where I had seen the partially buried bumper. It was gone, completely removed. The puncture it had created was now filled with packed dirt, stamped down by boot prints and smoothed over by shovel backs. The boot prints were unfamiliar, not standard military issue, but the shovel marks could have been from Army entrenching tools. It was impossible to be certain. Moving deeper into the debris field, it was clear the entire area had been disturbed. It had been meticulously combed, sifted, examined, and rearranged, almost 200 yards of it. Hundreds of fragments had been displaced, with countless smaller pieces scrutinized. It was a substantial area, a slow and painstaking task. I estimated it required at least 6 men, possibly 8, advancing in a disciplined line under precise command. Military precision. Retracing my steps, I reached the center of the railroad crossing and spotted a car approaching from the east, from the direction of Kellam. It was still distant on the straight road, a small shape that resolved into a large black vehicle moving fast and smooth, a town car, a limousine. It held the center of the road, avoiding the rough shoulders, its motion a slight waver. My first thought was Devereaux returning after lunch, but this wasn't her car. I stepped off the track onto the Kellam side and positioned myself in the middle of the road, feet planted, arms spread, making myself unmistakable. When the car was about 100 yards out, I crossed my arms above my head and waved the universal distress signal. I knew the driver would stop. This was 1997, remember, a different time, 4.5 years before everything changed, when the world was far less suspicious. The car slowed and halted in front of me. I circled around the right side of the hood, approaching the driver's window but holding back slightly to adjust my angle, hoping to glimpse the passenger. I assumed he'd be in the rear on the far side with the front passenger seat pushed forward for legroom. I'd been in these cars before. I knew the drill. The driver's window slid down. I leaned forward. The driver was a large man with a substantial belly that pushed his knees apart. He wore a black chauffeur's cap, jacket, and tie, his eyes watery. "Can we help you?" he asked. "My apologies," I said. "I mistook you for someone else. Thank you for stopping." "Sure," he replied. "No problem." His window rose, and I stepped back as the car drove on. The passenger had been an older man, gray-haired and prosperous, wearing a fine wool suit. A leather briefcase lay on the seat beside him. A lawyer, I figured. I turned east toward the neighborhood on the other side of the tracks and started walking. The road felt solid beneath my boots. Back in the railroad's heyday, it was probably just a dirt path, but it had been upgraded decades later, likely in the 50s, almost certainly funded by the Department of Defense. They'd excavated the base to handle heavy armor transports and straightened the route because, to an Army engineer, a line on a map demands a perfectly straight road on the ground. I'd walked plenty of DoD roads around the globe, all relics from that blazing era of American military confidence, when we believed we could do anything. I was born in that time but never truly belonged to it, nostalgic for a fire I'd never felt. Then I remembered Stan Lowry, my old friend, joking about job listings in some diner near our base. Things were shifting, no doubt, but I felt strangely at peace. That straight road cutting through the Mississippi woods was doing me good. The sun was warm, the air still. Miles lay behind and ahead, and time felt generous. I had no grand plans and few real needs. Whatever came next, I'd manage. I didn't have another option. I took the same turn Devereaux had in her car, heading south on the dirt lane, flanked by drainage ditches and old sharecropper cabins, toward where Emmeline McClatchy lived. On foot, the details were sharper, and mostly what I saw was poverty up close. Faded clothes hung on lines, worn so thin they were nearly sheer. There weren't any new cars, just chickens pecking in yards, a few goats, the occasional hog. Dogs on rusty chains watched me pass everywhere. Makeshift repairs held things together, duct tape on wiring, baling wire securing gutters, jerry-rigged plumbing, and there was suspicion, too. Barefoot children would appear for a moment, fingers in their mouths, staring until anxious mothers pulled them back inside, avoiding my gaze entirely. I passed Emmeline's place without seeing her. In fact, that whole stretch of road felt deserted. No kids, no adults, just quiet. I went by the house with beer signs in the window and followed the same turns. Devereaux had taken left and right and left again until I reached the abandoned construction site and its mound of gravel. The planned house was small, its foundation angled the old way to catch the breeze and dodge the worst of the summer sun. The blocks were reused, the mortar sandy, a sewer pipe and water line stub stuck out of the ground. The corner posts were already graying with weather, nothing else was finished, probably the money ran out. The gravel pile had slumped and spread over months of neglect. Weeds poked through where it was thin. It rose about knee-high and was roughly the size of a queen mattress. The marks on its surface were like one of those ink blot tests. You could see them as proof of kids playing jumping and stomping around. Or you could just as easily read them as signs of a struggle, of a woman thrown down hard. I crouched and dragged a finger through the small stones. They didn't give way easily. The gravel was packed down tight, a dusty residue clinging to the stones that had mixed with rain or dew to form a weak, grimy paste. I carved a shallow furrow about an inch wide and deep, then turned my hand over. Pressing the back of it into the pile, I held it there for a full minute. The result was faint white marks, no real indentations. There wasn't enough flesh there to leave an impression, so I pushed up my sleeve and pressed the inside of my forearm against the gravel. I laid my other hand flat on top and leaned my weight into it, bouncing and shifting the skin against the rough surface. When I pulled my arm away, it was a mess of small red marks, pale streaks, and a thick coating of dust and mud. I spat on my arm and wiped it clean on my pants, leaving a stark pale stripe that looked both eerily similar and completely different from the small of Janice May Chapman's back Another Rorschach test and another dead end, but it did lead me to one small conclusion. After cleaning up as best I could, I was certain of this. Wherever Chapman had been assaulted, she hadn't just gotten dressed afterward. She had showered, too. I moved on until I found the wider, slightly better-kept street where Shauna Lindsay had lived. The second victim, the middle-class girl, relatively speaking, her younger brother was still there in the yard, 16 years old, the awkward, unattractive boy. He was just standing there, motionless, his eyes fixed on the street. He watched me approach without blinking, tracking me all the way to the low picket fence that separated us. I stepped onto the shoulder and stopped directly in front of him. "How's life treating you, kid?" He didn't miss a beat. "My mom's not home." "Noted," I said, "but that wasn't my question." "Life's a bitch," he muttered. "And then you die," I finished, instantly regretting it. Insensitive, given what his family had been through, but he didn't even flinch, which I was grateful for. "I need to talk to you," I said. "Why? You trying to earn some kind of white guy merit badge? Need to talk to a black person off your list today?" "I'm in the Army," I told him. "Which means half my friends are black, and more importantly, half the people who tell me what to do are black. I talk to black people every single day, and they talk right back, so save the ghetto attitude for someone else." He fell silent for a moment, then asked, "What part of the Army?" "Military police." "Is that a hard job?" "Hard doesn't even cover it," I said. "Think it through, any soldier out there could probably kick your ass. My job is to be the guy who can kick their ass. Seriously, more than serious. Serious is for civilians, not for us." He shifted his weight, his gaze dropping for a second. "What do you want to talk about? A hunch? What kind?" "My hunch is that nobody ever really sat down and talked to you about your sister's death." He looked at the ground. I went on. "Normally, when someone is killed, investigators talk to everyone who knew her. They ask what she was like, what she did, who she spent time with. Did anyone ever ask you those kinds of questions?" "No," he said softly. "Nobody ever talked to me." "They should have," I said. "I would have. Brothers know things about their sisters, especially at the ages you two were. I bet you knew stuff about Shauna that nobody else did. I bet she told you things she couldn't tell your mom, and I bet you figured out some things on your own." He shuffled his feet, a mix of bashfulness and quiet pride flashing across his face. It was like he was thinking, "Yeah, maybe I did." Out loud, he just said, "Nobody ever talks to me about anything." "Why do you think that is?" "Because I'm deformed. They think I'm slow too." "Who says you're deformed? Everybody? Even your mom?" "She doesn't say it, but she thinks it." "What about friends?" "I don't have any. Who'd want to be friends with me?" "They've all got it wrong," I told him. "You're not deformed. You're ugly. Sure, but there's a difference. Ugly isn't the same thing." A faint smile touched his lips. "That's what Shauna used to tell me." I could picture the two of them together, Beauty and the Beast, siblings navigating a world that was tough on both of them. For him, it must have been a constant, silent comparison. A shadow he could never quite step out of. It was a tough situation for her, requiring endless tact and patience. I told him, "You should consider the Army compared to half the people I've served with. You'd look like a movie star." "You should have seen the guy who sent me here." "I'm planning to join," he replied. "I already spoke to someone about it." "Who did you talk to?" "Shauna's last boyfriend," he said. "He was a soldier. The kid invited me inside. His mother wasn't home, and he pointed out a pitcher of iced tea in the refrigerator. The house felt closed in and dim, the air stale. It was a narrow, somewhat grim place, but it had plenty of rooms, an eat-in kitchen, a living room, and what I guessed were 3 bedrooms down the hall, space meant for 2 parents and 2 kids. Yet I saw no trace of a father, and Shauna was never coming back." He told me his name was Bruce. We poured glasses of tea and sat at the kitchen table. An old wall phone, its pale yellow plastic casing faded, hung near the refrigerator, its cord stretched a good 12 feet. On the counter sat a small color TV with chrome accents, practically an antique, likely salvaged and polished up like a vintage car, up close. The kid's appearance hadn't improved, but if you looked past his face, he was built solid, all bone and muscle, broad in the chest and shoulders with thick arms. Underneath, he seemed patient and surprisingly cheerful. I found myself liking him. He asked, "Would they really let someone like me join?" "Who's they?" "The Army itself." "Would they accept me?" "Do you have any felony convictions?" "No, sir." "Any kind of arrest record?" "No, sir." "Then, of course, they'll take you. They'd sign you up today if you were old enough. The others would make fun of me." "Probably," I admitted. "But not for the reason you're thinking. Soldiers are like that. They'll find something you never even considered. I could just wear my helmet all the time, only if they can find one big enough, and night vision goggles, or maybe a bomb disposal hood," I said, figuring that specialized field was the coming thing with small wars and hidden traps, though I kept that thought to myself. Not the kind of detail a hopeful recruit needs to hear. I took a sip of tea. The boy asked, "Do you watch much TV?" "Not really," I said. "Why?" "They have commercials," he explained, "so they have to fit a whole hour's story into about 40 minutes. They get right to the point." "You think that's what I should do now?" "That's what I'm saying. So who do you think killed your sister?" Bruce took a sip of tea, drew a serious breath, and then everything he'd been turning over in his mind came pouring out, fast, clear, and thoughtful. He said, "Well, her throat was cut, so we should think about who's trained to do that, or has experience with it, or both, that kind of thing." "His sister's throat?" I asked. "So who fits that description?" "Soldiers," he said, "especially around here, and ex-soldiers. Fort Kellam trains special operations guys, they know those skills. Also hunters, and honestly, most people in town, including me. You? Are you a hunter?" "No. But I have to eat. People around here keep pigs, and you think pigs commit suicide? We cut their throats. You've done that dozens of times. Sometimes I get $1 for it," I asked. "When and where did you last see Shauna alive?" "It was the day she died. A Friday in November. She left here around 7 o'clock after dark. She was all dressed up. Where was she headed?" "Across the tracks." "Probably to Brannan's bar. That's where she usually went. Is Brannan's the most popular spot?" "They're all popular, but Brannan's is where most folks start out and end up." "Who did Shauna go with that night?" "She left on her own." "She was probably heading to the bar to meet her boyfriend," the boy said. "Did she make it there?" He shook his head. "They found her 2 blocks over, at that empty lot where they were starting to build a house." "The one with the big mound of gravel?" "Yeah," he confirmed, his voice dropping. "They left her right on top of it. Looked like something out of an old ritual, you know." We stood up from the table and wandered into the kitchen, not really looking for anything. After refilling our mugs with tea, we settled back down. "Tell me about Shauna's last boyfriend," I prompted. "He was her first white boyfriend?" the kid offered. "Was she into him?" "Yeah, seemed like it." "Did they fight much?" "Not that I saw." "No real issues?" "Nothing obvious." "You think he killed her, maybe?" "What makes you say that?" "Can't exactly cross him off the list, can you?" "I'd like to say no, but somebody did it. Could have been him. Do you know his name?" "Reed." That's all she ever called him. It was always Reed said this, Reed did that, just Reed. "Last name? No idea." "We have name tags," I explained, "on our uniforms, right over the pocket. I never saw him in uniform. When they come into town, it's always jeans and t-shirts, maybe a jacket." "Officer or enlisted?" The kid shrugged. "He never said," I asked, "but he just said his name was Reed." "Was he a jerk?" "Kind of." "Did he seem like the hard-working type?" "Not really. He acted like nothing was a big deal. Probably an officer then," I mused. "What did he tell you about joining up?" "He said serving your country was an honorable thing to do." "Yep, definitely an officer." "He told me I could learn a trade. Said I might even make specialist rank. You could aim higher than that," he said. "The recruiters in Memphis would explain everything, that they have a good office there." "Don't go to Memphis," I warned. "That's a trap. Those offices handle all the branches. The Marines might snatch you up first. That would be a fate worse than death." "So where should I go?" "Go straight to Kellam. Every base has its own recruiters. Would that work?" "Absolutely. Show them something that says you're 18, and they'll get you signed up so fast your head will spin. Good luck getting out after that, but I heard the Army is getting smaller. Thanks for the reminder, kid. So why would they want me?" They'll still have a huge number of people. Thousands get out every year. They always need new ones to fill the ranks. What's so bad about the Marines? Nothing, really. It's just the old rivalry. We talk trash about them. They talk trash about us. They do those beach landings. The history books will tell you the Army has done plenty of those on its own, too. Sheriff Devereaux was a Marine. Is a Marine, I corrected. They never really stop being one, even after they're out. It's part of their whole deal. You like her, the kid said, a sly grin appearing. I could tell. I saw you riding in her cruiser. She's all right, I said, brushing it off. Did Reed have a car, Shauna's boyfriend? The kid nodded eagerly. They all have cars. I'm gonna get one too after I join up. What kind was his? A 1957 Chevy Bel Air two-door hardtop. It wasn't in great shape, kind of rough. What color was it? It was blue, he said. The boy led me to his sister's room. It was orderly and spotless, not turned into a memorial, but not yet packed away either. The space felt suspended, heavy with grief and a kind of stunned inactivity. The bed was neatly made, and small stacks of folded clothes sat waiting. No one had decided what to do with any of it yet. There was nothing on the walls that spoke of Shauna Lindsay's personality. She had been a woman, not a girl. No posters, no trinkets from trips, no secret journal filled with dreams, no mementos at all. Her possessions amounted to some clothes, a few pairs of shoes, and 2 books. One was a slim volume on becoming a notary public. The other was a worn-out, outdated travel guide for Los Angeles. Did she want to be in the movies, I asked. No, the kid replied. She just wanted to see someplace else, anywhere. Did she have a job? She worked part-time at the loan office, the one next to Brannan's bar. She was pretty good with her numbers. What did she tell you that she couldn't tell your mother? That she hated living here, that she wanted to leave. Your mother didn't want to hear that? She just wanted to keep Shauna safe. My mom is scared of everything outside. Where does your mother work? She cleans at the bars downtown. Gets them ready before they open. What else can you tell me about Shauna? The boy opened his mouth, then closed it again. Finally, he just shook his head and stayed quiet. He drifted into the middle of that plain square room and stood there, like he was absorbing something from the quiet air. It felt like he hadn't spent much time in that space, not before Shauna died and not after. He said softly, I just know I really miss her. We returned to the kitchen, and I asked, if I left some money, do you think your mom would mind me using the phone? You need to call someone, he replied, as if the idea was unusual. 2 calls, I said. One I have to make and one I'd like to make. I don't know what it costs. Pay phones take a quarter, I told him. How about I leave $1 for each call? That's too much. Long distance adds up, I said. Whatever seems fair. I'll step outside for a minute. I waited until I saw him appear in the front yard. He settled near the fence, just standing there, watching the street with a quiet patience, like he was keeping some kind of endless watch. I slipped $1 between the phone and the wall and lifted the receiver. First, I dialed the call I needed to make. Stan Lowry, back at our home base. After getting past his sergeant, he came on the line. Look at that, I said. You're still around, still employed. He shot back. Pretty sure I'm safer than you are right now. Frances Neagley just checked in. She worries too much. You don't worry enough. Is Carla Dixon still handling financial cases? I can find out. Ask her something for me? I want to know if money coming in from Kosovo should raise any red flags like gangsters moving cash, that sort of thing. Doesn't sound too likely. That's the Balkans, right? Over there, you're doing well if you own a goat. Rich means you've got 2. Not exactly like here. I glanced out the window. Not so different from some parts of this country, though. Lowry sighed. Wish I'd taken up financial work. Might have learned how to actually save money. Don't sweat it, I said. You'll get unemployment for a little while anyway. You sound upbeat. I've got plenty to be upbeat about. Why? What's happening down there? All sorts of marvelous things, I said, and hung up. Then I wedged another $1 by the phone and dialed the call I wanted to make. The Treasury Department's main line picked up. A woman with a refined, mature voice answered, "How may I direct your call? Joe Reacher, please?" There was some clicking, then a stretch of silence. No hold music at Treasury back in '97. Another woman answered, younger and energetic, likely fresh out of some top-tier school, all bright eyes and ambition, probably attractive too, maybe wearing a smart skirt and a crisp blouse. My brother had a knack for hiring them. "Mr. Reacher's office," she said. "Is Mr. Reacher available?" "I'm afraid he's out of the office for a few days. He had to go to Georgia." She said it as if Georgia were another planet, distant and desolate. "May I take a message?" "Tell him his brother called." "How interesting. He never mentioned having brothers, but you know you sound just like him." "So I've heard." "No message, really. Just wanted to say hello, check in, see how he's doing. Will he know which brother?" "I hope so," I said. "He only has one." I didn't stay long after that. Shauna's brother remained at his solitary post. I gave a wave, and he returned the gesture, but he never shifted from his spot, his gaze fixed on the distant line where the sky met the earth. I made my way back to the Kellam Road and headed left toward town. I was part way to the railroad tracks when I heard an engine behind me, followed by a brief, polite chirp of a siren. I turned to see Devereaux pulling up smoothly beside me. A moment later, I was settled in the passenger seat of her cruiser, the only thing separating us being the holstered shotgun mounted between us. The first words out of my mouth were, "Long lunch." I meant it as a simple observation, but she took it differently. "Jealous?" She asked, "That depends on what was on the menu." I had a cheeseburger. We had rare roast beef with horseradish sauce and roasted potatoes. It was excellent, but you probably know that already. You must eat at the officers' club all the time. How was the conversation? Demanding. In what way? "Tell me what you've been up to first, me." "I've been dining on humble pie, figuratively speaking anyway." "How so?" "I went back to the wrecked car. I had orders to destroy the license plate, but it was already gone. The whole debris field had been picked clean, very systematically. A sizable team was out there this morning, so I believe you're correct. There are boots on the ground operating beyond Kellam's fence. They're maintaining an exclusion zone. They were redirected to handle the cleanup because someone at the Pentagon didn't trust me to get it done." Devereaux was silent for a moment. "Then I took a long walk," I added. "Did you see the gravel pile?" she asked. "I saw it this morning," I replied. "I went back for a closer look." "Thinking about Janice May Chapman, obviously." "It's a coincidence," she stated. Black-on-white sexual assaults are extraordinarily rare in Mississippi, no matter what people might want to believe. A white man could have taken her there, unlikely. He would have stood out terribly. He'd have been risking 100 potential witnesses. Shauna Lindsay's body was found there. I spoke with her younger brother. Where else would it be left? It's a vacant lot. That's where bodies get dumped. Was she killed there? I don't think so. There was no blood. At the scene or on her, neither. What's your take on that? Same perpetrator. And he's addicted to risk, she said. June, November, March, from the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder, then the middle, then the top, by Carter County standards anyway. He started safe and got progressively bolder. Nobody pays much attention to poor black girls. Chapman was his first truly visible victim. You pay attention to poor black girls, but you know how it works. An investigation can't sustain its own momentum. It needs an external source of energy. It needs public outrage, and there wasn't any. There was pain, certainly, and grief, and suffering, but mostly there was resignation and a grim familiarity. Business as usual. If every murdered woman in Mississippi rose up tonight and marched through town, you'd notice two things. It would be an impossibly long procession, and most of the marchers would be black. Poor black girls have been getting killed here forever. White women with money, not so often. What was the McClatchy girl's name? Rosemary? Where was her body found? In the ditch near the crossing, the other side of the tracks. Any blood? None. Was she assaulted? No. Was Shauna Lindsay? No. So Janice May Chapman represented another kind of escalation. Apparently, did Rosemary McClatchy have a connection to Kellam? Of course she did. You saw her photograph? Guys from Kellam were lining up at her door, practically drooling. She went out with a whole string of them. Black guys or white guys? Both. Officers or enlisted men? Both. Any suspects? I never had probable cause to even ask questions. She wasn't seen with anyone from Kellam for at least 2 weeks before she died. My jurisdiction ends at Kellam's fence. They wouldn't have let me through the gate. They let you through the gate today? Yes, she said. They did, she confirmed. So what's your impression of Monroe? I asked. Challenging, she repeated, the word carrying a new weight. We bumped over the railroad tracks and pulled to a stop just past them. Ahead lay the straight shot west, the ditch where Rosemary McClatchy was discovered on our right, and the turn onto Main Street up on the left. Classic cop logic. When you're unsure, park somewhere visible. It gives the illusion of action even when you're just sitting still. Devereaux let out a slow breath. My starting point obviously was that Monroe would be lying through his teeth. His primary job is to protect the army. I get that, and I don't even hold it against him. He's following orders, same as you, and, I prompted. I asked him point blank about the exclusion zone. He denied it, of course. He'd have to, I said. She nodded, her gaze fixed on the empty road. But then he went the extra mile to convince me. He gave me the grand tour, that's why I was gone so long. He's running a fortress. Every single soldier is confined to barracks. Military police are everywhere, watching each other as much as anyone else. The armory is under heavy guard. The logs show no weapons checked in or out for 2 full days. Go on. Honestly, I thought I was being played for a fool. And sure enough, I saw 200 empty beds. My immediate thought was a shadow unit camped out in the woods, but Monroe said, no, that's a full company deployed elsewhere for a month. He swore up and down. And in the end, I believed him, because like everyone else in this town, I've heard the transport planes coming and going. I've seen the different faces rotating through. I nodded silently. Alpha Company, I figured. Kosovo. So it all seemed to add up, she continued. Monroe showed me a stack of evidence, and it was all perfectly consistent. Nobody can run a con that flawless, so there is no exclusion zone. I was wrong. And you must be wrong about that debris field. It had to be local kids, scavenging for souvenirs. I don't buy that, I said. It looked methodical, like a professional sweep. She was quiet for a moment, the hum of the engine the only sound. Then maybe the 75th is sending teams directly from Fort Benning. That's entirely possible. They could be living rough in the woods around the perimeter. All Monroe really proved is that no one is leaving Kellam. He's the type who tells you a small truth to hide a much bigger one. Sounds like you didn't exactly hit it off. I respected him well enough. He's sharp and he's loyal to the Army. But if we'd both been Marine MPs at the same time, I'd have been worried. I'd have seen him as serious competition. There's just something about him. He's the guy you don't want moving into the office next door, too ambitious and too damn good at what he does. What did he say about Janice May Chapman? He presented what looked like a textbook summary of a textbook investigation designed to prove no one from Kellam was ever involved in anything. But you didn't buy it? I almost did, she admitted. Then her tone shifted, the earlier professional assessment giving way to a sharper, more sardonic edge. But he couldn't help himself. He made the rivalry crystal clear. It's him against me, the Army against the local sheriff. That's the whole game for him. He wants everyone to believe the villain is on my side of the fence. But please, what else would he possibly want people to think? I haven't been living under a rock. So, what's your next move? I'm still figuring that out. What do you want to do? A new fire entered her voice, transforming her earlier frustration into a hardened resolve. He doesn't respect the Marines either. Him against me means the Army against the Corps. That's a fight he shouldn't have picked. So if he wants a rivalry, I'll give him one. I want to take him on. I want to beat him so thoroughly he feels it for a week. I want to find the real truth and shove it right back at him. Do you think you can do that? She turned to look at me directly, the streetlight catching the determination in her eyes. I can, if you help me. We sat in the idling Caprice for a long minute, neither of us speaking. The car felt like it had a decade of stakeout duty baked into its frame, from a previous life in Chicago or maybe New Orleans. Every surface inside was saturated with the ghosts of old sweat and exhaustion. Grime was etched into the dashboard and door panels. The floor mats had worn down into hard, separate tufts of fiber, each one flattened like a worn-out pearl. Devereaux offered an apology, and I asked what for. She explained it was about pulling me into her investigation, admitting it wasn't fair, and that I should forget the whole thing. I agreed, and she offered to drop me off somewhere. Instead, I suggested we go speak with Janice May Chapman's curious neighbors. She refused, saying she couldn't let me turn against my own people. I countered that maybe I wouldn't be turning against them at all. Perhaps I'd be doing exactly what they wanted by helping Monroe, since we still had no clear idea what really happened. I noticed she didn't correct my use of we. She then asked for my best guess. I considered the sleek limousines constantly coming and going from Fort Kellam, ferrying high-priced attorneys. I thought about the restricted zone and the clear panic in John James Fraser's voice during our call from the Pentagon. My conclusion was that it was likely someone from Kellam. She questioned if I was really willing to risk finding out the hard truth. I told her that facing an armed man is a risk. Asking questions is just conversation. That's what I believed back in 1997. Chapman's house sat about 100 yards from the railroad tracks, one of the last 3 homes on a quiet, dead-end street southeast of Main Street. It was a modest place, tucked into a pie-shaped lot at the rounded end of the lane where cars could turn around. Positioned like it was 9 on a clock face, it directly faced its 2 neighbors at roughly 2 and 4 o'clock. The house was maybe 50 years old but well kept, with fresh siding, a new roof, and careful landscaping. Both neighboring houses were in similarly good shape, and the whole street had that feel. This was clearly Carter Crossing's comfortable, middle-class area. Lawns were impeccably green, driveways smoothly paved, and mailbox posts stood perfectly straight. The only downside was the train. But with just one passing a day, it was a minor inconvenience. A single minute out of 1,440 wasn't a bad trade-off. Chapman's porch stretched across the front of the house, shaded by the roof and decorated with ornate spindle railings. It held 2 matching white rocking chairs and a faded rag rug. Her neighbors' porches were nearly identical, each currently occupied by a white-haired woman in a floral house dress, sitting rigidly in a rocker and watching us intently. We waited in the car a moment before Devereaux pulled forward and parked in the center of the turnaround. Stepping out into the afternoon sun, I asked which house we should approach first. She said it didn't matter. Whichever we chose, the other neighbor would join us within half a minute. She was exactly right. We headed for the right-hand house, the one at the 4 o'clock position. Before we'd taken 3 steps onto its porch, the woman from the 2 o'clock house was right behind us. Devereaux made introductions, giving my name and stating I was an Army investigator. Up close, the women had slight differences. One was older, the other thinner, but they shared a similar demeanor, thin necks, tight lips, and crowns of white hair. They greeted me with a respectful courtesy common to a generation that held the military in high esteem, likely having had husbands, brothers, or sons serve in World War II, Korea, or Vietnam. I turned to survey the view from the porch. Chapman's house was perfectly framed between her 2 neighbors, like a focal point or a target. Their porches were positioned like ideal spots for infantry to set up overlapping machine gun fire. Turning back, Devereaux reviewed what she had already discussed with them, asking for confirmation on each point. The answers were all the same. Neither woman had seen Janice May Chapman leave her home on the day she died, not in the morning, the afternoon, or the evening. They hadn't seen her walking, or in her own car, or in anyone else's. No, there was nothing new to report from either woman. They had nothing to add. The next question was a delicate one, so Devereaux passed it to me. I said, "Were there any gaps, any times at all, when something might have occurred that you didn't witness? In other words, how thoroughly did you monitor your neighbor's life? Were there moments you weren't watching?" Both women understood the implication immediately. They fussed and clucked for a moment, a little offended, but the seriousness of the situation outweighed their pride. They admitted rather reluctantly that no, they had the street under a near constant watch. Each enjoyed sitting on her porch when free, and their schedules conveniently differed. Their bedrooms were at the front of their houses, neither tried to sleep until the midnight freight train had rumbled through, and both were light sleepers afterward. Very little escaped their notice, day or night. I asked, "So, was there usually much activity over there?" The two ladies put their heads together and launched into a detailed history that threatened to span decades. I began to drift until I realized they were describing a social pattern that about 6 months prior had settled into a strange rhythm, a month of frantic activity followed by a month of utter quiet. It was feast or famine. Janice Chapman was either never home or always out, 4 or 5 weeks of one extreme, then 4 or 5 weeks of the other. It reminded me of a military rotation, Bravo Company deployed, then Bravo Company back home, a troubling parallel. I asked, did she have a boyfriend? She had several, they said, with a hint of scandalized pleasure, sometimes all at once. It was practically a parade. They listed a series of glimpsed young men, all polite, all with short hair, dressed in what they called dungarees and undershirts, some in motorcycle coats, jeans, t-shirts, leather jackets, soldiers obviously off-duty. Not a good sign, I pressed. Was there anyone in particular, anyone special? After another consultation, they agreed a period of relative calm had started 3 or maybe 4 months ago. The parade had slowed to a trickle, then stopped entirely, replaced by a single steady suitor. He was again described as polite, young, and short-haired, but perpetually underdressed in their opinion. Jeans, t-shirts, leather jackets. In their day, a gentleman called on a lady in a proper suit and tie. I asked what did they do together. They went out. The women said sometimes in the afternoons, but mostly in the evenings. Probably to bars. There wasn't much else for entertainment in that part of the state. The nearest movie theater was in Corinth. There had been a vaudeville house in Tupelo once, but it closed years ago. The couple would return late, often after the midnight train. Sometimes the young man would stay for an hour or two, but to their certain knowledge, he never spent the entire night. I asked, when was the last time you saw her? The day before she died. They confirmed she had left her house at 7 in the evening. The same suitor had come calling for her, right on the hour, quite formally. What was Janice wearing that night, I asked. A yellow dress, they said, knee-length but cut low. Did her friend arrive in his own car? Yes, he did. What kind of car was it? It was a blue car, they said. We left the two women on their porch and crossed the quiet street to take a closer look at Chapman's house. It was virtually identical to the others on the block, classic post-war tract housing thrown up quickly and uniformly for returning GIs and their burgeoning families after World War II. The sameness of it all felt heavy, like the entire neighborhood was holding its breath. Over the years, each of the identical houses had taken on its own subtle character, much like triplets who grow up and develop distinct personalities. Chapman's home was simple and unpretentious, yet welcoming. Someone had added tidy gingerbread trim along the eaves, and the front door was clearly a newer replacement. Standing on the porch, I peered through a window into a compact square living room furnished with pieces that appeared fairly recent. A love seat and an armchair faced a small television perched on a low dresser with a VHS player and a few tapes beside it. The living room doors stood open, offering a glimpse of a narrow hallway beyond. I shifted my weight and stretched for a better view. "Go on in if you'd like," Devereaux said from behind me. "Seriously?" The doors unlocked. It was that way when we arrived. Is that normal around here? Not unheard of. We never located her key, not in her purse. She didn't have one with her. It seems she left it in the kitchen. Is that typical? She didn't smoke, Devereaux replied, and she certainly wasn't buying drinks that night. Why would she need to carry a purse? Touch-ups? I suggested. But 27-year-olds don't usually stop to reapply makeup midway through an evening. That's an old habit, not so common anymore. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was orderly and clean, but the air felt stagnant and thick. The floors, rugs, paint, and furniture all looked fairly new, though not straight out of the box. Across the hall from the living room was an eat-in kitchen, with 2 bedrooms tucked behind and presumably a bathroom. Cozy place, I remarked. You could buy it probably better than staying at the Toussaint Hotel. Devereaux gave a dry laugh. With those nosy neighbors across the street watching my every move, I'd lose my mind in a week. I had to smile. She wasn't wrong. She added, "Even without the neighborhood watch, I wouldn't want to live like this. It's not my style at all." I nodded, staying quiet. After a moment, she continued, "Truth is, I couldn't buy it even if I wanted to. We haven't identified next of kin. I wouldn't know who to approach. No will. She was 27. No documents anywhere. Nothing we've turned up yet. No mortgage on file. Not with the county. No family at all. No one remembers her mentioning any. So what's the plan? I'm not sure yet." I moved down the hallway. "Take your time looking around." Devereaux called after me, "Make yourself at home. Just give a shout if you spot anything I should know about." Room by room, I walked through, that familiar sense of intrusion settling in, the uneasy feeling I always get in a dead person's space. Here and there were small signs of lived-in disorder, the sort of minor clutter you might straighten before company comes. Those touches lent the place a little humanity, but overall the house felt bland and impersonal. Everything was too coordinated, the furniture all matched, as if chosen from the same catalog in a single shopping trip. The rugs harmonized, the walls were all the same neutral shade, no artwork hung, no photos sat on shelves. No books, no keepsakes, no cherished trinkets. The bathroom was spotless. The tub and towels were dry. Behind the mirrored door of the medicine cabinet were basic pain relievers, toothpaste, tampons, dental floss, and spare toiletries. The primary bedroom held little of note except a bed that had been made, though hastily. The second bedroom contained a narrower bed that appeared untouched. The kitchen was stocked with practical items, though I had a feeling Chapman wasn't much of a cook. Her purse waited neatly on the counter, propped upright against the refrigerator. It was a small navy blue leather pouch with a magnetic flap, simple, understated, and perhaps easily overlooked. I wasn't entirely clear on the fashion rules for pairing a blue bag with a yellow dress, possibly a violation. But then many military medals feature blue and yellow ribbons, and the servicewomen I'd known would have done anything to earn one. I unzipped the bag and peered inside. There was a slender, dark red leather wallet, an unopened travel pack of tissues, a pen, some loose change, a few crumbs, and a car key. The key had a long serrated blade and a black plastic head contoured for the thumb and stamped with a prominent letter H. "Honda," Devereaux said from beside me. "A Civic purchased new 3 years ago from a dealer in Tupelo. All maintenance is current." "Where is it now?" I asked. Devereaux gestured toward a door. "In her garage." I lifted the wallet from the bag. It contained only cash and a Mississippi driver's license issued 3 years prior. The photo didn't fully capture Chapman's appeal, but she was still striking. The money totaled less than $30. I returned the wallet and placed the bag back beside the refrigerator. Opening the door Devereaux had indicated, I entered a small mudroom with two more doors, one leading to the backyard on my left and another straight ahead into the garage. The garage held nothing but the car. The silver Honda Civic sat there, compact, clean, and undamaged, with that faint, cold scent of oil and gasoline. The concrete floor around it was swept completely bare. No unpacked boxes, no broken furniture, no half-finished projects, no clutter whatsoever. It was unusually empty. I opened the door to the backyard and stepped out. Devereaux followed. "Well?" she asked. "Was there something in there I should have noticed?" "Yes," I replied. "There were things anyone should have seen." "So what did I miss?" "Nothing," I said. "They weren't there to be seen. That's exactly the point. We should have found certain items, but we didn't, because they were missing." "What items?" she pressed. "Later," I answered, because by then I had noticed something else entirely. Janice May Chapman's backyard was nothing like the front. It was barely tended at all, a neglected stretch of mostly lawn that looked sunken and forlorn. It had been mowed, but what passed for grass was really just weeds. At the far end stood a low wooden fence, weathered and unprotected, with one center panel removed and set aside. What caught my eye from the doorway was a faint, narrow path through the cut weeds, so subtle it was almost invisible. Only the angle of the late afternoon sun revealed it, casting light that showed a ghostly trail where the weeds were slightly crushed and darkened. The path curved gently, leading directly to the gap in the fence. It had been worn by repeated footsteps. I took 2 steps along it and stopped. The ground crunched under my shoes. Devereaux bumped into my back the second time we'd ever made contact. "What is it?" she said. I looked up. "One thing at a time," I told her, and continued walking. The path led off the weedy lawn through the broken fence and out into a wide, barren field. On the far side ran a railroad track. About halfway along the right edge of the field were 2 collapsed gate posts. Beyond them, a dirt road ran east and west I assumed, toward other old field entrances and a connection to Main Street, and east until it dead-ended at the railroad. The entire field was marked with tire tracks. They entered between the ruined gateposts, carved a wide right-angle turn, and headed straight for the gap in Chapman's fence. They finished up near me in a wide looping triangle where cars had backed up and turned around, ready to head back the way they came. She got tired of the old gossips, I told Devereaux. She was playing games with them. Some nights she'd leave by the front, others by the back. And I'd bet money that sometimes those boyfriends said goodnight, drove around the block, and came right back for more. Devereaux just muttered, "Damn." Can't really blame her, or the boyfriends, or even the busybodies when you think about it. People are going to do what people do, but it makes their statements worthless. That's exactly what she wanted. She had no idea it would ever matter. So now we have no clue when she actually came or went that last day. I stood there in the quiet, scanning the emptiness all around us. No other homes, no other people in sight, just an open, private stretch of land. Then I turned and looked back at the weed-choked patch that was supposed to be a lawn. "What?" Devereaux asked for what felt like the 10th time. "She bought this place 3 years back? Right? Yeah." She was 24 then. "That's right. Is that normal? A 24-year-old buying property out here? Not exactly common, with no mortgage at all. Definitely not common, but what's that got to do with her yard? She wasn't exactly winning any gardening awards. That's not a crime. And the person before her wasn't much better. Did you ever know who owned this place before? I was still deployed 3 years ago. So, not some local fixture you remember from growing up? Not another one of those neighborhood watch types? Why does it matter? Just curious, not important, I guess. But whoever it was, they got sick of mowing, so they tore up the grass and put down something else. Like what? Go see for yourself." She walked back through the gap in the fence, moved halfway along the path, and crouched down. Parting the overgrown weeds, she dug her fingers into the ground beneath. She raked them back and forth, then looked up at me. Gravel. The previous owner had apparently given up on lawn care entirely and switched to stones, maybe going for some kind of Japanese garden vibe or one of those water-conscious yards you see out in California. There might have been pottery planters here and there filled with bright flowers, or maybe not. Hard to tell now, but the gravel clearly hadn't been the low-maintenance solution they'd hoped for. It was spread too thin, and the soil underneath was packed with weed roots. It would have needed regular weed killer to keep it clean, something Janice May Chapman had obviously skipped. No hose in her garage, no watering can. This is rural Mississippi, after all. Plenty of rain and sun. Those weeds didn't just grow, they exploded out of the ground like they were making a point. At some point, some boyfriend, probably a soldier, the type who likes things tidy, had brought over a gas mower and hacked them back. The kind of guy who fixes things for people who can't stand a mess. Devereaux looked at me. "So, what are you thinking, that she was attacked right here?" "Maybe she wasn't attacked at all." Devereaux stayed quiet. "It's possible," I went on. "Think about it. A sunny afternoon, total privacy. They're out back to avoid the front porch and those prying eyes. They're on the steps, feeling good, and things escalate. On the ground? Wouldn't you?" She met my eyes squarely. "Like you told the doctor, it would depend entirely on who I was with." We spent the next few minutes talking through the injuries. I demonstrated with my forearm again, pressing it down and grinding it against the weedy gravel, mimicking the kind of movement you might get caught up in. It came away streaked with green and smeared with dry, dusty dirt. When I brushed it off, we both saw the same kind of faint red marks we'd noticed on Janice May Chapman's body. They were surface level, no broken skin, but we agreed Chapman might have been at it longer with more weight and intensity. We should go back inside, I said. In the bathroom, we found Chapman's laundry basket, a rectangular wicker thing with a lid. The bathroom walls were painted a stark white. At the top of the laundry hamper sat a simple sundress with short-cap sleeves, patterned in thin red and white stripes. The fabric was bunched and wrinkled around the waist, and the upper back bore faint green smudges from grass. Beneath it lay a hand towel, then a plain white blouse. No undergarments, Devereaux observed. Clearly, I replied. The attacker took a memento. She wasn't wearing any. Her boyfriend was expected. It's March. What was the temperature that afternoon? It was unseasonably warm, Devereaux said, and clear, a genuinely pleasant day. Rosemary McClatchy wasn't assaulted, I stated. Neither was Shauna Lindsay. An escalation in violence is one pattern. A total shift in method is something else entirely. Devereaux offered no response. She moved from the bathroom into the narrow hallway, the central junction of the small home. Her gaze swept the space. What's absent here? She wondered aloud. What should be present that isn't? Anything older than 3 years, I said. She relocated from another place. She should have brought possessions with her, at least a few. Books, perhaps, or pictures, maybe a cherished chair or similar item. Most 24-year-olds aren't overly sentimental. They hold on to some small token. What did you keep when you were 24? I'm an exception. You are too. So what's your point? My point is she appeared here 3 years ago without a traceable past and arrived empty-handed. She purchased a house, a car, obtained a local license. She bought a home's worth of brand-new furnishings, all with cash. If she had a wealthy father, his photograph would be in a silver frame beside the TV. I need to know who she really was. I trailed Devereaux as she moved through each room, conducting her own inspection. The paint on the walls still looked fresh. The love seat and armchair in the living area appeared recently purchased. The TV was a modern model paired with a high-end VHS player. Even the kitchenware, pots, pans, cutlery, showed no signs of wear from prolonged use. The closet held no clothing older than a couple of years. There was no prom dress sealed in plastic, no old cheerleading uniform, no family portraits. No mementos, no aged letters, no softball awards, no jewelry box with a broken dancer figurine, no worn childhood stuffed animals preserved for sentiment. Does it truly matter? Devereaux finally said. She was merely a random target when you think about it. She's an unresolved thread, I countered. I dislike unresolved threads. She was already established here when I returned to town. It never crossed my mind. People relocate constantly. This is America, after all. Did you ever catch wind of her history? Nothing. No gossip or speculation? None whatsoever. Was she employed? No. An accent? Possibly Midwestern or just south of there. The heartland, anyway. I only spoke to her that one time. Did you fingerprint the body? No. Why would we? We knew her identity. Did we, though? It's too late now. I nodded. By this point, Chapman's skin would be peeling from her fingers like a thin, decayed glove, wrinkling and tearing like damp paper. I asked, "Do you carry a fingerprint kit in your patrol car?" She shook her head. "Butler handles fingerprinting here," the other deputy. "He trained with the Jackson Police Department. You should summon him. He can lift prints from the house. They won't all belong to her. 9 out of 10 will. He should start with a box of tampons. She won't be in any database. Why would she be? She was young, never served in the military, wasn't in law enforcement. I said, you miss every shot you don't take. Devereaux used the radio in her car, parked in the center of the gravel turnaround. She had pieces to reposition. Pellegrino needed to relieve Butler at Kellum's gate. She returned inside and said, 20 minutes, I need to head back. I have duties, you wait here, but don't fret. Butler should handle it correctly. He's a fairly intelligent guy. Smarter than Pellegrino? Everyone is smarter than Pellegrino. My automobile is smarter than Pellegrino, I asked. Will you have dinner with me tonight? She said, I'll be working quite late. How late? Perhaps 9 o'clock? 9 would work. Are you buying? Without a doubt. She paused for a moment, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching her lips before she turned to go. Is this like a date? She asked. I shrugged. Might as well be. There's only one place to eat in this whole town. Odds are we'd run into each other anyway. All right, she agreed. Dinner then? 9 o'clock. Thanks. She paused at the door, turning back. And don't shave. Okay. Why's that? You look good with the stubble, she said, and then she was gone. I settled into one of Janice May Chapman's rocking chairs on her front porch. The two elderly women across the street hadn't moved, their gaze still fixed on me. Deputy Butler arrived just under 20 minutes later, pulling up in a cruiser similar to Pellegrino's. He parked where Devereaux had, unfolding his tall, well-built frame from the driver's seat. He looked to be in his mid-30s, with hair a touch long for a cop and a strong, square jaw. At first glance, he didn't seem like the easiest person to handle, but maybe not impossible either. He retrieved a black plastic case from his trunk and walked up the driveway toward me. I stood and offered my hand. Politeness usually helps Jack Reacher. Good to meet you. Geezer Butler, he replied. Seriously? Yep, like the bass player? He gave a tired smile. Haven't heard that one in a while. Were your parents Black Sabbath fans, both of them? You a fan too, he nodded. Got every album they ever pressed? I led him inside. He paused in the hallway, taking in the scene. The trick is to get her prints and only hers, I explained. To keep things clear, he asked. Not exactly, I thought. More to avoid accidentally flagging some guy from Bravo Company in the system. Better to play it safe, right? I said, to avoid confusion. The chief said I should start in the bathroom. Sounds smart, I agreed. Toothbrush, toothpaste, things that came sealed in boxes or plastic personal items no one else is likely to have handled. I gave him space, but kept a close eye on his work. He was thorough and efficient. In about 20 minutes, he'd collected 20 clear prints, all small, neat ovals, unmistakably a woman's. We decided that was a solid sample. He packed his gear and gave me a lift back into town. He dropped me off outside the sheriff's department. I walked south to the hotel and stood on the sidewalk wrestling with a decision. Part of me felt I should buy a new shirt, but I didn't want Devereaux to think I was making too big a deal out of a simple dinner. Or, if I'm being honest, I did want her to think it could be more than just a meal. I just didn't want her to see me trying too hard. I didn't want to pressure her or come off as desperate. In the end, I figured a shirt is just a shirt. I crossed Main Street and started checking the storefronts. Most were getting ready to close. It was past 5. 3 doors down, I found a men's clothing store. The display window wasn't promising. It featured a jacket made of some synthetic glittery denim that looked like it was woven from radioactive material. My only other option was the pharmacy, and showing up in a cheap t-shirt wasn't an appealing thought, so I went inside. The place was full of questionable fabrics, but there were simpler items mixed in. An older man behind the counter, a tape measure draped around his neck like a doctor's stethoscope, watched me browse without a word. He seemed to understand my mission. As I moved from one stack to another, his reactions were like a silent game of hot and cold. He'd frown and shake his head at some piles, then nod approvingly at others. Finally, I found a heavy cotton white button-down shirt. The collar was an 18, and the sleeves were 37 inches long. Just about my size. I brought my selection to the counter and asked, "Is this suitable for office work?" The elderly clerk nodded. "Yes, sir, it certainly is. Would it make a good impression at a dinner?" "I believe you'd prefer something a bit finer for that, sir, perhaps a pinpoint Oxford." "So it's not what you'd consider formal attire?" "No, sir, not even close." "All right, I'll take it." It was cheaper than the pink shirt I'd gotten at the post exchange. The clerk wrapped it in brown paper, securing it with tape into a neat package. I carried it back across the street, intending to drop it in my room. I entered the hotel lobby just as the owner was hurrying up the stairs. He turned at the sound of the door, saw it was me, and stopped, slightly out of breath. Your uncle is on the phone again, he said. I took the call alone in the back office. Garber sounded hesitant right away, which put me on edge. His first words were, "How are you holding up?" "I'm fine," I replied. "You? How are things progressing there?" "Not well," I said. "With the sheriff?" "No, she's all right." "Elizabeth Devereaux, correct?" "We're running a background check." "How?" "We're having a discreet conversation with the Marine Corps." "What for?" "Maybe we can find something you can use. You might need leverage eventually." "Don't bother." "She isn't the issue." "Then what is?" "We are," I said, "or you are, or the Army, to be precise. They're conducting patrols outside Kellam's perimeter and shooting civilians." "That is absolutely impossible. I've seen the blood. And the car wreck has been cleaned up. That cannot be happening." "It is happening, and you need to put a stop to it. Right now you have a major problem, but you're about to turn it into an international disaster. You must be mistaken. There are 2 men beaten and 1 man dead here. I'm not mistaken. Dead, as in no longer breathing. How?" "He bled out from a gunshot wound to the thigh. Someone made a poor attempt to patch it with a military field dressing, and I found a NATO shell casing at the scene." "That isn't us, I would know." "Would you?" I countered. "Or would I? You're up there speculating and I'm down here seeing it. It's illegal. Tell me about it. At worst, it's a sanctioned operation. At best, someone's gone off the reservation. You need to figure out which and shut it down." "How?" Garber asked. "You want me to walk up to a group of senior officers and accuse them of the most severe legal breach in American military history? I'd be in confinement before lunch and facing a court-martial by morning." I took a breath. "Are there names I shouldn't mention on this line?" Garber said. "There are names you shouldn't even be aware of. This entire situation is spiraling. It's getting worse by the hour. I've seen 3 lawyers going in and out of Kellam. Someone has to make a decision. The officer involved needs to be pulled out and reassigned immediately. That isn't going to happen, not while Kosovo is a priority. This man could single-handedly prevent a war. He's 1 soldier out of 400, for heaven's sake. Not according to the political campaigns 2 years from now. Think about it. He'll be portrayed as the Lone Ranger. He'll be serving time in Leavenworth. Monroe doesn't think so. He believes the officer is probably innocent. Then we should start acting like it. We should stop with the lawyers and cease the patrols outside the fence." "We are not patrolling outside the fence," I decided to drop it. "Was there anything else?" "One thing," Garber said. "I have to ask this. I hope you understand." "Go ahead." "You received a postcard from your brother. Where? At your office? And you read it?" "An Army officer has no reasonable expectation of privacy regarding mail. Is that in the regulations too, right next to the rules about haircuts? You need to explain the message to me. Why? What does it say?" The picture is of downtown Atlanta. The card was mailed from the Atlanta airport 11 days ago. He was heading to a town named Margrave, south of Atlanta, for business, but he'd heard a story that Blind Blake died there. He said he'd let me know. Then he signed it, Joe. That's my brother's name. What's the message mean? "It's personal. I'm ordering you to explain it. I'm sorry, but I have to. You learned to read in school, you can figure it out. Tell me what it means." "It means he's going south to a town called Margrave." "Who is Blind Blake?" "An old blues guitarist, one of the early legends. Why would Joe bother to tell you that? We share an interest. What does he mean he'll let you know?" "Exactly what it sounds like." "Let you know about what?" "About whether Blind Blake really died there. It's just a piece of trivia like collecting stamps. So this is about stamps now. What are you talking about? Is it some kind of code?" "A code? Why would it be a code?" Garber said. "You called his office today. You know about that? There's a system in place. That young woman in his office? I can't discuss details, but I need to know why you called. He's my brother." "Why today? Were you going to ask him something?" "Yes," I said. "I was going to ask how he's doing. Just a social call. Why today did something at Kellam prompt it? That's none of your business." "Everything here is my business. Help me out, Reacher." "I said 2 black women were killed here before Janice Mae Chapman. Did you even know that? Because if you're thinking about political campaigns, you should remember we ignored those deaths and then everyone panicked when a white woman was killed. How does that connect to Joe? I met the second victim's brother. It made me think about family. That's all. Did Joe mention anything about money from Kosovo? I didn't reach him. He was out of the office. He was in Georgia. Atlanta again? Or Margrave? No idea. Georgia's a big state. All right, Garber said. I apologize for the intrusion. I asked, who's so concerned about money from Kosovo? He said, I can't discuss that. After hanging up, I took a few deep breaths, then carried my new shirt upstairs and left it on the bed. I started thinking about dinner with Elizabeth Devereaux, 3 hours to go, and only one thing left to do first. I left the hotel through the front and doubled back through the narrow alley between the pharmacy and the hardware store, coming out the other side between the loan office and Brannan's bar, right where Janice May Chapman's body had been found. The sand pile was still there, dry and crusted, a little scattered by the wind. I stepped around it and scanned the quiet street. Not much was happening. Some bars were closed because the base was shut. No sense opening without customers. A simple business decision. But Brannan's was open, maybe out of stubborn hope, or just keeping up an old tradition inside. The place was empty except for two guys who looked like brothers working behind the bar. They were in their mid-30s, maybe a couple years apart in age, like Joe and me. They had that weary, seen-it-all look, which gave me an edge. The bar itself was like 100 others I'd seen near military posts, a carefully arranged space built to turn loneliness into profit. It was a decent size, probably once a small restaurant, and the decor was a notch above average. Travel posters of famous cities at night hung on the walls, a smart choice. When you're stuck in the middle of nowhere for months, you don't want to be reminded of it every time you look up. Got any coffee? I asked. They didn't, which was about what I expected. I told them, I'm Jack Reacher, military police, and I've got a dinner date to get to. They looked blank, so I spelled it out. Normally, I'd have all night to chat and ease information out of you the slow way. Tonight, I don't. So we're doing this quick and direct, understood. The message landed. Bar owners near a base always worry about MPs. Getting a place put off limits for a week, a month, or permanently is the easiest thing in the world. They introduced themselves as Jonathan and Hunter Brannan, brothers who'd inherited the business from their grandmother. She started it back when the railroad was king, selling tea and pastries and doing just fine. Their father switched to liquor when the trains left and the army moved in. They were decent guys, pragmatic. They ran the best bar in town, so they couldn't pretend they didn't see everyone eventually. Janice Chapman, I said, the woman who was killed, she came here. They agreed. No hesitation. Everyone ends up at Brannan's. Was she with the same guy lately? I asked. They confirmed it. Who was he? Hunter answered. Name was Reed. Don't know much else, but he was a top dog. You can tell by how the others act around him. A regular? They all are, more or less. Was he here that night? That's harder. Place is usually wall to wall. Try, I'd say yes, early on at least. Don't remember seeing him later. What does he drive? Some old beater? Blue, maybe. How long's he been coming around? A year, maybe. But he's in and out. They've got a couple of units over there. They deploy, then they come back. Month on, month off. Did you see him with other women before? Jonathan chimed in. A guy like that? He always has a pretty girl on his arm. Anyone specific? Whoever was the prettiest at the time. Whoever was willing, I suppose. Black, white, both. He wasn't picky. Remember any names? No, Hunter said, but I remember feeling a serious pang of envy a time or two. I headed back to the hotel, 2 hours until dinner. I spent the first one asleep, tired from the road and figuring real rest might be scarce later. I hoped it would be. Anyway, a man can dream. I woke up at 8, unrolled my new shirt, brushed my teeth with water, and chewed some gum. Then I stood under a steaming shower for a long time, working up a serious lather with soap and shampoo. The shirt was snug across the back, so I left the top 2 buttons open and rolled the sleeves to my elbows, I tucked it in, pulled on my shoes, and buffed them one at a time against the back of my pants leg. The mirror showed a man dressed with a single, unmistakable purpose, which was accurate, no point pretending otherwise. I tossed my old shirts in the trash, left the room, took the stairs down, and pushed out into the dark street. A voice came from the shadows behind me. "Well, hello again, soldier boy." Ahead across the street, 3 pickups were parked at the curb. I recognized 2 of them, the third was new. All the doors hung open, legs swung out, cigarettes glowed in the dusk, and smoke curled lazily on the still air. I shifted left and turned halfway to see the ringleader, the McKinney cousin. His face was still a wreck from our last meeting. He stood under one of the hotel's broken lamps, arms loose, hands clear of his hips, thumbs hooked away from his fingers. He was primed and ready. From across the street, 5 men slid out of the trucks and started moving toward me. I spotted the beta dog, the guy who drank beer for breakfast, and the biker with the bad back, plus 2 new faces who looked just like the others. Same part of the country, maybe even the same family. I kept to the sidewalk with 6 of them. I didn't want anyone at my back. I needed a wall behind me. The alpha dog stepped off the curb into the street and joined the others, forming a tidy half circle. They all stayed in the road, maybe 8 or 10 feet away, out of arm's reach, but I could smell them. They were all doing that ape thing with their arms and thumbs, like gunfighters without guns. "6 of you?" I said. "That's all?" No one answered. "Seems a little incremental, doesn't it?" I said, "I was hoping for something more dramatic, like the difference between a paratrooper company and an armored division. Guess we had different ideas." Honestly, I'm a little let down, still nothing. I said, "Anyway, fellas, I'm sorry, but I've got dinner plans." They all took a step forward, closing the circle and moving nearer to me. 6 pale faces, sickly in the dim light, I said. "I'm wearing a brand new shirt." Silence. Basic rule with 6 guys. You have to be fast. You can't waste more than the absolute minimum time on any one of them. That means you hit each guy exactly once, because once is the minimum. You can't hit a guy less than that. I ran through the sequence in my head. I'd start in the middle. 1, 2, 3, bang, bang, bang. The third hit would be the trickiest. By then, the third man would be moving. The first 2 would be frozen, shocked, and surprised. They'd go down easy. But the third guy would already be reacting by the time I reached him, and unpredictably. He might have some kind of plan, but it wouldn't be in motion yet. He'd still be jerking around on pure reflex, so I was ready to skip the third guy if I had to. Maybe jump straight to number 4. The third might even run. At least one of them usually does. I've never seen a pack stick together after the first couple of heads hit the pavement. I said, "Guys, come on." I just took a shower. No answer, which I'd expected. They all stepped forward again, just as I figured they would, so I met them halfway. Seemed polite. I took 2 long strides, the second one driving off the edge of the curb, 250 pounds in motion, and I hit the third guy from the left with a straight right that would have knocked his teeth out if he'd had any. As it was, it snapped his head back, turned his spine to jelly, and he was gone, out of the fight and out of my sight, because by then I was already twisting left and driving my right elbow sideways into the second guy's face, right across the bridge of his nose. It was a brutal shot, loaded with torque from my waist and force from the fact I was basically falling into him. I saw blood spray in the air, stamped down hard, reversed my momentum, and threw the same elbow back into a guy I sensed behind me. From the impact, I could tell he was flinching away. I'd caught him on the ear. So I made a quick mental note he might need more attention later. Then I jerked forward again and changed things up by driving my boot into the fourth guy's groin. There was a solid, meaty crunch, and it folded him in half and lifted him right off his feet. 3 seconds, 3 down, 1 taking a long count. Nobody ran. Another mental note, Mississippi troublemakers are made of tougher stuff than most, or maybe they're just dumber. The fifth guy managed to claw at my shoulder, some kind of weak punch, or maybe he was going for a choke. Maybe he meant to hold me still so the sixth guy could get some shots in. I couldn't tell. Whatever his plan was, it didn't work out for him. I launched myself backward, my entire frame in motion, my upper body pivoting as my elbow snapped back and connected with his face. Using the recoil, I surged forward again, hunting for the last man standing, the sixth one. His foot caught on the curb and his arms flew up like a puppet on strings, an open invitation I accepted by driving a fist into his chest, right into the solar plexus. It was like flipping a switch. He jolted, shuddered, and crumpled to the pavement. The guy I'd clipped on the ear was clutching at it like it might detach, his eyes squeezed shut. Not exactly a sporting contest, but those are the ones I prefer. I set my feet and landed a left hook square on his jaw. He dropped like a sack of bricks. I exhaled, 6 down. Story over. I coughed, spat on the ground, and hurried north. 1 block to cover, and the clock in my mind was already reading a minute past 9. I stepped into the diner and found it nearly deserted, just the waitress and the elderly couple from Toussaint's deep into their nightly ritual. The woman was reading a book, the man a newspaper. Devereaux hadn't arrived. I let the waitress know I was expecting company and asked for a table for 4. The 2-seaters felt too cramped for a long evening. She seated me near the front and I made for the restroom. I splashed water on my face, scrubbed my hands, forearms, and elbows with hot water and soap, ran damp fingers through my hair, and took a slow breath. Adrenaline is a relentless companion. It never knows when to leave. I shook out my hands, rolled my shoulders, and studied my reflection. My hair was passable, my face clean, but there was blood on my shirt, on the pocket, above it, below it. Not a lot, but enough. A comma-shaped spray of droplets, as if I'd walked through a fine mist, which, in a way, I had. The second guy, I'd caught him on the bridge of his nose, and it had bled like an open faucet. "Great," I muttered under my breath. My spare shirts were in the trash back in my room, and every store was closed for the night. I leaned closer to the mirror. The spots were already drying, turning a rusty brown. Maybe they'd end up looking intentional, like some kind of designer pattern. A lone swirl lifted from a chaotic fabric. Paisley, maybe? I breathed in, breathed out. Nothing to do about it now. I returned to the dining area just as Devereaux walked through the door. She was out of uniform, having changed into a silver silk blouse and a black skirt that fell to her knees, paired with high heels and a delicate silver necklace. The blouse was thin and fitted, open at the collar. The skirt sat high on her waist, so narrow I could have circled it with my hands. Her legs were bare, slender, and long. Her hair, damp from a shower, fell loose around her shoulders and down her back. No ponytail, no elastic. She was smiling, her eyes bright. I guided her to our table, and we sat facing each other. She settled neatly on her bench, small and composed. A faint, subtle perfume lingered around her. I liked it. "Sorry I'm late," she said. "No trouble," I replied. "You've got blood on your shirt." "Is that what that is? Where'd it come from?" "Across from the hotel. There's a store over there." "Not the shirt," she said. "The blood, you didn't get that shaving? You told me not to shave. I know," she said, a playful glint in her eye. "I like you just like that. You look pretty good yourself. Thanks. I knocked off early and went home to change." "I noticed. I live in the hotel. I know. Room 17. I know. It has a balcony that looks right over the street." "You saw the whole thing." "Every bit," she said. "Then I'm surprised you didn't cancel. Is this a date?" "It's a dinner date." She paused, her tone shifting to something drier, almost amused. "You didn't wait for them to throw the first punch. If I had, I wouldn't be sitting here." "True enough," she said, and smiled again. "You handled that well," she said. "Thanks," I replied. "But it's costing me. Pellegrino and Butler are on overtime to clear the scene. I wanted it done before the hotel crowd finished dinner. People don't like chaos in their streets." The waitress approached without menus. After 2 years of eating here 3 times a day, Devereaux had the options memorized. She ordered the cheeseburger. I did the same, asking for coffee. As the waitress left, I noted, "You had the cheeseburger yesterday." "I have it every day," Devereaux said, "every single day." She gave a slow nod. "My routine is pretty set, same actions, same meals. How do you keep the weight off?" "Worry burns calories," she answered. "I do a lot of worrying. About what?" right now, about a man from Oxford, Mississippi. He's the one who took a bullet to the thigh. The doctor dropped his personal items at my office, a wallet and a notebook. Turns out he was a journalist. Major publication? Freelance, probably scraping by. His most recent press credential was 2 years old, but Oxford has a couple of indie papers. He was likely trying to pitch a story to one of them. There's a university there, right? Olim miss, Devereaux confirmed. About as radical as it gets in this state. Why would he come here? I wish I could have asked him. He might have known something useful. The waitress returned with my coffee and a glass of water for Devereaux. From behind me came the sound of the old man from the hotel grunting and turning a page in his newspaper. I said, "My commanding officer is still denying there are any troops operating beyond the perimeter fence." "How does that sit with you?" Devereaux asked. "I'm not sure. If he's lying to me, it would be a first. Maybe someone is lying to him." "That's pretty cynical for someone your age, isn't it possible?" "More than likely." "So, how does it make you feel?" "What are you, my therapist now?" She smiled briefly. "Just curious. I've been in similar situations. Does it make you angry?" "I don't get angry. I'm a very easygoing guy. You looked plenty angry 20 minutes ago with the McKinney crew. That was just a logistics issue, time and space. I didn't want to be late for dinner. I wasn't angry, not really. Okay, maybe a little frustrated later on mentally, you know. I gave them a clear warning when there were 4 of them. I told them to bring more, and what did they do? They brought 2 more. That's it. A total of 6. What kind of response is that? It's a deliberate insult. Devereaux said most people would think 6 against 1 shows a healthy amount of respect. But I warned them I was trying to be fair. They just wouldn't listen. It was like arguing with the Pentagon. How is that going, by the way? Not well. They're as stubborn as the McKinneys. Are you concerned? Some people are. They should be. The Army is in for some changes. The Marines too, then. She allowed another small smile. A little maybe, but not to the same degree. The Army is the big target, the easy target. Because, let's face it, the Army can be boring. The Marines aren't? You think so? Absolutely, she said. We have the image, the dress blues, the precision drills, the ceremonial funerals. You know why we focus on that? Because the Marines are excellent at public relations, and we get better advice. Our consultants are simply more effective than yours. That's what it boils down to. So your branch will lose a lot and will lose a little. You have consultants, I asked. And lobbyists, she said. Don't you? I don't believe so. I said, thinking of my old friend Stan Lowry and his classifieds. The waitress arrived with our plates, 2 hefty cheeseburgers with piles of fries identical to the previous night's order. I realized I'd eaten the same thing for lunch, a fact I'd forgotten. I was hungry, so I dug in. I found myself watching Devereaux eat, which felt like crossing some unspoken line. It must mean something if you can comfortably watch another person chew. She took a bite, swallowed, and asked, "So what else did your CO say? That he's having you investigated?" She stopped eating. Why would he do that? To give him leverage against you. She offered a faint smile. There's not much to find, I'm afraid. I was a model Marine. But don't you see what's happening? They're making my argument for me. The more frantic they become, the more certain I am that someone from Kellam is in serious trouble. She resumed her meal, I said. My commanding officer was also asking questions about my mail. They're reading your letters now? A postcard from my brother? What was the point? They must believe it could be useful. Was it? Not at all. It meant nothing. They really are scrambling, aren't they? My co kept saying he was sorry about it, as he should. He asked if there was a hidden message in the postcard, but honestly, I think he was the one speaking in code. I believe he has been from the start. Remember back at the beginning when he spent 10 minutes chewing me out over my haircut? That's completely unlike him, and I think that was the whole idea. He was telling me this isn't his choice. He's signaling that he's in the dark, following orders he doesn't agree with. How considerate of him to pass his burdens to you, she said, a trace of sarcasm sharpening her tone. He could have assigned someone else. Could he have, though? Maybe this entire operation was a prepackaged deal planned from the top down, like when an owner handpicks the roster. Me and Monroe. Maybe they're preparing to cut some dead weight, and we're the ones taking the loyalty exam. Monroe mentioned he knows you by reputation. I gave a slow nod. We've never actually met. Reputations can be dangerous things to carry in times like these. I stayed quiet. She asked, "If I had my old contacts look into your background, what would they discover?" "Some of it isn't pretty," I admitted. "So this is payback then," she concluded. "It's a win-win for someone. Either they break you or they remove you. You've made an enemy somewhere. Any idea who?" "None," I said. We ate in silence for a minute, finishing our meals. Clean plates, the meat, bread, cheese, and potatoes were all gone. I felt pleasantly full. Devereaux was half my size, if that. I never understood how she managed it. She shifted the subject. "Tell me about your brother. I'd rather hear about you." "Me?" "There's nothing to tell. Carter Crossing, the Marines, then back to Carter Crossing, that's the whole story. No sisters, no brothers? How many siblings do you have?" "Just the one, older or younger?" "2 years older. He was born on the other side of the world, out in the Pacific. I haven't laid eyes on him in years." "Is he like you?" "We're like two different drafts of the same person. We look similar. He's the smarter one. I'm better at getting things done. He's more of a thinker. I'm more of a doer, according to our parents. He was the good one, and I was the troublemaker." "It was always like that?" "What does he do for work?" I hesitated. "I can't tell you that. His job is classified." "Not officially," I said, "but it might point you toward one of the things the Army is so nervous about here." She smiled, a picture of patience. "Should we order some pie?" We asked for 2 peach pies, identical to the one I'd had the previous night, and coffee for both of us, which I took as a promising sign. She wasn't concerned about staying awake. Perhaps she intended to. The elderly couple from the hotel rose and left while the waitress was still in the kitchen. They paused by our table. No real words were exchanged, just a series of polite nods and smiles. They were committed to being courteous. Simple economics. Devereaux was their primary customer, and for the moment I was a bonus. The internal clock in my head chimed 10 in the evening. The pies and coffee arrived. I didn't pay much attention to either. My focus was mostly on the third button of Devereaux's shirt. I'd noticed it earlier. It was the first one fastened. Therefore, it would be the first one needing to be unfastened. It was a small, silvery gray mother-of-pearl disc. Behind it was skin, neither light nor dark, and wonderfully three-dimensional. From left to right it curved toward me, then away, then toward me again. It rose and fell gently with her breath. The waitress came by offering more coffee. For what might have been the first time in my life, I declined. Devereaux refused as well. The waitress placed the check on the table face down, next to me. I turned it over. The money went a long way back then, a soldier's pay in '97. I left cash on the table and glanced at Devereaux. "Mind if I walk you back?" She gave a slow smile. "I was starting to wonder if you'd offer Pellegrino and Butler had cleared the street, earning every cent of their overtime." The McKinney trouble was over, leaving Main Street quiet under a bright moon, the air warm and still. Devereaux seemed taller beside me in her heels. As we walked, I could hear the soft rustle of her clothes and catch the faint, clean scent of her perfume. We reached the hotel, climbed the worn steps, and crossed the porch. I held the door. The night clerk glanced up from the desk, and we exchanged a nod before heading for the staircase. At the top of the stairs, she stopped and spoke clearly. "Well, good night, Mr. Reacher. Thank you for dinner." She crossed the hall, took out her key, and unlocked the door to room 17. She pushed it open, then shut it with a firm click before turning on her heel and padding silently back to me. Rising on her toes, she put a hand on my shoulder and brought her lips close to my ear. "For the clerk," she whispered, her breath warm, "a sheriff has to consider her reputation, can't scandalize the voters." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Taking her hand, we turned toward my room. We were both 36, long past teenage urgency. There was no fumbling rush. We took our time, and it was time exquisitely spent. The moment my door closed, we were kissing. Her lips were cool, her mouth tasted faintly of the coffee we'd shared, and the kiss was deep and unhurried. My hand was in her hair, the other at the small of her back, feeling the shift of muscle as she pressed against me. We kept at it, eyes open for what felt like forever, 5 minutes, 10, who was counting? We were both old enough to know you only get one first time, and we were determined to savor every second of it. Finally, breaking for air, I pulled my shirt off. I didn't want the memory of the McKinney scuffle anywhere near this. The old shrapnel scar low on my abdomen, pale and ragged, usually drew questions. Devereaux, a Marine who'd undoubtedly seen far worse, barely gave it a glance. Her fingers went to the top button of her blouse. "Let me," I said. A smile touched her lips. "Is that your thing? Undressing a woman?" "It's a particular favorite," I said, "and I've been staring at that specific button since about 9:15. "Try 9:10, she corrected, her cop's precision surfacing. I pay attention to timelines. I took her left hand, turned her palm up, and undid the small cuff button. I repeated it with her right. The silk slid back from her wrists. She placed her hands on my chest, then slid them up behind my neck, pulling me into another long, even better kiss. Afterward, I moved to the front button of her blouse. It was small and slick, my fingers too large for delicate work, but I managed. The button gave way, aided by the curve beneath it. I worked down to the next and the next, gently tugging the silk free from the waistband of her skirt. She watched me the whole time, that smile never fading. The blouse fell open to reveal a black lace bra, minimal and sheer. Her shoulders were smooth as I eased the fabric away, letting it whisper to the floor. The scent of her skin and perfume wrapped around us. I kissed her again, then the curve of her neck, my lips finding the shallow cleft at the base of her throat. Her head tilted back, her hair a dark cascade. "Your shoes," she murmured, the words a vibration against my mouth. She spun me around and guided me back until I was perched on the edge of the mattress, then knelt before me. Her fingers worked at the laces of my right shoe, then the left, easing them off. She hooked her thumbs into the tops of my socks and drew them down. "PX issue? Definitely," she murmured. "Under $1, I replied. I couldn't pass them up. We rose together and our lips met again. I'd kissed plenty in my time, but I was ready to concede that Devereaux was in a class of her own. She was extraordinary. There was a vibrant energy to her, a quivering intensity held in check by a remarkable gentleness. She was fervent without being forceful, eager but never impatient. For the first time in as long as I could remember, the relentless clock in my mind fell silent. We had all the time we needed, and we intended to use every second of it. Her fingers found the front of my waistband, tugging lightly before undoing the button with a deft twist. We never broke our kiss. She located the zipper tab and drew it down with a slow, deliberate care, her small hands moving with a precise grace. Her palms, warm and dry, slid across my shoulder blades, then journeyed slowly down my back to my waist and lower still. She slipped her fingertips beneath the loosened fabric, tenting it out before going deeper, pushing back and down until my pants slid over my hips. We came up for air, breathless, and she turned me, sitting me back down. She pulled the pants free and tossed them atop her discarded shirt. Then she took a step back, holding her arms out wide. "Your turn," she said. "Tell me what comes off next." "I get to choose?" She gave a slow nod. "Your call." I couldn't help but smile. What a choice to have. Bra, skirt, shoes. The shoes could stay, I decided, for a while at least, maybe all night. "The skirt," I said. She complied. There was a side button and zipper. She popped the button and slid the zipper down, one deliberate inch after another. In the quiet room, the sound was distinct. The skirt pulled at her feet, and she stepped out of it, first one long-toned leg, then the other. She stood before me in just her bra, a wisp of black panties, and her shoes. I remained on the bed as she climbed into my lap. I lifted her hair and kissed the shell of her ear, tracing its curve with my tongue. I felt her cheek press against mine, felt the smile there. We traded kisses, mouth to ear, and spent what felt like a small eternity, learning every contour and curve above our shoulders. It was a delicious, unhurried exploration then, as if by unspoken agreement, we moved lower. I found the clasp of her bra and released it. The flimsy garment fell away. I dipped my head and she arched her back, offering herself. She was firm and smooth, and a soft moan escaped her lips. When I touched her, a sound I echoed. She kissed a trail across my chest before I lifted her and gently rolled her onto her back on the bed. A moment later, she rolled me. We lost another 20 fabulous minutes in a mutual waist-up discovery. The world outside the room had ceased to exist. We moved lower still. I was on my back when she knelt over me, sliding my boxers down with a playful smile that I returned. After 10 incredible minutes, we switched places. I guided her tiny panties over her hips, and she lifted her knees to help me finish removing them. I buried my face between her thighs, finding her wet and sweet. She moved without inhibition, her head rolling side to side, her shoulders squirming against the sheets, her fingers tangling in my hair. The air between us was electric. Then it was time. We began with a tender, almost reverent slowness. Long, deep, easy strokes. She flushed, we both gasped. We settled into a rhythm that was long and slow, until the need built and the pace quickened, grew harder. Our breathing turned to panting. Just as the intensity threatened to overwhelm us, she cried out, "Wait!" "What?" "Wait," she gasped. "Not yet. Slow down." We found that deep, slow rhythm again, breathing hard, holding the moment at bay. "Okay," she whispered, her voice thick. "Okay, now, now, now." The pace became frantic, faster and harder, a driving pulse that shook the very room. It started as the faintest tremor, like the far-off rumble of a train, then grew. The French door in its frame gave a persistent tick. A glass on the bathroom shelf rattled in sympathy. The floorboards quivered under us, and the hall door let out a creaking stutter. My shoes danced and shifted. The headboard thudded rhythmically against the wall. The floor trembled, the walls seeming to pulse with the sound. Loose change in my discarded pants chimed softly. The whole bed seemed to travel a few inches on the vibrating floorboards. Then, as suddenly as it arrived, the midnight train was passed, and so were we. After we lay there naked, side by side, breathing heavily, sweat cooling on our skin, fingers loosely entwined, I gazed at the ceiling. Devereaux broke the silence. "I've been wanting that for 2 solid years, that damn train. Might as well get some use out of it." "If I ever buy a house," I said, "it's going to be right beside the tracks. You can count on that." She shifted, curling against my side, and I wrapped an arm around her. We lay quiet, spent, and content. In my mind, I heard the ghostly guitar of Blind Blake. I remembered an old cassette, his songs transferred from battered 78s, the roar and hiss of the ancient shellac nearly swallowing his quiet, yearning voice, and the agile fingers picking out railroad rhythms. A man blind from birth who had never seen a locomotive but had clearly heard plenty. Devereaux asked what was on my mind, and I told her, "That's the musician my brother's note mentioned." "Are you still angry about it?" "Sad," I corrected. "Why, this whole assignment feels like a mistake," I said. "They never should have put me on the outside for something like this. It's starting to make me see them as them, not us anymore." Later, in a lazy murmur, we debated whether she should return to her own room, reputations, voters. I pointed out. The old clerk had come upstairs for me when Garber called, getting a clear look inside. She suggested if it happened again, I could stall for a second and she could slip into the bathroom. She said they almost never knocked on her door, and if someone did the next morning and got no answer, they'd assume she was out on a case, a perfectly believable excuse given her workload. Then her tone turned thoughtful. Maybe Janice Chapman was doing what we just did with the gravel marks, with her boyfriend, whoever he was, out in her backyard at midnight under the stars. The track is close by, must be something outside like that. Must be, I agreed. I was right by the track last night at midnight, felt like the end of the world. Would the timing fit with the scabs? If she was with someone at midnight, she was killed around 4 in the morning. When was she found? 10 the next evening. That's 18 hours. There would have been some change by then, I suppose. Likely. But a body drained of blood can look strange all on its own. It might have been hard to tell, and your town doctor isn't exactly a forensic genius. So it's possible. We'd have to figure out why she put on a good dress and pantyhose sometime between midnight and 4 a.m. We turned that over in silence for a minute. Then, yielding to sheer inertia, we let it go. We said no more about dresses or pantyhose or voters or rooms or reputations, and fell asleep right there in each other's arms, outside the covers, naked in the deep quiet of the Mississippi night. 4 hours later, I was awake again, ready to prove a long-held theory. There's nothing better than the second time. All the polite, tentative formalities of the first are gone. The little performances we put on to impress each other can be discarded. There's a new ease, but not a shred less intensity. You have a better sense of what works. The second time, you're just ready. And we were afterward. Devereaux yawned, stretched like a cat, and said, "You're not half bad for a soldier boy." I said, "You're outstanding for a Marine." We should be careful. We might start developing actual feelings for each other. What are those? What are what? Feelings? She was quiet for a second. Men should try to be more in touch with their feelings. I said, "If I ever have one, you'll be the first to know, I promise." Another pause. Then she laughed. A good, clear sound. This was, after all, already 1997. The morning was a delicate time, a fragile hour, where anything felt possible. I woke again at 7, my mind circling back to the idea of pregnancy. Elizabeth Devereaux was already awake, seated upright in the bed beside me. She occupied her space with a yogic stillness, back straight, legs crossed, completely unself-conscious in her nakedness. She was, without question, a stunning woman, one of the most beautiful I had ever seen, and certainly the most beautiful I had ever shared a bed with. But her mind was already elsewhere, locked onto the day's work. 7 a.m. meant business, not pleasure. No third chance for me, not this morning. They must have shared something else, she stated, her gaze fixed on me. Those three women, I mean. Beauty is too vague. It's purely subjective, just an opinion. I stayed quiet, letting the silence stretch. She pressed. "What?" "It's not just an opinion," I finally said. "Not with those three. It was a fact." "Then we're looking for two factors that interacted," she reasoned. "They were beautiful, and they were also something else entirely. Maybe they were pregnant," I offered. We turned the idea over. They were the kind of women men saw as girlfriend material, and this was a military town. These things happened, often by accident, though sometimes by design. Sometimes a woman calculates that leaving a base town with a baby is better than staying in the one where she was born. A risky move, but not always a disaster. My own mother had managed it, after all. Shauna Lindsay was desperate to get out, I added. Her little brother made that clear. Devereaux considered it, but I can't see Janice May Chapman feeling that same desperation. She wasn't from here, she chose this place, and she wouldn't have needed a man to escape. She could have just sold her house and driven off in that Honda of hers. "An accident, then," I said. "At least in her case. There's another thing we didn't find in her house. Any form of birth control, nothing in the bathroom." She didn't answer immediately. I asked, "Where do you keep yours?" "On the bathroom shelf," she said flatly. "We don't have medicine cabinets here." "Did Rosemary McClatchy want to leave town?" "I don't know, probably. Who wouldn't?" "Did the doctor test for pregnancy during the autopsies?" "No," Devereaux admitted. "In a big city they might have. Not here. Dr. Merriam signed the certificate, gave us the cause of death, and that was that, the 50-cent opinion." I recalled Janice Chapman's appearance. She didn't look pregnant. Some women don't show for months, she countered. Would Rosemary have told her mother? "I can't ask Emmeline that," Devereaux said, her voice firm. "Absolutely not. No way. I won't put that idea in her head. What if Rosemary wasn't pregnant? It would poison her memory." "There was something Shauna Lindsay's brother held back," I said. "I'm sure of it. Maybe something significant. You should talk to him. His name is Bruce. He wants to join the Army, by the way." "Not the Marines?" she asked, a hint of professional pride surfacing. "Apparently not. Why did you badmouth the Corps to him?" "I was perfectly impartial," I said. though a faint smile might have betrayed me. He's okay, rough around the edges, but okay. He seems drawn to military structure. He understands chain of command. You're a Marine and the sheriff approach it right, and he might just stand up and salute. All right, she conceded. Maybe I'll try today. Maybe I'll go see him. All 3 pregnancies could have been accidents, I mused. The big decisions would have come later, what to do about it. If they were all happy with their lives, they might have chosen the same path, or been persuaded into it. Abortion? She asked. Why not? Where would they get one in Mississippi? You'd have to drive north for hours. Which is maybe why Janice Chapman was dressed before 4 in the morning, I suggested, an early start for a long trip. Maybe her boyfriend was driving her somewhere for an afternoon appointment, maybe an overnight stay. She might have been thinking ahead to the clinic's reception desk, the waiting room, so she chose something appropriate, stylish, but suitably modest, and maybe she packed a bag. That was another detail missing from her place. Luggage. We can't be certain, Devereaux replied. Unless we track down the boyfriends, or the boyfriends singular, I said. Could be the same man for all 3. For all of them? It's possible. Doesn't add up? Why arrange a clinic appointment only to kill them a mile down the road? Why not just let them go through with it? Maybe he's someone who can't risk a pregnant girlfriend or any link to that kind of clinic. He's military, not a preacher or a politician. I stayed quiet. Devereaux added, maybe he plans to become one later. Still, I said nothing. Or maybe he's got family in those circles. Could be trying to avoid embarrassing them? A floorboard groaned in the hallway, followed by a soft knock on my door. I knew that sound, same as yesterday morning, the old man. I could almost see his slow shuffle, the careful lift of his arm, the faint tap of thin knuckles against the wood. Devereaux whispered, "Oh, hell." Suddenly, we were scrambling like a couple of kids caught out. Devereaux rolled off the bed, grabbing a heap of clothes that somehow included my pants. I yanked them back, sending the rest scattering. She tried to gather everything while I fought to pull my pants on, got twisted up, and tumbled back onto the mattress. She made a dash for the bathroom, but left a trail of socks and underwear behind. I straightened my pants as best I could, and the knock came again. Hobbling toward the door, I nudged stray clothes toward the bathroom with my foot. Devereaux darted out, scooped them up, and vanished again just as I turned the knob. The old man announced, "Clear as day, your fiancé is on the phone for you." Chapter 46. I headed downstairs barefoot, wearing only my pants, and took the call alone in the back office behind the front desk. It was Carla Dixon, my old colleague and financial expert from the original 1/10th Special Unit, my second choice after Francis Neagley. Stan Lowry must have passed along my question about money from Kosovo, and Dixon was calling back directly to save time. I asked, "Why did you have to say you were my fiancé?" She shot back, "Why did I interrupt something?" "Not exactly. But she heard you, Elizabeth Devereaux. Neagley mentioned her. You two moving that fast? Now I've got some explaining to do. Be careful, Reacher." Neagley always says that. This time she's right. The sergeant's network is buzzing. They're digging deep on Devereaux. "I know," I said. "Garber already told me. It's a waste of time." "I don't think so." Everything went quiet all of a sudden. Because there's nothing to find. No, silence means they found something. You know how it works, easy to say no, but quiet means yes. What would they find if they looked into you? Plenty. Or me. "I don't even want to think about it." "Exactly," I said. "Nothing to worry about. Trust me, something's off, Reacher. Seriously off. Maybe something big. My advice, steer clear of her." Too late for that, and I don't buy it. She was a solid Marine. "Who told you that?" "She did." Silence hung on the line. I asked what else, Dixon said. "There's no money coming out of Kosovo, none. Anyone worried about that is chasing ghosts. It's not a factor." "You sure?" "Absolutely. They think Joe might be telling me things." "Wild goose chase," she repeated. "Treasury wouldn't know anyway unless it was billions, and it's not. It's not even pocket change. It's nothing. Someone's just panicking, thrashing around for something that isn't there." "All right, Good to know, I said, thanks. That was the good news, she replied. What's the bad news? Connected Intel, she replied. Someone I know managed to access the Kosovo files, and they're pretty substantial at the moment. With what? For starters, 2 local women have gone missing completely. Dixon explained that over the past year, 2 women from Kosovo had disappeared without any logical reason. There were no domestic issues or personal conflicts to explain it. Both were single. Both had been in areas frequented by U.S. Army personnel. Both had socialized with soldiers. Potential girlfriends, Dixon called them. Attractive, I asked. I never saw pictures. Was there an official inquiry? Kept very quiet, Dixon said. Remember, officially we're not even there, so they had to keep it off the books. They flew an investigator in from Germany. Paperwork said he was en route to Italy for some NATO meeting, but Kosovo was the real stop. The travel orders are still on record, and, as a proud American, you'll be relieved to know every single member of our military was cleared completely. No one in uniform was implicated, so they shut it down, tighter than a drum. Who was the investigator? Major Duncan Munro. I ended the call with Dixon and headed back upstairs. Devereaux wasn't in my room. I walked quietly to hers and found the door locked. The shower was running. I knocked but got no answer. So I took my own shower, got dressed, and returned 15 minutes later to total silence. I walked up to the diner, but she wasn't there either. Her car was gone from the station lot. So I just stood on the sidewalk, with no place to be, no one to speak to, and nothing to do, completely oblivious that the hour that would upend everything had just begun its countdown from 60 minutes to 59. Chapter 47. I killed half that hour right there on the sidewalk. Mostly I just leaned against a brick wall and didn't move. It's a professional habit, useful in my line of work. I'm decent at it, though. I've known guys who are masters, people who've waited days or even weeks for a single moment. I was waiting for the old man with the tape measure to arrive and open the clothing store. He finally showed up. I pushed off the wall, crossed the street, and followed him inside. He fiddled with the locks and lights while I went straight for the stack of button-downs. I found an exact match for the one I was wearing and brought it to the counter. The old man asked, "Building a wardrobe?" No, the first one got soiled. He leaned in and squinted at my pocket. I watched his eyes follow the faint, dried curve of the blood stain. He said, "I'm sure that would come out. Cold water, maybe some salt. Salt helps with blood. Use cold water. Hot water sets the stain." I doubt the hotel here offers much of a laundry service, I said. In fact, I'm pretty sure they don't offer one at all. They don't even have coffee in the lobby. You could always take the shirt home with you, sir? How? Well, in your luggage. Easier to just replace it, but that gets expensive. Compared to what? How much does a suitcase cost? But a suitcase lasts forever. You'd use it for years. I'll just take the new shirt, I said. No bag needed. I paid him, stepped into the changing booth, and pulled the curtain. I swapped the old shirt for the new and stepped back out. Got a trash can. He looked startled for a second, then bent down and came up with a short metal bin. He held it out hesitantly. I crumpled the dirty shirt and sank a clean shot from about 10 feet away. The guy looked utterly appalled. Then I headed back across the street to the diner for breakfast and a more focused kind of waiting. I figured my best shot at catching Devereaux was right there. A woman with her appetite wouldn't stay away for long. It was only a matter of time. As it turned out, it was less than 20 minutes. I was finishing some eggs and on my third cup of coffee when she walked in. She spotted me from the doorway and stopped. Everything seemed to freeze, the air itself turning thick and still. She was back in uniform, her hair pulled neatly away from her face, which held a composed, almost rigid expression. She looked incredible. I drew a breath and nudged the chair opposite me out with my foot. She didn't flinch. I watched her eyes scan the room, considering the empty tables. Clearly, she decided sitting alone might draw more attention than she wanted. Voters and her reputation were on her mind, so she walked over, pulled the chair out another foot, and sat with a quiet reserve, knees together and hands folded in her lap. "I don't have a fiancé," I said. "There's no other woman in my life. She stayed silent, I added. That phone call was just a fellow MP playing a joke. They all get a kick out of this undercover charade. My commanding officer even pretends to be my uncle. Still no reply. It's impossible to prove something didn't happen, I told her. I'm hungry, she finally said. This is the first breakfast I've missed in 2 years. I'm sorry about that. Why? If you're telling the truth, you don't owe me an apology. I'm telling the truth, the apology is for my colleague's poor judgment. Was it Sergeant Neagley? No, it was Major Carla Dixon. What did she want? To confirm there's no financial scheme operating out of Fort Kellam, and how would she know? If it involves money, Dixon knows about it. Who even suspected a scam at Kellam? The higher-ups, they're clutching at straws, like you said. If you did have a fiancée, would you cheat on her? Most likely not, I answered, but I'd be tempted if it were you. I've been hurt before. That's difficult to imagine. It happened. It doesn't feel good. I get that, I said. But last night wasn't about hurting you. She fell quiet, thinking it over last night. She signaled the waitress and ordered French toast, just like the previous morning. I called Bruce Lindsay, she said. Shauna Lindsay's younger brother. Did you know they have a telephone? Yes, I've used it. Carla Dixon was returning a call I made from there. I'm going to see him this afternoon. I believe you're correct. He has something to tell me, she said. Me, not us, I replied. It was just a dumb joke from another officer, nothing more. Then she shifted topics. There's an issue with the fingerprints from Janice Chapman's house. My mistake, really. What kind of issue? Deputy Butler has a contact at the Jackson Police Department from his training days. I had him ask her to process our prints quietly to save county money. Our budget is tight. But this time she mixed up the files. Chapman's data went to a case for a woman named Audrey Shaw, and we got Shaw's data instead. A completely different person, some federal employee. Chapman definitely wasn't that, since there's no federal work here, and she didn't have a job. Unless Audrey Shaw was the house's previous owner, but then that would be Butler's error for checking the wrong spots, or yours for allowing it. Butler did fine, I said. He checked all the right places. Those prints weren't from a past owner unless someone snuck in to use Chapman's toothbrush overnight. Sometimes things just go sideways. Tell me once more about that phone call, she said. It was Major Carla Dixon from the 329th giving me an update. That's all? And the fiancé part was a joke? Don't tell me the Marines have better comedians, too. Is she attractive? She's easy on the eyes. Was she ever involved with you? No. Devereaux went silent again. I could sense a decision forming, hovering close. I felt fairly optimistic about where it was headed. But I didn't get to find out, not right then, before she could say another word. The heavy-set woman from the switchboard burst through the diner door and froze, one hand on the knob and the other braced against the frame. She was gasping for air, her chest heaving from the sprint. There's another one, she managed to choke out. Deputy Butler had been driving to relieve Pellegrino for the midday watch at Fort Kellam's gate when he glanced to his left and spotted a lonely, low shape in the scrub about 100 yards off the road. 5 minutes later, he was on the radio to headquarters with the grim update. Less than 2 minutes after that, the dispatcher reached the diner. Devereaux and I were in her car in under 30 seconds, and she floored it the whole way, getting us there in less than 10 minutes from the moment Butler first turned his head. Not that hurrying changed a thing. We parked behind Butler's vehicle and stepped out onto the main east-west road, 2 miles past the edge of Carter Crossing and a mile short of Kellam, surrounded by open scrubland. The woods bordering Kellam's fence lay ahead, while the forest flanking the railroad track stretched behind us. It was a clear, blue-sky afternoon, warm and still. I could make out what Butler had seen, a distant, dark, slightly humped form that might have been mistaken for a rock or discarded trash, but wasn't. It was unmistakably a body. Gauging its size was tricky without knowing the exact distance. If it was 80 yards off, it could be a small woman. At 120, a large man. Devereaux muttered, "I hate this part of the job." Butler was standing out in the scrub, halfway between the shape and us. We walked past him without a word. I estimated the total distance at about 100 yards, which meant the body was neither a small woman nor a large man, maybe a tall woman, a short man, or a teenager. Then the distorted proportions clicked and I started to run. 20 yards out, I was fairly sure. 10 yards out, I was convinced. 10 feet away, there was no doubt left. It was Bruce Lindsay, the awkward 16-year-old Shauna Lindsay's little brother. He lay face down, feet apart, arms at his sides, his oversized head turned toward me. His mouth hung open, and his deep-set eyes were dark and lifeless. We ignored any crime scene procedure. Devereaux and I trampled the area, rolled the body over, and found a single entry wound high on the left side of the rib cage, near the armpit. No exit wound, the bullet had torn through the heart and spine, then deflected and lodged inside. I stood and scanned the horizon. If the kid had been walking east, he was shot from the north, likely by a rifleman who had emerged from Kellam's fence-line woods and was patrolling this open scrub, the quarantine zone. Devereaux said, "I spoke with him just this morning. We had an appointment at his house. So what was he doing out here?" It was a question I didn't want to answer even to myself. He had a secret to keep, I suppose, about Shauna. He knew you'd get it out of him, so he decided to be somewhere else this afternoon. Where? Where was he headed? Kellam, I said, but this is open ground. If he was aiming for Kellam, he'd have taken the road. He was self-conscious about strangers seeing him because of his looks. I doubt he ever walked on the roads. If he was that shy around strangers, why risk going to Kellam at all? There were at least a dozen unfamiliar faces in the guardhouse. Maybe more, I told Devereaux. He went because of me. I said it would be safe. I promised him soldiers would be different, that he'd find a welcome there. A welcome for what? She shot back. They don't run a visitor's center. The boy was dressed in canvas pants similar to my own, a plain navy sweatshirt, and a dark warm-up jacket. When we had turned him over, the jacket fell open. I spotted a folded paper in the inner pocket. "Take a look at that," I said. Devereaux carefully extracted the document. It was on heavy, official-looking stock, folded into thirds and worn with age. 16 years, I was certain. She unfolded it, her eyes scanning the text. "It's his birth certificate," she stated. I took it from her. The state of Mississippi, a male child, family name, Lindsay. Given name, Bruce. Place of birth, Carter Crossing. The listed birth date made him 18. It might have passed a casual look, but not a real examination. The alteration wasn't expert, but it was painstaking. 2 digits had been meticulously erased and 2 new ones drawn in their place. The ink and script were a decent match, but the damaged surface of the paper gave it away. It was obvious, it practically shouted. "This is on me," I said. "All of it." "How?" I had told him to go straight to Kellam. I'd said recruiters were on every post, that proof of being 18 would get him in the door for good. The kid took me at my word. I meant he should wait. Instead, he made himself 18 right then and there, manufacturing the proof he needed, probably at that same kitchen table where I'd sat drinking iced tea. I could see him, head bent in concentration, maybe with his tongue between his teeth, carefully dampening the paper, scraping the old numbers away with a knife tip, blotting it dry, then finding the right pen, practicing before committing the new numbers that would open Kellam's gate, all because of what I'd said. I turned and started walking back toward the road, Devereaux following. "I need a gun," I told her. "Why?" I stopped, turning to look east, assessing the land. Fort Kellam was a massive rectangle north of the road, its perimeter fence cutting through a wide swath of trees that stretched a couple 100 yards on either side. It looked as if the whole base had been carved from the same ancient forest that lay to the south, but I figured it was the other way around. Kelham was probably built on open ground decades ago, and then farmers just stopped working the land near the fence, letting the trees grow back like a persistent weed. Not like the old woods. These newer trees thinned in spots but mostly offered deep, consistent cover, perfect for a small forest to stay hidden, slipping out into the scrubby open when needed, then melting back through the fence for rest or resupply. I started walking again. I'm going to find this quarantine squad everyone says is a fairy tale. And if you do, Devereaux asked, it'll be your word against theirs. Your word against the Pentagon's, essentially. You say the squad exists, they say it doesn't. They have the bigger bullhorn. They can't argue with a bag of evidence. I'll bring back enough to convince a skeptic. I can't let you do that. Whoever they are, they shouldn't have shot the kid, Elizabeth. That was a step too far. They picked the wrong lock. What's waiting behind that door is their problem now, not mine. You don't even know where they are. They're in the woods, I said, the image clear and camouflage with binoculars, thinking they're invisible. The thought shifted my mood from grim determination to a cold, sharp anger. They were out there playing soldier in the shadows, but they'd forgotten that some shadows have teeth, and I was in the mood to remind them. How could you possibly get close to them? They have a blind spot. Where? Right by Kellam's main entrance. They're focused on the kind of trespasser who already knows the gate is a dead end, so they aren't watching the gate itself. They're scanning the perimeter farther out. The guardhouse monitors the gate. No, the guardhouse monitors what's coming toward the gate. I won't be approaching it. I'll find the gap, too far behind the mobile patrols, too far ahead of the guardhouse. They're shooting people. Reacher. They're shooting the people they spot. They won't spot me. I can drive you back to town. I'm not going back to town. I need a ride the other way and a weapon. She stayed quiet. I added, I'm willing to do this without either, if I have to. It'll take longer and be tougher, but I'll make it happen. She finally said, get in the car, Reacher. No hint of where she intended to go. We climbed in, and Devereaux reversed away from Butler's patrol car, then accelerated forward, heading east toward Kellam, the right direction, as far as I was concerned. We covered most of the final mile, and I told her, now cut across the grass. Head for the tree line. Make it look like you just spotted something. Drive straight at them. They aren't here. They're positioned north and west, and they wouldn't fire on a police vehicle anyway. You certain about that? Only one way to know for sure. She slowed, turned the wheel, and dropped off the pavement onto hard-packed earth. The road sat in a narrow gap shaped like an hourglass. 200 yards to the north, Kellam's newer tree line curved away from us, and an equal distance south, the older woods stretched out in a mirroring pattern. Devereaux angled northeast, bouncing roughly across the dirt at 45 degrees to the road, then swung the car in a wide arc before stopping with its side pressed close to the woods. My door was about 6 feet from the nearest trunk. I asked. The gun? Good grief, she sighed. This whole plan breaks about a dozen laws, but like you reminded me earlier, it's their word against mine. If there's anyone to shoot, they'll claim there wasn't. The more shooting happens, the more they'll deny it ever did. She took a slow breath, then pulled the shotgun from its mount between our seats. It was an older Winchester Model 12, about 40 inches long and maybe 7 pounds. The metal was worn and scratched, but gleamed with a recent coat of oil. It could have been 50 years old, yet it looked well cared for. Still, I never fully trust a firearm I haven't tested myself. Nothing's worse than pulling the trigger and hearing a click instead of a bang, or missing entirely. I asked her, does it work? It works perfectly. When did you last fire it? 2 weeks ago. At what? A target. I require the whole department to requalify every year, and if I'm going to outshoot any of them, I need to practice. Did you hit it? I obliterated it. I asked. Did you reload afterward? A slight smile touched her lips. 6 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. I've got extra shells in the trunk. I'll give you as many as you can carry. Appreciate it. It was my father's. Take care of it. I will. Take care of yourself, too. Always do. We stepped out and she moved to the trunk, lifting the lid. Inside was messy clumps of dry soil scattered around, but I wasn't focused on the mess. A metal ammo box was bolted to the floor behind the seatback for someone of Devereaux's height. Reaching it meant stretching forward on her toes and leaning deep into the trunk, a maneuver that, from behind, was nothing short of spectacular. She flipped the lid open, fished around with her fingers, and straightened up holding a carton of 12-gauge shells. She passed it to me, 15 rounds left. I loaded 5 into each pants pocket and 5 into my shirt pocket. She watched me the whole time, Her expression unreadable but intent, her eyes widened as she noticed. "You washed your shirt?" "I bought a new one," I replied. "Why?" It felt like the polite thing to do. "No. I mean, why buy a new one instead of just washing the old one?" I already had this conversation with the guy at the store, made sense to me. "All right," she said, then added with a smirk, "You've got a great ass, by the way." "All right," she repeated. "Just thought I'd mention it. Thanks. Are we good now, you and me?" She smiled. "We always were. I was just messing with you. That's all." If she'd said she was your girlfriend, I might have believed it. But fiancé? That's laughable. Why? Because no woman would ever agree to marry you? Why not? How much time do you have? The laundry thing alone could take an hour. How do you handle yours? There's a coin laundry place in the alley past the hardware store. You use detergent and everything? It's not exactly brain surgery. I'll consider it, I said. See you later. Make sure you do, okay? We've got a train to catch tonight. I gave a single nod, smiled, took one last look around, and stepped into the trees. The Winchester at 40 inches was too long to carry easily through the woods. I had to hold it upright with both hands in front of me. Still, I was glad to have it. A solid, reliable piece. A 12-gauge tends to end discussions pretty quickly. It was March in Mississippi, and the new leaves blocked most of the sky, leaving me to navigate by guesswork or dead reckoning if you prefer. That's tricky in a forest. Most right-handed people drift in wide counterclockwise circles because their left leg is usually a bit shorter. Simple biology and geometry. To avoid that, I made a point of stepping to the right of every 10th tree, whether it seemed necessary or not. The woods were thick but passable, lots of underbrush and fallen leaves, deciduous trees I couldn't name. Trunks varied in size, mostly 3 or 4 feet apart, with lower branches dead from lack of light. No paths, no signs anyone had been through recently. I had one thing going for me and two working against me. On the downside, I wasn't exactly stealthy, making plenty of noise and wearing a bright white shirt. No camouflage, no quiet approach. On the upside, I was likely coming up behind them. They'd be tucked just inside the tree line, watching for outsiders, journalists, anyone approaching from the open, but from behind, they wouldn't be expecting that. I figured they'd be split into small, mobile teams, 2 to 4 men each, no fixed positions. They'd be sitting on logs, leaning against trees, always ready to shift their view or move out to meet a threat. Covering 30 miles of fence means spreading thin. Even a full company in those woods would leave teams 1,000 yards apart and in dense forest. That's like being 1,000 miles away. No quick backup, no covering fire. Rifles are nearly useless here, too many trees in the way. After about 200 paces north and west, I slowed my advance. I realized I must be nearing the first major lookout point, positioned roughly at 9 o'clock on an imaginary clock face high above the road's narrow pass, tucked just inside a curve that offered a broad panorama to the west and south. This was almost certainly the vantage from which Bruce Lindsay had been spotted. He would have been on their left side, an easy mark from over a mile off. They would have stepped out, moved forward, and halted maybe 200 yards from him. Perhaps they shouted a command or a warning. Maybe his reaction was delayed, unclear, or defiant, so they fired. I arced wide to my right before inching forward along what I hoped was a direct line behind where I guessed that first lookout would be. I wove through the pines like someone navigating a dense crowd, shifting left, then right, leading with one shoulder and then the other. My eyes never stopped scanning, side to side, up and down. I paid close attention to the ground. There was no avoiding most of the debris underfoot, but I didn't want to stumble, and I steered clear of anything thicker than a rake handle. Dried timber can snap with a noise like a gunshot. I kept moving until I sensed brightness ahead. Nearly at the tree line, I glanced left, glanced right, took one careful step forward, and found I was both right and wrong. Right because the spot where I stood was indeed a prime observation post. Wrong because it was empty. I paused a few feet back from the last trees and gazed southwest. The view was a wide tapering wedge, the highway to Carter Crossing cut diagonally across the distance. Nothing moved on it, but if anything had, I'd have seen it plainly. I could have spotted anything in the fields up to a quarter-mile on either side of the road. It was a superb position, no doubt about it. I couldn't grasp why it was deserted. It defied tactical logic. Plenty of daylight remained, and as far as I knew, nothing had shifted at Kellam. No new strategic urgency had emerged. If anything, Bravo Company's predicament was more precarious than before. The state of the ground also hinted at a startling lack of discipline. Cigarette butts were ground into the dirt. A crumpled candy wrapper had been tossed aside. There were distinct boot prints, similar to those I'd seen near the journalist who bled out on Old Man Clancy's property. I wasn't impressed. Army Rangers are drilled to leave no trace. They're supposed to pass through a landscape like phantoms, especially when assigned to a shady, legally questionable operation. I retreated deeper into the woods, realigned myself, and pressed north. I maintained a path about 50 yards in from the edge, watching for side trails leading back toward Kellam's fence. I saw none. No real surprise. Covert access was probably arranged far to the north, at some isolated point on the reservation's tip, distant from any area in regular use. 200 yards farther, I detoured again to where the trees grew sparse, to a spot with a poorer view of the road but a clearer look at the fields. Another excellent vantage, again empty, and as far as I could tell, never used. No cigarette ends, no wrappers, no footprints. I pulled back once more to my original line and tried again another 200 yards on. Still nothing. I started to question whether I was dealing with less than a full company, but thinning out a 30-mile perimeter with fewer men made no sense to me. I'd want more 2 full companies or 3. And I'm frugal compared to the Pentagon. If I asked for 500 men, the brass would demand 5,000. By any normal planning, this woods should have been packed. Like Grand Central at rush hour, I should have been picked off from behind already. Then my thoughts turned to shift rotations and chow times. Maybe the seeming shortage of men left certain gaps unguarded at specific hours. I was certain those positions would be in regular use. They were prime real estate not to be utilized. If the objective was monitoring for any threats nearing Kellam's boundary, then the entire circle would need to be divided into practical observation posts, and all 3 I'd spotted would fit the bill. I figured it was only a matter of time before I caught someone's movement. Turning, I retreated further into the forest. About halfway to my starting line, I halted completely. I just stood there, waiting for 10 solid minutes. I heard nothing. Then 20, then 30. A breeze shook the leaves, tree trunks creaked, and small creatures rustled. That was it. Then footsteps and muted voices far ahead, and to my left I shifted westward and pressed my left shoulder against a thin tree, barely wider than my leg. Raising the shotgun, I sighted down the barrel toward the approaching sounds, keeping both eyes open. I fell silent, and still 3 men, I estimated. Their pace was slow, loose, undisciplined, a casual stroll. They were chatting, shooting the breeze. I caught the uneven scuff of their boots in the leaves, their voices low, conversational, utterly bored. I couldn't decipher words, but their tone held no tension or alertness. Brambles ripped, twigs snapped, and I heard hollow thuds I assumed were plastic M16 stocks bumping trees as they squeezed through tight gaps. This was no tactical advance. These weren't top-tier infantry. My mind, as it sometimes does, wandered. I pictured myself drafting a sarcastic after-action report, critiquing their sloppy demeanor. I imagined sitting in a briefing room at Benning, dryly listing their shortcomings to a panel of stone-faced senior officers, a moment of dark humor in the tense quiet. The trio seemed to be tracking south, roughly parallel to the wood's edge, maybe 20 yards in. No doubt they were returning to one of the vantage points I'd already noted. I couldn't see them, too many trees, but I could hear them well enough. They were close, passing about 30 yards to my left. I pivoted around the slender tree, keeping it between me and them, letting them pass. I didn't follow right away. I needed to be sure no others were trailing. I had no desire to slot myself into a moving line, becoming the 4th man in a procession with an unknown number behind. So I stayed put, listening intently. Nothing from the north. Only the natural sounds, wind, leaves, insects. These 3 were alone. I let their noise drift about 30 yards south before I moved after them. Their trail was easy to pick up, an informal path worn into the underbrush by repeated foot traffic over recent days. Damp, overturned leaves, broken twigs, a general sweeping of organic debris to the edges of a meandering footpath about a foot wide, faint but obvious. Compared to the undisturbed forest floor around it, that path stood out like a major highway. I followed, matching their pace without effort. I wasn't concerned about noise. Logically, as long as I was quieter than any two of them combined, none of the three would hear me. And it was easy to be quieter. It would have been harder to be noisier, short of firing the Winchester and belting out the national anthem. I closed the gap a little, putting on a brief spurt to get within 20 yards. Still no clear visual, except one fleeting glimpse of a narrow back in camouflage fatigues and the black glint of what I assumed was an M16 barrel, but I could hear them plainly. There were definitely three. The oldest of the three seemed to be in charge, judging by his tone. Another remained mostly silent, while the third had a distinct nasal voice that sounded jittery and over-caffeinated. I still couldn't decipher their words, but the cadence and tone made it clear nothing of value was being discussed. Their exchange was a lazy mix of low, sarcastic mutters, half-hearted retorts, and sporadic bursts of hollow laughter. Just three men killing time. Utterly routine. They didn't bother veering toward the third vantage point I had noted earlier. Instead, they continued straight past it, ambling along what was likely a single-file trail. The lead man's voice rose as he tossed remarks over his shoulder to the two behind him, whose replies were directed forward and away, making them almost inaudible to me. The whole vibe was one of profound boredom, tired guys stuck in a familiar, monotonous patrol. They expected no trouble, sensed no threat. They passed the second overlook without a glance and kept moving south. I trailed them about 200 yards down the path until I heard them turn right, crashing through underbrush toward the first viewpoint. 9 o'clock on my mental dial. Almost certainly the same spot where Bruce Lindsay's killers had lain in wait. I reached the turnoff and paused on the main trail, listening. They stopped about 20 yards west of me, right where I'd been earlier, just inside the tree line near the candy wrapper, footprints, and cigarette butts. I edged forward, 5 yards, then 10, and halted again. One of them let out a loud belch, sparking a round of chuckles and mockery. My guess was they'd just returned from a scheduled meal break up north and were settling back into position. I heard one of them relieving himself behind a tree, the sound of liquid splattering against the tough, hairy leaves carpeting the forest floor. Then came the soft rustle of rifle barrels pushing aside slender branches at eye level as they peered out at the open land to the west. A Zippo lighter scraped and clunked open, and moments later the smell of tobacco smoke reached me. Drawing a quiet breath, I moved closer, weaving left and right between the trunks 5 more yards, then 6, then 7, leading with my elbows as if swimming through the dense growth, the Winchester shotgun held vertical before me. The trio had no idea I was there. I could feel their presence ahead, unaware, stationary, gazing outward, the post-lunch chatter fading into quiet focus. Holding my breath, I shifted to the next tree silently. Then another and another until finally I got my first clear look at them, and I was completely baffled by what I saw. There were 3 men, just as I'd thought, standing about 15 feet away, the width of a modest room. All had their backs to me. The eldest was gray-haired and heavy-set, squeezed into Vietnam-era olive-drab fatigues that were too tight. He carried an M16 rifle, and the butt of a Beretta M9 semi-automatic pistol peeked from a webbed holster on his belt, a standard U.S. Army 9mm sidearm, just like the rifle. On his feet were worn paratrooper boots, his head was bare. The second man was younger and slightly taller, but not much slimmer. Sandy-haired, he wore what I was sure were Italian Army combat fatigues, similar to American issue, but with a sharper cut. He held an M16 by its carrying handle, right-handed, with no visible sidearm. His footwear was a pair of black athletic sneakers, no hat, and he had a small backpack in mismatched camouflaged. The third man wore 1980s issue U.S. Army Woodland pattern BDUs. He wasn't overweight, far from it. He was a runt, maybe 5'6" and 140 pounds, lean, wiry, and jittery. He also carried an M16, wore civilian shoes, no hat, and no sidearm. He was the smoker, a lit cigarette dangling between the first two fingers of his left hand. At first, the mismatched uniforms threw me off, one guy in Vietnam-era fatigues, another in Italian surplus gear, and the third in street shoes. Nothing about them fit a coherent military picture, not their lack of helmets, their absence of field rations, or their overall sloppy demeanor. My brain scrambled for an explanation, flipping through possibilities like arrivals on a terminal screen. I was half convinced they could hear the whirring inside my skull. Studying them left to right and back again, it finally clicked. These weren't soldiers, they were weekend warriors. The kind you find in the backwoods near the Tennessee border, playing army in the pines. Civilian militia types, grown men who enjoyed tromping through the woods with rifles while pretending to defend some abstract liberty. The sort who spend Saturday mornings bullshitting in the surplus store after buying up old camo and foreign gear. And they were exactly the type to buy their firearms from certain rural shops, the ones conveniently located near military bases, because those shops sometimes have a special selection under the counter. It only takes one person on the inside, and trust me, there's always someone on the inside. Every year, a steady trickle of M16s, Berettas, and worse gets logged as lost or damaged, slated for destruction, only to never see the crusher. Instead, it slips out a back door in the dark and winds up for sale by sunrise. I've made plenty of arrests, often of groups bigger than this trio, but I've never really enjoyed the performance. The best callers run on pure, loud authority, and I've always felt awkward shouting commands. I'd much rather lead with a decisive move to shut things down fast. Even yelling freeze makes me cringe a little. It tends to come out sounding like a polite suggestion. But today I had the ultimate persuader, a pump-action shotgun. For the price of one unfired shell, I could produce a sound that would root any man to the earth. The most commanding noise ever engineered. Crunch, crunch, the spent shell casing hit the fallen leaves, and all three men turned to statues. "Now let the rifles hit the ground," I said, keeping my voice utterly level. The sandy-haired one dropped his first surprisingly fast. The older fellow followed, and finally the wiry one. "Don't move," I told them. "Don't give me a reason." They obeyed, arms lifting slightly from their sides, fingers splayed wide in universal surrender. No doubt their toes were curling inside their boots, too, every muscle straining to appear harmless. "Now take 3 big steps back," I instructed. They complied with clumsy, exaggerated strides, each ending up well beyond reach of their weapons. "Now turn around." I didn't recognize a single one of them. After their slow rotation, the older man stood to my left, just a worn-looking, average guy with a soft middle. The sandy-haired one in the center was like a younger, milder version of him, softened by an easier life. But the third man was different. He was the product of 4 generations living off the land and whatever they could trap, shrewd as a rodent, tough as old leather, and twitchy as both combined. I settled the Winchester's stock firmly against my side, my right arm drawing back to hold the shotgun steady in a one-handed grip. My aim toward the men on the right wasn't precise, but with a 12 gauge it didn't need to be. I gestured with my free hand, locking eyes with the older man. "Here's what happens next," I stated. "You're going to take out your sidearm and pass it over to me." He remained silent. I continued, laying out the steps. "You'll use just a finger and thumb to draw it, then you'll turn it around in your hand until the muzzle is pointing at your own stomach. Understand?" Still nothing. I kept my voice even, conversational. "The alternative is, I put a round in each of your legs." No reaction, not immediately. I considered racking the shotgun again for emphasis, but it proved unnecessary. After a brief hesitation, the older man complied. He wasn't looking to be a martyr. He fumbled the pistol around awkwardly until the barrel was pressed against his abdomen. "Now, find the safety," I instructed, "and switch it off." It was a clumsy process done backward, but he managed. "Grip the barrel with your thumb and first 2 fingers," I said. Keep your ring finger free. Now slide it back into the trigger guard. All the way back, you should be putting pressure on that trigger. He did as told. What does that tell you? I asked. He didn't reply. It tells you that any sudden move puts a bullet in your gut, I said. That's the situation, are we clear? Do you understand? He gave a tight nod. Now extend your arm and bring the gun out toward me. Slow and easy, keep it on the same line, pointed right at you. Keep that finger tight on the trigger. He inched the pistol out, and when it was a couple of feet from his body, I stepped forward and plucked it smoothly from his grasp. I stepped back, he dropped his arm, and I swapped hands, the Winchester to my left, his Beretta now in my right. I let out a slow breath, allowing a faint smile. 3 men disarmed, no shots fired. I looked at the older man. Who exactly are you people? He swallowed hard, then seemed to find a shred of defiance. We're on a mission, he said, his voice gaining a little strength. The kind of mission civilians should steer clear of for their own good. Civilians as opposed to who, as opposed to military personnel. Are you military personnel? Yes, we are, he asserted. I shook my head. No, you're not. You're a pathetic bunch of pretenders. It's an authorized operation, he insisted. Authorized by who? By our commander? And who authorized him? That's when the bluster began. He stammered, started, and stopped sentences. I crossed the shotgun with the Beretta, leveling the handgun directly at him. I hadn't fired it myself, so I couldn't be certain it was operational, but the weight felt correct. The safety was off. I'd seen to that, and his flinching was a pretty good indicator. It was, after all, his own weapon. I placed firm pressure on the trigger. He saw it, yet he stayed silent. Then the sandy-haired man, the quieter one, spoke up. He doesn't know who authorized it, he said, a note of weary resignation in his voice. He's too embarrassed to admit it. That's why he's not talking. Can't you see that? He'd rather get shot than be embarrassed. None of us knows who authorized anything, the sandy-haired man replied. Why would we? I shifted my focus to him. Where are you from? You first, he said. Tell me who you are. I'm a commissioned officer in the United States Army, I stated. A brief, unexpected memory flashed a stifling briefing room back at Fort Bragg, the weight of a different kind of authority, which means if your so-called mission has any legitimate military backing, then as the senior officer here, you currently fall under my command. Correct? That's how it works, isn't it? A beat of silence then. Yes, sir. Where are you from, Tennessee? He said. We're the Tennessee Free Citizens. You don't look all that free from where I'm standing, I told him. Right now, you look pretty well detained. He didn't reply. What brought you down here? I asked. We received word? What kind of word? That our presence was required? How many of you showed up? 60 men, 20 teams covering 30 miles. That's correct, I pressed on. What were your specific orders upon arrival? Our directive was to keep people out. Why? Because it was time for patriots to stand with the nation's military. That's every citizen's duty. Why would the military need your particular brand of help? We weren't given a reason. Rules of engagement. We were to keep people away by any means necessary. Did you kill that kid this morning? A heavy, drawn-out silence filled the space. Then the scrawny one on my right spoke up. You talking about the black kid? The older man cut in. This operation is fully sanctioned. I'm talking about the African-American teenage male. Yes, I said. The sandy-haired man shot frantic looks at his companions, his head whipping from one to the other. We shouldn't be answering questions about that. At least one of you ought to, I said. The old-timer insisted, this mission has authorization from the absolute highest level. There is no level higher. Whoever you are, sir, you are stepping into something way over your head. Shut your mouth, I said. The sandy-haired guy locked eyes with the runt. Don't say another word. I turned to the little man. Say whatever you want. Nobody's going to believe you anyway. Everyone knows a coward like you is just along for the ride. I shifted my attention back to the leader, but the runt spoke up. I shot the black kid. I turned back to him. Why? He was acting aggressive. I shook my head slowly. I saw the body. The entry wound was high under the arm, no damage to the arm itself. I think his hands were in the air. I think he was surrendering. The runt gave a dismissive sniff. I suppose it could have looked that way. I uncrossed the rifle and the handgun, raising the Beretta. I aimed it directly at his face. "Tell me about yesterday." He stared back, a cold calculation in his beady eyes. He decided I was bluffing. "We were positioned north of here yesterday, and I guess you could say I'm batting 1,000 this season. Who patched him up?" The sandy-haired man answered quickly. "I did. It was an accident. We were just following orders." I turned my aim back to the runt. "Say it again about lining up your sights on a 16-year-old kid with his hands raised." I adjusted my aim a fraction, centering it on his forehead. A nasty grin spread across his face. Maybe he was just waving hello. I pulled the trigger. The gun performed flawlessly. The report was a sharp crack that echoed through the trees, sending birds scattering into the sky. The spent cartridge ejected, pinged off a birch trunk, and struck my thigh. The runt's head disintegrated, spraying the leaves behind him, and he dropped straight down, collapsing into a loose, graceless heap only possible for the newly and violently dead. I waited for the ringing in my ears to fade. I looked at the two men left standing. "Your so-called mission is over, effective immediately. The Tennessee Free Citizens are hereby disbanded. They are out of business. You two go spread the word. You have 30 minutes to get your sorry selves out of my woods. You have 1 hour to be out of this state entirely. All of you take any longer, and I'll have a ranger company hunting you down. Now, get lost." For a moment, the two survivors just stood there, frozen, their faces pale masks of shock and terror. Then reality snapped back into place, and they ran. They didn't just jog, they flat out sprinted for their lives. I listened to the sound of their frantic retreat until it dissolved into the quiet of the forest. It took a while, but eventually they were gone, and I knew with certainty they wouldn't be coming back. They had suffered a loss, and that kind of thing didn't sit well with them. I had no doubt they'd turn the guy into a martyr, but I was just as certain they'd go to great lengths to avoid joining him in that so-called glory. Blood and brains are stark realities, and reality is an uninvited guest in a world built on fantasy. I thumbed the safety on the Beretta and slipped it into my pants pocket, then untucked my shirt to let the fabric fall over it. Turning back the way I'd come, I led with one shoulder and then the other, weaving between the pines with the Winchester held vertical in front of me. Elizabeth Devereaux was waiting right where she'd said she would be, beside her car, a couple of yards from the edge of the woods. When I stepped out in front of her, she gave a little start but recovered almost instantly. Maybe she didn't want to offend me by acting shocked I'd made it back. Or maybe she didn't want to let on she'd been worried. Possibly both. I kissed her lightly on the mouth, handed over the Winchester, and she asked, "What happened out there?" "There's some sort of citizens group from Tennessee," I told her. "A half-baked amateur militia playing soldier. They're pulling out now." I heard a pistol shot. One of them was so full of remorse he decided to end things. Did he have reason to be remorseful? More than your average person. Who brought them here? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I gave her back the spare shotgun shells from my pockets. She made me put them in the trunk myself. Then we drove toward town, the new Beretta pressing uncomfortably against my leg the whole way. We passed through the darker part of Carter Crossing, bumped over the railroad tracks, and pulled into the sheriff's department lot. "Devereaux's territory, a place that felt like safety," she said. "Go grab some coffee. I'll be back soon. Where are you headed?" "I have to tell Mrs. Lindsay about her son. That won't be easy." "No, it won't." "Want me to come along?" "No," she said. "That wouldn't be right." I watched her drive off, then walked to the diner for coffee and for the phone, keeping my mug close on the hostess stand. I dialed Stan Lowry's office. He answered himself. I said, "You're still there, still employed. Hard to believe. That joke's getting old, Reacher. You'll miss these days like the last warmth of a dying fire." "What do you need?" "From life in general?" "That's a deep question. From me." "I need plenty from you," I said. "Right now, I need you to run some names. Check every database you can access civilian records, government files if possible. Call the DC police and see if they'll play along. Try the FBI too, assuming anyone there still answers when you call officially or off the books. Way off the books. What names? Janice May Chapman, I said. That's the victim, correct? One of them, yes. And Audrey Shaw, I said. Who is she? I don't know. That's why I want you to look. In connection to what? She's a loose thread tied to another loose thread. Audrey Shaw, he repeated slowly, like he was writing it down. What else? How close is Garber's office to yours? Just on the other side of the stairwell. I need him on the line. So go get him. Drag him over by the collar if you have to. Why not just call him directly? Because I want him on your phone, not his. No reply, just the thud of the receiver being set down, a grunt as he stood, and the sigh of his chair cushion decompressing, then silence, which was costing me money since I was on a payphone. I fed it another quarter and waited. Minutes ticked by. I started to wonder if Garber was digging in his heels, refusing to come, but then the phone was lifted, and his familiar voice came on. What the hell do you want now? I want to talk, I said, so call me back. We've got switchboards and extensions. They're monitoring your line. Isn't that clear enough? You're a pawn in this, just like I am, which means trusting someone else's information is the safer bet? Garber was silent for a moment. Possible, he finally replied. What do you have? The people outside Kellam weren't official. They were a local militia, part of some fringe network of so-called patriots. Their story was that they were here to protect the base from what they called unfair targeting. Well, it is Mississippi, he said. What else would you expect? They were from Tennessee, actually, I corrected him. And you're missing the bigger picture? They didn't just wander into town. They weren't tourists or folks out for a drive. They were deployed. Someone contacted them. Someone who knew the precise time, location, method, and reason they'd be needed. Who has that kind of intel? Someone who had the full story from the very beginning. And where do we find a person like that, somewhere up the chain of command? Exactly, I said. Any thoughts on who? None whatsoever. You're certain? I need you to share what you know, I'm sure. You're as informed as I am on this. All right, head back to your office. I'm going to call you in 5 minutes. Don't pay attention to what I say. It won't make much sense. Just stay on the line long enough for any recording devices to get a good, clear take. Hold on, Garber interrupted. There's something you should know. What is it? There's news from the Marine Corps. What kind of news? It's about Elizabeth Devereaux. There's some kind of issue. Be more specific. I don't have all the details yet. They're being extremely tight-lipped, making a huge fuss about access. Her file is apparently flagged as highly sensitive, top category, biggest deal imaginable, all that nonsense. But the rumor is there was a significant incident about 5 years back. The story goes that Devereaux had another Marine MP dismissed without proper cause. Talk says it was motivated by personal jealousy. 5 years ago was 3 years before she left. Was her discharge honorable? Yes, it was. Voluntary or involuntary separation. Voluntary? Then it's a non-issue, I said. Don't waste your time on it. You're not thinking straight, Reacher. You're letting something else do the thinking for you. 5 minutes, I repeated. Be at your desk. The waitress refilled my cup, and I drank most of it while counting off 300 seconds in my head. Then I walked back to the phone and dialed Garber directly. He answered, and I said, "Sir, this is Major Reacher reporting from Mississippi. Can you hear me clearly?" Garber replied loud and clear. I continued. I have identified the individual who mobilized the Tennessee Free Citizens to Kellam. That mobilization constituted part of a criminal conspiracy resulting in 2 homicides and 2 felony assaults. I have a scheduled appointment at the Pentagon for the day after tomorrow. Following that, I will return to base immediately and involve the JAG Corps at that time. Garber was sharp. He caught on instantly and played his role perfectly. He asked, "Who was the individual?" I said, "I'll be keeping that name to myself for the next 48 hours if you don't mind." Garber said, "Understood." I ended the call and immediately dialed a new number, the office of Colonel John James Fraser, the Senate liaison buried deep within the Pentagon. I spoke to his scheduler and secured a noon appointment in his office for the day after next. I didn't give a reason I couldn't, since I didn't have a real one. I just needed to be inside that massive building, a piece of bait for a trap. Afterward, I took a seat at a table to wait for Devereaux. I figured a woman with her appetite wouldn't be long. Devereaux arrived half an hour later, her face pale and strained. Delivering death notifications is never easy. It's especially brutal when it happens twice to the same grieving mother, a woman already simmering with anger. But that's part of the job. Bereaved families are always angry, and who could blame them? Devereaux sat down across from me and let out a long, weary sigh. "Rough?" I asked. She nodded. "It was terrible," she said. "She's definitely never voting for me again. Honestly, if I owned a house, she'd probably set it on fire. If I had a dog, she'd find a way to get rid of it." "Hard to blame her," I replied. "That's 2 solid strikes, and a third is coming, I'm sure of it. I give it a week tops before that woman decides to take a late-night walk along the train tracks. Has that sort of thing happened around here before?" "Not regularly, but the train comes through every night right around midnight. Almost like it's whispering that there's always an exit if things get too heavy." I stayed quiet, trying to picture the midnight train in a better light, a simpler time, maybe. She broke the silence. "There's something I want to ask you, but I'm not going to." "What is it?" "Who sent those fools into the woods?" "Why hold back?" "Because I figure this is all tangled up in something bigger, some major mess on the base. Getting a piece of the story wouldn't help. I'd need the whole picture, and I'm not going to ask you to lay it all out. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't give you the whole story. I don't have all the pieces. If I did, my job here would be finished. I'd already be back at my post, moving on to the next assignment." "Are you eager to get back? Is that a roundabout way of asking something else?" "No, just curious. Don't forget, I've been in your shoes. Sooner or later, everyone hits that point where the spark just fades. I'm wondering if you've reached it yet, or if it's still ahead of you." I shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not in a hurry to return, but that's more about the social life than the work itself." She cracked a smile. "So, who do you think put those idiots in the woods?" "Your guess is as good as mine. Could be plenty of people. Kellum is like any other messy situation. Lots of hands in the pot, lots of agendas. Some are professional, some are personal. Maybe 5 or 6 could be unstable enough to pull something like this. That means 5 or 6 separate chains of command, each leading back to a high-ranking officer somewhere. Any one of them might feel backed into a corner badly enough to try a stunt this reckless. And let's be real, you don't climb that high in this army by being a pushover. Who are these 5 or 6? I have no idea. That's way above my pay grade from where they sit. I'm just another grunt, no different from a private. But you're going to catch them. Absolutely. I'm going to catch them. When? Hopefully the day after tomorrow. I have to head up to D.C. for a night, maybe." "Why?" "I got on a line I knew was monitored and said I had a name. Now I need to show up there, make myself visible, and see who takes the bait." "So you're the bait in your own trap?" "It's all relative. Whether I go to them or they come to me, it amounts to the same thing, especially when you don't even know who they are or which one is actually guilty." I didn't answer. She nodded slowly. "I get it. Sometimes you have to stir the pot to see what floats to the top. If you want to know whether the stove is hot, sometimes you just have to touch it. You must have been a pretty good cop." "I still am a pretty good cop." "So when did your light go out?" "Back with the Marines. I mean, when did it stop being something you enjoyed?" "Right, about where you are now," she said. "For years you brush off the little things, the petty stuff, the daily frustrations, but they pile up so fast that one day you realize an avalanche is just a bunch of tiny snowflakes, and nothing's much smaller than a snowflake. Suddenly, you understand that the small things, they're the big things." Was there one specific moment? "No, nothing dramatic. I got through okay. Never had any major issues." "Really? All 16 years?" "I hit a few minor bumps along the way, dated the wrong guy a couple times, but nothing worth dwelling on. I made it to CW05, after all. That's as high as it goes for some of us." "You did well." "Not too shabby for a country girl from Carter Crossing." "Not shabby at all." She looked over. "When are you heading out?" Tomorrow morning, most likely. It's going to be a full day's trip to get there, I said. I can have Pellegrino drive you to Memphis. That's not necessary, I replied. Please do it for me, she insisted. I like any excuse to get Pellegrino out of the county. Let him total his car or run over some poor soul in another jurisdiction saves us the paperwork. Has he done that sort of thing around here? We don't exactly have pedestrians here. It's a quiet town. Quieter than it's ever been, honestly. Because of Kellum? This place is fading, Reacher. We need that base operational and soon. Maybe I can make some progress in D.C. I hope so, she said. We should have lunch now. That was the plan. Devereaux's usual order was chicken pot pie. We both got one and were about halfway through when the elderly couple from the hotel walked in. The woman carried a book, the man a newspaper, another routine stop in their day. The old gentleman spotted me and made his way to our table. He told me my wife's brother had just called the hotel saying it was very urgent. I must have looked confused for a moment, probably making him think my wife came from a sprawling family. Your brother-in-law, Stanley? He clarified. Right, I said. Thanks. As he shuffled away, I explained to Devereaux. That's Major Stan Lowry, a friend. We've been on temporary duty together for a couple weeks. Devereaux gave a small smile. I think the jury's back. Marines were definitely funnier. I went back to my pie, but she nudged. If it's urgent, shouldn't you call him back? I set my fork down. Probably, but don't touch my lunch. For the third time that day, I walked back to the payphone and dialed. Lowry picked up on the first ring. Are you sitting down? He asked. No, I'm standing at a payphone in a diner. Well, brace yourself. I've got a story for you about a woman named Audrey. I leaned against the wall by the phone, not because I expected to be knocked over by shock, but because Lowry's stories tended to be epics. He saw himself as a master storyteller, one who loved deep background and exhaustive context. He usually wanted to start at the dawn of time. Right when cosmic dust was just thinking about forming planets, he began. Audrey is a very old name, you know. The only way to shortcut one of Lowry's rambles was to interrupt. First, I said, it's Anglo-Saxon. A shortened form of Aethelthryth or Etheldreda means noble strength. There was a Saint Audrey in the 600s, patron saint of throat problems. How do you even know that? I had to look it up. I know a guy whose mother is named Audrey, he told me. My point is, it's not a common name anymore. It was ranked 173 in the last census. More popular in France, Belgium, and Canada, mostly because of Audrey Hepburn. You know all this from some guy's mom? His grandmother, too, both named Audrey. So you got a double dose of trivia. Felt like a double dose of something. Audrey Hepburn wasn't European. Canada isn't in Europe. They speak French there. I've heard it. Audrey Hepburn was absolutely European, English father, Dutch mother, born in Belgium. She had a British passport. Whatever. My point is, if you'd ever let a guy finish a sentence, when you go looking for Audreys, you don't get a huge list. So you found Audrey Shaw for me? I believe so. That was quick. I know a guy at a bank. Corporations have the best data. Still fast. Thank you. I'm a diligent worker. I'm going to be the most diligent unemployed guy in history. So what do we know about Audrey Shaw? She's an American citizen, Lowry said. Is that it? Caucasian female, born in Kansas City, Missouri, educated locally, then went to college at Tulane in Louisiana, the Southern Ivy League. She was a liberal arts major and a bit of a party girl, middling grades. No health issues, which I suspect implies a bit more than it states, considering she was a party girl from Tulane. She finished her degree right on time, and then, after college, she leaned on family connections to land an internship in Washington, D.C. What sort of internship? Political, in a Senate office, working for one of the senators from her home state of Missouri. Probably fetching coffee most of the time, but her title was something like assistant to an assistant executive director, and, by all accounts, she was stunning. The kind of beauty that made powerful men forget their own names. So, what do you think happened next? She slept her way up, I said. She had an affair. Lowry corrected with a married man, all those late nights the supposed glamour. The sheer thrill of parsing the fine print in trade agreements with Bolivia. You can imagine the scene. Honestly, I don't know how those people stand the adrenaline. Who was he? The senator himself, Lowry said, the top guy. The official record gets pretty fuzzy from there for obvious reasons. It was buried deep. But reading between the lines, it was a passionate mess. Between the sheets, definitely a major scandal. Word is, she actually fell in love. If the record is fuzzy, where are you getting this? The FBI, Lowry said. Plenty of them still talk to me, and trust me, they keep tabs on this kind of thing for leverage. Ever wonder why the FBI's budget never gets cut? They know too many secrets about too many politicians for that to ever happen. How long did it go on? Senators run for re-election every 6 years, so they usually spend the first 4 indulging every whim and the last 2 pretending they never did. Young Ms. Shaw got the tail end of the indulgence phase, and then she was given a friendly pat on the backside and shown the door. Where is she now? This is where it gets good, Lowry said. I pushed away from the wall and glanced at Devereaux. She seemed fine, focused on finishing what was left of my pie. She was leaning over the table, picking it apart, devouring it really in my ear. Lowry continued, I've got rumors and I've got hard data. The rumors are from the FBI. The data is from the databases. Which do you want first? I leaned back against the wall. The rumors, I said, always more entertaining. All right, the rumors suggest young Ms. Shaw wasn't too happy about being tossed aside. She felt used, disposable, like a paper napkin after a messy meal. She started giving off the vibe of an intern who could make serious waves. That was the FBI's assessment anyway. They monitor that sort of potential for their own reasons. So what happened? In the end, nothing blew up. The involved parties must have reached a quiet understanding. Everything went silent. The senator got reelected, and Audrey Shaw simply vanished. Where is she now? This is where you ask me about the hard data. What does the hard data say? The hard data says, Audrey Shaw isn't anywhere. The databases are a total void. No records of anything. No financial transactions, no tax filings, no property, no vehicles, no loans, no legal actions, nothing. It's as if she stopped existing 3 years ago. 3 years ago? Even her bank records vanished then. How old was she then? 24. She'd be 27 now. Did you check the other name for me? Janice May Chapman. You just wrecked my big reveal. You ruined the suspense? Let me guess, I said. Chapman is the complete opposite. There's nothing before 3 years ago. Correct. They were the same person, I said. Shaw changed her identity, part of the settlement, presumably. A hefty payoff and a brand new paper trail. Almost like witness protection. Maybe it was witness protection. Those guys would do a favor for a senator. It's an IOU for the future. And now she's dead. End of story. Anything else? Of course there's something else, I said. There was still one final question, the big obvious one hanging in the air. The question was barely out of my mouth before I knew the answer. I could feel it, a cold dread whistling toward me like a mortar shell, perfectly aimed to detonate right beside my ear. Who was the senator, I asked. Carlton Riley, Lowry replied. Senator Riley from Missouri, the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, the man in charge. I returned to our booth just as the waitress delivered 2 slices of peach pie and 2 steaming mugs of coffee. Devereaux dug in without hesitation, still hungry despite the full chicken pot pie she'd already finished. I gave her a pared-down version of what Larry had told me, leaving out the specific names and the state. She took a bite of pie, then asked, Why did you even mention Audrey Shaw to him in the first place? It was a guess, I said, 50-50 odds. Either Butler's friend messed up the case numbers, or she didn't. I didn't want to assume anything. Does any of this actually help us, she asked. Those were small words, but they carried a lot of weight. Help us. It didn't help me. Not with Janice May Chapman's case. Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay were now shrouded in a stranger, murkier light because of Lowry's information. But for Devereaux, this was a game changer. With Chapman, at least, it slashed the odds of local involvement down to virtually 0, because it skyrocketed the likelihood that the trouble had come from my world. It might narrow the field, I said. Think about it. If a U.S. senator has a serious problem, which specific branch of the military machine is going to jump? Senate liaison, she answered immediately. That's exactly where I'm headed the day after tomorrow. How could you possibly know that? I didn't know, she said, a flicker of frustration in her eyes. It was a shot in the dark. I just needed a credible reason to be in that building. Hold on, she said, putting her fork down. This doesn't add up. Why would the Army get involved over a senator's personal problems with some woman? That's a civilian issue. Senate liaison doesn't mobilize every time a politician misplaces his wallet. There would have to be a direct military link, and there is no link between a civilian senator and his civilian ex-girlfriend, no matter where she was living. I stayed quiet. She stared at me. Are you implying there is a connection? I'm not implying anything, I said, keeping my expression blank. Literally, watch my lips. They aren't moving. There can't be a connection. Chapman wasn't in the Army, and senators certainly aren't either. I said nothing. Her mind raced ahead. Did she have a brother in the service? A cousin? My God, is her father in the Army? He'd be in his 50s now? The only reason to stay in that long is if you're having the time of your life, and the only way to do that is to be a very senior officer. Is that it was Janice Chapman, a general's daughter, or Shaw, whatever her real name was? I remained silent. She pressed on. Lowry said she got the internship through family connections, right? What else could that mean? We're talking about having a sitting senator who owes you favors. That's huge. Her father would have to be at least a 2-star general. I gave her nothing. She locked eyes with me. I can see what you're thinking, she said. I didn't respond. I didn't get it right, she conceded, her tone shifting from urgent speculation to something colder, more analytical. That's it, isn't it? I'm on the wrong track. Chapman had no family in uniform. It's something else entirely. I said nothing. She leaned back, pie forgotten. Maybe it's the reverse. Maybe the senator is the one with a relative in uniform. You're missing the bigger picture, I finally said. If Janice May Chapman was a sudden short-term problem that needed a sudden short-term solution, why was she killed in the exact same manner as 2 other completely unconnected women 4 and 9 months ago? Are you saying it's just a coincidence, that it has nothing to do with the senator at all? It's possible, I said. Then why the major panic, the cover-up? Because they're terrified of the blowback, I said, in a general sense. The sheer political fallout if any of this ever saw the light of day. They're determined to keep any hint of scandal away from a specific unit. The one with the senator's family connection? Let's leave that alone. Weren't they concerned about repercussions earlier? 4 months back and 9. They weren't aware of those earlier incidents. Why would they be? But Chapman stood out. She had a double dose of attention. Her name was in the records, and she was white. What if it wasn't just chance? Then someone was clever, I replied. They handled an immediate issue by mimicking a method used in 2 unrelated prior cases. Very effective cover. So you're suggesting there might be 2 different killers involved? It's a possibility, I said. Maybe McClatchy and Lindsay were straightforward homicides, and Chapman was staged to resemble them by a different person. We finished our coffee and dessert. Devereaux mentioned she had paperwork to handle. I asked if she'd object to me paying another visit to Emmeline McClatchy. What for? She asked. Boyfriends, I said. It seems both Lindsay and Chapman were seeing a soldier with a blue car. I'm curious if McClatchy will complete the pattern. That's quite a hike. I'll figure out a quicker route, I told her. The local layout was starting to form a map in my mind. No reason to trek 3 sides of a rectangle, first north to the Kelham Road, then east, then south again to the McClatchy place. I was already roughly level with it. I was sure I could find a way across the railroad tracks well before the official crossing. A direct line east, one side of the square. Devereaux said, be kind to her. She's still very fragile. I'm certain she always will be, I said. I don't imagine that kind of pain fades quickly, and don't mention anything about pregnancy. I won't, I said. I headed south on Main Street generally toward Dr. Merriam's office, but I intended to turn east well before reaching it. I spotted a place to do just that within about 300 yards. A dirt road mouth was tucked into the trees. A rusted fire hydrant stood 10 yards in, which meant houses had to be farther along. I found the first one 100 feet later. It was a dilapidated, sagging structure, but it was occupied. At first glance, I thought it might belong to the McKinney cousins, given the condition and the fact a black, brush-painted pickup truck sat on a patch of dirt that might have once been a lawn, but it was a different model, different age, different size, though the neglect was the same. Clearly, northeastern Mississippi wasn't exactly a hotspot for professional auto body shops. I passed 2 more houses in similar states. The fourth place was worse. It was abandoned. A mailbox was swallowed by tall grass. The driveway was overgrown. Bushes and brambles pressed against the door and windows. Weeds filled the gutters. Green slime streaked the walls, and a cracked foundation was invaded by creeper vines thicker than my wrists. It stood alone on a couple of acres that might have once been meadow or pasture, now just a thicket of briars crowded with saplings about 6 feet tall. The place had clearly been empty a long time, more than months, maybe a couple of years. But there were fresh tire tracks across its entrance. Seasonal rains had washed dirt down small slopes and left a smooth, puddled layer of mud in the dip between the road and the driveway. The heat had baked that mud to a fine powder like dry cement. A 4-wheeled vehicle had crossed it twice in and out. The tires were broad, with treads meant for regular pavement, not new, but properly inflated. The tread pattern was perfectly preserved. The marks were recent, definitely made after the last rainfall. I stepped carefully to the side, avoiding leaving my own prints next to the tire marks. I vaulted over the ditch and pushed through a thicket of waist-high weeds until I reached the edge of the driveway. The path of the vehicle was clear in the crushed vegetation. Stems were snapped, oozing a dark, sticky sap. Tougher plants had merely bent, springing back with oily smears from an undercarriage. It was obvious no one had gone into the house. The wild growth around the doors and windows was completely undisturbed. I continued past the silent structure and a small tractor shed moving into the open area behind. The place felt profoundly isolated. Ahead and to either side were stands of trees. The only witnesses above were a pair of turkey vultures tracing lazy, patient circles in the sky. I passed a long-forgotten vegetable plot, its perimeter marked by a rusted wire fence meant to keep rabbits out. Only an archaeologist could have identified what once grew there. Further on, a tall, shaggy mound of unchecked greenery rose, perhaps an old hedge left to run wild for a decade. Concealed behind it, as if hidden from the house, stood 2 functional structures. The first was a wooden shed, sagging and rotten at one corner. The second was a deer trestle. It was a substantial A-frame built from heavy, aged timbers, standing well over 7 feet tall. I could have walked beneath its crossbeam without ducking. The design was straightforward: back a truck up, roll a carcass into the dirt between the frames, tie its hind legs, throw ropes over the polished top rail, and hoist it up for skinning and butchering. Primitive, effective, and not something I'd ever needed. My steaks came from the officers' club with considerably less effort. This trestle could have been half a century old, its wood hardened by time with patches of green moss on the north-facing surfaces. The top rail was worn smooth from years of rope friction. There was no telling when it was last used, but the ground between its legs had been recently disturbed. The top few inches of what should have been hard-packed, ancient earth had been dug out, leaving a shallow pit about 3 feet square. It was the only notable thing in the entire yard, aside from the tire marks that didn't belong to a work truck or any practical vehicle. The shed beside it was empty. On my way back to the road, I gave the house another look, just to be thorough. It remained untouched. The windows were clouded with a gray, organic film, and a finer layer coated the siding and door handles. Unbroken spider webs glistened faintly in the light. Every manner of plant grew unchecked, some thorny and robust, others soft and trailing, creeping over steps and across thresholds, none of it bent or cut back. Nothing had been smudged or moved. I paused at the driveway entrance and pushed aside the long grass around the mailbox. It was a standard-issue Postal Service box, its gray paint faded to nothing, finely veined with rust along the stressed curves of the metal. It was mounted on a post that had once been a solid 6x6, but was now just a gnarled, twisted core of its former self. The box had once borne a name, spelled out in old-fashioned stick-on letters that leaned forward on their rectangles. Someone had peeled them off, maybe as a final act before leaving the place behind, but they left behind faint, dry traces of adhesive like ghostly fingerprints. 8 letters had been there. I crossed back over the ditch and kept moving east, passing 2 more houses set far apart. They were lived in, but just barely, their condition worn and weary. After the last one, the road narrowed, its surface turning pitted and uneven. It tunneled into a dense wall of trees, the path so tight that branches whipped and scraped at me as I pushed through. After about 50 paces, I emerged to find the railroad tracks right in front of me, running north to south on a raised earth berm about 3 feet high. Funny how flat land looks to us, but a locomotive sees every little dip and rise. They fill in the lows and shave down the highs to keep things level. I scrambled up the berm, crunched over the gravel ballast, and stood on a weathered tie. To the south, the tracks arrowed straight toward the Gulf. To the north, they ran just as straight to destinations unknown. In the distance, I could make out the road crossing and the old water tower. The rails on either side of me were polished to a dull shine from countless iron wheels. Ahead lay more scrub and trees than a field, and beyond that, houses. The sound of a helicopter reached me, coming from the east and a little north. Scanning the sky, I spotted a Blackhawk about 3 miles off, probably heading for Kellam. I listened to the steady whap-whap-whap of its rotors and the turbine's whine as it descended and landed. Then I scrambled down the far side of the berm and pressed on through another patch of woods. Crossing the open field, I stepped over a sagging wire fence and found myself on a street I guessed ran parallel to Emmeline McClatchy's. In fact, I could see the back of that house with the beer signs in the windows, the makeshift bar. But between it and me were other houses, each with its own yard. Private property, in the yard directly ahead, 2 old men sat in white plastic chairs, watching me. They looked like they were taking a break from some hard labor. I stopped at their fence line. "Mind doing me a favor?" They didn't speak, but tilted their chins up, listening. I said, "Would you let me cut through your yard? I need to get to the next street." The one on the left, with a scruffy white beard but no mustache, asked, "Why?" "I'm visiting someone who lives over there." "Who?" "Emmeline McClatchy. You with the army?" "Yes." "Then Emmeline doesn't want a visit from you." "Nobody around here does." "Why's that?" "Because of Bruce Lindsay, for starters." "Was he a friend of yours?" "He surely was bull," I said. "He told me he had no friends. You all called him deformed, gave him the cold shoulder, made his life miserable, so don't act all righteous now. You've got a real mouth on you, son. It's not just the mouth. You gonna shoot us too?" "The thought has crossed my mind." The old guy cracked a faint grin. "Go on through, but be decent to Emmeline. This business with Bruce Lindsay has rattled her all over again." I walked the length of their yard, and just then I heard the Blackhawk again, lifting off from Kellam in the distance. A quick visit, a delivery, or a pickup, hard to say. I watched it rise above the tree line, a distant speck tilting forward as it accelerated north. At the yard's end, I stepped over another wire fence. Now I was in the bar's lot, still private land, technically, but bars generally welcome folks passing through rather than chase them off, and the place was empty anyway. I walked past the building and reached the street without any trouble. There I spotted an Army Humvee rolling to a stop outside the McClatchy house. The vehicle was massive, painted in the usual green and black camouflage, and looked almost brand new, its wide frame nearly filling the narrow dirt road from one ditch to the other. As I approached, the engine cut off and the driver's door swung open. A man in woodland-patterned BDUs and clean boots stepped down. For as long as I could remember, Army uniforms had used such faded name tapes and rank insignia that you couldn't make them out from more than a few feet away. Some officer's bright idea, no doubt, worried about snipers, so I had no clue who this guy was. He could have been a private or a general, though generals don't usually drive themselves on or off duty. They have people for that, but I had a pretty good guess who he was. Who else would be authorized to be out here? He even resembled me. Similar height, build, and coloring, like looking into a mirror, except he was about 5 years younger, and it showed. He moved with a spring in his step, all energy and bounce. An outside observer might say he looked young and overeager, while I probably came off as old and worn out. That was the difference between us. He watched me walk up, curious about a white man in this neighborhood. I let him stare until I was about 6 feet away. My eyesight still sharp, and on a bright Mississippi afternoon, even those subdued tapes become readable. His said, Monroe, U.S. Army, little tan oak leaves on his collar marked him as a major. He wore a field cap, same camo as the rest, with fine lines around his eyes, the only hint he wasn't fresh out of basic. I had the upper hand. My plain civilian shirt gave nothing away. We stood there a moment in silence. I could smell diesel and hot rubber from the Humvee, hear its engine ticking as it cooled and the breeze rustling through the shade tree in Emmeline McClatchy's yard. Then I extended my hand. Jack Reacher. He shook it. Duncan Munro, what brings you here? I asked. Let's sit in the truck a spell, he said. Inside, the Humvee felt just as wide, but most of the space was eaten up by a huge transmission tunnel. The front seats were small and set far apart, like we were sitting in separate lanes of traffic, which suited both our moods just fine. Munro broke the silence. The situation is changing. The situation is always changing, I replied. Get used to it. The officer in question has been relieved of his command. Reed Riley? We're not supposed to use that name. Who's going to know? You think this truck is wired for sound? I'm just trying to follow protocol. Was that him in the Black Hawk? Munro gave a nod. He's headed back to Benning. After that, they'll stash him somewhere out of sight. Why? There was some major panic a couple hours back. Phone lines were burning up. I don't know the details. Kellam just lost its quarantine force, that's why. That again? There never was a quarantine force. I told you that. I just met them, a bunch of civilian yahoos. Like Ruby Ridge, but even less professional. Honestly, it's almost impressive how some folks manage to turn paranoia into a hobby. Why do people do stupid stuff like that, he asked. They envy our glamorous lives, I said, the sarcasm thick enough to cut. What a joke, as if any of this was glamorous. What happened to them? I chased them off. So someone decided they had to pull Riley. You're not going to be popular for that. I don't want to be popular. I want to get the job done. This is the military, not some high school drama. He's the son of a senator, building his own reputation. Did you know the Marine Corps has lobbyists in Washington? I nodded. I've heard that. Well, this was our version of it. I stared out the window at the McClatchy house, taking in its sagging roof, the siding streaked with dirt, the narrow, unwelcoming windows, and the sprawling oak tree in the yard. Why are you really here? I asked. For the same reason you ran off those troublemakers, Munro replied. I'm here to finish the job. What's your angle? I looked into the other two women you named. There were informational memos in the executive officer's files. I started connecting dots from things I've heard around the base. It appears Captain Riley has quite a reputation with women. Since his posting here, his list of girlfriends is longer than a Monday morning briefing. It's probable both Janice Chapman and Shauna Lindsay were on that list. I'm here to see if Rosemary McClatchy makes it a perfect 3 for 3. That's why I came, too. Great minds, Munro said with a shrug. Or maybe we're both just stubborn. Did you bring a photo? He unbuttoned the right pocket on his uniform shirt just below his name tape. He pulled out a thin black notebook, flipped it open, and slid a photograph from between its pages. He passed it to me across the car's console. Captain Reed Riley, my first look at his face. It was a color photo, likely for a passport or some official document that didn't allow hats. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with a solid, defined build, not too heavy, not too lean. He was tanned, sporting a bright, easy smile that showed very white teeth. His brown hair was cut short in a military buzz, and his eyes held a familiar, confident emptiness crinkled at the corners with fine lines. He looked capable, tough, and utterly full of himself. The spitting image of every infantry captain I'd ever met. I handed the picture back. Getting a positive ID might be a long shot. I imagine all those Rangers look pretty much the same to an elderly woman. Only one way to know for sure, Munro said, pushing his door open. I got out on my side and waited as he came around the front of the car. He paused before we walked to the door. Here's another piece that came up when I was connecting those dots, something you might find interesting. Sheriff Devereaux isn't a lesbian. She's another notch on Riley's bedpost, too. From what I gathered, they were seeing each other less than a year ago. Then he moved past me and stepped up to Emmeline McClatchy's door. She answered after the second knock, greeting us with a cautious, polite demeanor. She remembered me from my previous visit. She listened intently as Munro introduced himself, then invited us into a small, close room. It held two wooden spindle-back chairs flanking a fireplace with a worn rag rug on the floor. The ceiling was low, the space felt tight, and the air carried the lingering scent of old meals. 3 framed pictures hung on the wall, one of Martin Luther King, Jr., one of President Clinton, and a third of Rosemary McClatchy. It was from the same series as the photo in the sheriff's file, but somehow even more vibrant. A friend with a camera, 1 roll of film, a sunny afternoon, a frame, a nail, and a hammer, that was all that remained of a life. Emmeline and I took the chairs by the fireplace, leaving Munro standing on the rug. In the cramped room, he looked as oversized and out of place as I felt. He took the photograph from his pocket again, holding it face down against his chest. "Mrs. McClatchy," he began, "we need to ask you about your daughter Rosemary's friends." "My Rosemary had many friends," she said, "specifically a young man from the base she might have been seeing," Munro clarified. "Seeing, spending time with, dating, in other words." "Let me see the picture." Munro leaned forward and handed it to her. She tilted it in the light from the window, her eyes studying it carefully. She looked at the photograph and asked, "Is this man a suspect in the white girl's death?" Munro replied, "We can't be certain, but we haven't eliminated him. Nobody showed me any pictures when Rosemary was killed. Nobody brought pictures to Mrs. Lindsay when Shauna died. Why is that different now?" "Because the Army made a serious error," Munro admitted. "There's no justification for it. I can only say things would have been handled differently if I or Major Reacher here had been involved from the start. Beyond that, all I can offer is an apology." She studied his face, and I did the same. Then her gaze returned to the photograph. "His name is Reed Riley," she said quietly. "He's a captain with the 75th Ranger Regiment. Rosemary mentioned he led Bravo Company. So they were in a relationship. For nearly 4 months, she was starting to imagine a future with him. Was he imagining the same? Men will say whatever they think you need to hear. When did it stop? 2 weeks before she died. Do you know why? She never told me. Do you have a theory?" Emmeline McClatchy met our eyes. I believe she was expecting a child. For a long moment, the small room was utterly still. Then Emmeline spoke again, her voice softer. "A mother senses these things. Her appearance changed. Her manner was different. Even her scent was not the same. At first there was a quiet joy about her, but it faded into something heavy and sad. I waited for her to come to me. I thought she would when she was ready. But time ran out." Munro allowed a respectful pause before asking, "Did you ever see Captain Riley again after their relationship ended?" Emmeline nodded. "He came by to pay his respects a week after we buried her." "Do you believe he was responsible for her death?" "You're the investigator, not me. I believe a mother's intuition is powerful," Rosemary said. "His father was a man of influence. Politics, maybe. Something where appearances are everything. I think having a black girlfriend was acceptable for Captain Riley, but a pregnant one was not." Emmeline had said all she intended to say. We thanked her and made our way back to the Humvee. Once inside, Munro let out a low breath. "This is getting very dark. Did you manage to speak with Shauna Lindsay's mother?" I asked. She refused to say a word, chased me off her porch with a broom. How reliable is the information about Sheriff Devereaux's past involvement? Solid, they dated. He broke it off. She didn't take it well. From what I can gather, Rosemary McClatchy was next in line after that. Was it his car that was wrecked on the track? The Oregon DMV confirms it was, based on the plate you found, a blue '57 Chevy. More of a beater than a classic. Did he provide an explanation? He provided a lawyer. Can you place him as Jenny Chapman's boyfriend, too? Not with any certainty. She was a socialite, seen with plenty of men. She couldn't have been serious with all of them. She had the same reputation at Tulane. Is that where she studied, apparently? He gave a wry smile. If you lined up all the Tulane co-eds end to end, I wouldn't be shocked. Did you know Janice Chapman wasn't her real name? What do you mean? She was born Audrey Shaw. She changed it 3 years ago. Why? Politics, I said. She was ending a 2-year relationship with Carlton Riley. I let that information settle with him, then turned and walked south. He drove north. This time I took the long way, a responsible citizen walking around the block instead of cutting through yards. I crossed the field, found the dirt path through the pines, and was back on Main Street in under 20 minutes. 5 minutes later, I was pushing through the door of the sheriff's department. 1 minute after that, I was standing in Devereaux's office. She was behind her desk, which was buried under a tide of paperwork. She looked up, a flicker of concern in her eyes, likely at my tone. I said, "We need to talk." Devereaux set her pen down. "Talk about what? Did you ever date anyone from the base?" "What base, Kellam?" "Yes, Kellam. That's personal territory. Reacher, did you?" "Absolutely not. What kind of question is that? Those guys are my biggest headache. You know how it gets between a military base and the local police? It would have been a total conflict of interest. Do you ever hang out with any of them?" "No, for exactly that reason." "Are you familiar with any of them?" "Not really," she replied. "I've been on the base for official tours and met some of the higher-ups in a formal setting. It's standard procedure. We're all dealing with similar issues around here." "All right," I said. "Why are you asking?" Monroe was over at the McClatchy house. It looks like Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay were both seeing the same man. Janice Chapman probably was, too. Monroe heard a rumor that you had also dated him. "That's ridiculous. I haven't gone out with anyone in 2 years. Couldn't you tell?" I took a seat. "I had to check," I said. "I'm sorry. Who is he? I can't say." "You have to tell me, don't you think?" "McClatchy and Lindsay are my investigations. That makes it relevant. And I deserve to know if some guy is throwing my name around." "Reed Riley?" I said. "Never heard of him," she said. Then she paused. "Wait, did you say Riley?" I stayed quiet. She said, "Oh my God, Carlton Riley's son? He's stationed at Kellam? I had no idea." I said nothing. "Oh my God," she repeated, her voice dropping. "That explains so much." I said it was his car on the train tracks, and Emmeline McClatchy thinks he got Rosemary pregnant. I didn't even have to ask. She just came out and said it. "I need to speak with him." "You can't." "They just airlifted him out of there." "To where?" "What's the most isolated army post on the planet?" "I don't know. Neither do I, but I'd bet anything that's where he'll be tonight." "Why would he claim he dated me?" "Ego," I said. "Maybe he wanted his buddies to think he'd scored with every attractive woman in Carter Crossing. The Brannon brothers at the bar told me he was a big deal who always had some pretty girl on his arm." "I'm not arm candy. Maybe not on the inside." She paused, thinking it over. "His father probably knows the man Janice Chapman was having the affair with. They served together in the Senate." I stayed silent. She looked straight at me. "Oh, no," I said. "Oh, yes." "The same woman? Both father and son? That's seriously twisted. Monroe can't prove it, neither can we, but we can guess. This is way too much fuss over a vague worry about general fallout." "Maybe," I said, "or maybe not. Who knows how people like that think? Regardless, you can't go to Washington. Not now. It's far too risky. You'd have a giant target on your back. Senate liaison has a lot riding on Carlton Riley. They won't let you mess that up. Believe me to them. You're nothing compared to keeping a good relationship with the Armed Services Committee." Right after she finished, her phone rang. She answered, listened for a moment, then covered the receiver. "It's the Oxford police asking about the dead journalist. I'm going to tell them the confirmed perpetrator was shot by police after resisting arrest, case closed." I said, "Fine by me," so she relayed that, and then she had to make a string of calls to state and county offices. I drifted out of her office, and she got so tied up I didn't speak with her again until we met for dinner around 9. Over the meal, we talked about her father's place. She ordered a cheeseburger, and I went with a roast beef sandwich. I asked her, what was it like growing up here? "It was strange," she said. "Obviously, I didn't have anything else to compare it to. We didn't get a TV until I was 10, and we never went to the movies. But even so, I always felt there had to be more out there. We all did. We all had a kind of cabin fever." Then she asked where I grew up, so I ran through as much of the long list as I could remember. My life began in the Pacific, and I was born in West Berlin during my father's embassy posting. Before I even started elementary school, I'd lived on a dozen different bases. My education was scattered across the globe. I collected cuts and bruises in the steamy back alleys of Manila, only for them to heal days later in the damp chill of our quarters in Belgium near NATO headquarters. A month after that, I ran into the same guys who started the fight, this time in San Diego, and we picked up right where we left off. Eventually, I ended up at West Point, launching my own restless, constantly moving career. I saw some of the same places my father had, but also many new ones, since the Army's global presence wasn't quite the same as the Marine Corps. She asked me, "What's the longest you ever stayed in one place?" "Probably less than 6 months," I told her. "What was your father like?" "He was a quiet man," I said. "He loved bird watching. But his actual job was to kill people as quickly and efficiently as possible, and that reality was always with him." "Was he good to you?" "Yes, in a very old-fashioned way. Was yours?" She nodded. "Old-fashioned is a good word for it. He always assumed I'd get married, and he'd have to travel all the way to Tupelo or Oxford just to visit me." "Where was your house?" "South on Main Street until the road bends, then it's the first left. A little dirt road. Fourth house on the right. Is it still standing, barely? Didn't it get rented out again?" "No, my dad was ill for a while before he passed, and he just let the place go. The bank that owned it wasn't paying attention. It's pretty much a ruin now. All overgrown, with slime on the walls and a cracked foundation. A big old hedge out back. 8 letters on the mailbox. How could you possibly know all that?" "I was there," I said. "I passed it on my way to the McClatchy place." She was silent, I added. "I saw the deer trestle." Still, she said nothing, so I finished, "And I saw the dirt in the trunk of your car when you handed me those shotgun shells." The waitress came over, gathered our empty plates, and took our orders for pie. After she left, Devereaux looked at me, her expression a mix of crestfallen and, I thought, a little embarrassed. "I did something really stupid," she said. "What kind of stupid thing?" "I hunt," she admitted. "Every now and then, just for fun, mostly deer. It gives me something to do. I give the meat to the elderly folks like Emmeline McClatchy. They don't eat well otherwise. Sometimes pork if a neighbor is butchering a pig and thinks to share, but that doesn't always happen. Sometimes the neighbors can't afford to be generous." "I remember," I said. "Emmeline had deer meat cooking when we first visited. She offered us lunch. You said no?" She nodded. "No point in giving something and then taking it back. I got that deer a week ago. I obviously couldn't bring it back to the hotel, so I used my dad's old place. I've always done that since I came back here. It's a good, solid trestle. But then you came along with your theory about Janice Chapman. I didn't know you well at that point. I thought you might get on the phone to headquarters. I had visions of Black Hawk helicopters in the air, finding every deer trestle in the county. So I sent you off to identify the wrecked car to keep you busy for an hour, and I went over and dug up the blood-soaked earth. Lab tests would have proven it was animal blood." "I know that," she said, a hint of frustration in her voice. "But how long would that have taken?" "I don't even know where the nearest lab is. Atlanta, maybe. It could have taken 2 weeks or more, and I can't afford to be under suspicion for that long. I literally can't afford it. This is the only job I have. I don't know where I'd find another one. Voters are strange. They always remember the cloud of suspicion, but they never remember the all clear that comes later. I thought about my old friend Stan Lowry back on post, always scanning the classifieds. It's a brave new world for all of us. All right, I said, but it was a fairly dumb thing to do. I know it was. I panicked a little. Do you know other hunters and other trestles, a few? Because I still believe that's how those women were killed. I don't see any other way it could have been done. I agree, she said. That's exactly why I panicked. Which means we may have to scramble those Blackhawks eventually, unless we locate Reed Riley and get some answers out of him first. Reed Riley is long gone, I told her. He's likely stationed as an Army liaison at Thule Air Base by now. And where is that? Northern Greenland, I said. The absolute top of the world. It's arguably the most isolated posting the Air Force has. I ended up there once when a C-5 I was on developed an issue and had to put down. It's a key piece of the distant early warning network. They go 4 months straight without seeing the sun. The radar they've got up there could spot a tennis ball being served from 3,000 miles off. Did you happen to get a phone number? I couldn't help but smile. We'll have to find another approach. Let's see what crawls out of the shadows the day after tomorrow. She didn't answer that. We took our time with the pie, killing time. Right about then, the midnight train was probably just creeping out of the rail yards in Biloxi. Devereaux was still uneasy about the old man at the hotel and didn't want to replay her little performance on the staircase, so I handed her my key. We left the diner separately, 10 minutes apart, which left me settling the check and time for one more cup of coffee. Afterward, I ambled down the street, gave a nod to the clerk at the desk, headed upstairs, and tapped quietly on my own door. Devereaux opened it immediately, and I stepped inside. She'd kicked off her shoes and unbuckled her gun belt, but the rest of the uniform was still on, the shirt, the pants, the ponytail, all perfectly fine. We came together with the focused urgency of a ritual, half rushed and half deliberate, charged with a tense expectancy ready to commit, almost trembling for the reward. She started by pulling the elastic from her hair, shaking it free, and smiling at me from behind that dark, heavy curtain. She undid the first 3 buttons of her shirt, and the weight of her nameplate, badges, and rank, insignia tugged the fabric sideways, revealing a deep V of bare skin. I towed off my shoes, peeled away my socks, and tugged my shirt tails loose from my pants. She placed one hand on the 4th button of her shirt and the other on the button of her trousers, then said, "Your choice." A tough call, but I gave it serious thought and reached a firm decision. "Pants," I said. She popped the button, and after what felt like a long, deliberate minute, she stood barefoot and bare-legged in nothing but her tan uniform shirt. I said, "Now you get the same choice." She went the opposite way, so I took off my shirt. This time she asked about the shrapnel scar, and I gave her the abbreviated version, just some spectacularly bad timing early in my career during a routine liaison visit to a Marine compound in Beirut. A truck passed me, then blew itself to pieces near the barracks entrance, about 100 yards from where I was standing. She said, "I heard about an Army MP being there. That was you? I'm not sure who else was around." "You went into the wreckage and pulled people out." "Only by accident," I said. "I was looking for a medic for myself. I could see what I'd eaten for dinner the night before. You received the Silver Star and a nasty case of blood poisoning," I said. "I could have done without either." I undid my waistband button and she finished the last buttons on her shirt, and then it was just us in our underwear. That arrangement didn't last long. We started the shower, climbed into the tub together, and pulled the curtain. Grabbing soap and shampoo, we lathered up and washed each other thoroughly, up and down, side to side, inside and out. No one could have accused us of cutting corners on hygiene or our dedication to ensuring it. We stayed under the spray until Tucson's water heater gave up and ran cool, then grabbed enough towels to avoid leaving puddles in the bed before the serious business began. She tasted warm and slick and faintly of soap, and I'm sure I did too. She was agile and strong, full of restless energy. We took our time. I guess the midnight train was now somewhere north of Columbus and south of Aberdeen, maybe 40 miles and 40 minutes out. 40 minutes is a generous stretch of time. By the halfway mark, there was hardly anything left for us to discover about one another. I had learned the rhythm of her movements, her preferences, her passions. She knew mine just as well. I came to recognize the frantic beat of her heart against her ribs, the rise and fall of her breath, and the subtle distinctions between one kind of gasp and another. She learned my own tells, the catch in my throat that signaled what was coming, what made my skin flush, where a touch would land just right, and what sent me completely over the edge. Then we began a long, slow ascent, aiming for a precise moment like soldiers counting down to an invasion, watching the shore draw near or pilots fixing a target in their sights, slow and steady, drawing closer for 5 full minutes. Then the pace quickened, harder and faster, again and again, right on schedule. The glass on my bathroom shelf began to tremble and chime. The pipes in the walls groaned, the French doors shuddered, wood and glass and latch each adding their own sound. The floorboards hummed like drumheads, a kicked shoe righted itself, her sheriff's badge tapped a faint rhythm against the wood, the Beretta in my pocket thumped with each movement. The headboard knocked the wall in a tempo all its own, the midnight train right on time all aboard. But this time, something was off and wrong. Not us. The train. Its sound was different, deeper in pitch. It was suddenly slowing hard. The distant rumble was swallowed by the wrenching, grinding shriek of brakes in my mind. I saw iron blocks slamming against wheels, locked rims, showers of white-hot sparks in the dark, car after car jolting and slamming into the next as the whole long snake compressed behind the slowing engine. Devereaux slipped out from under me and sat bolt upright, her gaze distant, listening intently. The grinding wail went on, loud, mournful, raw, stretching impossibly long before it began to fade, partly because the train had carried itself beyond the crossing, and partly because it was finally nearly stopped. Beside me, Devereaux whispered, "Oh no!" We dressed quickly and were on the street within minutes. Devereaux paused at her car trunk and pulled out 2 flashlights, handing one to me after clicking hers on. We cut through the alley between the hardware store and the pharmacy, past the forlorn mound of sand where Janice Chapman had been found, between the loan office and Brannan's bar, and out onto the packed earth beyond. She moved ahead of me, walking with a slight limp, which didn't surprise me. I wasn't exactly steady on my feet either, but she pressed forward, stubborn and duty-bound, reluctant but resolved. She was heading for the tracks, of course. She scrambled up the gravel embankment, stepped over the bright rail, and turned south. I followed. I estimated the engineer would reach us in about 20 minutes. I knew his train likely weighed around 8,000 tons, and I knew a thing or two about trains that heavy. Military police sometimes handled traffic duty like any other cops, but our traffic includes things like tank trains, 8,000 tons of rolling steel, and part of directing that kind of weight is understanding it needs about a mile to stop, even in an emergency. An average person walks a mile in 20 minutes, so we'd get there well before the engineer. Not exactly a privilege, and I doubted there'd be much left to see. We pushed ahead, nearly jogging, trying to match our steps to the uneven spacing of the ties. Our flashlight beams danced and swung through the lingering haze of smoke left behind by the train's tortured brakes. I realized we were walking toward the same stretch of track I'd crossed twice already that day, the point where the footpath from the eastern field met the rails before vanishing into the woods to the west. It was more or less the same route Devereaux would have known as a kid. She must have been picturing it too, because as we neared the spot, she slowed almost to a stop, sweeping her flashlight beam methodically from side to side. I followed her lead, and in the end it was my beam that landed on what remained. And what remained wasn't much. Except, I imagined, a fine red haze that must have hung in the air for a moment, settling on everything within 100 yards. A ghost of a particle here, another there. It was a human foot, severed cleanly just above the ankle. The cut wasn't ragged or torn, it was a precise straight line. That kind of separation only comes from an instantaneous, brutal force, a shock wave or a subsonic pulse, almost like an acoustic weapon. I'd seen it before. So had Devereaux. Most cops who've worked traffic detail have. The shoe was still on a simple, polished black pump with a low heel, a strap, and a button. The stocking was intact beneath it, its top edge looking as if it had been trimmed with shears. Through the faint beige fabric, you could make out the dark skin beneath ending in a cross-section, so neat it could have been a medical exhibit. Bone, vessels, tissue, all laid bare. She wore those to church, Devereaux said quietly. She was a decent person, deep down. I'm truly sorry she's gone. I never got to meet her, I replied. She was out. That's the first thing the boy ever said to me. My mom's out. We sat on a railroad tie about 15 feet north of the foot and waited for the engineer. He reached us a quarter hour later. There wasn't much he could add. Just the lonely glare of the headlight, the fleeting glimpse of a white lining inside a black coat as it flared open, and then it was over, already history. Her church suit, Devereaux murmured. Black gabardine, white silk lining. Then the engineer had hit the brakes, mandated by railroad policy, federal regulations, and state law, all of which he considered a pointless exercise. Stress on the train, stress on the track, and for what? A long walk in the dark only to find nothing he could change. He'd been through it before. He and Devereaux exchanged the necessary reference numbers, names, and addresses as procedure required, and she asked if he was all right or needed any support. He waved her off, just weary with the routine of it, and started the mile-long trek back north to his locomotive, more tired than shaken. We walked back to Main Street, past the silent hotel, to the sheriff's department. No one was on night duty, so Devereaux used her key to let us in and flipped on the lights. She called Pellegrino and told him to come back in on overtime, then phoned the doctor to inform him he had another duty to perform. Neither sounded pleased, but both moved fast. They showed up within minutes, almost in unison. Maybe they'd heard the train, too. Devereaux sent them together to recover the remains. We waited without speaking much, and they returned in under half an hour. The doctor left again for his office, and Devereaux instructed Pellegrino to drive me to Memphis. It was much earlier than I'd planned to leave, but under the circumstances, I wouldn't have had it any other way. I didn't return to the hotel. I left straight from the sheriff's department with nothing but cash in one pocket and the Beretta in the other. We didn't pass another car on the road, no surprise given the hour and how far we were from everything. Pellegrino didn't speak. He was silent from exhaustion or maybe irritation or something else altogether. He just drove. He retraced the road I'd come in on, first the straight east-west road cutting through the forest, then the narrower county road I'd traveled in the old Chevy truck, and finally the dusty two-lane I'd ridden in on that sagging Buick sedan. We crossed into Tennessee, passing Germantown where I'd stepped out of the lumberman's truck, then moved through the quiet southeastern suburbs until we reached downtown Memphis well before sunrise. I got out at the bus station and Pellegrino drove off without a word. His engine echoed between the buildings for a block before fading into silence. The early hour meant plenty of bus options, but the first departure wasn't for another 60 minutes. I walked the surrounding low-rent blocks searching for an all-night diner and found two possibilities. I chose the same spot I'd eaten lunch 3 days earlier. It was affordable, and it hadn't poisoned me yet. The coffee came from a stained pot, the bacon and eggs from pans that had been sizzling since Nixon was in office. Less than an hour later, I was settled in the back of a bus heading northeast. I watched the sunrise through the window, then slept through most of the 6-hour trip. I stepped off at the same depot I'd used days before, on the edge of the town near my base. This place didn't look much like Carter Crossing on the surface, but all the same pieces were there: bars, payday lenders, auto parts stores, gun shops, second-hand electronics outlets, every one thriving on the steady flow of military dollars. I walked past them all into open country, pausing at a diner half a mile out for a late lunch before continuing on. I was back in my quarters before 2 in the afternoon, much earlier than I'd planned, which gave me room to refine my approach. First, a long, hot shower in the steam. Devereaux's scent rose around me, a ghost I wasn't ready to let go after drying off. I dressed in full Class A uniform, every detail perfect. Then I called Stan Lowry and asked for a ride back to the bus depot. If I hurried, I could reach D.C. by dinner time, putting me nearly half a day ahead of schedule, and I made sure Lowry spread the word about where I was headed. The more people who knew and the longer I was there, the better chance something might slither out of the shadows. Washington, D.C. at 7 on a Monday evening was growing quiet. A company town where the company was America itself, work never really stopped. It just retreated into hushed, confidential spaces after 5. Salons, bars, upscale restaurants, townhouse parlors, those weren't my usual haunts, but I knew the neighborhoods where they clustered. So I skipped the distant chain hotels a major like me would normally use and aimed for the brighter lights, cleaner sidewalks, and steeper prices south of DuPont Circle. Not that I planned to pay for anything. Rumor had it a certain upscale place on Connecticut Avenue had a glitch in its system. Uniformed guests were automatically billed to the Department of the Army. Maybe it was a forgotten conference agreement or some disgruntled vet working the books. No one knew for sure. But the story went you could be buried in Arlington before the bill caught up to you. I walked there slowly, staying visible in the middle of every sidewalk. I kept alert without seeming to, using store windows as mirrors and glancing around casually at each crosswalk. Nobody paid me any mind. I got bumped and jostled now and then, but only by ordinary people rushing to the next item on their endless lists. I reached the hotel without trouble, checked in under my real name and rank, and the rumor held no credit card or deposit required. All I had to do was sign a form, which I did as clearly as possible. No point being bait and then hiding in the weeds. Not that I've ever been entirely sure what a bushel is, some kind of small barrel, I guess, in that scenario. The light would eventually die, starved of air. I took the elevator up to my room, hung my dress uniform jacket in the closet, and phoned down to order dinner. Half an hour later, I was cutting into a sirloin steak, another expense destined for the Pentagon's ledger. Once I finished, I left the tray outside my door and headed out for a walk, a slow, deliberate drift to see if my movement would draw anyone from the shadows. No one took the bait. I made a circuit around the circle and then crisscrossed the surrounding blocks, passing the Iraqi embassy at one end and the Colombian at the other. I spotted plenty of people who looked the part, federal agents in their standard issue solemnity, military personnel both in and out of uniform from every branch, and civilians in those serious dark suits that seemed to be the unofficial dress code of this city. Yet not a single one glanced my way twice. I was just another piece of the scenery. So I returned to the hotel, to that plush, quiet room, and went to bed, waiting to see what Tuesday, March 11, 1997 would bring. I was up at 7, letting the Army treat me to a room service breakfast. By 8, I was showered, dressed, and back on the street. This, I figured, was when things would get real. A noon meeting at the Pentagon for someone stationed as far out as I was meant, an overnight stay was practically a given, and D.C. hotels are easy to monitor. It's that kind of town. I wasn't exactly keeping a low profile, so I half expected a welcoming committee in the lobby or just outside the doors. I found neither. It was a crisp spring morning, all sunshine and mild air, and the world seemed entirely benign. For show, I ambled over to a newspaper kiosk, even though the hotel offered every publication imaginable, and bought a Post and a Times. I took my time fumbling for change, lingering there, all casual and unconcerned, but no one approached. I carried the papers to a coffee shop, claimed an outdoor table in plain sight, and settled in. Nobody looked. By 10, I was buzzing with caffeine, had read both papers cover to cover, and still not a single passerby had shown the slightest curiosity. It was almost insulting. Maybe I'd been too clever with my hotel choice. A major passing through would typically pick a different class of lodging, and there were simply too many of those to check efficiently. The smarter play for anyone looking for me would be to focus on the destination, not the journey. They knew exactly where I was headed and precisely when. The Pentagon, by noon, the belly of the beast. That was a far more dangerous proposition, less than 3 miles away geographically, but a whole other world in terms of rules and risks. The morning was still beautiful, so I decided to walk any day could be your last, so why not enjoy the small things? I headed south on 17th Street, past the imposing executive office building beside the White House, skirted the ellipse, and stepped onto the mall. Instead of heading toward the Washington Monument, I turned toward the Lincoln Memorial. I looped around the left side of Old Honest Abe, found the entrance to the Arlington Memorial Bridge, and started across the wide Potomac. A steady stream of cars made the crossing. I was the only one on foot. The morning runners had vanished, and the afternoon crowd hadn't yet appeared. Halfway across, I stopped and leaned on the railing, a smart move on a bridge, leaving nowhere for a tail to hide. They'd have to keep coming, but no one was behind me. No one was ahead either. I gave it 5 minutes, resting on my elbows like some philosopher pondering the river, but the bridge stayed empty. Finally, I moved on, covering the last 300 yards until my feet met the pavement of Virginia. The vast expanse of Arlington National Cemetery stretched before me, a silent city of white markers under the open sky. I reached the main gate within minutes and stepped into that orderly forest of stone. Graves surrounded me instantly, a sobering approach to the Department of Defense that never failed to put things in perspective. I made a brief detour to stand before President Kennedy's resting place, then another to honor the tomb of the unknown soldier, circling behind the imposing facade of Henderson Hall, a headquarters for high-ranking Marines. I exited through the cemetery's southern gate, and there it was, the Pentagon. That colossal office complex sprawling across 6.5 million square feet, housing 30,000 souls within over 17 miles of hallway, yet offering only 3 public entrances. My destination was the southeast door, for reasons that should be obvious. I took a wide, cautious arc, blending finally with the trickle of commuters emerging from the subway. That trickle became a steady stream as it converged on the doors, forming exactly the kind of anonymous, watchful crowd I needed. Witnesses are a useful thing. Arrests have a way of going sideways, whether by accident or design. I made it inside without incident, though a clustered group in the lobby gave me a moment's pause, just a shift change, a temporary surplus of personnel, nothing more. Unhindered, I found my way to Office 3C315 on the 3rd floor C ring, near the 3rd radial corridor. John James Fraser's domain. Senate liaison, he was alone. He instructed me to close the door, then to sit. He leaned forward, his expression one of bland expectation. "So what have you got for me?" I remained silent. I had arrived without a single thing to offer, frankly. I hadn't expected to make it this far. "Good news, I hope," he prompted, his tone artificially light. "There is no news," I replied. "Your message claimed you had the name. That's why I'm here. I don't have a name." "Then why say you did? Why summon me here?" I let a beat of silence hang in the air, the sterile office suddenly feeling smaller. "It was a shortcut," I stated flatly, and just like that the meeting was over before it began. There was nothing left to discuss. Fraser embarked on a performance of immense tolerance and patience, seasoned with a patronizing chuckle. He labeled me paranoid, then mused with mock amusement about my apparent inability to get myself arrested. His demeanor shifted to a show of concern for my health, undoubtedly, and certainly for my disheveled appearance. The stubble, the unkempt hair, he adopted that brusque, faux avuncular tone reserved for wayward nephews. "You look awful. You know, there are barbershops in this building. You ought to use one." "I can't," I said. "This look is part of the assignment." "The undercover role?" he asked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Yes, but you're not really undercover anymore, are you? My understanding is the local sheriff saw through you immediately." He delivered this with a casual shrug as if discussing the weather. "The impression still holds value with the general public," I countered. "The Army isn't winning any popularity contests down there right now. Regardless, I expect you'll be recalled soon. Frankly, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already." "When was your last official order?" "Why would I be recalled?" "Because the situation in Mississippi appears to be resolved," He said it with finality, leaning back in his leather chair. Does it? I believe so. The shootings near Kellam were clearly the result of overzealous actions by an unofficial, unauthorized paramilitary group from a neighboring state. Tennessee authorities will handle it. Our jurisdiction is limited. We can't interfere. They were ordered there. No, I don't accept that. These groups have their own extensive networks. It will prove to be a purely civilian initiative. His voice took on a dismissive, almost bored quality. I disagree. This isn't a classroom debate. Facts are facts. This country is practically overrun with such factions. Their agendas are internally determined. There's no real doubt about it. He waved a hand, brushing the objection aside and the 3 murdered women. The perpetrator has been identified as I understand it. He didn't even look at his notes. When? The news broke publicly, about 3 hours ago. Who is it? I don't have all the particulars at my fingertips. Is it one of our people? No, I believe it was a local. Someone from right there in Mississippi. He offered a thin, placid smile. I said nothing. The air conditioning hummed. Well, Fraser said, stacking some papers on his desk in a clear signal of dismissal. Thank you for coming in. I offered no reply. The hollow gratitude hanging in the quiet room, Fraser announced, "This meeting is concluded, Major." I replied, "No, Colonel, it is not." The Pentagon's construction was a race against the impending storm of World War II, a race that meant steel was diverted to more urgent wartime needs. Consequently, the colossal structure stands as a testament to the sheer power and weight of concrete. So much sand was required for the mix that it was dredged directly from the Potomac River, almost within sight of the growing walls, close to 1,000,000 tons of it. The outcome is an atmosphere of profound solidity and near total silence. Though 30,000 people were at work beyond Fraser's closed door, not a sound from them reached us. All I could perceive was that faint, hissing quiet so characteristic of an office in the sea ring. Fraser leaned forward, his voice low. "Do not forget you are addressing an officer who outranks you, and do not forget," I countered, "you are addressing a military police officer authorized to arrest anyone from the newest private to a 5-star general. What exactly is your point?" "My point is that the Tennessee Free Citizens were ordered to Kellam. That much is clear. And yes, I agree, they acted with excessive zeal upon arrival. But that responsibility falls on the person who gave the order as much as on them. More so, in fact. Accountability begins at the top." "No orders were given," Fraser stated flatly. "They were dispatched at the exact same moment I was. So was Monroe. We all converged. It was a single coordinated decision because Reed Riley was there. Who knew he was there? Perhaps it was a decision made at the local level. What was your own role in this?" "Purely passive and reactive. My job was to manage any fallout, should it occur. Nothing more." "Are you certain of that?" "Senate liaison is inherently a passive role. It's about putting out fires. Is it never proactive, never about cutting fire breaks in advance to stop a blaze from ever starting?" "How could I possibly have done that? You could have seen the danger approaching. You could have formulated a plan. You could have decided to protect Kellam's perimeter from curious civilians asking inconvenient questions, but you couldn't ask the Rangers to do that themselves. No commander would ever recognize such an order as legal, so theoretically you might have called upon some unofficial associates from Tennessee, perhaps, which is your home state, where you have connections. That's a possibility, isn't it? No, that's absurd. And then, to fully integrate your strategy, you might have decided to monitor MP communications, to keep tabs on the situation, and give yourself an early warning if things started heading in an undesirable direction. That is equally absurd. Do you deny it? Of course I deny it. Then indulge me. I said, let's speak theoretically. If an individual did those 2 things, called Tennessee and tapped phones, what would your professional assessment be? Which 2 things? Deploying an unofficial group and conducting unauthorized surveillance. What would you think? That laws were broken? Would a professional soldier do one without the other? He paused, a flicker of something crossing his face before his expression smoothed over. He could not afford to. He could not risk having an unauthorized force in the field without a means of knowing if it was close to being discovered. I agree, I said. So, theoretically, whoever deployed those individuals also tapped the phones, and whoever tapped the phones also deployed them. Does that logic hold? I suppose it does. Yes or no, Colonel? Yes. I shifted in my chair, the leather creaking softly. How is your short-term memory? Adequate. What was the very first thing you said to me when I entered this office today? I instructed you to close the door. No. You said hello, then you told me to close the door, and then I told you to sit down. And after that, he hesitated. I don't recall. We had a brief exchange about how bustling this place is at midday. Yes, I remember that. And then you asked me what news I had, and you claimed to have none. Which surprised you because I had left a message stating explicitly that I had the name. I was surprised, yes. What name? I wasn't certain. It could have pertained to any number of things, in which case you would have said a name, not the name. Perhaps I was humoring what I believed was your mistaken conviction that someone did, in fact, send those amateurs to Mississippi. It seemed important to you. It was important to me because it was true. Very well, I respect your convictions. I suggested he figure out who was behind it. He already knew. When he stayed silent, I pointed out his mistake. I hadn't left a message. I'd scheduled an appointment through his office. No reason given, just a request to meet at noon. The only time names or the Tennessee Free Citizens came up was on another call with General Garber, a call he'd clearly been monitoring. The quiet in the room shifted, growing heavier, almost vibrating with tension. Fraser finally spoke. Some things are beyond your understanding, son. Maybe so, I replied. I can't explain the first moments after the Big Bang, and quantum physics still baffles me, but I grasp plenty of other things. Take the First Amendment, for instance. Freedom of the press. That means any reporter can approach any source he chooses. That guy wrote for some radical college paper, Fraser shot back. And I understand you're complacent, I continued. You've spent years cozying up to Carlton Riley. Starting over with someone new would mean actually doing your job, and you're too lazy for that. Silence. The second person your men killed was a teenager trying to enlist, I said. His mother took her own life that same night. I understand both of those things perfectly because I saw what was left behind. Still no reply, and I understand your arrogance, I went on. First, you assumed I wouldn't piece it together. Then, when I did, you thought you could handle me alone, no backup, no arrest team, just you and me right here. How stupid is that? Let me ask you something, he said calmly. Are you armed? I'm in Class A uniform. Regulations say no sidearm. You'd know that. Then how stupid are you? He repeated. I didn't expect to get this far. Take some advice, hope for the best, plan for the worst. You keep a gun in that desk? 2, actually. Planning to use one? If I have to, this is the Pentagon. 30,000 service members are outside that door, trained to run toward gunfire. You'd better have a convincing story ready. You attacked me. Why would I? Because you're obsessed with some kid who got shot out in the middle of nowhere. I never said he was a kid, or described him at all on the phone. You must have gotten that from your friends in Tennessee. Fraser shrugged. Doesn't matter. You became agitated. I ordered you out, and you lunged at me. I leaned back in the chair, stretching my legs out, letting my arms relax at my sides. I made a point of looking completely at ease, could have dozed off right there. Does this look threatening to you? I'm 250 pounds. You'll have a hard time moving me before security gets here, which will take all of 2 seconds. And if you kill one of their own under shady circumstances, the MPs will tear you apart. My neighbors won't hear a thing. Why? You have suppressors on those guns? I don't need suppressors, he said, or guns. Then he did something odd. He walked over, took down a black and white photo from the wall, a signed picture of himself with Senator Carlton Riley, and laid it on the desk. He went back to the wall, pinched a nail out of the plaster, and set it beside the frame. Really? I said. You're going to poke me to death with a nail? He opened a drawer, pulled out a hammer, and said, "I was in the middle of rehanging this picture when you attacked me." Fortunately, the hammer was still within reach, and I managed to snatch it up. I stayed silent. "This will be over quickly," he told me. "A single solid strike should be enough. I'll have all the time I need to position your body however I see fit." "You've lost your mind," I replied. "No," he corrected, his voice steady. "I'm dedicated. Dedicated to the future of the Army. Hammers are remarkably refined tools. Their design has remained unchanged for generations. Why alter something that works? Nails haven't changed either, staying the same for as long as anyone can remember, so the essential elements of a hammer were perfected ages ago: a solid metal head and a sturdy handle. That's all you require, with nothing extra." Fraser's was a claw hammer, a heavy framing model weighing around 28 ounces. It was an imposing, brutish tool, complete overkill for hanging pictures. But such mismatches between tool and task are everyday occurrences. It did, however, make for an effective weapon. He advanced, gripping it in his right hand like a police baton. I shot up from my chair. Any thought of leaving him in an undignified pose after the fact long forgotten, pure instinct took over. I'm not easily frightened, but humans are also products of deep evolution. Much of what we do is wired straight back to our primal origins, back to where my friend Stan Lowry liked to begin a tale. Fraser's office was cramped, and the open floor space was even more limited. It felt like a scuffle in a phone booth. How this played out would hinge on Fraser's intelligence, and I believed he had plenty. He had survived Vietnam, the Gulf War, and years of navigating Pentagon bureaucracy. You don't endure all that without sharp wits. I pegged him as a solid 7, maybe an 8 on a scale of 10, no imminent Nobel Prize contender, but certainly sharper than your average person. That actually worked to my advantage. Fighting fools is tougher. You can't anticipate their moves. Smart people, however, tend to be predictable. He swung the hammer in a right-to-left arc at waist level, a classic opening move. I leaned back and it whistled past. I anticipated the return swing left to right, same height, and he delivered exactly that. I arched back again, and he missed once more. It was an initial probe, like the first cautious moves in a chess match. His breathing was odd, charged with ferocity, not any medical issue. Nothing for St. Audrey to fret over. It was pure aggression and exhilaration. At his core, he was a warrior. And warriors thrive on the fight itself. It consumes them. They live for it. A wild smile played on his lips, and his eyes were locked not on me, but on the hammer's head and the target of my torso beyond it. The air carried the sharp, primal scent of sweat, reminiscent of a nocturnal animal's den. I shifted forward half a step, and he mirrored it with a backward move, keeping us centered in the room. That was crucial to me. He wanted me pinned against the wall, and I wasn't ready to be there. Not just yet. He swung a third time, a fierce, sweeping motion meant to appear decisive, though it wasn't not yet. I could read the pattern in his eyes. I leaned back, and the hammerhead buzzed past, barely an inch from my coat. 28 ounces on a long handle carries serious momentum. The force of the miss spun him, his shoulders turning 90 degrees as he twisted at the waist. He used that torque to come right back at me, this time with more arm extension, driving me closer to the wall. I watched his eyes. Not yet. He was a warrior. I was a brawler. He lived for tactical victory. I lived to stand over the other guy's grave. Not the same thing at all, a completely different focus. He swung a fourth time, same angle, same height. He was like a pitcher setting up a batter, fastball, 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 then the unexpected curve. But Fraser wouldn't aim low, he'd go high. A low strike would be more effective, but he was only a 7, maybe an 8, not a 9. He swung a fifth time, with such force that the claw's tines thrummed rawly through the air, the sound cutting off abruptly as the hammer jerked to a stop. The hammer swung a sixth time, matching the same height and angle, the same sharp sound cutting the air, his arm extending even further. I was nearly pressed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. The seventh swing followed, identical arc, identical force. Then his eyes shifted, a quick flick upward, and the eighth swing came high, aimed directly at my temple. I caught the glint of light on the hammer's wide striking face. 28 ounces, almost 2 pounds of solid steel. It would have punched a clean hole straight through my skull, but it didn't because I wasn't there to meet it. I dropped straight down, 8 inches onto knees already bent and ready, 4 inches to clear the swing and another 4 for good measure. I felt the rush of air above my head, heard the miss pull him off balance into a stumbling half-turn, and as I pushed back up, the whole equation changed. We'd moved through the 3 dimensions, in and out, forward and back, up and down. Now we entered the 4th time. The only questions left were how fast I could strike and how fast he was spinning, and those questions mattered, especially for him. As I rose, already twisting, my elbow was in motion, a muscle memory reaction honed from years of instinct. When in doubt, lead with the elbow. My weight was behind it, my foot braced, and the impact was inevitable. It was going to land hard, brutally hard, and it was already accelerating in a downward arc. For him, the difference between life and death rested on where it landed. The hammer's momentum had first wrenched his arms out, then whipped his shoulder around, sending him into an uncontrolled spin. A blow to the side of the neck he might survive. A blow to the back would be fatal, no question, with the way the skull meets the spine. So it came down to timing, rotation, unpredictable motion, too many variables in play. At first, it looked like he might take it on the side, maybe live through it. Then the hammer's weight tugged him unexpectedly, and in that instant it became clear he would take it squarely on the back of the neck. No doubt remained. The guy was going to die. I felt no regret, only a practical acknowledgement of what came next. Fraser dropped beside his desk without a crash, landing with a soft thump like a heavy man sinking into a couch. Safe enough, nobody calls the police over that. The carpet, some Persian relic probably left by a previous tenant who died of a heart attack, muffled the sound. Beneath it lay padding, and below that, the solid concrete of the Pentagon. Sound wasn't going anywhere. No one will hear a thing, Fraser had said. You got that right, I thought. Asshole, I drew the unauthorized Beretta from my coat pocket and kept it trained on him. Hope for the best, plan for the worst, but he didn't move. Couldn't. Maybe his eyelids fluttered. His neck was loose at the top. The skull hanging by skin alone, vertebrae left intact. I left him there for the moment and turned to survey the room, just as the door opened and Frances Neagley walked in. She stood in the room dressed in woodland-patterned BDUs, latex gloves already on her hands. Her eyes swept the space once, then again before she spoke. We need to position him closer to where the picture was hanging. For a moment, I didn't move. Now, she urged, her voice low but firm. I shook myself into action and dragged him across the floor, arranging him so it looked like he might have tripped while hanging the frame. He could have stumbled backward, his head striking the sharp corner of the desk. The spacing worked. But why would he fall like that, I asked. Neagley didn't hesitate. He was driving the nail, saw the hammer's claw coming back on the swing, flinched instinctively, a pure reflex, got his feet caught in the rug and went down. What about the nail? She plucked it from the desk and let it drop by the wall. It clicked softly against the tile trim just beyond the carpet's edge. And the hammer? Close enough, she said. We're leaving. I need to clear my name from the log. She pulled diary pages from her pocket, already handled. Let's move. Neagley guided me down 2 flights and through a maze of hallways at a steady, purposeful clip. We slipped out through the southeast doors and made straight for the parking lot, stopping among the reserved spaces. There, she unlocked a dark blue Buick Park Avenue, clean, possibly new. Get in, she said. I slid onto the soft beige leather. Neagley reversed, turned the wheel, and aimed for the exit. Soon we passed the barrier, navigated a series of highway ramps, and merged onto a 6-lane road heading south. Just another car in the endless stream. The front desk logged me in, I said. Wrong tense, Neagley replied. It logged you in. It doesn't anymore. When did you manage all that? I knew you'd be fine once you were alone with him. Though I wish you'd cut the chatter, should have switched to action sooner. You've got skills, sweetheart, but conversation isn't your strong suit. Why are you even here? I got word, what word? About this reckless stunt of yours marching right into the Pentagon from who? From way down in Mississippi. Sheriff Devereaux herself. She asked for my help? She called you? No, we sent smoke signals. Why would she reach out to you? Because she was worried, you idiot. Same as I was the second I heard. There was nothing to worry about. Could have been plenty. I pressed, what did she want you to do? Keep an eye on you. Make sure you stayed in one piece. I don't remember telling her my appointment time. She knew which bus you took. Her deputy told her when he dropped you in Memphis. Easy math from there. How did that help you today? It didn't help today. It helped last night. I've been on your tail since you left the bus depot, every step. Nice hotel, by the way. If they ever bill me for the room service, you're covering it. Whose car is this? Motor pool. Standard procedure. What procedure? When a senior staff officer dies, his government car goes back to the motor pool. They road test it to see what needs fixing before reissue. This is the test. How long's the test? About 2 years, give or take. Who was the officer? Car's fairly new. Must have been a recent loss. Fraser? Motor pool likes to do paperwork first thing. We were all counting on you. If things had gone sideways, we'd all look pretty foolish. I could have arrested him instead. Same difference. Dead or in cuffs, the motor pool doesn't care. Where are we headed? You're expected on post. Garber wants to see you. Why? No idea. That's a 3-hour drive, so lean back and enjoy the ride. This might be the last chance you get to relax for a while. I was under the impression you weren't a fan of Devereaux. That doesn't mean I'd ignore her if she was concerned. I just have a feeling something's off with her, that's all. How long have you two known each other? About 4 days, I replied. And I'm sure you've already noticed at least 4 strange things about her in that time. I should probably give her a call if she's anxious, I said. I already tried, Neagley told me. Used the scheduler's phone while you were feeding Fraser all that theoretical nonsense. I was going to let her know you were almost in the clear, but no one answered. An entire sheriff's department, and the phone just rang and rang. Maybe they're tied up with something. Maybe they are. And here's another piece of the puzzle. I heard a rumor through the sergeant's network and checked it out. The ground crew at Benning says the Black Hawk that flew in from Kellam on Sunday was empty. Besides the pilots, no passenger. The point is, Reed Riley never left. He's still right there on post. I decided to follow Neagley's suggestion and tried to unwind for the remainder of the drive. It took nowhere near 3 hours. The Buick had a lot more power than a bus, and Neagley drove it with a lot more urgency than any bus driver ever would. I was back on post by 3:30, exactly 24 hours after I'd left. I headed straight to my quarters, shed the formal Class A uniform, brushed my teeth, and took a quick bracing shower. After pulling on some BDUs and a plain T-shirt, I went to find out what Garber needed. Garber wanted to show me a confidential file from the Marine Corps. That was the whole reason for his summons. But first we had a brief and thoroughly frustrating conversation. I asked the questions and he point-blank refused to answer them, avoiding my gaze the entire time. Who did they arrest in Mississippi, I asked. Read the file, he said. I'd really like to know. Read the file first. Is their case solid or is it all nonsense? Read the file. Was it the same person for all 3 women? Read the file first. It's a civilian, right? Read the damn file, Reacher. He wouldn't let me take the file with me. It had to stay under his direct supervision at all times. Technically, it was supposed to remain under his eye, but he didn't stick to the letter of the rule on that one. He stepped out of his office, closed the door softly, and left me alone with it. The file was about a 1/4 inch thick, housed in a folder of a slightly different, richer shade of khaki than the Army uses. The material was smoother and crisper, only lightly worn by time. Red chevrons marked all 4 edges, likely indicating a higher level of secrecy. A white adhesive label bore a USMC file number and a date from 5 years prior. A second label had a name printed on it, Devereaux, It listed her rank as CW05, her service number, and her date of birth, which put her close to my own age. Near the folder's bottom edge was a third sticker, slightly crooked, from a roll of pre-printed tape. It was probably meant to say, "Do not open unless authorized," but someone had cut it poorly, so it actually read, "Open unless authorized, do not bureaucracy," has its own brand of accidental comedy. But there was nothing funny about what was inside. The contents began with her photograph. It was in color, taken a little over 5 years ago. Her hair was buzzed very short, just as she'd described, probably a number 2 clipper, grown out for a week or so, forming a soft, dark halo like moss. She looked strikingly beautiful, small and delicate. The shortcut made her eyes seem enormous. She radiated life, vigor, and a sense of complete command, captured at some peak in her late 20s or early 30s. I remember those years well. I placed the photograph face down to my left and turned to the first typed page. It looked like the work of an IBM machine with a golf ball typewriter, common in '92 and still plenty around in '97. The military's adoption of computer word processing was moving forward, but as with all things in that world, it was a slow and cautious process tinged with doubt. I began to read the file. It was immediately apparent this was a summary from an investigation led by a USMC brigadier general from the provost marshal's office, which handled their military police affairs. The one-star general was named James Dyer. His involvement signaled something significant, as this seemed on the surface to be a mere personnel matter, a personal clash, really, between 2 Marine MPs of the same rank. Or, to be precise, a dispute involving 1 MP against 2 others, making 3 individuals total. On one side were a woman named Alice Boton and a man named Paul Evers. Opposing them was Elizabeth Devereaux. Like every official summary I'd ever encountered, this one opened with a straightforward, neutral recounting of events, carefully worded to avoid any slant or interpretation, its language striving only for clarity. The story itself was almost simple, reminiscent of a daytime TV subplot. Elizabeth Devereaux and Paul Evers had been in a relationship which ended. Then Paul Evers and Alice Boton began dating. Subsequently, Paul's car was vandalized, and later Alice was dishonorably discharged following the discovery of a financial discrepancy. That was the basic sequence. The report then shifted like a detailed sidebar to Alice Boton's situation. In General Dyer's assessment, her guilt was undeniable. The facts were clear, the evidence concrete, the case airtight. The prosecution had been by the book, the defense diligent, and the verdict unanimous. The sum involved was under $400, cash taken from an evidence locker. The money was from an illegal weapons sale, confiscated, bagged, logged, and slated for use in an upcoming court-martial. Alice had taken it and spent it on a dress, a purse, and a pair of shoes at a store near her base. The store staff remembered her back in 1992. Dropping $400 on an outfit was a huge deal for a Marine. Some of the larger bills were still in the store's register when investigators arrived, and the serial numbers matched the evidence log perfectly. Case closed. End of sidebar. Next came General Dyer's interpretation of the 3-way conflict. His analysis was meticulous. It was prefaced with an ironclad assurance that all conclusions were robustly supported by data, conversations had been recorded, interviews conducted, information gathered, witnesses consulted, and everything had been cross-referenced and verified. Any claim not backed by at least 2 independent sources was omitted. It was a full-court press, as they say. You could take it to the bank. This guarantee culminated in a heavily emphasized paragraph. I could almost hear the old IBM typewriter clattering away, the golf ball element slamming back and forth to produce that furious underlining. The paragraph stressed Dyer's conviction that everything described was of courtroom quality, ready for further action if deemed necessary. I turned the page and delved into the analysis. Dyer wrote in an unadorned style, keeping himself out of the narrative. Given the preceding page, any reader would understand the content might not be 100% forensic fact, but it was certainly far from mere scuttlebutt or rumor. It was solid intelligence, as knowable as anything could be, Consequently, Dyer never wrote, "I believe," or "I think," or "it seems likely." He just laid out the story. And here's the kicker. The story he told was almost comically classic. Elizabeth Devereaux had been seriously enraged when Paul Evers left her for Alice Boughton. She felt slighted, disregarded, disrespected, and utterly insulted. Here was a woman scorned, and boy, did she seem determined to live up to every inch of that cliché. She launched a campaign against the new couple, bad-mouthing them at every opportunity and cleverly manipulating work schedules to ensure they rarely had any downtime together. It was petty, it was personal, and it was exactly the kind of messy drama you'd expect, just with uniforms and official letterhead. Later, she took Paul Evers's car and sent it over a bridge. Evers's vehicle wasn't anything fancy, but it meant a lot to him, a big purchase that kept his social life running since nobody wants to be stuck on base all the time. Devereaux had kept a spare key, and under cover of darkness, she drove it out, aimed it just past the bridge support, and let it plunge 30 feet down into a concrete drainage channel. The crash nearly destroyed the car, and a downpour that same night finished it off. After that, Devereaux focused on Alice Boughton. She began by breaking Bouton's arm, because of General Dyer's rule, requiring 2 independent sources. The exact details were hazy. There were no witnesses to the assault. But Bouton insisted Devereaux was responsible, and Devereaux never argued otherwise. The medical evidence was clear. Bouton's left elbow was dislocated, and both bones in her forearm were fractured. She spent 6 agonizing weeks in a solid cast. During those same weeks, Devereaux threw herself into investigating a theft allegation with relentless, almost frightening focus. Investigating isn't quite the right word at first, though, because initially there was nothing to investigate. No one even realized anything was missing. Devereaux started by combing through the evidence lockers and checking all the records. Only then did she find something off. She raised the alarm, and then she chased it down like it was a personal mission, leading straight to the outcome noted in General Dyer's sidebar, a court-martial and a guilty verdict. Naturally, the Marine MP community erupted, but Boughton's conviction shielded Devereaux from any official backlash. What might have seemed like a petty revenge story if the verdict had gone the other way now looked like solid, honorable police work, perfectly in line with Marine Corps values. But it was a close call. General Dyer was convinced personal payback played a major role. Unusually for such reports, he tried to explain why. He noted that conversations were held, interviews conducted, information gathered, and witnesses spoken to. Everyone from friends and rivals to casual acquaintances, doctors, and psychiatrists. The common thread everyone pointed to was Alice Bouton's striking beauty. All agreed Bouton was exceptionally attractive, with descriptions like gorgeous, stunning, spectacular, heartbreaking, knockout, and incredible. Of course, those same words applied to Devereaux, too. Everyone acknowledged that, no question. The psychiatrists concluded that was the heart of it. General Dyer put their clinical terms into plain language. Devereaux couldn't handle the competition. She couldn't stand not being unquestionably the most beautiful woman on the base. So she made sure she was. I read through the entire file once more, from start to finish, tapped the pages neatly together, and closed the folder just as Garber walked back in. The first thing he said was, "We just got word from the Pentagon. John James Fraser was found dead in his office." I asked, "How?" "Looks like a bizarre accident. He apparently fell and hit his head on his desk. His staff came back from lunch and found him on the floor. He was doing something with a picture of Carlton Riley. That's not good. Why? Losing our Senate liaison right now is terrible timing. Did you read the file?" "Yes," I said. "Then, we don't have to worry about the Senate anymore. Whoever steps into Fraser's shoes will have plenty of time to get up to speed before the next issue comes along. Is that going to be the official story?" "It's the truth." She was a Marine, Reacher. 16 years in, she knew exactly how to cut throats. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew how to act like she didn't. The car alone tells you everything. What more proof do you need? She totals Paul Evers's car, and then she does the same to Reed Riley's. Same method, same exact motive, only this time she's just one of 4 stunning women. Monroe claims Riley dated her and then dropped her for each of the other three, one after another, so now she's 3 times angrier. This time she goes further than breaking bones. This time she has her own personal deer trestle hidden behind a vacant house. Is that going to be the official story? It's the truth. So what happens next? It's purely a Mississippi issue now. We have no stake in it and no way to predict the outcome. Most likely, nothing will happen. My bet is she won't arrest herself and she won't give the state police any cause to do it either. So we're just walking away. All three were civilians. They're not our concern, so the mission is over. As of today, is Kellum operational again? As of today. She claims she never dated Riley, you know. She would say that, wouldn't she? What do we know about General Dyer? He passed away 2 years ago after a long and distinguished career. He never made a mistake. The man was impeccable. All right, I said, I'll take care of things. Take care of what? Wrapping up my part in this. Your part is already wrapped up, as of today. I have personal property to retrieve. You left something there? I thought I was coming right back. What did you leave? My toothbrush? That's not important. Will the Department of Defense reimburse me for a toothbrush? Absolutely not. Then I have a right to get it back. They can't have it both ways, he said. Reacher, if you draw even the slightest bit more attention to this, there won't be anything I can do to help you. Right now, some very high-ranking people are holding their breath. We're 1 inch away from headlines about a senator's son dating a 3-time killer. Except neither of them can afford to say a word about it. Not him, for one reason, and not her for another, so we might just get away with it, but we don't know for sure. Not yet. Right now, it's still hanging in the balance. I stayed silent, he said. You know, she's guilty, Reacher. A man with your instincts? She was only pretending to investigate? I mean, did she make any real progress, and she was playing you like a fiddle? First, she tried to get rid of you, and when you wouldn't leave, she switched to keeping you close, so she could keep tabs on your progress, or the lack of it. Why else would she even talk to you? I said nothing. He said, the bus is long gone anyway, headed to Memphis. You'd have to wait until tomorrow now, and you'll see things differently in the morning. I asked, is Neagley still on the base? He said, yes, she is. I just made plans to have a drink with her. Tell her she's taking the bus home. Tell her I'm taking the company car, he asked. Do you have a bank account? I said, how else would I get paid? Where is it? New York. From my West Point days, move it somewhere closer to the Pentagon. Why? Severance pay comes through faster if you bank in Virginia. You think it will come to that? The Joint Chiefs think the war is over. They're singing along with Yoko Ono. Big cuts are coming. Most of them will hit the Army because the Marines have better public relations and because the Navy and the Air Force are a whole different ballgame. So the people right above us are making lists, and they're making them right now. Am I on those lists? You will be, and there will be nothing I can do to stop it. You could order me not to go back to Mississippi. I could, but I won't. Not you. I trust you to do the right thing. Chapter 70. I ran into Stan Lowry on my way off the base, my old friend. He was locking his car just as I was unlocking the Buick, I said. Goodbye, old pal, he said. That sounds final. You may never see me again. Why, are you in trouble? Me? I said. No, I'm fine. I heard your position might not be secure. You could be gone by the time I return. He only shook his head, smiled, and continued walking. The Buick felt like an old woman's car. If my grandfather had a sister, she'd have been my great-aunt, and she would have driven a Buick Park Avenue, though she'd have driven it slower than I did. The interior was soft as a marshmallow and twice as smooth, but under the hood was a powerful engine, and it had government plates, which made it useful on the highway. I got on the interstate as soon as possible, taking I-65 south along the eastern side of a notional corridor instead of the western route through Memphis. This approach was unfamiliar to me, but it was more direct and, I figured, faster. I estimated about 5 hours, maybe 5.5. I'd reach Carter Crossing by 10:30 at the latest. I drove south through Kentucky as daylight faded, then darkness settled quickly once I entered Tennessee. Fumbling for a moment, I found the switch and turned on the headlights. The wide road carried me past the bright neon glow of Nashville, moving swiftly above the fray, then onward into open country where it grew dark and lonely again. I drove almost hypnotized automatically, not really thinking or noticing much, startling myself each time I checked the odometer and saw another 100 miles gone from the trip. Crossing into Alabama, I stopped at the second place I saw for gas and a map. I knew I'd need to head west from an early Alabama exit, and I wanted a detailed local map to show me where, not some broad overview bought ahead of time. The one I bought unfolded neatly, displaying every farm track in the state, but beyond that, it showed nothing more. Mississippi was just a blank white space at the edge of the paper. Narrowing my focus, I found 4 possible east-west routes. Anyone could be the road leading past Kellam's Gate to Carter Crossing, or maybe none of them. There might be all sorts of unexpected turns waiting just over the state line, a regular maze with no way of knowing for sure, except Kellam was built in the 1950s, an era of big wars and mass mobilizations. Department of Defense planners have always been a cautious bunch. They didn't want some reserve convoy from New Jersey or Nebraska getting lost in unfamiliar territory. So they placed discreet, coded signs here and there marking the way to and from every major installation in the country. Their efforts ramped up after the interstate system began, a system formally named for President Eisenhower, and for good reason. Eisenhower had been Supreme Allied Commander in Europe during World War II, and his biggest headache wasn't the Germans. It was moving men and material from point A to point B over lousy, unmarked roads. He was determined his successors wouldn't face similar problems if land war ever came to America. Hence the interstate system, not for vacations or commerce, but for war, and hence the signs. If those signs hadn't been shot up, trashed, or stolen by locals, I could use them like homing beacons. I spotted the first one at the next exit I reached. Coming off the ramp, I headed west on a concrete ribbon lined with low-rent strip malls and auto dealerships. After a while, the commercial clutter faded, and the road reverted to what it must have been before, a meandering rural route through what looked like pretty countryside. There were trees and fields, the occasional lake, summer camps, vacation villages, and the odd inn. A bright moon hung high in the sky, making it all seem picturesque. I drove on but saw no more DOD signs until I was in Mississippi, and only one more after that. The arrow was a bold, unhesitating slash pointing forward, the number 17 etched in the code beneath it. 17 miles left. My internal clock read 10:05. If I pushed it, I'd beat my own estimate. Chapter 71. Clearly, the Department of Defense engineers had given the western approach to Kellam just as much thought as the eastern. The road was identical, same width, same paving, same subtle curve. I knew it 10 miles out. Then in the dark, to my right, I felt the presence of the tree line and the fence Kellam's southeastern corner, the bottom right on any map. The southern perimeter slid past my window, and I waited for the gate. It made sense for it to be dead center in the fence. The DOD loved symmetry. If a hill had been in the way, the Corps of Engineers would have leveled it. If a swamp, they'd have filled it. As it turned out, I figured there must have been a shallow dip in the land because after a couple of miles the road held its level by riding atop a causeway a good 6 feet high, the ground around it falling away. Then to my right, the causeway flared out into a vast, fan-shaped concrete apron floating above the grade. It looked like the entrance to some brand new highway, starting wider than a football field laid end to end before tapering slightly. It met the old road at a right angle, but there were no harsh junctions, just smooth, generous curves designed for tanks and armored personnel carriers, not for a lumbering Buick. But if this fan was a mouth, it led to a throat that went nowhere. 50 yards later, it dead-ended at Fort Kellam's main gate. And that gate was a serious piece of work. I'd seen nothing like it outside an active war zone. It was flanked by fortified positions and a guardhouse that meant business, currently manned by 9 personnel. Representing the local jurisdiction was the solitary figure of Deputy Gazer Butler, parked at an angle on the cusp of the far curve in a sort of jurisdictional limbo where the county road met the Army's. But the Army's heavy steel barriers were wide open tonight, and the base beyond was brightly lit and buzzing. It looked like any other busy evening. Vehicles and a few motorbikes flowed in and out. More were coming in than going out, given it was nearing 10:30, and folks had early starts tomorrow, but a few hardy souls, probably instructors or officers with lighter schedules, were still heading out for the night. I slowed behind two cars, and someone exiting the base slotted in behind me, trapping us in a little four-vehicle convoy heading west against the grain toward the other side of the tracks. We might have been the last little parade of the night. I felt the bottom left corner of the base approaching Kellam's southwestern limit and tried to pick out the blind spot I'd used before, but the darkness hid it. Then we were out in the open scrubland. I spotted Pellegrino's cruiser coming the other way, crawling along, trying to project calm to the returning traffic just by being there. We rolled through the unlit part of town, bounced over the railroad tracks, and hooked a tight left behind Main Street, finally parking on the packed dirt in front of the usual lineup: bars, auto parts stores, loan offices, gun shops, and secondhand stereo places. I climbed out and stood on the open ground halfway between Brannan's bar and the rows of parked cars, a patch of dirt everyone used as a common walkway. The street was alive with movement, a fluid exchange of soldiers shifting between bars and conversations, their paths weaving in a constant energetic dance. No one moved in a straight line. Instead, they circled back toward parked cars, paused to share a laugh or a story, traded companions, and regrouped under the warm evening lights. To my surprise, there were just as many women in the mix, having seemingly appeared from towns across the county. Some walked arm in arm with soldiers, others mingled in lively clusters, their laughter blending with the deep, easy voices of the men. I counted close to 100 soldiers from Bravo Company, still on leave and clearly eager to reclaim every missed moment of normal life. They were exactly what you'd hope to see: capable, well-trained men who by day operated at peak performance and by night radiated a contagious, good-natured energy. Dressed in the standard off-duty uniform of jeans and T-shirts, most were relaxed, though here and there a more cautious face hinted at career ambitions. Yet the overall vibe was pure, uncomplicated camaraderie, a top infantry unit enjoying its well-earned freedom. The air buzzed with noise and excitement, completely free of any lingering resentment over their recent confinement. They weren't here to blame the town, they were just thrilled to be back in it. Still, I had no doubt the local police were watching closely. I was especially certain Elizabeth Devereaux would still be on duty, and I knew exactly where to find her. She'd need a central post, a chair by a window, something to occupy her as the hours passed. Where else could she be? I slipped through the thinning crowd, turned left past Brannan's bar, and ducked into the alley. Skirting the leftover pile of sand from the Chapman scene, I followed the dogleg turn and emerged onto Main Street between the hardware store and the pharmacy. A right turn brought me to the diner, which that night was absolutely packed, throbbing with an energy I'd never seen there before. It felt like the heart of New York City compared to its usual quiet. 26 customers filled the space. 19 were Rangers, 16 of them occupied 4 tables. Big men squeezed shoulder to shoulder, talking loudly and calling across the room. They kept the lone waitress sprinting between the kitchen and the floor. She'd probably been at it all day, catering to a sudden hunger for something that wasn't military rations, and she looked positively delighted. The cash registers were singing again and tips were flowing. At 3 other tables, Rangers sat across from their girlfriends, leaning in close over intimate meals. Everyone in those pairs looked genuinely happy, and why wouldn't they? A cozy dinner at the town's best spot was a perfect homecoming. The elderly couple from the hotel had claimed their usual corner table, nearly hidden by the boisterous groups around them. The wife was buried in a book, her husband behind his newspaper, staying out later than usual, likely preferring the familiar diner noise to the commotion echoing behind their own quiet inn. After all, none of the soldiers needed a room, and their hotel didn't serve so much as a cup of coffee. Deeper in, set apart from the others, Major Duncan Munro sat alone at a rear table. He was still in his BDU's head bowed intently over his plate, right there in the diner just in case, even though his official connection to Kellum had been cut hours earlier, or so I assumed. He was a dedicated congressman, staying professional right to the finish line. I figured he was headed back to Germany and was just killing time until his ride showed, and Elizabeth Devereaux was there too. She sat alone at a table nearer the window than she usually picked, keeping watch, alert, making sure the chaos didn't spill from behind Main Street onto Main Street proper, all for the voters. She was in uniform, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. She looked worn out but still absolutely striking. I watched her for a second. Then she glanced up, saw me, broke into a bright smile, and nudged a chair out with her foot. I hesitated another moment, turning things over, then walked over and took the seat across from her. Devereaux didn't say anything right away. She just studied me, head to toe, maybe checking for injuries, maybe getting used to seeing me in uniform. I was still in the BDUs I'd thrown on that afternoon, after getting back from D.C., a whole different vibe. I asked, rough day, flat out since 10 this morning, she said. They swung the gates open and everyone poured out like a dam broke. Any issues? Not a single one of them could walk a straight line on the way home, but other than that, it's been quiet. I've got Butler and Pellegrino driving around just to be visible, just in case. I saw them, I said, so how'd it go up there? Nothing solid, I told her. Terrible timing on my end, honestly. Just one of those random things. The guy I went to see died in an accident, so I came up empty. I kind of figured, she said. I was getting regular updates from Francis Neagley until things got crazy here. From 8 until 10 this morning, you were drinking coffee and reading the paper, but something must have shifted during those hours. My money's on around 9 o'clock mail call, maybe. But whatever it was, somebody must have reached a decision, because an hour later, everything unlocked, it was back to normal around here. I nodded. Makes sense, I said. I think new information dropped this morning. Something conclusive, I'd guess. Do you know what it was? I said. By the way, thanks for worrying. I was genuinely touched. Neagley was just as worried as I was, she replied. Once I told her what you were up to anyway. She didn't need much convincing. It was safe enough in the end, I said. Got a little tense around the Pentagon. That was the worst of it. I stuck around there for a while, came in through the cemetery behind Henderson Hall. You know it? Of course I know it. I was there 100 times. They've got a great PX. Feels like Bloomingdale's. I ended up talking to a guy there about you and a one-star named James Dyer. This guy said Dyer knew you. Dyer? She said. Seriously? I knew him, but I doubt he knew me. If he did, I'm flattered. He was a real heavyweight. Who was the guy you talked to? Name was Paul Evers. Paul, she said, her face lighting up with surprise. You're joking? We worked together for years. We even went out once, believe it or not, one of my not-so-bright moments. But how wild that you ran into him. Small world, huh? Why was he a mistake? He seemed all right to me. Oh, he was fine. A really decent guy. We just didn't spark, you know, so you ended it. More or less. It felt pretty mutual, honestly. We both knew it wasn't going anywhere. It was just a matter of who'd say it first. He wasn't broken up about it, anyway. When was this? She paused, counting back. 5 years ago, she said, feels like last week. Where does the time go? Then he mentioned a woman named Alice Bauton, his next girlfriend after you, apparently. Don't think I knew her. The name doesn't ring a bell. Did Paul seem happy? He brought up something about car trouble. Devereaux grinned. Girls and cars, she said. Is that all you guys ever talk about? I said, reopening Kellum means they're sure the problem is on your side of the fence, you know? They wouldn't have taken that step otherwise. It's officially a Mississippi issue from here on out. The official stance is clear. This isn't our problem anymore. It's yours. Any reaction to that? I believe the Army should be transparent with its findings, she replied. If the information is sufficient for them, it should be sufficient for me as well. The Army is moving forward, I said. They won't be sharing details. She was quiet for a moment. Munro mentioned receiving new orders, she said. I assume you have as well, I gave a slow nod. I returned to wrap up one last detail. That's the only reason I'm here. And then you'll be gone on to the next assignment. That's what's on my mind at the moment. I'll worry about Janice Chapman tomorrow. Don't forget Rosemary McClatchy and Shauna Lindsay, I added, and Bruce Lindsay and his mother. I'll do everything I can for all of them. I stayed silent. She asked, Are you tired? Not particularly. I need to go assist Butler and Pellegrino. They've been at it since sunrise. Besides, I want to be out on patrol when the final stragglers start heading home. Those are always the most difficult ones and usually the most intoxicated. Will you be back before midnight? She shook her head. Probably not, she said. We'll have to make do without the usual routine tonight. I had no response to that. She offered a faint, somewhat sorrowful smile, then stood and walked away. The waitress approached my table about 5 minutes later, and I ordered coffee. Almost as an afterthought, I added a slice of pie. Her demeanor toward me had shifted slightly, becoming more reserved. Working near a military base, she recognized the black oak leaves on my collar. I asked how her day had been. She said it had gone quite well. Thank you. No issues at all? I pressed. None, she assured me. What about the gentleman in the back? The other major? I heard he can be a handful. She glanced over at Monroe. I'm certain he's been a perfect gentleman, she said. Would you mind asking him to join me? Get him some pie as well. She made a detour to his table, relaying my invitation with a series of elaborate gestures as though I were somehow hidden in the nearly empty diner. Monroe looked over, puzzled, then shrugged and got up. Each of the 4 tables occupied by Rangers fell silent as he passed by. Monroe wasn't popular with those men. He'd had them sitting idle for 4 straight days. He took the seat Devereaux had vacated, and I asked him, How much have they told you? Almost nothing, he said. Classified need-to-know eyes only, the whole routine, no names. None, he said. But I'm assuming Sheriff Devereaux must have given them solid information that exonerates our personnel. What else could it be? Yet she hasn't made any arrests. I've been watching her all day. What has she been doing? Mostly crowd control, he said, monitoring for any tension. But it's been quiet. No one's angry with her or the town. Their frustration is directed at me. When do you leave? At first light, he said. I get a ride to Birmingham, then a bus to Atlanta, and I'm flying Delta back to Germany. Were you aware that Reed Riley never actually left the base? Yes, he said. What's your take on that? It strikes me as odd. In what way? Timing, he said. Initially, I thought it was a political decoy, business as usual. But let's be realistic. They wouldn't waste 100 gallons of jet fuel on a decoy, even for a senator's son. So he was still scheduled to depart when the Black Hawk left Benning, but by the time it landed at Kellam, his orders had changed. That means some critical piece of information arrived literally while the helicopter was in the air. That was 2 days ago on Sunday, right after lunch. Yet they didn't act on it in any other way until this morning, Tuesday. Why the delay? I don't know. I see no logical reason for it. It feels like they spent a couple of days evaluating the new intelligence, which is usually prudent. But in this case, it doesn't make any sense at all. If the fresh evidence was compelling enough to prompt a swift decision to keep Riley in his position on Sunday afternoon, then why wasn't it compelling enough to open the official gates that same Sunday? It just doesn't make sense. It feels like they were prepared to move behind closed doors on Sunday, but they weren't ready to make a public move until this morning. So what shifted? What was different between Sunday and today? Beats me, I replied, which wasn't entirely honest. Deep down, there was really only one plausible answer. The only tangible difference between Sunday afternoon and Tuesday morning was my own location. I had been right there in Carter Crossing on Sunday, and by Tuesday I was 800 miles away, and nobody had anticipated my return. What that implied, I couldn't quite grasp. The waitress was swamped and moving slowly, so I left Monroe to handle the pie delivery alone and slipped back into the dogleg alley. Emerging between Brannon's bar and the loan office, I noticed several cars had departed, and the crowd on the open ground had thinned out more than those few missing vehicles could account for. I figured most folks had moved inside by then, drinking away their last precious moments of freedom before heading home for the night. I found the majority of them packed into Brannan's bar itself. The place was seriously overcrowded. I wasn't sure if Carter County even had a fire marshal, but if it did, the poor guy would have been hyperventilating. There must have been 100 rangers and 50 women crammed in there, back to back, chest to chest, holding their drinks up near their chins to avoid the crush. A roar of sound filled the air, a loud, chaotic blend of talk and laughter, and underneath it all, I could hear the cash register drawer slamming open and shut. The river of dollars was flowing strong again. I spent 5 minutes fighting my way to the bar, weaving a random path left and right through the crowd, scanning faces both up close and from a distance. I didn't see Reed Riley anywhere. The Brannan brothers were in constant motion behind the bar, dealing bottled beer, taking money, making change, dumping damp dollar bills into their tip jar, and passing each other in their cramped space with the practiced moves of dancers. One of them spotted me and did that busy barman nod with his chin, his eyes flicking toward me before he recognized me from our earlier chat. Then he remembered I was an MP and leaned in quickly, as if granting me a couple of seconds of his time. I couldn't recall if he was Jonathan or Hunter. I asked him, "Have you seen that guy Reed? The one we talked about earlier? He said he was in here a couple hours ago. By now, he'll be wherever the drinks are cheapest, which is where, can't say for sure, but it's not here." Then he ducked away to continue his marathon, and I battled my way back to the door. I returned to the diner 16 minutes after I'd left and found the pies had been delivered in my absence. Munro was already halfway through his. I picked up my fork, and he apologized for not waiting. He said, "I thought you'd left for good." I said, "I often take a walk between courses. It's a Mississippi thing, apparently." Always good to blend in with the local population. He offered no reply to that, just looked mildly bemused. I asked, "What's waiting for you in Germany? In general? No, specifically, when you get there first thing the day after tomorrow. What's on your desk?" "Not much." "Nothing urgent?" "Why do you ask?" "3 women were killed here," I said, my tone shifting from casual to pointed. "And the person responsible is still running around free as a bird. We have no jurisdiction here. Remember that picture in Emmeline McClatchy's parlor? The one of Martin Luther King?" He pointed out that evil triumphs when good people stand by and do nothing. I'm a military police officer, not a good man. He also said the moment we see the truth and stay silent is the moment we start to die. That's way above my pay grade. And that injustice anywhere threatens justice everywhere. What do you expect me to do? "Stay here," I told him, "just one more day." After finishing my pie, I headed out to find Elizabeth Devereaux again. It was already 11:30 when I stepped out of the diner for the second time. I turned right and walked up toward the sheriff's department, but it was locked and dark with no vehicles in the lot. I kept moving, turning onto the Kellam Road. A steady stream of cars was flowing out from behind Main Street, some packed with women turning left, most filled with rangers turning right, 3 or 4 guys crammed into each vehicle. Bravo Company was heading home, maybe under a midnight curfew. I glanced toward the wide stretch of packed dirt and saw every car except my Buick in motion, some just starting up, others jostling into line, ready to join the convoy. I kept walking along the left shoulder, keeping my distance from the traffic heading toward Kellam. A lot of beer had been flowing that night, and the idea of a designated driver wasn't exactly popular in 1997, especially not in the Army. Dust swirled up from the road, pierced by bright headlights, engines growling as car after car thumped over the railroad tracks ahead and vanished into the dark. Devereaux was right there, parked on the far side of the crossing, facing me with her wheels on the shoulder. I walked toward her as Bravo Company streamed past maybe 90 guys and 30 cars in the minute it took me to reach the tracks. By then, the flow was thinning. Stragglers raced by 5 or 10 seconds apart, chasing after their buddies. I waited for a break, then crossed over. Devereaux opened her door and stepped out to meet me. We stood together, washed in the glare of oncoming headlights. 5 more minutes and they'll all be gone, she said, but I have to wait for Butler and Pellegrino to get back. I can't go off duty before they do. It wouldn't be fair. When will they be back? The train takes a full minute to pass any given point. Doesn't sound like much, but when you've been working all evening, it feels like an hour. They'll try to make it before midnight. How long before? She smiled. Not long enough, I'm afraid. Maybe 5 minutes. We wouldn't get home in time. I said, pity. Her smile widened. Get in the car, Reacher. She started the engine and waited as the last of Bravo Company's stragglers sped past. Then she eased off the shoulder, climbed onto the hump of the pavement, and turned a tight right that put us up on the crossing sideways to the road facing north along the railroad line. With a light touch on the gas, she steered carefully, lifting her right side wheels onto the rail while the left side stayed down on the ties. The whole car tilted at a steady angle. She drove forward, not too fast, not too slow, decisive and confident, one hand on the wheel, the other resting in her lap. We passed the water tower, the left wheels pattering over the ties, the right rolling smooth. It was a fine display of car control. Then she braked gently, one side high, one side low, and came to a neat stop right on the tracks. 20 yards north of the water tower, exactly where Reed Riley's car had waited for the train, right where the broken glass began, I said. You've done this before. She nodded. Once or twice. Chapter 74. This is the tricky part, she told me. It's all about momentum now. She spun the wheel hard to the left, and just as the front right tire dropped off the rail, she hit the gas. A quick surge of power popped the front left tire up and over the opposite rail. The whole car shuddered for a moment. She kept her foot light on the pedal, and the other wheels followed, one after another, with a series of low, wet sounds as the sidewall rubber scraped against steel. Then she stopped again, parking in the dirt right beside the track, perfectly parallel to it. The first of the ballast stones lay about 5 feet from my window. I love this spot, she said. There's no other way to get here because of the ditch, but it's worth the trouble. I come out here a lot at midnight, I asked. Always, she replied. I turned and looked out the back window. I could see the road maybe 45 yards off. At first, nothing moved. Then a car flashed past east to west, away from Kellam and toward town, moving fast. It was a big sedan with lights on the roof and a shield on the door. Pellegrino, she said. She was watching too, right beside me. He was probably tucked away 100 yards down the road. As soon as that last straggler passed him, he counted to 10 and hightailed it for home. I said Butler was parked right at Kellam's gate. Right, Butler's the one with a race on his hands and our fate in his hands. Once he passes us, I guarantee we're alone in the world. This is a small town, Reacher. I know where everyone is. The clock in my head said 11:49. Butler's situation was a tricky calculation. He was 3 miles out and wouldn't hesitate to drive 60, which meant he could be home in 3 minutes flat. But he couldn't start that dash until the last straggler was at least within headlight range of Kellam, and that last straggler might be crawling along by then, full of beer and spooked from seeing Pellegrino parked menacingly on the roadside. My guess was Butler would come through in 11 minutes, midnight on the dot, and I said so. No, he'll have jumped the gun, Devereaux said. The last 10 minutes have been quiet. He probably left the gate 5 minutes ago. That's my guess. He might not be far behind Pellegrino. We watched the road, all quiet. I opened my door and stepped out, right onto the edge of the rail bed. The left-hand rail gleamed in the moonlight no more than a yard away. I figured the train was about 10 miles south of us, maybe passing through Marietta right then. Devereaux got out on her side, and we met behind the Caprice's trunk. 11:51. 9 minutes to go. We watched the road. Still quiet. Devereaux stepped back around and opened a rear door. She checked the back seat. Just in case, she said, we might as well be ready. Too cramped, I said. You don't like doing it in cars. They don't make them wide enough. She checked her watch. We won't make it back to Toussaint's in time. I said, let's do it right here, on the ground. She smiled, then wider. Sounds good to me, she said. Like Janice Chapman if she did, I replied. I took off my BDU jacket and spread it out on the weeds as best I could. We watched the road, all quiet. She unbuckled her gun belt and stowed it on the rear seat. 11:54, 6 minutes. I knelt down and pressed my ear to the rail. I heard a faint metallic whisper, almost not there at all, the train 6 miles south. We kept watching the road. Then we saw a hint of a glow in the east. Headlights. Devereaux said, "Good old Butler." The glow grew brighter, and in the silence of the night we heard the sound of rushing tires and a straining engine. The light sharpened into distinct beams and the roar intensified. A heartbeat later, Butler's car streaked from left to right across our view, hammering over the crossing without a hint of slowing. It launched into the air on the far side and slammed back down with a shriek of tires and a billow of dust. Then he vanished. 4 minutes remained. Refinement and elegance were forgotten. We tore off our shoes, shoved our pants down, and shed every pretense of adult sophistication for raw, primal instinct. Devereaux dropped to the ground, settling onto my bunched-up jacket, and I went down over her, bracing on my palms, my gaze fixed on the southern darkness for the first glint of the train's light. Nothing yet. 3 minutes. Her legs locked around my waist, and we were moving, frantic and urgent from the very start. A frantic, desperate, wildly energetic collision. She gasped and panted, her head thrashing side to side, her hands clawing fistfuls of my shirt and pulling hard. Our mouths met in breathless, shared air kisses, and then she was arching her spine, grinding the back of her head into the dirt, her neck corded, her eyes wide open to the inverted world behind her. Then the earth began to tremble, just a faint, persistent vibration at first, like the far-off onset of a quake. The crushed stones beside us in the rail bed started to chatter and click. The steel rails themselves began to sing. A humming, keening whisper, the wooden ties jumped, the ballast stones crunched and hopped. A deep bass shudder pulsed through the ground beneath my hands and knees. I looked up, blinking against the grit, and saw the distant headlight. 20 yards to the south, the old water tower shuddered, its downspout swaying like a drunken pendulum. The ground drummed against us, the rails escalated to a scream. The train's whistle cut the night, a long, lonely cry. The warning bells at the crossing 40 yards away clanged to life. The train kept coming in unstoppable force, a distant rumble growing into a localized earthquake, then a cataclysm right beside us, impossibly massive and deafening, like the world cracking apart. We bounced on the shuddering earth, lifted whole inches by the violent tremors. A wall of compressed air battered us. Then the locomotive flashed past, its monstrous wheels a mere 5 feet from our faces, followed by an endless hammering parade of cars strobing in the moonlight. We clung together through the whole long minute, 60 deafening seconds, scourged by dust and pummeled numb by the throbbing ground. Under me, Devereaux threw her head back in a soundless scream, her body taut, her fists beating a frantic rhythm against my shoulders. Then it was over. I turned my head and watched the red taillights recede into the distance at a steady 60 miles per hour. The wind died. The earthquake faded to a tremor, then to silence. The bells cut off. The rails stopped their hissing song. Night's quiet rushed back in. We rolled apart and lay on our backs in the weeds, panting, sweating, spent, our ears ringing, utterly overwhelmed. My jacket was a ruined lump beneath us. My knees and palms were scraped raw. I figured Devereaux was in even rougher shape. I turned my head to look and saw she had my Beretta in her hand. The Marine Corps was never as fond of the Beretta as the Army was, so Devereaux handled mine with a practical competence that lacked any real affection. She dropped the magazine, thumbed out the chambered round, checked the empty breech, worked the slide, and reassembled it. "Sorry," she said, her voice still breathy. "It was in your jacket pocket. I was wondering what it was. It was digging into me the whole time. I'm going to have a spectacular bruise." "Then I'm the one who's sorry," I said. "Your ass deserves only the finest accommodations. It's a national treasure." She grinned at me, rising unsteadily to go find her jeans. Her shirt hung loose, but not long enough to hide much. No mark had formed yet. "Why'd you bring a gun?" she asked. "Old habit," I replied. "Were you expecting something to go wrong?" Anything's possible. Mine's still in the car. So were a lot of other people's right before things went bad. It's just us out here as far as we can tell. You're being paranoid, but breathing, I said. And you still haven't made an arrest? The military can't prove who it wasn't, she answered, which means they must know who it was. They ought to tell me. I stayed quiet after that, following her lead. I pushed myself up and grabbed my pants. We dressed side by side, hopping on one foot, then the other, then sat together on the rear bumper of the Caprice to tie our shoes. Getting back to the road wasn't hard. Devereaux reversed smoothly onto the track, backed all the way to the crossing like she was parallel parking, then turned the wheel and drove forward. 5 minutes later, we were in my hotel room. In bed, she fell asleep almost instantly. I didn't. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, thinking mostly about my last talk with Leon Garber, my commanding officer, an honest man, and someone I considered a friend, but he'd been cryptic. It's the truth, he told me. She was a Marine reacher, 16 years in. She knew how to cut a throat and how to act like she didn't. He'd grown a little impatient then. A man with your instincts, he'd said, referring to me. Later I'd pressed him. You could order me not to go back to Mississippi, I'd suggested. I could, he'd replied. But I won't. Not you. I trust you to do the right thing. The conversation looped in my head. The truth, instincts, the right thing. I finally drifted off very late, completely uncertain whether Garber had been telling me something or asking me something. My long-held belief that the second time is the best was seriously challenged when we woke up, because the fifth time turned out to be pretty spectacular too. We were both a little stiff and sore after our outdoor adventure, so we took it slow and gentle, the warmth and comfort of the bed making all the difference. Neither of us knew if there'd ever be a sixth time, which lent a touch of sadness to the moment afterward. We lay still for a while, and then she asked when I was leaving. I told her I wasn't sure. We had breakfast together at the diner. Then she headed to work, and I went to use the phone. I tried Frances Neagley at her desk in Washington, but she wasn't back yet, probably still on an overnight bus somewhere. So I called Stan Lowry instead and got him immediately. I need another favor, I said. No jokes this morning, he replied. No surprise that I'm still around. Didn't have time to think of any. I was hoping for Neagley, not you. You should try to reach her as soon as you can. She's better at this kind of thing. Better than you, too. What do you need? Quick answers, I said. To what? Statistically, where are you most likely to find U.S. Marines and concrete flood channels near each other? Southern California, Lowry answered without hesitation. Almost definitely Camp Pendleton, north of San Diego. Right, I said. I need to track down a Marine MP who was stationed there 5 years ago. Name's Paul Evers. Why? Because his parents were Mr. and Mrs. Evers and they liked the name Paul, I suppose. No, why do you need to find him? I've got a question for him, Lowry said. You're forgetting something. What's that? I'm Army, not Marines. I can't access their records. That's why you need to call Neagley. She'll know how to get it done. Paul Evers, he repeated slowly as if writing it down. Call Neagley, I said again. This can't wait. I hung up with Lowry and fed more coins into the payphone, then dialed the number for Kellum that Monroe had given Devereaux earlier. Some other soldier answered, not Monroe. He told me Monroe had supposedly left at dawn, headed to Birmingham, Alabama by car. I said I was aware of that plan, but asked him to verify whether it actually happened. He put me on hold, checked the visiting officer's quarters, and came back to tell me Monroe was still on post. He gave me a number for Monroe's room. I hung up and dialed again. Monroe picked up, and I said, "Glad you decided to stay." He said, "Sure, but why am I staying?" "Right now I'm just holed up in here. I'm not exactly winning any popularity contests around here, you know. You didn't sign up to be liked. What do you need?" "I need Reed Riley's schedule for today." "Why? I've got a question for him." "That might be tough. As far as I know, his day is packed. You might catch him over lunch if he even gets one, and if he does, it'll be early." "No, I need him to come to me. Here in town, you're not hearing me. The atmosphere here has shifted. Bravo Company is back in favor. Riley's father is flying in for a visit. The senator today? Expected around 1 this afternoon. It's being called an informal celebration of what the unit's doing in Kosovo. How long's he staying? You know how politicians are. He's supposed to watch some training exercises this afternoon, but I'd bet money he gets all fired up and ends up drinking with the troops half the night. All right, I said, I'll work something out. Anything else? Well, since you're just sitting around with nothing to do, you could answer a couple things for me. Like what? The phone began beeping, warning me that time was almost up. I said, why don't you call me back? Save your government some money. I read the number off the dial and hung up. After settling my breakfast tab, I walked back to the phone just as it started ringing. What things? Monroe repeated. Impressions, mostly about Kellum? Is there a solid reason Alpha and Bravo companies are stationed there, as opposed to somewhere else? Anywhere else east of the Mississippi? Kellum is pretty remote, Monroe said. That helps with operational secrecy. That's the official line I got too, but I'm not buying it. Every base has secrets. They could keep this quiet anywhere. Kosovo isn't exactly headline news. Who'd even care? But they picked Kellum a year ago. Why? Have you seen anything here that makes it the only possible choice? No, Monroe said, not really. It's adequate, sure, but not essential. My guess is it was about pumping 400 extra paychecks into a town that's on its last legs. Exactly, I said. Politics? What isn't? One more thing, I said. You're clear on how Janice Chapman ended up in that alley, right? I think so, he said. From what I saw last night, Chief Devereaux keeps Main Street itself pretty clean. She funnels all the activity toward the bars near the railroad tracks, so both Main Street and that alley would have been empty. That means whoever did it must have stopped on Main Street and carried the body in from there. How long would that take? Doesn't matter. No one was around to see. Could have been a minute, could have been 20. But why there? Why not some other spot 10 miles away? I guess the body was meant to be found. There are plenty of isolated places where it still would have been discovered. So why that specific alley? I don't know, Monroe said. Maybe the guy was limited somehow. Maybe he had company nearby at the diner or one of the bars. Maybe he had to slip away and handle it quickly. Maybe he couldn't be gone long without someone noticing. So maybe he traded safety for speed? Can you give me one more day, I asked. Can you be back here tomorrow? No way, he replied. I'm already going to catch hell for being a day late. I can't push it to 2. Chicken, I said. He chuckled. Sorry, but if it's not done today, you're on your own. Senator Carlton Riley's upcoming visit had the whole town holding its breath. It felt like the gates of Kellum were sealed shut again. I didn't think the leave order had been officially canceled, but Rangers follow orders, and I was certain the base commander had made it very clear he wanted everyone present for the big show. After leaving the diner, I found Main Street had sunk back into its usual sleepy state. My borrowed Buick was the only vehicle parked on the block behind it, looked forlorn, almost forgotten. I unlocked it, drove around to the hotel to grab my toothbrush and settle my bill, then got back behind the wheel to do some exploring. Starting from the empty lot between the diner and the sheriff's department, I headed south for about 200 yards to where Main Street begins to curve. I drove briskly, but not recklessly. Taking a left onto the street where Devereaux grew up, I hurried along to her childhood home, the 4th house on the right. The whole trip took 45 seconds. I turned in over a patch of dried mud, drove down the overgrown driveway, past the crumbling house, through the backyard, beyond the wild hedge, all the way to the old deer trestle. I swung left, reversed, popped the trunk, and stepped out. Total time so far, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Trees surrounded me on all sides. Even in the bright afternoon sun, it felt isolated and remote. I pantomimed supporting a body's weight, cutting straps from wrists and ankles, carrying the figure to the car, and carefully lowering it into the trunk. I went through the motions 4 more times, pretending to remove imaginary pads, belts, and scarves from 2 wrists and 2 ankles. Stepping back to the trestle, I mimed picking up a heavy bucket of blood, carrying it to the car, and wedging it into the trunk beside the body. After closing the trunk, I slid back into the driver's seat. Total elapsed time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. I reversed, turned, and drove back up the driveway toward Main Street. Covering the same 200 yards I'd driven earlier, I pulled over to the curb between the hardware store and the pharmacy, right at the mouth of the alley. Total time now, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Add a minute to place the blood in the alley, another minute to position Janice May Chapman there, 15 seconds to return to the starting point. Grand total, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. It was tight. Maybe just enough time to stick in someone's memory during a casual chat, or maybe not. I reset the mental clock to 4 minutes and 25 seconds and drove north, then east to the railroad crossing. I came to a stop right on top of the tracks, new total 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Add a minute to carry Rosemary McClatchy to the ditch, 30 seconds to return to the car, and 20 seconds to get back to the start. Total time 6 minutes and 45 seconds, a fraction longer but still in the same range. I didn't drive up to where Shauna Lindsay had been left on that gravel pile. There was no point. That location was in a completely different league. That would have been a 20-minute trip. Easy. It was the one exception to the rush, so it must have happened under different conditions. No one else around. No need to hurry. Plenty of time to navigate slowly along those dark dirt roads, turning right, turning left, taking care of business, and then creeping back just as cautiously. But what really stood out about Shauna Lindsay's final resting place was the vehicle that took her there. What kind of car could pass through that neighborhood twice without anyone batting an eye? The question of what vehicle had any business being out at that hour lingered in my mind. I stayed behind the wheel of the Buick for a while longer before finally pulling up outside the diner inside. I exchanged a few bills for a fresh roll of quarters for the payphone. My first call was to Neagley, who picked up at her desk. "Running behind schedule today?" I asked. "Only a little," she replied. "I've been here about 30 minutes. Sorry again about the bus situation." "It was fine," she said, though we both knew public transit was a challenge for her. Too many unpredictable chances for someone to brush against her. I shifted gears. "Did Stan Lowry's message come through?" "It did, and I already ran the name. Took no time at all, which is the bad news. Paul Evers passed away a year ago." "What happened?" "Nothing cloak and dagger. An accident at Camp Lejeune. A Seahawk helicopter lost a rotor blade. It made the papers. 2 pilots and 3 passengers killed. Evers was one of them." "All right, on to plan B," I said. "The next name is Alice Bouton." I spelled it carefully. "She's been out of uniform for 5 years, discharged without honor. You should probably loop Stan back in on this one. He's got a better touch for tracking civilians. The only real edge Lowry has is his buddy at the bank." "That's my point," I said. "Corporations keep better tabs on people like her than we ever could. Give him a call. Why are we chasing this, Reacher, really?" "I'm verifying a story." "No, you're grasping at straws. That's what this is. You think so?" "Elizabeth Devereaux is guilty as hell. I've seen the carbons from the file. I let a beat pass. With something like this, sometimes it's a coin toss. Maybe she did it, maybe she didn't. We don't have all the pieces." "We have enough, Reacher." "Not for certain." Neagley's tone turned dry. "It's a good thing you don't own a car. You'd probably drive in circles all night looking for doubt." I ended the call, and before I could step away, the phone on the wall rang, bringing the first decent news of the day. It was Monroe. He wanted to report he'd had a cup of coffee, or more precisely, that he'd chatted with the steward who brought it. Their talk turned to the day's agenda. The steward's expected to be busy right up until after dinner, but not much later. The last time the senator visited, he'd hosted the whole town over at Brannan's bar for a more authentic political touch, and they figured he'd do the same tonight. "Good," I said. "That means Riley comes to me, and he'll bring his father. When's dinner set to wrap up?" The steward said it's scheduled to end by 8. "All right, I'm betting they leave the base together. I need you on them the second they drive through the gate, but stay invisible. Can you handle that?" "Could you, most likely?" "Then why doubt I can?" "Call it healthy skepticism," I said. "Whatever you call it, keep your ears open until 8 tonight. Use this number if you need to reach me. I'll be in and out of this diner all day." "Got it," Monroe said. "I'll see you later." Whether you'll see me is another story after hanging up. I asked the waitress to take messages if the phone rang again and jot down names on her order pad. Then it was just waiting for information, for confrontations, for something to break. I stepped out onto the Main Street sidewalk and stood in the sun. Across the way, the fellow from the shirt shop was doing the same, taking a break and breathing the air. To my left, two old men sat on a bench outside the pharmacy, four hands resting on two canes between them. Aside from the four of us, the town was still. No movement, no noise, no traffic, quiet, until it wasn't when the crew from Kellum rolled in. There were four of them. I figured they were Kellum's version of Senate liaison, smoothing the path like a Secret Service detail before a presidential motorcade. They emerged from the alley past the two old men on the bench. They must have just visited the Brennan brothers, giving them a heads up about the evening's events. Probably sorted out the billing details, too. Good luck to the Brannans with that. Getting a Senate office to pay up is likely a lesson in bureaucratic agony. All four were officers, two lieutenants, a captain, and a light colonel out front. The colonel was around 50, carrying extra weight, the sort of soft desk officer who looks utterly ridiculous in combat gear, like a dad at a costume party. He planted himself on the sidewalk, hands on his hips, and scanned the area. His gaze landed on me. I was in uniform too, so on the surface I was one of his people. He glanced over his shoulder at a lieutenant behind him. Too far to hear, but I caught the lip movement. "Tell that man to get his ass over here on the double." He probably wanted to know why I wasn't back on base, gearing up for the mandatory festivities. The lieutenant's vision wasn't as sharp as mine. He started toward me with a certain swagger, which evaporated the moment he got close enough to make out my rank. He halted a respectful 4 feet away, saluted, and said, "Sir, the colonel would like a word. Ordinarily, I go easy on lieutenants. I was one not too long ago, but right then I wasn't in the mood for games. I just gave a nod and said, 'All right, kid, tell him to come on over, sir. I believe he'd prefer if you came to him,' the lieutenant replied. 'You must be mistaking me for someone who cares what he prefers.' The kid paled slightly, blinked twice, did an about-face, and headed back. He must have spent the walk softening my message into something diplomatic, because there was no immediate outburst. Instead, the colonel hesitated a moment, then started waddling in my direction. He stopped 3 feet away, and I threw him a crisp salute, just to keep him off balance. He returned it and asked, "Do I know you, Major?" "That depends on how much trouble you've been in, Colonel." "Ever been arrested?" "You're the other MP, Major Monroe's counterpart." "Or he's mine," I said. "Either way, I hope you have a pleasant day." "Why are you still here?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I was informed all matters were settled. Matters are settled when I say they are. That's how police work goes. "When did you last receive orders?" "A few days back," I said. "From Colonel John James Fraser at the Pentagon, I believe. He's dead. I'm sure his replacement will have new orders for me eventually. It could take weeks to appoint a successor. Then I guess I'm stuck here." Silence. Then the portly officer said, "Well, keep out of sight tonight, understood? The senator must not see a CID presence here, no reminders of recent concerns. None. Is that clear?" I said, request noted. "It's more than a request. The next step up from a request is an order, but you're not in my chain of command." He seemed to practice a retort in his head, but ultimately said nothing. He just turned and waddled back to his group. At that moment, I heard the faint ring of the telephone inside the diner through the door. I beat the waitress to it by a step. It was Frances Neagley on the line from her desk in D.C. She said Boutnon is a very unusual name, apparently. "Did Stan Lowry put you up to that?" I asked. "No, Stan wants to know if she's related to Jim Bouton, the baseball pitcher, which she probably is, at least distantly, given how uncommon the name is. My conclusion is based on a solid hour of digging, and I found no Boutons at all, let alone an Alice Bouton. Right now, I can't get further back than 3 years with the Marine records, which would miss her anyway. If she was dishonorably discharged, she likely didn't land the kind of job or income that leaves much of a paper trail. She's probably living in a trailer park," I said. Nowhere near Pendleton. Southern California is too pricey. She must have relocated. I've got a call in to the FBI, and I'm waiting to hear back from a contact in Marine Corps personnel for the older records. Stan is leaning on his banker friend for any civilian leads, though she might not have even had a bank account. Not if she was in a trailer park. Anyway, I just wanted to keep you in the loop. We'll have more soon. How soon? Hopefully by tonight. Before 8 would be ideal. I'll do what I can. I hung up and decided to stay at the diner for lunch. Sure enough, Devereaux walked in less than 10 minutes later, probably for her own lunch and maybe to find me. She paused inside the door, the window light behind her turning her hair into a kind of halo. Her shirt was just sheer enough that I could make out the curve of her waist, or at least sense it since I knew it well, and the shape of her breast. She caught me looking and started over. I nudged the chair opposite me out with my foot. She sat down, bringing that backlight with her. She smiled. "How was your morning?" I said. "No, how was yours?" "Busy," she replied. "Making any headway with what?" "Your 3 unsolved homicides. From what I hear, the Army considers those cases solved," she said. "I'll be happy to act as soon as they decide to share their information." I stayed quiet. She asked, "What? You don't seem all that driven to find out who did it?" "That's all?" "How can I be? The Army claims it was a civilian." "I understand that. Do you know who it was?" "What? Do you know who it was?" "Are you suggesting I do?" I said, "I'm saying I know how these things usually go. There are always people who seem untouchable. Mrs. Lindsay would have been one, for example. Imagine if she'd gone off the rails, armed herself, and shot someone. You wouldn't have arrested her. What are you getting at?" "I'm saying in any town there are folks the sheriff just won't arrest." She was silent for a long moment. "Maybe," she finally said. "Old man Clancy might fit that bill, but he didn't slit any throats, and I'd arrest anyone else, no matter who they were." "All right," I said. "Maybe you think I'm questioning your competence." I didn't respond. "Or maybe you think I've gone soft because we don't have much crime here." "I know you have crime here," I said. "I know you always did. I'm sure your father saw things I can't even picture. But you don't have investigations here. You never really did. I'd bet 99 times out of 100 your father knew exactly who did what down to the last detail. Whether he could do anything about it was another story, and I bet that 1 case in 100 where he didn't know went cold forever. You're saying I'm a bad investigator? I'm saying county sheriff isn't an investigator's job. It demands other skills, all that community relations work, and you're good at it. You're supposed to have a detective for the other stuff, except right now you don't. Any other issues before we order?" "Just one," I said. "Which is?" "Tell me again." "You never went out with Reed Riley, right?" "Reacher, what is this?" "It's a question." "No, I never dated Reed Riley. Are you sure?" "Reacher, please, are you?" "I didn't even know he was here. I told you that." "Okay," I said. "Let's order." She was clearly annoyed with me, but she was hungry too. The hunger won out, obviously, because she stayed right there at the table. Simply moving to another one wouldn't have been enough to make her point. She needed a dramatic exit, but hunger won out. The chicken pie was her predictable choice. I went with grilled cheese. "You're holding back," she said. I shrugged. "You think. You know who it is." I stayed silent. "You do, don't you? This was never about me figuring it out. It was about you already knowing." I didn't reply. "Who is it?" I kept quiet. "Are you implying it's someone I'd refuse to arrest? Who wouldn't I arrest? That's insane. I mean, sure, it's brilliant for the Army to pin it on a person they're certain will never see a courtroom. I understand the logic. No arrest means no charges, no interrogation, no trial, and no verdict. The facts stay buried, everyone just walks away. But how could the Army possibly predict who I wouldn't arrest? Which is nobody, by the way. So this whole scheme is completely unhinged. I don't know who it is," I finally said. "Not for certain, not yet." We finished our meal in near silence. Then came pie, peach, of course, and coffee. I broke the quiet. "Did the public relations team from Kellam pay you a visit?" She gave a short nod. "Right before I left for lunch." So you're aware of tonight's schedule, 8 o'clock, she confirmed. Everyone on their best behavior. Are you all right with that arrangement? They know the regulations. If they follow them, I won't cause a scene. The phone's ring cut through the diner. Devereaux spun toward it, her expression one of pure surprise, as if she'd never heard the sound before. That might have been true. It's for me, I said. I answered. It was Monroe. I've got the travel particulars if you're curious. As you know, Reed Riley doesn't have a personal vehicle anymore, so he's borrowing a standard olive drab staff car. He'll be driving with his father as the sole passenger. The motor pool has instructions to have the vehicle ready at 8 on the dot. Appreciated, I said. Good intel. Any estimated return time? There's an unofficial curfew tonight at 11. It's all hushed tones, but it'll be enforced. A couple of beers looks authentic, a dozen looks embarrassing. That's the prevailing wisdom, so folks will start heading out of town around 10:30. The senator's plane is scheduled for a midnight departure. Good to know, I repeated. Thanks. Is he on the ground yet? Landed 20 minutes ago in an Army Learjet. Has the circus begun? First act in about an hour? Can you bring me your interview notes? Why? There are a few details I want to verify. As soon as the senator looks settled for 10 minutes. Could you bring them down to the diner? Monroe agreed. I hung up and returned to the table, but Devereaux was already rising. I have to go, she said, her voice tight. I need to get back. I've got 3 homicides to solve, remember? Then she was past me and out the door, left with time to fill. I took a walk. I circled the sheriff's department and approached the barren lot behind Main Street from the upper end. The railroad track to my left was still. The shops and bars on my right were open but empty. Inside the bars, cleaners, all black women over 40, were bent over mops and buckets, supervised by nervous owners acutely aware a U.S. senator would be passing by, possibly even stepping inside. Brannan's was receiving particular attention. Furniture was being rearranged, refrigerators restocked, trash hauled away. Even the windows were getting a polish. Across the alley, the loan office was deserted. Shauna Lindsay had worked there before she died. She'd been replaced by another young woman, less striking, but probably just as competent with figures. She sat on a high stool behind the counter, a glowing Western Union sign behind her head. I had time, so on impulse I stepped inside. The woman glanced up as the door swung open, offering a smile that seemed genuinely pleased to see a customer. I might have been her first of the day. After a brief exchange, she explained the process. I could phone my bank and have funds wired to any of their offices across the country. A password was required for the bank, and either identification or that same password would be needed to collect the cash. This was 1997, after all, a more relaxed era in many ways. I figured with the Pentagon nearby, there would be plenty of banks eager for business given the massive workforce there. I made a mental note to switch my account to one of those banks next time I was in Washington, D.C., and to set up a password for emergencies. After thanking her, I moved down the street to a firearms store. Inside, I purchased an extra box of 9mm Parabellum rounds for the Beretta, along with a fresh magazine. I took a moment to test the fit and function, a habit that separates the careful from the careless after reloading to replace the round I'd used earlier. I stowed the pistol in one pocket and the spare magazine with the remaining loose rounds in the other. With my errands complete, I had no interest in used stereos or auto parts, so I cut through the alley behind Janice Chapman's place and headed back toward the diner. The waitress met me at the entrance to report no calls had come in. Pausing briefly, I stepped to the phone, dropped in a quarter, and dialed the Treasury Department. The same efficient, middle-aged operator answered, her voice polished and professional. "How may I direct your inquiry? Joe Reacher's office, please." After the familiar clicks and a stretch of silence, the young assistant picked up. "Mr. Reacher's office. Is Joe in?" She recognized my voice instantly. No surprise, since it mirrored my brother's. "No, he's not back yet. He's still in Georgia, I believe. At least I hope so." Her tone held a trace of concern. "You sound worried," I noted. "I am a little." "Don't be," I replied, letting a dry edge slip into my words. Joe's a grown man. He can handle whatever Georgia dishes out. Hell, I doubt even the local peanuts could slow him down. I hung up before she could respond and retreated to the darkest corner booth, settling in to wait for Monroe and mentally tracking the minutes. Monroe arrived almost exactly an hour after our call, plus a few extra minutes for the drive. He parked an unmarked sedan out front, found me in the shadowy back of the diner, and from his jacket pocket produced the slim black notebook I'd seen earlier. He slid it across the table. "It's yours? No one else wants it. Certainly not for any official archive." I gave a slow nod. "Some colonel just informed me we're erasing all traces of recent suspicions." Monroe mirrored my nod. "I got the same speech. And that guy is seriously annoyed with you, by the way. Did you ruffle his feathers?" "I certainly aim to. He's drafting a report for Garber. Well, the Army always needs scrap paper. Copies will be circulated. You're about to become infamous." He held my gaze for a moment, something almost like regret in his eyes, then turned and left. I opened the small black book and began to read. Monroe's handwriting was tight, orderly, and precise, filling about 50 pages. His method was systematic. He'd record a few conversations, then summarize them before moving on, keeping both raw notes and his conclusions side by side. It was a thorough, circular process, the mark of a truly diligent investigator. He was a good cop. Reed Riley's picture remained tucked inside the book, pressed firmly into the binding after the final written entry and before the empty pages began. It dawned on me that he had been using it as a placeholder. Every one of those 50 pages centered on Janice May Chapman. The investigation quickly uncovered that she and Riley had been involved. Not that Riley himself had offered that information. He hadn't offered much of anything. From the very beginning, he secured legal counsel and limited his responses to the bare minimum: his name, rank, and serial number. For an investigator of Monroe's caliber, this was no obstacle. He had interviewed every member of Bravo Company, skillfully pulling the truth from casual remarks and unguarded moments. He took scattered comments and fragments of conversation and wove them into a coherent, dependable account. The way Riley's men spoke of him was familiar. He was too inexperienced to be a legend, too untested to be a star, yet he carried a certain celebrity aura, partly due to his father's reputation and partly his own demeanor, but he wasn't well liked. The recorded conversations showed a rigid, by-the-book loyalty, the kind born of unit cohesion, not personal affection, all tinged with the usual soldierly disdain for the military police. Nobody had anything explicitly negative to say about him, yet no one had anything positive to add either. Reading what was implied between the lines, I gathered Riley was a showboat, a performer marked by impatience, recklessness, negligence, and a strong sense of privilege. In a relatively calm posting like Kosovo, that might be manageable. But had he been a generation earlier in Vietnam, he likely would have met an unfortunate accident, a stray round in the back, or a faulty grenade on his very first day. That much was certain. Better soldiers than Riley had suffered such fates. Prior to Chapman, it was evident he had dated Shauna Lindsay. They were spotted together frequently. And before Lindsay, there was Rosemary McClatchy. They too were often seen around town, in the local bars, at the diner, cruising in his blue '57 Chevy. Monroe's notes carried a faint second-hand whiff of masculine bravado as one young soldier after another chuckled about their top dog moving through the town's most attractive women in succession. "Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am." And according to Bravo Company, that notable sequence began with Elizabeth Devereaux. She was known at Kellam due to an official courtesy visit near the start of the deployment. Training was rigorous then, with no official leave, but the Alpha had slipped out at night, and as the story went, claimed the prize. This conquest was reportedly shared one evening during Bravo Company's first tour in Kosovo over drinks beside a campfire. I could almost hear the voices, full of smug amusement, that the rest of the 75th training personnel thought Devereaux was uninterested in men, while Bravo Company's boys secretly knew otherwise, thanks to their top dog and his supposedly irresistible charm. They didn't like him. but they couldn't help a grudging admiration, charisma, personality, and let's be honest, plain old hormones at work. The notebook held nothing else of note. I spent another moment studying Riley's photograph, then neatly tucked the whole book into my own jacket pocket and settled back into waiting. The remainder of the afternoon stretched out, long and unproductive. The hours crept by with no phone calls, no visitors, and the town silent. At one point, I caught the distant muffled crackle of live fire exercises from the east and assumed the festivities at Kellam were proceeding without a hitch. Occasionally, I drank a cup of coffee or ate a piece of pie, but mostly I just existed in a low-energy state, eyes open but mind adrift, breathing slow, conserving energy like a form of voluntary hibernation. The town's residents drifted in and out in small numbers. Around 6, Jonathan and Hunter Brannon arrived for an early meal, a smart move before their hectic night began. A few others, I assumed, were bar owners, followed suit, and some of their cleaning staff stopped by briefly on their way home. By 7, Main Street outside the window faded to darkness. At 7:30, the elderly couple from the hotel entered for their dinner, she with her novel, he with his newspaper. Then, a moment later, Stan Lowry called, and the evening started to fall apart. Lowry began by apologizing for the last-minute heads-up. He explained he'd just gotten word from a military police contact at Fort Benning, Georgia, home to the 75th Ranger Regiment. A lieutenant colonel from their remote unit at Kellam had reportedly called his superiors, informing them that 2 CID majors were still in the area, one on the base and one in town, the latter being a particular nuisance. Eager to ensure Senator Riley's visit proceeded without a hitch, those superiors had dispatched a team to keep the said CID majors quiet for the remainder of the senator's stay, just as a precaution. Lowry said the team had departed Benning in a Black Hawk helicopter a while ago and could already be at Kellam. MPs, I asked? They won't be a problem. Not MPs, Lowry corrected. Regular Rangers, the genuine article. How many? 6, Lowry said. Probably 3 for you and 3 for Monroe. What are their orders?
I'm not sure. What does it take to shut you up?
More than 3 Rangers, I replied. I checked the street through the window completely still. No cars or people. Don't worry about me, Stan. My concern is Monroe. I need both of us available tonight. This complicates things if he gets tied up.
Which he will.
Lowry said. You likely will too. The word is, these guys mean business. Can you call him for me with the same warning? I asked, assuming they haven't already reached him. I gave him Monroe's VOQ number and heard the scratch of his pencil. Then I asked, any news from your banker friend on Alice Boughton? Nothing yet, Lowry said. He's been tied up all day, but Neagley is still working on it. Call her and tell her to get moving and deliver some results. Let her know if I'm occupied with our military guests when she calls. She has permission to leave a message with the waitress here. Will do, and good luck, Lowry said before hanging up. I stepped outside and scanned the quiet street. It was deserted. I figured the Rangers would check the bars for me first, most likely Brannon's if I were planning to stir up trouble. That's where I'd be. So I took a detour through the narrow L-shaped alley and surveyed the area from the shadows. Sure enough, a hulking green Humvee was parked right there, impossible to miss. Their plan was probably to escort me to it, toss me in the back, drive me out to Kellam, and lock me in whatever room already held Monroe. Then they'd wait until the senator's Learjet departed at midnight, let us out, and offer their most sincere apologies for the mix-up. Everyone has a perfect plan until reality hits them in the face. I slipped around the corner of Brannon's bar and peered inside. The place was spotless. Tables and chairs were arranged with military precision, all oriented toward a central area presumably reserved for the senator and his son. Closer seats would be for his inner circle, with plenty of open space for everyone else to stand. Behind the bar, Jonathan and Hunter Brannon looked refreshed after their early dinner. 3 men in BDUs were speaking with them. They were Rangers, each one solidly built and clearly experienced. The group included a sergeant and 2 specialists, their uniforms well-worn and boots polished yet creased from use. Their faces were weathered and expressionless. the look of career military men. Calling them pure and simple soldiers was misleading. Nothing about that life was either pure or straightforward. But dissecting the two specialists wasn't necessary. The sergeant was clearly in command. I'd never met a sergeant who wasn't acutely aware of the 18 ranks above him, all the way to the commander-in-chief, each earning more for making the big decisions. Whatever a sergeant did, there were 18 layers of people ready to second-guess him. I slipped back into the shadows and returned to the diner, inside. 3 customers remained, the elderly couple from Toussaint's and the man in the light suit I'd noticed earlier. 3 was decent, though not ideal. Their profile, however, was perfect. Local, respectable, mature, and the type to be vocal if things got messy. The old couple would linger for hours, which I might need depending on how Neagley's search was going. I entered and paused by the phone. The waitress shook her head, no calls. I flipped through the phone book, found Brannan's bar, dropped a quarter, and dialed. One of the Brannan brothers answered. "Let me speak to the sergeant," I said. After a beat of startled silence, I heard the phone scrape across the bar, then the rustle of hands passing the receiver. A voice came on. "Who is this? The guy you're looking for? I'm in the diner." Silence followed. I continued, "You're probably covering the mouthpiece to ask where the diner is so you can send your men while you keep me talking. Save the trouble. It's about 20 yards west and 50 north of you. Send one man through the alley on your left, the other counterclockwise around the sheriff's department. You take the kitchen door, should be near where you parked. That covers every direction. But relax, I'm not going anywhere. I'll be at a table in the back." I hung up and moved to the rearmost booth. The sergeant entered first. Shortest distance, most at stake. He pushed through the kitchen door cautiously, letting it swing shut behind him. I gave a slight wave from about 7 feet away. Next one specialist came in the front, likely from the alley. A minute later, the third arrived, slightly winded from the longest route. They stood blocking the aisle, 2 to my right, 1 to my left. "Have a seat," I said. "Please. Our orders are to bring you to Kellam," the sergeant stated. "That won't be happening, Sergeant." No reply. My internal clock read 7:45. "Here's the situation," I said. "Forcing me out would make a real mess, probably break 3 or 4 tables and chairs. Someone might get hurt. The waitress will assume we're all from Bravo Company, since no one else from Kellam has leave right now. Trust me, she pays attention. Her tips depend on it, and she knows Bravo's commander is due any minute at Brannan's bar. It would be perfectly reasonable for her to go over there and voice her complaint. To do that, she'd almost certainly have to walk in on a private moment between father and son. That would be awkward for everyone, you most of all." "Silence. Have a seat," I told them. They sat, but not where I'd hoped. They weren't stupid. That was the downside of an all-volunteer force. They actually met the requirements. I was in an aisle seat at a 4-top facing the front. If they'd all crowded around my table, I would have had room to maneuver. Instead, the sergeant planted himself directly across from me, while the 2 specialists took a 2-seater across the aisle. They angled their chairs, one poised to cut me off if I went left, the other ready if I went right. "You should get the pie," I said. "It's excellent." "No pie," the sergeant replied. "You ought to order something, though. Otherwise, the waitress might kick you out for taking up space, and if you put up a fight, she knows exactly who to call." No reply. I said, "There are civilians here, too. You really don't want to make a scene." We were at an impasse. It was 10 minutes to 8. The phone on the wall was silent. The waitress came over, and the sergeant gave a half shrug before ordering 3 slices of pie and 3 coffees. 2 more people walked in, both civilians, a young woman in a stylish dress, and a young man in jeans and a blazer. They took a table for 2, 3 down from the specialists, and directly across from the elderly couple from the hotel. They didn't look like the type to immediately call their senator over a little public disturbance, but the more witnesses in the room, the better. The sergeant said, "We're prepared to sit here all night if we have to." "Noted," I said. "I'm staying right here until that phone rings, and then I'm leaving. I'm afraid I can't allow you to contact anyone. Those are my orders." I didn't answer, "And I can't let you leave." "Not unless you agree to go to Kellam." "Didn't we just cover this?" I asked. No answer. The phone didn't ring. 5 minutes to 8. At 8 o'clock sharp, the man in the light-colored suit paid his bill and left, and the old woman from the hotel turned a page in her novel. Nothing else changed. The phone remained quiet. At 8:05, I started to hear noise from outside, behind us, the sound of engines and tires on gravel, and I felt a shift in the night air, a building pressure as Bravo Company began rolling into town. First a few vehicles, then a steady stream. I pictured Reed Riley leading the procession in his borrowed staff car, his father riding shotgun. I imagined the old man posted at Brennan's door right then, shaking hands with his son's troops, beaming like a proud fool. The 3 Rangers keeping me in place had eaten their pie in shifts, always with 2 of them alert and watching. They were competent, far from the worst I'd ever encountered. The waitress cleared their plates. She seemed to pick up on the tension. Every time she passed by, she shot me a worried glance. Her allegiance was clear. She knew me, and she didn't know them. I'd tipped her well for years. They hadn't left a cent. The noise from outside grew louder. The phone stayed silent. For the next few minutes, I thought about their Humvee. Like every other Humvee on the planet, it would have a big GM diesel under the hood and a 3-speed automatic transmission. It would weigh over 4 tons, which meant its top speed was maybe 60 miles an hour. That wasn't exactly Formula One material, but it was 15 times faster than walking, a fact I found deeply comforting. I waited just after 8:30. 3 things happened in quick succession. The first was a disappointment. The second was completely out of the ordinary, and the third, as a result, became incredibly uncomfortable. To start, the young couple made their exit. The woman in the lovely dress and the man in the sport coat left money on the table, rose together, and hurried out hand in hand, their pace hinting that a quiet evening of prayer was decidedly not their next stop. Following that, the elderly couple departed. She shut her book. He folded his newspaper, and they both stood and made their slow way to the door, presumably heading back to their hotel much earlier than usual. There was no clear reason, unless it was a sudden sinking feeling that old man Riley might cancel the private jet and opt for a quiet night in town instead. With that, the waitress was in the kitchen, leaving only 4 people in the dining area, myself and the 3 men assigned to watch me. The sergeant offered a thin smile. "Looks like it's just us now," he said. I stayed silent. "No civilians around," he added again. I didn't reply. He leaned in closer over the table more than he had before, his gaze fixed on me. And I doubt the waitress is the type to make a fuss. She knows this spot could land on the trouble list in a heartbeat, for a month, or 2, or however long it takes until she's applying for assistance. His 2 companions mirrored his posture from across the aisle, elbows on knees, hands relaxed, feet firmly planted, all eyes on me. Then came the third event. The telephone rang. The 3 Rangers were exceptional. The phone was a classic model with a heavy metal bell that rang for a full, drawn-out second, the sound echoing for another second before fading, a cycle that would continue until someone answered. It was a nostalgic, reassuring sound unchanged for generations. Yet, before that first ring had even finished, all 3 men were in motion. The man to my left was up instantly, lunging behind me, his large hands clamping onto my shoulders, forcing me down and back in my seat into a vulnerable, off-balance position. The sergeant opposite me seized my wrists, pinning them to the tabletop with the palms of his hands. The 3rd officer surged from his chair, fists clenched, blocking the aisle, prepared to strike if I so much as twitched. It was an impressive display. I didn't resist. I simply sat there. Everyone has a strategy, and I was no exception. The phone continued to ring. After 3 cycles, the waitress emerged from the kitchen. She paused, took in the scene with a single glance, then edged past the ranger in the aisle and went to the phone. She picked up the receiver, listened, shot a look in my direction, and began to speak. Her eyes locked on me the entire time, as if she were describing my current situation to the caller. To Francis Neagley, I hoped. The waitress listened again briefly, then cradled the phone between her ear and shoulder, pulling out her order pad and pen. She started writing, and she kept writing, page after page, composing what seemed like a small novel. She began a second sheet. The man behind me maintained his pressure. The sergeant held my wrists fast. The third man edged nearer. The waitress mouthed words silently, concentrating on spelling out unfamiliar terms. Finally, she stopped, reviewed her notes, and swallowed hard, blinking twice as if steeling herself for a difficult task ahead. She hung up the phone, tore the 2 written pages from her pad, and held them as if they might burn her fingers. Taking a step toward our group, she approached. In response, the man behind me eased the weight off my shoulders. The sergeant released my wrists. The third man returned to his seat. The waitress walked the length of the aisle directly into our little gathering, becoming a fifth party to the scene. She shuffled the pages, her eyes scanning the collars of the 3 men before finally settling on the sergeant, the one clearly in charge. She said, "I've got a 2-part message for you." The man gave a nod, and she began to read. "First," she said, "whoever you are, you need to release this man right now. It's for your own good and the Army's. Because second, no matter who you are, what your orders are, or what you believe about this situation, he's probably correct and you're probably mistaken. This comes from a fellow non-commissioned officer who only wants what's best for you and the service." There was a quiet pause. The sergeant simply said, "Message received, nothing else. Neagly, I thought. Nice effort." Then the waitress leaned in, placing a second handwritten page face down on the table and sliding it toward me with the same smooth, practiced motion she'd used for countless meal checks. I pinned it under my left palm, keeping my right hand free. Nobody moved. The waitress stood still for a moment, then turned and walked back toward the kitchen. Using the pad of my left thumb, I lifted the corner of the paper, like a card player checking his hand, and read the first 2 lines. 7 words in total. The first was a Latin preposition, classic neagly per, meaning in this case, according to the next 6 words, were United States Marine Corps Personnel Command. That meant any information in the rest of this note came straight from the source. It would be trustworthy. It would be conclusive. It would be pure gold. It would be enough for me. I let the paper fall back against the table, spreading my thumb and first 2 fingers. I pinched the note and folded it one-handed, blank side out, message hidden inside. I sharpened the crease with my right thumbnail and tucked the note into my right top pocket, behind Monroe's little black book, just below my name tape. It was almost 9 in the evening. I looked at the ranger sergeant and said, "All right, you've got me. Let's head to Kellam." We filed out through the kitchen in single file, using the diner's back door because it was the quickest path to their Humvee. The sergeant took the lead. I was in the middle with one specialist behind me, his hand flat against my back applying pressure, and the other in front, gripping my jacket and pulling me along. The night air was crisp, not quite warm or cold. The large open lot was packed with parked cars. About 50 yards to my right, a group of men in uniform stood quietly, all on their best behavior, forming a loose half-circle around the front of Brannan's bar, like a living halo behind a saint's head or a crowd spilling out to watch a big fight. Most held beer bottles, probably bought elsewhere and brought back to witness the main event. I imagined the senator was soaking up the attention, while his son was likely pretending to ignore it. The Humvee looked enormous and imposing among the ordinary vehicles. Parked a respectful distance away was a plain sedan painted a dull green. Reed Riley's borrowed staff car, I assumed, pulled in second to park beside the truck, for that tough guy impression. A politician's instinct. The sergeant slowed his pace briefly, causing us to bunch up behind him. Then we set off again on a new line, heading straight for the vehicle at a steady walk. No one noticed us. We were just 4 shadowy figures, and everyone else was facing the opposite way. The Humvee was unlocked. The sergeant opened the left rear door, and the specialist closed in, leaving me no choice but to climb inside. The interior smelled of canvas and old sweat. The sergeant waited until both specialists were in, one in the front passenger seat, the other across the wide transmission tunnel next to me in the back, both watching me closely before he got into the driver's seat, hit the ignition, and started the engine. It idled for a moment with a heavy diesel rattle. He adjusted in his seat, and we were ready to go. He switched on the headlights, shifted into gear, and began moving north across the uneven terrain toward the Kellam Road. The Humvee jolted over the rough ground, its steering loose and unresponsive as he passed the rows of parked vehicles and the rear of the sheriff's department building. Out of habit, he checked the mirror and glanced to his left, readying to turn right just ahead. I broke the silence. "What's your actual training for?" "Man-portable, shoulder-launched surface-to-air systems," he answered. "Not law enforcement?" "No." I could tell, I said. "You didn't pat me down. That was a mistake. In one fluid motion, my Beretta was in my right hand. With my left, I grabbed the collar of his uniform and yanked him hard against the seat back, then pressed the gun's muzzle firmly into the soft tissue just behind his right shoulder above the armpit. Humvees are built tough. The seat frame wasn't giving an inch. I had him pinned, unable to move or even breathe easily. "Everyone stay calm and don't move," I told them. They complied, mainly because of where I'd placed the gun. Aiming at his ear or neck would have been too extreme. They wouldn't have believed I'd actually kill a fellow soldier, no matter how desperate I seemed. But a non-lethal shot through that muscle, that was believable. And devastating. It would have ended his military career forever, leaving him with a lifetime of chronic pain, disability checks, and learning to do everything left-handed. I loosened his collar slightly, but kept him pressed back. "Turn left," I ordered. He turned onto the east-west road. "Keep driving," I said. We moved into the straight tunnel of trees away from Kellam, heading toward Memphis. Faster. He accelerated, and soon the big vehicle was shuddering near 60 miles an hour. Now it was just simple math. 9 o'clock at night, a 40-mile road with little traffic, a 30-mile, 30-minute drive would suit my purposes just fine. "Keep going," I instructed, and he did. Half an hour later, we were 30 miles west of Carter Crossing, still about 10 miles from the turnoff toward Memphis. "All right, this is far enough. Stop here." Maintaining pressure with the gun on his collar, I felt him ease off the gas, coast, and brake to a halt. He shifted into park, lifted his hands from the wheel, and sat perfectly still, as if he knew what came next, or thought he did. I turned to the soldier beside me. "Take your boots off." Now they all understood. There was a heavy pause, a silent rebellion simmering, but I waited until the man beside me shrugged and bent to untie his laces. "Now your socks." He peeled them off, rolled them into balls, and tucked them neatly into his boots. Soldierly habits die hard. "Your jacket next." He removed it. "Now your pants." Another long hesitation, but then he hitched up and slid them down over his hips. I looked at the passenger in front. "You too." Same 4 things. He complied quickly, then helped his sergeant undress. I wasn't about to let the driver lean forward and create space, not at that stage. When they were finished, I turned back to the man beside me. "Step out of the truck and walk forward 20 paces. His sergeant spoke up, voice tight. "You better hope we never cross paths again, Reacher." "Actually, I hope we do," I replied. "Because after you've had time to think, you'll probably want to thank me for not causing you any real harm, which I easily could have, you amateur." He had nothing to say to that, I told them once more to get out of the truck. Soon all 3 were standing in the glare of my headlights, barefoot, and wearing nothing but t-shirts and boxers. They were 30 miles from their destination, a walk that would take 7 or 8 hours even under ideal circumstances, and stumbling barefoot down a dark country road was far from ideal. Even if a miracle occurred and a car passed by, no one in their right mind would stop for 3 frantic, half-dressed men waving their arms in the dark. I slid into the driver's seat, backed up 100 yards, turned around and headed back the way we'd come, accompanied only by the rumble of the engine and the stale odor of boots and socks. My internal clock read 9:35. If the lighter load let the Humvee push past 65, I'd be back in Carter Crossing just after 10. As it turned out, the big diesel gave me a bit more speed, and at 2 minutes to 10, I tucked the truck into the trees and continued on foot. A man walking can move with far more stealth than a 4-ton military vehicle, and caution is never a bad idea. But there was little to hide from. Main Street was quiet. Light glowed from the diner window, and my borrowed Buick sat parked nose to tail with Devereaux's Caprice. I figured she was keeping a loose watch, but wasn't overly concerned. The senator's presence all but guaranteed an unusually calm night. I avoided Main Street itself, skirting behind it in a wide arc, staying concealed behind the last row of parked cars until I drew level with Brannon's bar. The crowd at the door was still there, maybe 50 guys clustered in a loose semicircle. Beyond them, the bar was packed, some standing, others presumably seated at tables deeper inside, though I couldn't see them directly. I edged closer, slipping between parked cars and pickups. The noise ahead grew slightly with each step, but it remained oddly restrained, more polite and muted than on a typical night best behavior indeed. I crossed an open lane between rows of vehicles and was easing past an old Cadillac and a beat-up GMC Jimmy when a soft voice beside me said, "Hello, Reacher." I turned and saw Monroe leaning against the far side of the Jimmy, nearly invisible in the shadows, relaxed and watchful. "Monroe," I said. "Good to see you, though I admit I didn't expect to." "Likewise," he replied. "Did Stan Lowry call you?" He nodded. "A little too late, though. 3 guys. Mortarman from the 75th. Where are they now?" "Tied up with phone wire, gagged with their own shirts, locked in my room." "Nice work," I said, and it was taking 3 by surprise alone and unprepared was no small feat. Monroe was clearly sharp, he asked. "Who did you get?" "An anti-aircraft crew. Where are they?" Walking back from near Memphis with no shoes and no pants, he flashed a grin, white teeth in the dark. "Sure, glad I'm not stationed at Benning." "Is Riley in the bar?" "First one's in, him and his father, holding court like royalty. Tab's probably past 300 by now." "Curfew still holding?" He nodded. "But it'll be a last-minute stampede. You know how it goes. Mood's been decent, and nobody wants to be the first to duck out." "All right," I said. "Your job is to make sure Riley is the absolute last to leave. I need his car to be the final one out of here tonight." I needed more than a slight delay, at least a full minute. "Make it happen, whatever it takes. I'm counting on you." With most people, I'd have laid out a few options right then, from slashing a tire to asking for an autograph, but I was starting to understand Monroe didn't require my input. He'd come up with every idea I could, and probably a couple I hadn't considered. His reply was a simple, "Understood. Next, your focus shifts to Elizabeth Devereaux. Keep her in your sight the entire time, whether she's at the diner or somewhere else. Do whatever you need to do." "Understood," he repeated. "She's actually at the diner right now." "Good, keep her there. Make sure she doesn't head out on patrol tonight. Tell her the deputies can handle things, especially with the senator around. She already knows." She gave her team the night off. "Even better," I said. "Good luck, and thanks." I slipped back between the Cadillac and the SUV, crossed the open lane, and wove through the last row of parked cars before exiting the lot the same way I'd entered. 5 minutes later, I was positioned just past the railroad crossing, concealed among the trees lining the road to Kellam, waiting once more. Monroe's read on the group's mood proved accurate. Because of the strange tension surrounding the senator, nobody left early. I'd witnessed this kind of dynamic before. While I doubted anyone from Bravo Company would lift a finger to help the man if he were in trouble, his unusual presence held a certain fascination. Plus, the base commander's order to be respectful and courteous to the VIP was still fresh in everyone's mind. No one wanted to be the first to leave to draw attention. So 10:30 came and went with no movement on the road. 10:35 passed quietly. 10:40, still nothing. Then, right at 10:45, the floodgates opened. I heard the muted rumble of engines firing up in the distance, saw exhaust plumes and crisscrossing headlight beams as vehicles jostled for position and streamed out of the lot. Headlights swung toward me in a relentless chain, and half a minute later the lead car bumped over the crossing and sped past. The others followed in tight succession, too many to count, each one just yards behind the next, like a pack of race cars on a straightaway. Engines roared and whined, worn tires pattered over the rails, and the sharp, sweet scent of unleaded fuel hung in the air. I spotted the old Cadillac and the GMC I'd squeezed between earlier, along with a parade of Chevys, Dodges, Fords, Plymouths, Jeeps, and Chryslers, sedans, pickups, four-wheel drives, coupes, and two-seaters. They kept coming, an unbroken river of metal heading home, The drivers relieved and exuberant, their duty done. 10 minutes later, the stream began to thin. Gaps widened between the passing cars, and in the distance I could make out the last few stragglers pulling out. The final dozen vehicles took a full minute to pass by me. None was a flat green staff car. The very last one was a battered, sagging old Pontiac sedan. I watched it approach. As soon as he passes us, I guarantee we're alone in the world, Devereaux had said. The Pontiac thumped softly over the tracks on worn tires and vanished into the night. I stepped out from the trees and faced east, watching tiny red taillights dissolve into the darkness. The engine noise faded, and the exhaust smoke drifted away and cleared. I turned the other way and, right on schedule, saw a single pair of headlights flick on far in the distance. Their beams bounced and swung side to side, up and down, leading the way north out of the lot before turning toward me. They bounced twice more as the vehicle's wheels climbed from the dirt onto the blacktop. The clock in my head ticked to 1 minute before 11. I headed west, retracing my steps across the railroad tracks, moving about 30 feet toward the edge of town before I paused. Stepping out into the middle of the road, I lifted my arm high, my palm facing outward in the universal signal to stop. The headlights caught me from about a football field away, the glare warm against my skin, and I knew Reed Riley could see me clearly. I heard the engine note drop as he instinctively eased off the gas, a reflex born from countless hours in military transports, where a soldier in uniform directing traffic was just part of the routine. I held my position, arms still raised, until the plain green sedan rolled to a halt, its front bumper stopping just short of my legs. From that angle, I could see past the blinding lights to the two figures in the front seat, Reed Riley and his father. Neither looked particularly startled or annoyed. They simply wore the mildly resigned expression of men prepared for a minor delay. Riley was the spitting image of his file photo, while the senator was an older, more refined version, thinner, with features that seemed slightly more pronounced. He was dressed in that awkward, predictable way visiting politicians often are, a khaki field jacket over a dress shirt, no tie, the jacket sporting a U.S. Senate insignia, as if he'd ever seen a day of real combat. I circled to the driver's side, and Riley powered the window down. His expression shifted when he noticed the rank on my collar. "Sir," he said. I didn't reply. Instead, I took another step, yanked open the rear door, and slid into the back seat directly behind him. After shutting the door, I shifted to the middle of the bench. Both men twisted around to stare. "Sir?" Riley repeated. "What is this about?" his father demanded, his tone edged with impatience. "Plans have changed," I stated flatly. The air inside carried the faint scent of beer on their breath, mingled with the stale odors of cigarette smoke and dried sweat. "I have a flight to catch." The senator snapped. "At midnight," I confirmed. "No one will come looking for you before then?" "What is that supposed to mean?" "Do you have any idea who I am?" "Yes," I said, "I do." "Then what do you want?" "Instant obedience," I replied. In one fluid motion, I drew the Beretta for the second time that night, like a performer revealing a trick. One moment my hand was empty. The next it held the cold, matte finish of the pistol. The soft click of the safety disengaging sounded unnaturally loud in the confined space. The senator's voice turned icy. "You are making a catastrophic error, soldier. Your career is finished as of this moment. How much worse this gets depends entirely on your next actions." "Quiet," I ordered. Leaning forward, I grabbed a fistful of Reed Riley's collar, much as I had with the sergeant from Benning earlier. This time, though, I pressed the muzzle firmly into the soft hollow just behind his right ear. A perfect fit. "Drive," I instructed, "nice and slow. Turn left onto the crossing. Follow the railroad line north." Riley stammered. "What?" "You heard me." "But there's a train coming." "At midnight," I reminded him. "Now, move it, soldier." It wasn't easy for him. His instinct was to hunch forward for a better view, but I kept him pulled back tight against the seat. Even so, he managed. He crept forward, turned the wheel sharply, and angled the car up onto the raised track bed. He aligned it carefully, feeling the right front tires settle into the groove along the rail. Easing ahead, he kept it straight as the pavement dropped away beneath us. The right side tires rode smoothly along the rail, while the left side wheels bumped and dipped over the wooden ties. Not bad at all. "You've done this before," I observed. He stayed silent. We inched forward at less than a walking pace. The car pitched at a steep angle, the right side gliding along while the left rose and fell rhythmically like a small boat on a gentle swell. We passed the old water tower, then went another 10 yards before I told him to stop. He asked if this was the place, and I said it was a good spot. He eased on the brake, and the car settled right on the line, still leaning to one side. I kept my grip on his collar and held the gun steady. Through the windshield, the tracks stretched north into the distance, twin silver lines fading into the dark under the moonlight. I told the captain to use his left hand and roll down all the windows. He asked why. I said the two of them already smelled bad, and it was only going to get worse. He could believe me on that. Riley fumbled around and got his father's window down, then mine, then the one across from me. Cool night air drifted inside. I told the senator to reach over and kill the headlights. It took him a second to find the switch, but he managed. Then I told him to turn the engine off and hand me the key. He protested that we were parked on the railroad tracks. I told him I was aware of that. He asked if I knew who he was. I reminded him he'd asked that before, and I'd already answered. Then I told him to do what he was told, or did I need to make a campaign contribution first? If so, he could consider my contribution not putting a bullet through his son's knee. The old man made a choked sound, the kind you hear when a bad joke stops being funny, when a dire situation tips over into something worse, when a nightmare turns out to be real. He leaned over, twisted the key, pulled it out, and held it toward me. I told him to toss it on the back seat. He did, and it landed beside me before skittering down the slope of the tilted cushion. I told both of them to put their hands on their heads. The senator went first, and I pulled the Beretta back just enough to let his son do the same. I released his collar and settled into my seat. Then I asked what the muzzle velocity was on a Beretta M9. The senator said he had no idea. I said his boy should know. We'd spent plenty of time and money training him. Riley claimed he didn't remember. I told him it was close to 1,300 feet per second. Their spinal cords were about 3 feet from me. That meant about 0.02 of a second after either one of them so much as twitched, they'd be dead or crippled. Did they get it? There was no answer. I said I needed to hear it. Riley muttered that they got it. His father asked what I wanted. I said confirmation. I wanted to make sure I had everything straight. I picked up the car key and slipped it into my pocket. Spreading my left leg wide, I braced my foot and got as comfortable as I could on the slanted seat. I asked the captain if he'd lied to his men about dating Sheriff Devereaux. Riley's father demanded to know what possible basis I had for interrogating them. I reminded him we had 49 minutes until the train arrived. He asked if I was mad. I said I was just a little grumpy, that's all. He told his son not to say another word to me. I repeated my question to the captain. Riley admitted, yes, he'd lied about Devereaux. I asked why. He called it command strategy. His men liked to look up to him. Then I turned to the senator and asked why Alpha Company and Bravo Company had been moved from Benning to Kellam. The old guy huffed and puffed, trying to steal himself, but finally he said it was politically convenient. Mississippi always had its hand out, he added, or in someone else's pocket. I asked if it had anything to do with Audrey Shaw, if he thought his boy deserved a little gift to celebrate his new command. He called that ridiculous. I pointed out that it had happened anyway. He insisted it was purely a coincidence. I called bullshit. He conceded, fine. It was a side benefit. He thought it might be fun, but nothing more. Decisions of that magnitude, he said, weren't based on trivialities. Then I asked the captain to tell me about Rosemary McClatchy. Riley said they'd dated and they'd broken up. I asked if she'd been pregnant. He said if she was, she never mentioned it to him. I asked if she'd wanted to get married. He gave a tired sigh and said, "Come on, Major. You know, any one of them would marry any one of us." I asked what she was like. He thought for a second and said, "Insecure. She drove me absolutely crazy." "How did it hit you when she died?" "Terrible," he replied. It was a terrible thing. Now, tell me about Shauna Lindsay. That's when the senator decided he'd had enough of my questions. He started to turn and give me a piece of his mind, then suddenly remembered he wasn't supposed to move a muscle. He jerked back into position like a stubborn old horse hitting an electric fence for the first time. He stared straight ahead, breathing heavily. His son stayed perfectly still, so they were tolerating a little something from me, after all. Specifically, the part about 9 millimeters in diameter. In real terms, that's 35 hundredths of an inch, a bit smaller than a 338, but significantly bigger than a .25. That was the exact amount of trouble they were in. The old man took another deep breath. That issue has been settled, I believe, he stated. The Lindsay girl and the other one. I shifted focus. Captain, tell me about the women who were killed in Kosovo. His father cut in sharply. There are no dead women in Kosovo, really? I asked. Do they live forever then? Obviously, they don't live forever. So they all die peacefully in their sleep. They were Kosovar women, and it happened in Kosovo. It's a local issue. Just like this is a local issue right here and now. A local individual has been identified. The Army's reputation is intact. That's what we were celebrating tonight. You should have been there. Success is something worth being happy about. I wish more people understood that simple fact. I looked at the younger man. Captain, how old are you? Riley answered. I'm 28. I turned back to the senator. Senator, how would you feel if your son was still a captain at 33? The old man didn't hesitate. I would be deeply disappointed. Why? Because it would represent a complete failure. Nobody stays in the same rank for 5 years. You'd have to be utterly incompetent. I nodded slowly. That was their first major error. What? You heard me? What do you mean there? Who are you talking about? Do you have a grandfather? Way back in the family tree, yes. So did I. He was my grandfather. But of course, he was also a grandfather to many other children. I think there were about 10 of us across 4 separate families. It always surprised me, even though I knew it logically. What in the world are you babbling about? It's the same principle with Senate liaison. There's us, there's the top brass in Washington, and then there's you. You're like a grandfather, except you're also the Marine Corps' grandfather, and they have their own Senate liaison office. They're probably far more effective than ours, probably willing to do absolutely anything. So you turn to them for assistance. But they got sloppy and made several critical mistakes. I read the report. There were no mistakes. 5 years without a promotion? Devereaux is not the type to stagnate for 5 years. Like you said, you'd have to be an idiot, and Devereaux is far from an idiot. My guess is she was a CWO 5 years ago. My guess is she earned 2 promotions since then. But your Marine Corps contacts went ahead and wrote CWO 5 on a file that was supposed to be 5 years old. They used an old photograph but didn't dial back her final rank. That was a mistake. They were working in too much of a hurry. What rush? Janice Chapman was white. Finally, you had a victim people were going to take seriously, and she was connected to you. There was no time to waste. What are you implying? This entire situation was born from excessive haste. You worked frantically, even playing games about access to buy more time, but you finally finished the job just after lunch on Sunday. The file was complete. The confirmation came through while the helicopter was still in the air, so it went back empty. But then you waited until Tuesday before releasing it for public review. I had a rather self-centered theory about that delay. I thought it was because I was here on Sunday but gone by Tuesday, but that wasn't the reason you needed those 2 days to make the file look authentically old. That was the reason you had to physically rough it up, scrape it, and scuff it around to sell the story. Are you actually claiming that file was fabricated? I know it's shocking. Maybe you've known for 9 months, or 6, or maybe just a week or so. But the truth is out now for all of us. Know what? Reed Riley said. I turned my full attention to him. He was looking straight ahead, but I could tell he heard me. Maybe Rosemary McClatchy felt insecure, I said. Maybe her looks were the only thing she thought she had going for her, so jealousy came easy. Maybe that's where you got the inspiration for a woman out for revenge. She was already expecting a child, and you'd done your homework on the local sheriff, Standard practice for a company commander on the rise, and easier for you with your connections. You knew about her father's vacant property. You're a twisted individual, so you took pregnant Rosemary McClatchy there and you slaughtered her silence. And you enjoyed it, I added. Still nothing. So you did it again. You improved your technique. No more leaving them by the railroad ditch. You were ready for something bolder, maybe something more fitting. Maybe Shauna Lindsay was also dreaming about a future together, talking about a little house, so you left her at a construction site. You could drive through that area whenever you wanted. You always had the big dog on the hunt in his old blue sedan. Just part of the local scenery. He finally spoke. I ended things with Shauna weeks before she died. How do you explain that? You call, they come running, don't they? No reply. I continued. And you left Janice Chapman behind a bar for the same symbolic reason. She was the life of the party. Maybe you even gave yourself an extra challenge that night. Third time's the charm, after all. Variety keeps things interesting. You probably told the guys you were going to the restroom, slipped out and did it in the time it takes to take a leak. My guess, 6 minutes and 40 seconds, which, let's be honest, isn't plausible, not for Devereaux. That's where your whole alternate theory starts to unravel. Did anyone stop to consider her build? She couldn't hoist a full-grown woman off a deer trestle. She couldn't carry a dead body to a car. Senator Riley insisted. The file is authentic. I shook my head. It started with a kernel of truth. Someone crafted a tidy little narrative. The jealous woman, the broken arm, the missing $400. It was subtle, designed to let the reader connect the dots. But then someone lost their nerve. They didn't want subtlety anymore. They wanted a glaring, unmistakable signal. So you retyped the whole thing to include a car. Then you got on the phone and told your son to go sacrifice his own vehicle on the train tracks. That's insane. There was no other logic behind the car. It was pointless. It served no purpose other than to slam the coffin shut on Devereaux the moment anyone opened that file. The file is genuine. You overplayed your hand with the dead witnesses. James Dyer, maybe, we could buy that. He was a senior officer, maybe in poor health. But Paul Evers, too convenient. Like you were afraid of questions. Dead men tell no tales. Which brings us to Alice Bouton. Is she going to be dead too, or is she still alive? And if she is, what would she tell us if we asked her about that broken arm? The file is completely legitimate, Reacher. Can you read, Senator? If so, read this for me. I pulled the folded diner check from my pocket and tossed it into his lap. He said, I'm not supposed to move. You can pick it up, I told him. He picked it up. His hand trembled. He looked at the back, then the front, turning it right side up. He took a sharp breath. Have you read this? Do you know what it says? No, I haven't looked at it, I said. I don't need to. Either way, I have enough to bury you. He hesitated. I added, but don't try to improvise. I'll read it right after you, just to be sure. He took another breath and began to read. Per United States Marine Corps Personnel Command, he stopped. I need to know this isn't classified material. Does it matter? You're not cleared for classified material. Neither is my son. It's not classified, I said. Keep reading. He continued, his voice tightening. Per United States Marine Corps Personnel Command, there was no Marine named Alice Bouton. I allowed myself a slow smile. I told him they had made her up. She was never a real person. It was careless work, honestly. It made me question my own assumptions. Perhaps you diluted the nuance in two distinct phases. Maybe the car was the initial piece and Alice Bouton was the hasty addition thrown in at the end without the time to properly fabricate a believable life. The older man insisted the institution had to be shielded. You must see that. The institution's failure is our unit's advantage, and you're their patriarch as well. So from a professional standpoint, you didn't care. This was about shielding your son. It could have been any soldier under his command. We would have done this for anyone. Don't insult me, I said. This was an extraordinary level of compromise. This was unique. This was without precedent. This was purely about the two of you and absolutely no one else. Silence hung in the air, I added. For the record, it's actually me who's protecting the institution now. Shooting them was out of the question, obviously. Not that a pathologist would have much to work with afterward, but a prudent man avoids unnecessary hazards, so I set the gun down on the seat and leaned forward, my right hand open. I planted it firmly against the back of the senator's head and drove it forward, smacking it against the dashboard's edge with considerable force. Consider the mechanics. A human arm can propel a baseball at tremendous speed, so imagine the velocity it can impart to a skull. Safety experts warn that an unrestrained impact at a certain speed can be fatal. Not that I needed the senator dead, just incapacitated for about 90 seconds. I shifted my right hand, sliding it under Reed Riley's jaw. His own hands flew down from his head to claw at my forearm, and I used my left hand to press down hard on his crown. It became a brutal vice, push and pull, up and down. I was applying crushing pressure. Then I adjusted my right hand, the heel lodging against his chin, my palm sealing over his mouth. His skin felt like rough grit. He'd shaved at dawn, and now it was nearly midnight. My left hand moved to his forehead, the heel catching on his hairline. I reached down and pinched his nose shut. Then it was a matter of primal instinct. He believed he was being smothered. First, he tried to bite my palm, but his jaw couldn't open against the pressure. Jaw muscles are powerful for clamping down, not for prying apart. Evolution never prioritized that. I waited. He scratched at my hands. I waited. He thrashed in his seat, heels drumming. I waited. He arched his spine. I waited. Finally, in a desperate gasp for air, he strained his neck upward toward me. It was the opening I needed. I shifted my grip and twisted sharply, feeling the definitive crack. It was a technique I'd learned from Leon Garber. Maybe he'd seen it done. Maybe he'd done it himself. He was certainly capable. The suffocation reflex makes it straightforward. They always lift their heads. A fatal miscalculation, they offer their own necks. Garber claimed it never fails, and in my experience he was right. The same sequence played out a minute later with the senator. He was frailer, but his face was slick with blood from where his nose had shattered against the dash, making the required effort roughly equivalent. I stepped out of the car at precisely 11:28. The train was 32 miles to the south, probably passing beneath Route 78 near Tupelo. I shut my door but left the windows open. I tossed the key into Reed Riley's lap and turned to leave. Then I sensed movement, a figure off to my left and another to my right. Smart positioning by someone I had the Beretta. I could take one of them, but not both. The lateral shift between targets was too great. I held still. The figure on my right spoke. "Reacher," I said. "Devereaux," the figure on my left said, and "Munro," I asked. "What in the world are you two doing out here?" They began to move toward me, and I immediately tried to steer them away from the car. I asked, "What are you doing here?" Devereaux replied, "Did you honestly believe he could keep me at the diner?" "I wish he had," I told her. "I didn't want either of you listening to any of that. You told Riley to open the windows. You intended for us to hear. No, I wanted some fresh air. I had no idea you were out there. Why shouldn't we have listened? I didn't want you to hear what they were saying about you. And I wanted Munro to return to Germany without any lingering doubts." Munro stated, "I never have doubts, but it's simpler to act uninformed if you genuinely don't know the truth. Acting uninformed has never been a problem for me. Some people are convinced I am." Devereaux said, "I'm actually glad I heard what they thought of me." The time was 11:31. The train remained 29 miles to the south. We moved away, stepping along the railroad ties between the rails, leaving the plain green staff car and its occupants behind. We passed the weathered water tower and reached the crossing, then turned west. Devereaux's patrol car was parked about 40 yards away on the shoulder. Munro declined to ride with us. He said he would walk down to Brannan's bar instead, where he had left a borrowed vehicle. He mentioned needing to return to Kellam promptly to sort out matters with the captured mortar crew and then get some sleep before his early departure. We shook hands, a formal gesture, and I expressed my genuine gratitude for his assistance. He walked away and was swallowed by the darkness within 10 steps. Devereaux drove me back to Main Street and stopped outside the hotel. It was now 11:36. The train was 24 miles out. I said I already checked out of my room, she answered. "I still have mine." "I need to make a phone call first." We used the office behind the reception desk. I placed $1 on the counter and dialed Garber's office. Whether the line was still tapped or not made no difference to me. A lieutenant answered, identifying himself as the senior and only person on duty for the night shift. I asked if he had paper and a pencil ready. He confirmed he did. I instructed him to prepare to take dictation and to mark the final document as urgent, placing it front and center on Garber's desk for first thing in the morning. "Ready?" I asked. He said he was. I began. A tragedy unfolded late last night in the quiet town of Carter Crossing, Mississippi, when a vehicle carrying United States Senator Carlton Riley was struck by a passing train. The car was operated by the senator's son, U.S. Army Captain Reed Riley, who was stationed at nearby Fort Kellam. Senator Riley of Missouri chaired the Senate Armed Services Committee, and Captain Riley, hailed by the Army as a promising officer, commanded an infantry unit often tasked with highly sensitive missions. Both men perished instantly in the collision. Carter County Sheriff Elizabeth Devereaux confirmed that local drivers frequently attempt to outrun the train at the crossing to avoid a lengthy delay, and it is believed that Captain Riley, newly assigned to the area and known for his daring spirit, simply misjudged his approach. I paused. "Got it," the lieutenant said in my ear. Second paragraph, I continued. The senator and his son were returning to Fort Kellam after joining the local community in celebrating Sheriff Devereaux's successful conclusion of a homicide investigation. The series of killings had spanned 9 months, claiming 5 victims, 3 local women in their 20s, a teenage boy from the area, and a journalist from Oxford, Mississippi. The male perpetrator, responsible for all 5 deaths, is described as a militia member and white supremacist from neighboring Tennessee. He was shot and killed earlier this week in a wooded area near Fort Kellam by local law enforcement while resisting arrest. "Got that," the lieutenant repeated. "Start typing," I said, and hung up. The clock now read 11:42. The train was still 18 miles out. Room 17 was just as bare as room 21 had been. Devereaux hadn't bothered to make it her own. 2 worn suitcases lay open for her clothes, a spare uniform hung from the curtain rod, and a single book rested on the nightstand. That was all. We sat together on the edge of her bed, a bit stunned, and she told me, "You did everything possible. Justice was served all around, and the Army's reputation is intact. You're a good soldier." I replied, "I'm certain they'll find something to criticize. But I'm let down by the Marine Corps. They never should have gone along with it. They betrayed me." "Not exactly," I said. "They did what they could, under immense pressure. They pretended to cooperate, but they laced the file with deliberate errors. 2 deceased individuals and a fabricated one, that business with your rank, those weren't oversights. They made sure the story wouldn't hold. Same with Garber. All that bluster about you was an act. He was performing the expected outrage, pushing me to see through it. Did you believe the file when you first read it? You want the honest answer? That's all I ever want from you." I didn't dismiss it outright. It took me a few hours to see the flaws. "That's unusually slow for you." "Very," I agreed. "You were asking me all sorts of strange questions." "I know," I said. "I'm sorry." A quiet fell between us. The train was now 15 miles away. She said, "Don't apologize. I might have believed it myself." It was a generous thing to say. She leaned in and kissed me. I went to wash the final dried traces of Carlton Riley's blood from my hands, and afterward we made love for the 6th time, and it was perfect. The room began to tremble right on schedule, the glass on her bathroom shelf chiming, the floor quivering, the door groaning in its frame. Our discarded shoes shifted, and the bed shook and bounced in tiny, insistent movements. At the very climax, I was certain I heard a sound like a brief, distant cymbal crash, a fleeting metallic pop, and then the midnight train was gone. Later, we showered together. I dressed, preparing to head back and face the consequences. Devereaux offered a brave smile and asked me to visit any time I was nearby. I returned the brave smile and said I would. I left the hotel, walked up to the closed diner, got into the borrowed Buick, and drove east. I passed Fort Kellam's imposing gate, continued into Alabama, and then turned north. The roads were empty in the late hours, and I was back on post before sunrise. I laid low, slept for 4 hours, and came out to find my rushed account to Garber's night team had been adopted almost verbatim as the Army's official story. Everywhere, the mood was subdued and respectful. There was talk of a posthumous Distinguished Service Medal for Reed Riley, honoring his service in an undisclosed foreign country. His father was to have a memorial service in a prominent Washington, D.C. church the following week for reasons no one quite specified. I received neither medal nor memorial. I got 30 minutes with Leon Garber. He told me immediately the news wasn't good. The portly staff officer from Kellum's public relations office had done his damage. His call to Benning had ricocheted up the chain at the worst possible time, followed by a written report. Because of both, I was now on the list for involuntary separation. Garber said, under the circumstances, it would be simple to get me removed from that list. No question, I could demand a price for my silence. He would happily broker the deal. Then he fell silent. I asked, what? He said. But your career would be over. You'd never see another promotion. You'd be a major until you were 100. They'd send you to a storage depot in New Jersey. You can get off the separation list, but you'll never get off their blacklist. That's how the Army operates. You know, that's true. I saved the Army from a major headache, and they'll be thinking of that every time you walk into a room. I've got a Purple Heart and a Silver Star. But what's your latest contribution? Garber's assistant handed me a form outlining the process. I could handle it in person at the Pentagon or send it through the mail since I needed to return the Buick to Neagley anyway. I pointed it toward Washington, D.C. I reached the city with about 30 minutes before the banks closed, walked into the first one I saw, and transferred my account. They tried to give me a toaster oven or a CD player as a gift, but I turned them down. I did, however, get their phone number and set up a verbal password. Next stop was the Pentagon. I aimed for the main concourse entrance, got about halfway there, and just stopped. The stream of people flowed around me, completely unaware. I realized I didn't want to step inside. I flagged down a hurried commuter, borrowed a pen, signed the form right there on the spot, and dropped it into a nearby mailbox. After that, I cut through the quiet of the cemetery out past the main gate and into the knot of roads that lay between it and the river. Here I was, 36 years old, a citizen of a country I'd hardly experienced. The whole map was open. There were cities waiting in stretches of open country. There were mountains to climb and quiet valleys to find. There were rivers to follow. Museums, concert halls, roadside motels, late-night clubs, diners with bottomless coffee, bars with stories, and buses going anywhere. There were historic battlefields and quiet birthplaces, local legends, and miles of open road. I could find company if I wanted it, or perfect solitude if I didn't. With a shrug, I chose a road at random, stepped off the curb with one foot still on the concrete and the other in the traffic lane, and raised my thumb to the sky.